Chapter 1. The Tyrant's Gaze Upon My Arrival. The father of the Empress, Zhu Huaining, has betrayed the nation, committing heinous treachery. Today, I shall strip Zhu Wuhuan of her title and send her back to the Zhu family. In 3 days, she and her entire family shall face execution. Upon her arrival in this unfamiliar realm, Zhu Wuhuan, a woman of the 21st century, was greeted by a commanding yet melodious voice resonating above her. As her eyes fluttered open, she beheld a tall figure clad in a black dragon robe, radiating fury as he strode toward the grand palace doors. Casting her gaze downward, she noticed the splendid phoenix robe adorning her form. Empress Zhu Wuhuan and her treacherous father, Zhu Huaining? Such familiar names, such a recognizable tale. Wait, had she truly traversed back to the great Ning dynasty of 13 centuries ago, becoming the historically ill-fated Empress Zhu Wuhuan? This was all too well known to her. Historical records indicated that 3 days hence, when the Zhu family faced execution, the dethroned Zhu Wuhuan would loudly berate the tyrant Feng Changye at the execution ground. Enraged, Feng Changye would inflict upon her the cruel bone-drunk punishment of particularly gruesome fate. With renewed interest, she lifted her gaze to the imposing figure now at the palace entrance. As Empress Zhu Wuhuan, this man must be the infamous tyrant, Feng Changye. If Empress Zhu Wuhuan's demise was marked by tragedy, then Feng Changye's fate posthumously was equally lamentable. According to historical accounts, 3 years later, at the tender age of 26, Feng Changye would succumb to a sudden illness. He would be buried in the Qinling Mountains, and the great Ning dynasty would fall 22 years after his death. That same year, a group would discover Feng Changye's tomb, desecrating his remains and whipping his corpse in a fit of vengeance. Their ire undiminished, they would fashion his skull into a wine bowl, and his other bones would be ground to dust and scattered in a latrine, ensuring his infamy would linger for eternity. Truly, a tragic comparison between a royal couple. At the palace entrance, the gaunt and cold-faced Feng Changye was about to step over the threshold when suddenly he froze, his back stiffening. In disbelief, he turned to gaze at Zhu Wuhuan. Though her lips were tightly sealed, he distinctly heard her voice. Transmigration? To the great Ning dynasty of 13 centuries past? Could it be that his empress had been possessed by a soul from the future? His indifference toward her demise was overshadowed by concern for his own well-being. How could he, in perfect health, succumb to death in merely 3 years? How could the great Ning dynasty perish just 22 years post his demise? As an emperor of great stature, how could he allow his tomb to be violated, his corpse whipped, his skull crafted into a vessel, and his bones turned to dust and disposed of in such a disgraceful manner? This was utterly inconceivable. A tempest brewed in Feng Changye's eyes, his fierce countenance darkening with an eerie intensity. In an instant, all outward emotion was concealed behind a mask of calm. He turned, his gaze icy, and re-entered the palace as if nothing had transpired. With each measured step, Zhu Wuhuan pondered how to navigate her precarious situation. As she noticed black boots entering her line of sight, she looked up to find Feng Changye had returned. Gazing at his face, her expression shifted to one of fervent admiration. Feng Changye caught sight of her passionate gaze and could not suppress a derisive smirk within. The superficial woman. He sat indifferently in a grand chair, oblivious to the fervent gazes directed at him. As a handsome sovereign, blessed with grace and charm, he was accustomed to such obsessive admiration and had long grown indifferent to it. Yet, Zhu Wuhuan's focus was not on his striking visage, but rather on his skull. She thought excitedly, wow, it is this very skull. Just before her transmigration, she had accompanied her mentor to a museum where she had meticulously examined the skull of Feng Changye, which had been transformed into a wine bowl. What a perfect cranium it was! Under the sunlight, it gleamed with an enchanting white luminescence, and the bone exuded a faint scent of wine. She had felt a deep regret at that moment, lamenting that she could not witness the process of the skull being crafted into a wine bowl. Was it possible that the heavens had sent her to the Daming dynasty to fulfill her wish? If only she could find a way to outlive Feng Changye, she could join the ranks of tomb raiders and personally partake in the crafting of this skull into a wine bowl. Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's fervent thoughts, Feng Changye's expression darkened. His gaze suddenly filled with a palpable murderous intent. So she has touched his skull. Does she wish to personally transform it into a wine bowl? Very well. Once he uncovers her origins, he would ensure she faced the harshest of punishments. Realizing that Zhu Wuhuan's fervent gaze was fixed upon his skull, he could no longer tolerate such scrutiny. Coldly, he sought to divert her attention from his skull. Empress, why have you suddenly turned calm, no longer pleading for mercy for your Zhu family? Zhu Wuhuan instantly donned the guise of a dramatic actress, lowering her gaze to feign a heart full of despair. My heart is weary. It has perished. I can no longer plead. I beseech your majesty to send me back to the Zhu family. In 3 days, my family will face annihilation, and I wish to spend this fleeting moment with them. She mused to herself, what nonsense. Historically, your empress knelt outside the palace gates, repeatedly bowing and crying for justice, her forehead bloodied, her voice hoarse. You still had her slapped twice before dragging her away without a shred of dignity. Knowing you are a heartless tyrant, why would I plead with you? Am I foolish enough to seek your mercy? Rather than waste my time imploring this tyrant, I would be better off returning to the Zhu family for a restful slumber, devising a plan to escape the capital. After your demise, I shall return to admire your skull, relishing in it. The soulless, merciless tyrant Feng Changye clenched his fist tightly. Is my skull of such irresistible allure? Must you constantly think of observing it? His icy gaze fixated on Zhu Wuhuan's head, suppressing his rage. Were it not for the myriad of intriguing mysteries surrounding this enigmatic soul from 1,300 years in the future, he would have shattered that very head before him. Extracting the skull to examine it closely, taking a deep breath to quell his fury, he considered the knowledge this soul from the future possessed about events yet to unfold, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Calmly, he inquired, Empress, what is your perspective on your father's treason? Zhu Wuhuan's expression remained impassive. I shall repeat this 1,000 times. Me father is innocent, that a voice within her whispered. O tyrant, are you unaware? Your queen and the entire Zhu family met an unjust fate. According to historical records, Zhu Huaining did not betray his country, he feigned surrender. A mere month later, he subdued the Shiyuan tribe and returned triumphant with his forces. Who could have anticipated that upon enduring countless hardships to return to his homeland, he would be met not with the king's rewards, but with the harrowing news of the Zhu family's annihilation? Chapter 2. She aimed to eliminate the tyrant. Alas, the tyrant overheard. How could the venerable general, nearing 50, withstand such a thunderbolt? Overcome by fury and distress, he spewed blood and met his demise on the spot. Tyrant, you shall never know that had you waited merely a month longer, you would not have suffered the loss of General Zhu, your right-hand man. Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's innermost thoughts once again, Feng Changye's pupils constricted, his fingers, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly in an instant. How could this be? Was Zhu Huaining feigning surrender? Would he triumph after a mere month? A tumult of emotions surged within him, rendering him restless. The thought of how historically he had executed the entire Zhu family just 3 days later, leading this esteemed general to die of heartbreak, filled him with profound regret and an undercurrent of guilt. He pressed his palm tightly, fixating on the crown of Zhu Wuhuan's head. For the first time, he began to reflect. His irascible temperament truly needed reform. Drawing a deep breath, Feng Changye shut his eyes, striving to regain his composure. Fortunately, the Zhu family would not face execution for another 3 days. There was still time to amend the course of events. As he gazed once more at Zhu Wuhuan, he could not help but feel a twinge of defiance at the constant refrain of tyrant from this mysterious soul. Throughout history, which emperor had not shed blood? Why was he labeled the tyrant? He gazed intently at Zhu Wuhuan, asking, my queen, how do you perceive me? Without a moment's hesitation, she responded, Your Majesty is undoubtedly wise and mighty, a paragon of talent and strategy, capable of dominating the realm and instilling awe across the lands. Internally, however, she scoffed. In my eyes, you are certainly a grand pervert. My research prior to my transmigration centered on the life of Feng Changye, one of history's 3 great tyrants. Among the hundreds of emperors, you have the dubious honor of being deemed one of the 3 great tyrants. Do you not realize how perverse that is? Are you aware that I possess a thick tome detailing your historical records, filled with your incessant and gruesome exploits? It is fortunate for you that you met an early demise at the age of 26. Had you lived to 62, I fear the entire Great Ning dynasty would have been reduced to just you. The grand pervert, Feng Changye, glared icily. Whether I shall live to 62, I do not know, but I can assure you, woman, you shall never reach that age. He leaned slightly forward, his cool fingers gripping Zhu Wuhuan's chin with force. Do you truly wish to return to the Zhu family? Enduring the slight pain in her chin, Zhu Wuhuan thought, isn't that rather redundant? If I do not return to the Zhu family, shall I remain here in the palace as your queen, awaiting your demise to accompany you in death? To be interred together beneath the Qinling Mountains, only to have our graves unearthed decades later, with my skull fashioned into a wine bowl alongside yours? Such an honor is better bestowed upon other concubines. I cannot bear it. Feng Changye's forehead throbbed with veins. Can we please refrain from discussing skulls? With a cold flick of his wrist, Zhu Wuhuan felt a sharp pain in her chin and staggered, falling to the ground. He gazed down at her from his elevated position. You recently declared that I am wise, mighty, and talented. Such words indeed please my heart. I have changed my mind. Since the Empress is so adept at winning my favor, she shall remain in the palace, constantly seeking to please me. Zhu Wuhuan abruptly raised her head in astonishment. What nonsense is this? If you refuse to let me return to the Zhu family, how can I leave the capital? Observing her shocked expression and attuning to her innermost thoughts, Feng Changye felt a subtle sense of satisfaction. Am I toying with you? Did you not curse me rather delightfully? Continue your tirades, and I shall leisurely toy with your fate. He beckoned imperiously, summoning the imperial guards to confine the Empress within the Changlu Palace, forbidding anyone from visiting without his express permission. The guards knelt in unison at your command. Feng Changye cast a final glance at Zhu Wuhuan. His spirits lifted as he exited the inner chamber. Once outside, he signaled the guards to maintain silence, then silently approached a stone table in the courtyard to sit. He was curious to see what thoughts might occupy the mind of the woman from another era in his absence. Would she reminisce about her previous dynasty? His curiosity about this world a millennium hence was insatiable. As he listened to Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts, he discreetly surveyed the surrounding guards. Despite their numbers, he heard not a single whisper of their inner musings, not even a solitary thought of boredom or fatigue. Gently tapping the stone table with his fingers, he pondered. It was improbable that so many souls were devoid of thought. Rather, it was that he could not perceive their musings. Why then? Could he discern only Zhu Wuhuan's voice? Was it because she was not at this time within the palace? Once Feng Changye departed and the vast room was left in solitude, Zhu Wuhuan shed her guise of Empress. She hastily discarded the cumbersome royal robes and, clad in a simple garment, hurried to the mirror in the southwest corner. Gazing intently into the tarnished bronze mirror, she scrutinized her reflection. Those eyes, that nose, those lips, they were identical to her original form. Just as relief washed over her, she glanced down in dismay. No, there were differences. The 21st century version of herself had just graduated from university, a girl who had never even experienced romance. Yet this body belonged to a tyrant's empress, certainly no mere girl. Alas, to have been touched by a despot who had consorted with countless concubines, she felt sullied. If her soul had truly swapped with that of the Empress, it would be an unjust bargain for the Empress indeed. Transplanted into the modern world within her innocent body, she could have spent 2 years finding a gentle and considerate husband, free from the incessant kneeling before a tyrant, and without facing the impending threat of her family's execution in 3 days. The Empress had struck a veritable windfall. By contrast, she felt utterly robbed. In the courtyard, Feng Changye held the tea presented by the palace maid, a flicker of derision flashing in his eyes. What is all this commotion? What filth? I have devoted myself to governance since adulthood. Women only distract me from my duties. Therefore, I have never laid a hand on any woman, including you. The Empress whose heart harbors another man. Zhu Wuhuan, leaning before the vanity mirror, mourned her plight for a brief moment before pondering her escape from the palace. She would never remain by the side of a tyrant. Historical records depict him as irritable, cold-blooded, and merciless, a true emperor whose wrath could send corpses floating for miles. To serve such a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger. In her case, it feels more like being alongside a terrifying specter. Yet, how could she possibly escape this heavily guarded palace? She lacks the ability to fly. Why is it that others who traverse realms possess golden fingers, while she is devoid of any such advantages? With such a challenging beginning, how can she survive without a golden finger? Just as she was engulfed in despair, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Ding! Eliminate that tyrant, and we shall bind to the Empress system. Startled, she quickly composed herself, her heart swelling with joy. A system. Her golden finger had finally arrived. However, the name of this system seemed rather peculiar. Curiously, she inquired, "What is your name?" The system coldly replied, "Eliminate that tyrant, and we shall become the Empress." In the courtyard, Feng Changya's eyes darkened. With a firm grip, he crushed the teacup in his hand into dust. "What do you call yourself? Who do you intend to eliminate?" Chapter 3. This host is a bit reckless. The system is driven mad unbeknownst to Zhu Wuhuan. Her dialogue with the system was laid bare for Feng Changya to hear. She twirled her hair around her finger, her eyes darting playfully as she contemplated testing the temperament of her newfound system, whether it was accommodating or difficult to deal with. Understanding its character would greatly assist her in establishing a harmonious relationship moving forward. Thus, she cheerfully asked, "So, eliminating that tyrant means we become Empress, right? But which eliminate are you referring to?" The system fell silent. Was this host overly reckless? To come right out and drive straight to the point, was that truly wise? Not only did the system pause, but Feng Changya also rubbed his temples in disbelief. How could there exist such a libertine woman? This was utterly inappropriate. Was she truly just a naive girl who had never even been in love? How could he possibly trust her? In the palace chamber, after a few moments of silence, the system responded to Zhu Wuhuan with a hint of melancholy. "Then what do you think it means? If you desire the kind of eliminate you are implying, your only option would be to act as Empress in the bedroom. Do you truly expect to become Empress of the vast world?" Zhu Wuhuan blinked gently. Wow, didn't T seem angry? It appeared she was fortunate. Her system had a delightful disposition, promising a pleasant rapport in the future. With a kinder gaze, she smiled and said, "Oh, I apologize. I've read in many novels that systems often require the female lead to win the male lead's affection, engaging in various romantic exploits. I mistakenly thought you were one of those frivolous systems, urging me to, eliminate the tyrant in a rather scandalous manner." The system remained silent. After gauging its temperament, Zhu Wuhuan turned to more serious matters. "So, how do we eliminate the tyrant? You wouldn't have me recklessly charge and kill him, would you? Just to be clear, that's absolutely out of the question. I lack the courage of Jing Ku to assassinate the Qin emperor. If I were to kill him, I wouldn't survive either." The system remarked, "Do not worry. We shall take it step by step. Our immediate priority is to save the Zhu family. General Zhu wields considerable military power, and we must ensure that the Zhu family becomes your strongest ally in this rebellion." Zhu Wuhuan raised an eyebrow. Since the Zhu family had been mentioned, she decided to further probe into the system's emotional detachment. If this system lacked the fundamental morals and principles of humanity, and intended to compel her to commit heinous acts contrary to ethics, she would rather sever ties now. Thus, she feigned a demeanor of cold-heartedness and inquired, "Why should we save them?" General Zhu is unwaveringly loyal to the tyrant. Even though this body is his daughter's, he would never join me in rebellion. Instead, he would become an obstacle in my path. She spoke languidly. So, why not allow them to meet their fated demise as recorded in history? 3 days from now, the entire Zhu family will perish at the hands of the tyrant, and a month later, General Zhu will triumph, only to succumb to anger and illness, meeting a tragic end. Such a tale would surely evoke the wrath of the populace. Once the loyal General Zhu is no longer by the tyrant's side, we could incite public dissent to overthrow him. It is a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The system seemed taken aback, remaining silent for a full 5 seconds before responding. "Host, this body is that of the Zhu family's daughter. Are you truly willing to watch the entire Zhu family of 76 perish?" Zhu Wuhuan chuckled, "And what of it? This body is also the lawfully wedded wife of the tyrant. yet you still encourage me to eliminate my husband? The system fell silent once more for several seconds before replying. It is different. The Zhu family is filled with heroes who have committed no wrongs and can be saved. The tyrant's crimes are numerous and warrant his death. Zhu Wuhuan's gaze sparkled with surprise. This system actually possessed a sense of morality and principles. Thus, even if they were to collaborate, the system would not compel her to kill virtuous individuals. Feeling reassured, she leaned back in her chair, slightly squinting her eyes. Alas, the odds of success in a rebellion are rather slim, dear system. If the Zhu family were to perish, as history dictates, they would at least attain the title of heroes, revered by future generations. If I were to lead them in rebellion and ultimately fail, they would be forever tarnished alongside me. Tell me, am I saving them or dooming them? The system paused for a few seconds, stating with my assistance, "You shall never fail." Zhu Wuhuan feigned delight. Wow. Is that true? Dear system, you are truly remarkable. If your presence guarantees victory, then I have no desire to exert myself. I wish to be a lazy fish clinging to your side. So will you lead me to a victorious outcome? The system remained silent. What a truly insufferable individual I have encountered. Help! In the courtyard, Feng Changye felt his simmering anger dissipate with each of Zhu Wuhuan's playful interactions with the system. At this moment, sensing the system's exasperation, he couldn't help but smirk. He glanced at the tightly shut window. This woman, who had traversed through time, seemed to possess a hint of intrigue. At the very least, she was exceptionally skilled at eliciting irritation. If the one who was aggrieved were not him, as an observer, it would indeed sound particularly delightful. As for the system, he narrowed his eyes slightly. May the Ji family be blessed with heroic spirits, for they can be saved. His crimes are innumerable and deserving of death. In other words, had he not committed those heinous acts, this enigmatic system would not seek his demise. With a bit of cleverness, this woman from 1,000 years hence and mysterious system could become his tools for seizing power and unifying the realm. Just as earlier, he learned from her that Ji Huaining was feigning surrender, and victory could be his in a month. Armed with this knowledge, he would refrain from executing the entire Ji family, thus avoiding a grave error and rectifying his course. Moreover, he could introduce this woman to the ministers at court, leveraging her insights into historical figures to discern who are loyal subjects and who are treacherous rebels. With this thought, Feng Changye felt invigorated. He gazed at the closed window, a smirk gracing his lips. To rid me, the tyrant, in favor of a queen? Very well, let us see who ultimately prevails. In the palace chamber, the system was momentarily rendered speechless by Ji Wuhuan's audacity, quickly regaining its composure. Regardless of the host's audacity, they could not evade the responsibilities of the task. For this was the system's unwavering principle. It issued the task. Ding. Eliminate the tyrant Feng Changye. Side mission 1. Save the Ji family. The task has been assigned. The host is required to alter the tyrant Feng Changye's order to execute the Ji family within 3 days. Upon successful completion, 10 points will be awarded. Failure will result in a deduction of 50 points. Should the host's score fall to -200, the system will erase the host's soul, never to be reborn. Listening to the system's task announcement, Ji Wuhuan remained remarkably calm, particularly upon hearing that her soul would only be erased after a score of -200. A smile spread across her face. To fail once incurs a deduction of 50 points. Thus, she would need to fail consecutively 4 times to face obliteration. This system is truly delightful. It does not resort to threats like other systems. There are no penalties for failure, and even after a setback, she is granted 3 additional chances. How extraordinarily generous. She cheerfully inquired of the benevolent system. I've heard that systems often offer new player gift packs. Do you have one? Chapter 4. The shocked face of the tyrant. The system was at a loss for words. Why can't the host be as enthusiastic about tasks as in claiming a gift pack? Ji Wuhuan replied softly, Dear system, even a lazy donkey needs a carrot dangled before it to motivate its actions. I am lazier than that donkey. You must first show me a taste of your power before I am inspired to undertake the tasks. The system was once again speechless. It had never encountered a host so shameless in pursuit of rewards. After a moment of silence, A transparent page appeared before Zhu Wuhuan. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was a circular lottery wheel. The wheel comprised 24 segments, 18 of which contained a vial of nutrient solution, while the remaining 6 included one basic skill each in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with a strength pill and a skin fragrance pill. Zhu Wuhuan lamented. The system is rather stingy. Out of the 24 slots in the prize pool, 18 are filled with nutrient solutions. Given such a disproportionate allocation, I'm certain to draw one. But what practical use does this item serve? The system replied, What do you mean it's useless? In the palace, one often resorts to fasting as a form of intimidation. Consuming a nutrient solution allows you to go 3 days without feeling hunger, making it an excellent ally in your fasting endeavors. Zhu Wuhuan rolled her eyes. Who would fast? Did the tyrant even have the right to demand that of her? Bah! In the courtyard, Feng Changye's eyes glimmered slightly. Just moments ago, Zhu Wuhuan had mentally recited the names of the rewards while examining the prize pool. Thus, he was also privy to the nature of those rewards. Beginner skills in the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If she were to draw this item, would Zhu Wuhuan acquire these skills without the need for study? And what are strength pills and fragrant skin elixirs? As their names suggest, could they indeed transform one into a mighty warrior upon consumption? Would the elixir imbue the skin with a delightful fragrance? Setting aside these precious items, even the least valuable nutrient solution was quite remarkable. Just one consumption could stave off hunger for 3 days. If only he could equip each of his soldiers with a few, they would not need to carry heavy supplies and could march into battle with ease. Upon hearing of such wondrous items, Feng Changye was so astonished that he remained unfazed when Zhu Wuhuan sarcastically remarked that he was unworthy of her fasting. Worthiness was not hers to determine. It was the decree of the emperor that mattered. Should he wish for her to fast, she would undoubtedly find it impossible to consume even a morsel. In the palace chamber, after her complaints, Zhu Wuhuan closed her eyes and began to draw. What if fortune smiled upon her, and she drew one of the other 6 slots? With a gentle tap of her finger, the pointer began to spin rapidly. She was so anxious that she dared not look. It was not until a ringing sound echoed that she abruptly opened her eyes. With her heart racing, she glanced at the spinning wheel and nearly leaped with excitement. The strength pill. I actually drew the strength pill. She gleefully patted her chest. Oh, my system. Why aren't you corporeal? If you were, I would hug you and give you a great big kiss. I adore you so much. The system was somewhat taken aback. A 24-to-1 chance, and she had actually drawn it? After the initial shock, the system felt a surge of happiness. This host seemed to possess remarkable luck. Luck, after all, is a component of one's strength. If the host is fortunate, the success rate of their tasks increases. Thus, the system sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations, host. Do you wish to consume the strength pill now? Zhu Wuhuan cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Will there be any adverse effects from consuming the strength pill? The system assured her. Rest assured, there will be no discomfort. However, the strength pill will stimulate your muscle cells, tripling your inherent strength. Therefore, for the next 3 hours, your muscles will be in a heightened state of excitement, and you must carefully control your strength to prevent causing any damage. Zhu Wuhuan felt reassured. Transport it to my palm. I shall consume it immediately. In the next moment, a small azure orb materialized in her fair palm. She examined the orb briefly before swiftly tossing it into her mouth. The mastery of power, after all, must be attained early to inspire confidence. As soon as she swallowed it, she heard footsteps approaching the doorway. Turning her head, she was astonished to see Feng Changye, who had long departed. She gasped, wondering why this tyrant had returned. Quickly, she swallowed again, relieved that she had already ingested the pill. Otherwise, should this tyrant discover it, he would undoubtedly question her about its origin, leading to troublesome explanations. Feng Changye paused momentarily upon sensing Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts. With his eyes cast downward, a flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze. Had she already swallowed it? As soon as he heard her draw the lucky pill in the courtyard, he had immediately entered, eager to witness how the wondrous system would deliver the strength-enhancing pill to Zhu Wuhuan's hand. Alas, he was a step too late. She had already consumed it. He swiftly concealed his emotions and approached Zhu Wuhuan with a composed demeanor. Observing her merely clad in undergarments, he frowned. Such dishevelment was unbecoming. He glanced at the royal robe she had carelessly discarded to the side. How could she so disdainfully toss aside this garment, a symbol of imperial status? Zhu Wuhuan followed his gaze to the discarded attire, remaining unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain. She thought to herself, "What are you staring at? What significance does the queen's robe hold? I intend to usurp your position and will eventually don your dragon robe myself." Upon hearing her inner musings, Feng Changye's gaze darkened, and he was tempted to bestow upon her a most gruesome death. The queen? He stood with arms crossed, his gaze icy as he awaited her to rise and pay her respects. Zhu Wuhuan returned his gaze, waiting for him to speak. Neither moved, maintaining their locked stare. After several seconds, Feng Changye spoke in a low tone. "Has the queen now become so reckless as to disregard me entirely?" Zhu Wuhuan smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to bow before this tyrant. Reluctantly, she rose and slowly knelt, grumbling inwardly. "If I must pay my respects, I shall treat it as if you have already passed. Consider this my premature funeral tribute. Safe travels to you." Feng Changye was taken aback by her thoughts, his eyes narrowing in indignation. How audacious! Fury surged within him, compelling him to consider meting out severe punishment to Zhu Wuhuan. Yet, suddenly, he found himself pondering something else. Wait, was it only this audacious, time-traveling girl who harbored such rebellious thoughts upon kneeling? Or did all the ministers and servants bowing before him entertain similar sentiments? If every individual who knelt before him proclaimed "Long live the emperor" while secretly wishing for his demise, how could he face them in the future? He sighed, observing her unwillingness, and concluded that such a gesture of respect was hardly worthy. "Very well, your reluctance renders this tribute insignificant," he remarked coolly. "If it were anyone else, they would surely feel a sense of trepidation, immediately kneeling and bowing in apology. However, Zhu Wuhuan was different. She stood tall and straight, exuding an air of satisfaction as she expressed her gratitude. "This humble servant thanks your majesty." Feng Changye gazed at her with a deep, contemplative look. "Ah, as expected of one who wishes to eliminate me. How utterly audacious." With a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. "Accompany me to the Taiji Hall." This woman had just consumed a powerful pill, and according to the system, she might be unable to control her strength for the next 3 hours, potentially causing havoc. He intended to keep her close, to witness firsthand the astonishing effects of that pill. Zhu Wuhuan frowned at his tall, imposing figure. Is he out his mind? Why go to Taiji Hall? Has your majesty forgotten that just a quarter of an hour ago, you mentioned confining me to the Changle Palace? So, the mighty emperor's words are as fleeting as the wind? Chapter 5, How Dare You Slander Me, as one with a proclivity for the same sex? Feng Changye inhaled deeply. Had he not learned to master his expressions under the tutelage of the Grand Tutor from a young age, he would have surely been exasperated by this audacious woman many times over. Upon reaching the entrance to the imperial chambers, he glanced back. "Still not moving? Do you expect me to have imperial guards carry you?" He called out. "Someone, wait. This humble servant will move right away." Zhu Wuhuan hastily began to don the royal robe she had picked up from the floor. She certainly did not wish to be carried out like a pig in bondage by the guards. After all, she aspired to be an empress. Such a humiliating history would be too disgraceful. Feng Changye was nearly amused by her inner thoughts. Observing her slender figure, he stepped outside. "A pig, you say? More like a slender bamboo pole." A quarter of an hour passed after Feng Changye returned to the Wigidian, and Zhu Wuhuan finally arrived, albeit with a delay. It was not intentional. She had merely been perplexed by the intricacies of the phoenix robe. She could not comprehend why such a beautiful garment had to be designed with such a convoluted method of wearing. After a considerable struggle, guided by the system, she managed to tie the sash, fasten the gem-studded belt, and adorn herself with various golden and jade ornaments at her waist. Balancing the lengthy hem of her skirt in both hands, she clumsily stepped over the high threshold, casting a furtive glare at Feng Changye. This tyrant is to blame. Upon receiving news of the Empress's father betraying the country, he sent all the palace maids and eunuchs from the Empress's palace to the punishment department, leaving me with no attendants. Even a single maid would have sufficed. Why must she struggle so to dress herself? Feng Changye, engrossed in reviewing memorials at his desk, quietly lifted his gaze towards Zhu Wuhuan. You cannot dress yourself and yet cast blame on others? Moreover, do the garments from 1,000 years hence differ so greatly from those of today that you cannot manage? However, Feng Changye pondered further. Since he did not intend to kill her, it was indeed impractical for her to remain without any maidservants. He would have Su Qiu, the maid sent by the Zhu family, return to the Changel Palace shortly. She will inevitably have to interact with the Zhu family in the future, and without a familiar maid to guide her, she might not even distinguish who is the brother-in-law and who is the elder brother among them. There are many matters he wishes to verify through her, thus she cannot afford to perish just yet. Xiao Yuanzai, prepare a seat. With a glance at Zhu Wuhuan, Feng Changye casually instructed the young eunuch beside him. Yes, the eunuch bowed respectfully and turned to summon a chair adorned with an embroidered cushion, inviting Zhu Wuhuan to sit. Zhu Wuhuan's earlier vexation upon arriving at the Taiji Hall dissipated entirely when she heard Feng Changye call for Xiao Yuanzai. She suddenly turned her head, her eyes gleaming as she scrutinized the young eunuch. Wow, is this the illustrious Lord Yuan of history? He truly possesses delicate features, resembling a beautiful maiden. As she observed him, she gracefully settled into the chair, and even as Xiao Yuanzai turned to serve tea, her gaze lingered on him with reluctance. Meanwhile, at the table, Feng Changye paused in his actions upon perceiving Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts. The renowned Lord Yuan? He subtly raised his head, scrutinizing Xiao Yuanzai with a hint of skepticism. This eunuch, who had been by his side since he was 8, could there be something amiss? After all, how could an ordinary eunuch etch his name into the annals of history? Your Highness, tea. Xiao Yuanzai presented a cup of steaming tea with utmost reverence to Zhu Wuhuan. She accepted it with a bright smile. As she watched Xiao Yuanzai lean in, a voice within her cried out in excitement. Ah, this Lord Yuan is not only handsome, but his voice is incredibly melodious as well. No wonder the unofficial histories claim that his charm is unmatched in the palace, captivating not just numerous ministers, but even the tyrant Feng Changye himself. The unofficial tales further suggested that Feng Changye, in a display of affection, had even eliminated the 3,000 beauties of the harem, favoring him alone. Such a beautiful and considerate young darling. If it were her, she would surely fall in love as well. With this thought, she covertly glanced at Feng Changye, her lovely eyes sparkling with mischief. Reflecting on her high school days spent pursuing numerous BL novels inspired by Feng Changye and Lord Yuan, she found herself vividly recalling those tales. The tyrant's possessive love, the eunuch's futile attempts to escape his grasp. What an exhilarating narrative! To think that she could now witness firsthand this cold tyrant's fierce affection for the beautiful eunuch. She felt that perhaps crossing over to this realm was not such a bad fortune after all. Feng Changye, attuned to her thoughts, felt his spine stiffen gradually. After a few moments of stunned silence, he finally comprehended the implications. His gaze lowered, darkening with suppressed fury. His fingers, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly enough to turn his knuckles white. Zhu Wuhuan, what nonsense are you conjuring in your mind? How dare you insinuate that I harbor deep affections for Xiao Yuanzai? I am a man. How could I possibly have such feelings for him? Is it your mind that is troubled, or mine? Furthermore, from which unofficial history did these slanderous tales arise? How dare they defame me as one who favors the same sex? I shall annihilate their entire lineage. As Feng Changye was seething with anger, ready to overturn the table, a sudden, crisp sound resonated through the grand hall. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to discover that Zhu Wuhuan's teacup had shattered. He observed her, bewildered, clutching the broken cup, seemingly startled, with scalding tea spilling over her hands yet showing no reaction. However, unbeknownst to him, she was fervently exclaiming in her heart to the system, "Oh my goodness, system! Has the strength-enhancing pill taken effect?" I was so engrossed in watching Xiaoyu that I neglected my grip and inadvertently crushed this teacup. The system responded with calm assurance. "Host, This body is that of a general's daughter, trained from a young age, thus possessing strength twice that of an ordinary woman. You can effortlessly lift items weighing over 100 pounds. Now, with the strength-enhancing pill augmenting your original power threefold, you can easily wield weapons weighing 300 to 400 pounds, so shattering a teacup is quite natural. Zhu Wuhuan was ecstatic. The thought of being able to lift 300 to 400 pounds with her bare hands made her thrill with joy. No one could bully her anymore. Just as she was reveling in her excitement, she suddenly sensed a piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixed upon her. She hastily looked up and met Feng Changya's eyes, her heart tightening. Unable to explain her ability to crush the teacup with her bare hands, she chose to play the part of a dramatic victim, tears brimming as she accused him. "Your Majesty, how cruel you are! If you wish to scald me to death, why not pour boiling water directly upon me? Why feign kindness by offering me tea only to use a broken cup to scald my hands?" Chapter 6. The tyrant is driven mad by her insolence impudence. Feng Changya's gaze was fixed sternly upon Zhu Wuhuan. This audacious woman, had he not been able to hear her thoughts and known that she had shattered the cup herself, would he have been unjustly blamed for her actions today? Am I the one being insolent, Your Majesty? Zhu Wuhuan held back her tears, unafraid. After all, she was embodying the wronged Empress facing execution. It was only natural to suspect that the tyrant intended to harm her under such circumstances. It aligned perfectly with her character. With tears glistening in her eyes, she slowly rose, lifting her scalded hands for Feng Changya to see. "If you wish to cripple these hands, I shall gladly sever them and present them to you. It hardly warrants such concern from Your Majesty." She shook her head, a mix of laughter and tears choking her voice. "Earlier in Changlu Palace, when you invited me to the Tai Chi Hall, I was overjoyed. I thought you intended to spare the Zhu family, so I eagerly accompanied you. Little did I expect. You did not intend to grant leniency, but rather to punish me here." She lowered her head, tears threatening to spill. She deliberately trembled her hands, whispering, "At this moment, my hands ache, yet it pales in comparison to the pain in my heart." Raising her gaze to Feng Changya, her beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow. "Your Majesty, since you bear no semblance of marital affection, why insist on bringing me to the Tai Chi Hall to vex your sight?" She simply turned and walked away, her hands trembling, her sorrowful expression evident as she made her way toward the door. Observing the once exalted Empress, now retreating with such a despondent demeanor, the palace maids and eunuchs in the Tai Chi Hall could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. How pitiful the Empress seemed! But why should she be held accountable for her father's treachery and betrayal? Surely, the Emperor should not implicate her in such matters. Feng Changya sensed the furtive glances from the palace attendants, and a vein throbbed at his temple. He cast a scornful glance at them. A group of ignorant and foolish servants. Did they truly believe the Empress was deserving of their pity? No, she was likely reveling in her current situation. As he listened intently, he indeed heard Zhu Wuhuan's inner voice. "Haha, system, what score would you give my splendid performance just now? Don't hesitate to inflate my ego. If the full score is 10, please grant me an 11. The system replied, exasperated, "Host, I advise you to tread carefully. You must recognize that you are facing one of the 3 greatest tyrants in history, a person with an unconventional mindset, capable of killing without a flicker of an eye. Should you provoke his ire with such slander, what would happen if he decided to end you with a single stroke?" Zhu Wuhuan confidently reassured the system, "Rest easy. Who would believe that a frail woman like me could shatter this cup? The tyrant will surely think it was due to the cup's poor quality, that it cracked when hot tea was poured. Then he will suspect that the chief eunuch of the Directorate of Internal Affairs has been providing inferior goods, and he will undoubtedly issue a furious order for a thorough investigation." I recall that during this tyrant's reign, the chief eunuch of the Directorate was a distant relative of his mother, who, under her protection, indulged in corruption and was no stranger to heinous acts. Let him investigate. It will serve that scoundrel right. Upon hearing her thoughts, the system fell silent, recognizing her cunning. Meanwhile, Feng Changya, having also overheard her inner musings, felt his anger momentarily suppressed. He furrowed his brow, Could the chief eunuch of the directorate truly be guilty of such corruption and heinous crimes? What significant atrocity could arise from a mere procurement office that warranted a mention in history, known even a millennium later? He gazed at Zhu Wuhuan's retreating figure, his eyes deep with contemplation. Since this woman had conveniently provided him with a pretext to scrutinize the directorate, how could he not take advantage of it? In light of her valuable information, he would show magnanimity and overlook her previous insolence. Stop. He set down his vermilion brush and spoke as she had anticipated. If I wish to render your hands useless, there are countless methods available. Why resort to such means? The cup shattering is not my doing. It must be the cup's fault. He turned to Xiao Yuanzai. When you fetched the cup, did you notice any cracks? Xiao Yuanzai was terrified. After all, if the cup shattered in the emperor's hands, scalding him with hot tea, his life would be forfeit. He fell to his knees with a thud, crying out in protest. Your Majesty, the servant has followed you for many years, and you understand my temperament better than anyone. You have always praised my meticulousness in handling matters. Throughout these years, anything destined for your presence has been thoroughly inspected by me. I would never allow a cracked cup to enter your esteemed palace. Feng Changye gazed down at the terrified Xiao Yuanzai, his heart filled with compassion. Today's incident was indeed an undeserved calamity for Xiao Yuanzai, who was clearly frightened by the antics of Zhu Wuhuan. He cast a casual glance at Zhu Wuhuan, only to find her already turned around, her gaze intensely fixed upon him and Xiao Yuanzai. When he looked down at Xiao Yuanzai, the sympathy in his eyes was fully captured by Zhu Wuhuan, whose inner thoughts erupted with a fervent cry. Ah, system, look, the historical texts do not deceive me. There's indeed something amiss between the tyrant and Xiao Yuanzai. Just look at how terrified Xiao Yuanzai is, shivering in fear. The system replied, I do not quite comprehend the sentiments of you, the Fujoshi. Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's inner voice, Feng Changye felt an affinity for the system at that moment. Truly, it articulated his own feelings. He too could not fathom why women were so engrossed in the romantic entanglements of two men. What evidence of intimacy was there between him and Xiao Yuanzai? He cast a deep glance at Zhu Wuhuan and then closed his eyes to gather his composure. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. Should he lose his temper, the woman would surely discover that he could hear her thoughts. After much self-reassurance, he finally regained his composure. He addressed Zhu Wuhuan, asserting that since the matter of the shattered teacup was unrelated to him or Xiao Yuanzai, there must be another culprit. With a knowing expression, he mused that it was undoubtedly some scoundrels, drawing a salary from him while shirking their duties, who were responsible for this debacle. Zhu Wuhuan, having broken the teacup, felt as though she had been scolded. She silently chastised the tyrant in her heart. You are the true scoundrel, and your entire family is comprised of scoundrels. Feng Changye smirked slightly and then turned his gaze to Xiao Yuanzai. Xiao Yuanzai, investigate whether those rascals in the Internal Affairs Court have embezzled funds and engaged in shoddy dealings. He said leisurely, it may be acceptable for the teacup to have shattered in the queen's hands. After all, she does not seem to care for her own hands, casually suggesting they could be severed and sent to me. But my hands are of utmost value. If this shattered cup and its scalding contents were to injure my hands, the entire Internal Affairs Court shall be summoned to answer for it. Chapter 7. The Queen's Mishap. Eunuch Yuan is the true favorite. Zhu Wuhuan gazed at the tyrant with a hint of melancholy. Why must you belittle me while speaking? In her heart, she confided to the system, I suddenly find your name quite appealing. If I eliminate that tyrant, I shall become the Empress. The system chuckled in delight. Previously, the host had shown signs of lethargy, reluctant to consider the act of regicide to become Empress. Yet, who would have anticipated that the tyrant would so obligingly provoke the host, igniting her competitive spirit? It silently cheered, urging, let the conflict commence. The sooner these two quarrel, the sooner I can complete this task. While Zhu Wuhuan contemplated the tyrant's demise, Xiao Yuanzai was already expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the decree received. He bowed thrice with fervor. The emperor, having entrusted him with the investigation of the imperial household, indicated that he still held the emperor's favor. He had not fallen from grace. After completing his bows, He rose and prepared to refill Feng Changye's teacup before departing to conduct his inquiries. As he approached Feng Changye, the latter turned to look at him. "Is your leg paining?" Feng Changye inquired softly, his gaze fixed on the young man's leg. Zhao Yuanzai, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude, assuring the emperor that his leg was not in pain and beseeching him to cease worrying about the matter. Feng Changye shook his head, stating, "You sustained this leg ailment in service of my rescue. How could I possibly forget?" He waved his hand dismissively, instructing him to return and apply some medicinal alcohol. "I have said countless times that if you must kneel, do so slowly. Do not suddenly drop to your knees, lest you aggravate your old injury." With tears glistening in his eyes, Zhao Yuanzai nodded obediently. The outside world may label their emperor as a tyrant, yet he was anything but. The emperor was the finest of masters. While he may have a fiery temper, he was deeply sentimental. For every ounce of kindness shown to him, he would return tenfold. Zhao Yuanzai had the most authority to speak on this, having been by the emperor's side since he was 7, never once experiencing mistreatment. Feng Changye watched as Zhao Yuanzai straightened his back with effort while exiting the Tai Chi hall, letting out a gentle sigh. Before he could fully exhale, he suddenly turned to face Zhu Wuhuan. Meeting her gaze, filled with curiosity akin to that of an onlooker, he felt a lump in his throat. He had foolishly believed the wild tales, forgetting the rumors that painted him and Zhao Yuanzai in a scandalous light. Those tales had betrayed him. She must have misinterpreted the nature of his relationship with Zhao Yuanzai once again. Sure enough, in the next moment, he heard Zhu Wuhuan, who had remained quiet for some time, erupt in a flurry of thoughts. "Ah, this tyrant and the little eunuch are truly delightful to ship. Oh my, compared to Eunuch Yuan, my original self as the Empress was utterly insignificant. Previously, my original self knelt in the Chonglu Palace for so long, and now that I have traversed through time, I continue to kneel. Yet, did the tyrant show any concern for my plight? Not a word was uttered. But Eunuch Yuan is different. After just a few seconds of kneeling, the tyrant is already deeply concerned. Although I could not hear their conversation, just by observing the way he looked at Eunuch Yuan's knee and the shape of his lips, I knew he was asking if Eunuch Yuan was in pain. "Oh, dear, pain? No pain. Oh." And he is so concerned that he does not want Eunuch Yuan to serve him anymore, urging him to rest. Eunuch Yuan is truly the favored consort. No wonder the tales say that later. The tyrant personally executed all the concubines in the harem to express his love for Eunuch Yuan. Eunuch Yuan is his beloved treasure. How could he allow those concubines to become an obstacle, causing his dear heart to suffer? Alas, it is a pity for those concubines. They are destined to be mere cannon fodder, just like me. Zhu Wuhuan's inner thoughts resonated in Feng Changye's mind without a single word escaping him. Each thought struck him like a hammer, leaving his head buzzing. He clenched the hand that rested beneath the table tightly, and then tightened his grip even further. He must restrain himself. Otherwise, he fears he might immediately draw his sword and strike down this woman who repeatedly regards him as a mere plaything. Clenching his fists for several breaths, he finally subdued the fire raging within his heart. His gaze bore heavily upon Zhu Wuhuan. "What peculiar look does the Empress cast upon me? Who grants you the audacity to gaze directly at my countenance? I acknowledge my fault." Zhu Wuhuan lowered her head. Yet she did not kneel to beg for forgiveness. A voice within her murmured, "How unfortunate it is that my parents did not grant me a male form, or that I cannot behold you with the demure gaze of Eunuch Yuan." When Eunuch Yuan gazed upon you with tears in his eyes, you did not rebuke him for his boldness, nor scold him for staring directly at your visage. Instead, you lingered, watching him depart from the Tai Chi hall with reluctance. Ah, the double standards are truly remarkable. Feng Changye took a deep breath. To prevent this woman from deepening her misunderstandings, he forcibly rationalized his actions. Was it my treatment of the young Yuan that puzzled you, leading to your odd scrutiny? He gazed out the window, reminiscing about the past. In those days, I was harmed by my elder brother and fell from a precipice. The young Yuan, without a thought for his own life, followed me down the cliff in an attempt to save me. He grasped my arm, leveraging his own body to switch places with me, cushioning my fall at the bottom of the cliff. He sustained multiple injuries, a ruptured spleen, and a broken left leg. Had it not been for my personal guard arriving in time to transport him for medical attention, his leg would have been irreparably damaged, and he might have perished. He returned his gaze to Zhu Wuhuan, enunciating each word with gravity. In this world, only he, the young Yuan, would dare to risk his life for me. Thus, my treatment of him naturally differs from that of others. Do you comprehend? Zhu Wuhuan had not anticipated such a profound tale of loyalty and sacrifice behind the tyrant and the young eunuch. She was visibly moved and nodded understanding. Feng Changya exhaled in relief. However, he soon heard her curse it in her thoughts. System, I finally understand why Feng Changya loves eunuch Yuan so deeply, willing to become a mere plaything for him. This is a bond forged through sacrifice, a commitment through life and death. He fell from the cliff, and without hesitation, eunuch Yuan followed, giving everything to cushion his fall and save his life. Let's be honest, could the Empress do such a thing? Could any of the 3,000 beauties in the harem? None could. Only eunuch Yuan could. Alas, such an earth-shattering sentiment. Not just the tyrant, but I too would fall for eunuch Yuan. Zhu Wuhuan reveled in her conversation with the system, oblivious to the fact that the tyrant upon the dragon throne was on the verge of being driven to madness by her. Feng Changya clenched the vermilion brush tightly. His gaze icy. You claim to understand, yet I believed you truly comprehended. In reality, you grasped nothing. Your mind is solely occupied with the romantic tales of history concerning me and the young Yuan, is it not? I specifically shared this with you to convey that the young Yuan is my benefactor, deserving of my extra consideration. This is not love. Not love. Not at all. Closing his eyes, he suppressed his indignation and cast a weary glance at Zhu Wuhuan. Never mind. After all, this woman has traversed from future era. Thanks to the tales of bygone eras, the love story between him and Xiao Yuanzizi has been passed down for over a millennium. This woman has harbored an unwavering belief in their true love since childhood. Such a notion has taken root within her, defying simple explanations. However, to elaborate further today would only reveal his ability to hear her innermost thoughts. Perhaps it would be better to seize a more opportune moment for clarification. In any case, the stigma of the severed sleeve, he, a dignified emperor, shall never bear. Chapter 8. Do you long for the remembrance of eunuch Yuan? Xiao Yuanzizi has gone to investigate the imperial household department. Your Majesty, please allow me to prepare tea for you. Feng Changya cast a glance at Zhu Wuhuan, then lowered his head to review the memorials. Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback. As she approached the dragon table with the teacup, she silently lamented to the system, Goodness, he intends to annihilate my entire family, yet he dares to have me serve him tea. Is he not afraid that I might poison him during the brewing process and take us both to our doom? Such audacity. It's no wonder he met his untimely end 3 years later. If he doesn't tea perish, who will? The system, unusually aligned with her perspective, remarked, You are correct. This tyrant's line of thought indeed deviates from the norm. I cannot fathom why he summoned you to the Taiji Hall after declaring his intent to confine you. What could be the purpose of your presence? Feng Changya, with his head bowed, listened to the pair's jests directed at him. He had grown more composed than before. Such trivial jests no longer disturbed his tranquility. He pondered the significance of summoning Zhu Wuhuan. Beyond observing the effects of the powerful pill, he naturally sought to exploit this opportunity to pardon the Zhu family from their capital punishment. Having witnessed the efficacy of the powerful pill, it was time to concoct a reason to exonerate the Zhu family. Reluctantly, Zhu Wuhuan approached Feng Changya, lifting the teacup and tray before turning to retreat to the rear hall to brew tea. How dare you make me kneel before you earlier, and now have me serve you like a mere servant? You, tyrant, do you deserve the service of this young lady? After taking a few steps, a cunning idea struck her. She tightened her grip on the teacup, and with a resounding crash, it shattered. Feigning shock, she held the shards and turned innocently to Feng Changya, preemptively accusing, Your Majesty, you must have eunuch Yuan thoroughly investigate the imperial household department. Their audacity knows no bounds. Look, the quality of this batch of teacups is appalling. Even this one you use has shattered. Her expression was one of feigned terror as she patted her heart, adding, "Fortunately, this cup broke in my hands. Had I brewed a scalding cup of tea for you, and it shattered while you held it, your majesty, your invaluable hands could have been scalded beyond repair." Feng Changya tightened his grip on the brush, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Zhu Wuhuan's innocent eyes. Witnessing her masterful performance, he felt an overwhelming urge to set down his pen and applaud her. Truly splendid. Another teacup ruined. Were it not for his ability to hear her thoughts, and to hear her declare that he, the tyrant, did not deserve her service, he might have genuinely believed that this batch of teacups was defective. As he pondered, a subtle change flickered in his gaze. No, even if he could hear her innermost thoughts, would he not have to pretend to be deceived by her? Could he really stand up and point at her, declaring that the cup was sound, and it was she who shattered it? He could not reveal his ability to read minds. Instead, he was condemned to play the fool alongside this wretched woman, being duped by her. He suppressed the turmoil within, quickly cultivating a facade of calm. With a sudden, forceful motion, he snapped the brush in two with a sharp crack. He fixed his eyes on her, his expression darkening with anger. The Ministry of Internal Affairs truly had the audacity. Now that he had caught the instigator, he vowed to execute her in the most brutal manner imaginable. Zhu Wuhuan felt a chill creep down her spine. It was peculiar. The tyrant was clearly enraged at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, yet she felt an unsettling coolness. "Your Majesty," she addressed, steadying herself to look at Feng Changya. He replied coolly, "Fetch me a cup of cold tea. That audacious scoundrel from the ministry has truly vexed me, and I require the cooling effect of cold tea to temper my fury." Zhu Wuhuan couldn't shake the feeling that the scoundrel he cursed was indeed her, considering she was the one who had broken the teacup. She curtsied and retreated to the inner hall to prepare the tea. Alas, it seemed she could not escape this obligation today. She followed the palace maid into the inner hall, where several ornate shelves displayed an array of exquisite porcelain jars, each meticulously sealed with tea leaves. A glance revealed a row of unfamiliar varieties: Mengding Shihua, Xishanbai Lu, Xinya Shihua, and Shenquan Xiaotuan. She had no knowledge or fondness for tea and quickly averted her gaze. Turning her attention to the left, she noticed a small red clay stove by the window, boiling water with steam wafting up, always ready for the tyrant's tea. Nearby, a long table was adorned with a line of delicate green porcelain teacups and an exquisite teapot. Zhu Wuhuan inquired of the young eunuch tending the fire, "Is there any cold tea prepared?" The eunuch promptly bowed and presented a pot of cold tea. "Your Majesty, this is the prepared cold tea." "Very well." Zhu Wuhuan nodded, casually gesturing to a teacup. "Pour me a cup." The eunuch was taken aback, glancing between the pot and her. "Your Majesty, should you not be the one to serve the emperor? How can a mere water servant pour tea for him while you stand idly by?" He looked at her, while she returned his gaze, thinking, "You are unworthy to serve the tyrant, and he is unworthy of the tea I pour." "Pour it," she commanded. The young eunuch hesitated, casting a few furtive glances at her, but ultimately acquiesced, turning to wash his already clean hands before pouring the tea. As he poured, he contemplated, alas, the pitiful Empress must be deeply disheartened by the emperor. Even we servants can perceive her reluctance to serve him. Yet, one cannot blame her. Everyone knows the Zhu family is filled with loyal and valiant souls. In these times, to suffer such a fate of complete annihilation is enough to chill the heart of anyone. As the young eunuch poured tea, the idle Zhu Wuhuan surveyed the table with keen interest. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a gem-encrusted dagger hidden beneath the table. She was taken aback. How could there be a dagger here? Approaching, she picked it up and began to toy with it, inquiring of the eunuch. "Given that we are near His Majesty's Tai Chi Hall, weapons ought to be strictly forbidden." The eunuch finished pouring the tea and covered the cup. Upon noticing the dagger in Zhu Wuhuan's hand, he replied respectfully, in response to Her Majesty, "This dagger belongs to Eunuch Yuan. His Majesty holds Eunuch Yuan in high regard and has expressly permitted him to carry a dagger for self-defense. He must have left it behind in his haste." Zhu Wuhuan furrowed her brow as she examined the dagger, feeling an indistinct sense of unease, yet unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort. She dismissed the thought, placing the dagger back beneath the table before proceeding to the Tai Chi Hall with the cold tea in hand. Upon reaching the side of Feng Changya, she offered him the teacup, which he accepted. "Did you see the dagger in the tea room?" he inquired, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "Yes," Zhu Wuhuan affirmed. "Does your majesty desire it? I could fetch it for you. With eunuch Yuan absent, it would be convenient for you to have it nearby, perhaps to reminisce about him." The tea truly felt unpalatable at that moment. Chapter 9. Restoring the Memories of Empress Zhu. An urgent matter, Feng Changya merely moistened his lips before setting the teacup back on the table. He then posed a pointed question to Zhu Wuhuan. "The dagger is within your reach. Why do you not wield it to coerce me into granting clemency to your entire family?" Startled, Zhu Wuhuan lifted her gaze, meeting Feng Changya's striking eyes. In that instant, the source of her earlier unease crystallized in her mind. The dagger had been deliberately placed in the tea room by Feng Changya for her to see. Heavens! What a heartless and cunning tyrant. Fortunately, I am not the original Empress. Had she been here, filled with hatred for the tyrant, and spotted the dagger, even if she suspected it to be a trap, she would have risked everything to save her family. In doing so, she would have fallen into the tyrant's scheme. Zhu Wuhuan conversed with the system in mere seconds. She met the scheming, heartless tyrant's gaze with resolve, responding candidly to his earlier query, "Your Majesty." Such words are truly ridiculous. My Zhu family is loyal and valiant, each member a patriot. How could we ever use a dagger to threaten your Majesty? The once indifferent Feng Changya, who had just been called a heartless tyrant, feigned indifference, replying, "Oh, even if I were to decree the death of your entire family?" "Yes." Zhu Wuhuan articulated the sentiments of her loyal family. "Should your Majesty unjustly condemn us, even if we perish, history will eventually vindicate us. However, if we were to rebel, even if we escaped the capital, we could never evade the scorn of history. Therefore we, the Zhu family, would rather die by your Majesty's hand than commit regicide." With those words, she sighed internally. Zhu Jia's loyalty is indeed genuine, yet such unwavering devotion appears rather foolish. What could possibly be more significant than one's own life? She stepped back and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, the loyalty of the Zhu family is evident to heaven and earth. I beseech your Majesty to grant the Zhu family an opportunity to clear their name." Feng Changya's mood lightened slightly. He was exceedingly pleased with Zhu Wuhuan's cooperation. Today, he had intentionally placed a dagger in the tea room, wishing to test this time-traveling woman to see if she would dare to assassinate him, the Emperor, with a weapon in her grasp. Should she refrain from taking action, he could use this as a pretext to pardon the Zhu family from their capital offenses. The current developments were aligning closely with his expectations. Although this time-traveling woman possessed a system designed to overthrow tyrants and claim the title of Empress, she exhibited no intention of harm towards him at present. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as a glimmer of pleasure flickered in his eyes. Despite having the opportunity to threaten him, the Empress showed no inclination to do so. Indeed, he perceived the loyalty of the Zhu family reflected in her. He seized the moment, his slender fingers grasping the brush, as he elegantly inscribed an imperial decree and presented it to Zhu Wuhuan. "Here, take it. I hereby pardon the Zhu family from their capital offenses. However, while the death penalty may be averted, the living crimes remain unpunished. The matter of Zhu Huining's betrayal remains inconclusive. Thus, your family shall be held under house arrest at the general's residence as hostages. Should Zhu Huining truly defect and lead the Shiyuan tribe to invade my great Ning territory, I shall use your entire family as a sacrifice." Zhu Wuhuan raised her hands, respectfully accepting the decree handed to her by Feng Changya. "This humble servant expresses profound gratitude to your Majesty for your celestial grace on behalf of the Zhu family." Feng Changya acknowledged with a sound of approval. "Return to Changlu Palace to prepare. I shall have the Imperial Guard escort you back to the general's residence to announce the decree. You must return to the palace before nightfall." Upon hearing she could leave the palace, Zhu Wuhuan's eyes brightened. Yet, the requirement to return before dark cast a shadow of disappointment over her. Alas, this tyrant, while feigning kindness by sending the Imperial Guard to escort her, was merely keeping her under surveillance. With so many eyes upon her, how could she possibly escape the capital? After expressing her gratitude, Zhu Wuhuan rose, clutching the decree as she departed the Tai Chi Hall for Changlu Palace. Feng Changye watched her retreating figure with a slight smirk. Did she still entertain thoughts of fleeing the capital? Did she not wish to eliminate him, the tyrant, and ascend as empress? Zhu Wuhuan rode back to Changlu Palace in the imperial carriage. Throughout the journey, she toyed with the decree, her expression somewhat dazed. Internally, she pondered, "System, have I already completed the task of saving the Zhu family without even taking action?" The system's typically cold voice carried a hint of delight, indeed. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. 10 points have been credited to your account." Zhu Wuhuan glanced back towards the Tai Chi Hall. Is this tyrant truly so accommodating? He has casually pardoned the Zhu family? History books depict him as brutal and obstinate. Why do I find him rather agreeable? The system remained silent. Indeed, there seemed to be something amiss with this tyrant. Observing his every word and deed, he bore little resemblance to a tyrant at all. Both the individual and the system returned to Changlu Palace, enveloped in confusion and intrigue. Once an empty palace, now a charming young maid kneels at the entrance, eagerly welcoming, "Your Highness." As Zhi Wuhuan lifts her gaze to the tearful girl, a sudden grip of panic ensnares her heart. Her leisurely demeanor vanishes in an instant. This is disastrous. She possesses no memories of the original owner and is utterly clueless about the identity of this girl. Not only that, upon returning to the Zhi family, she will be a stranger to the emperor's relatives, parents, siblings, none of whom she recognizes. How can she possibly interact with these kin? In a flurry, she calls upon the system in her mind. "System, is there a way for me to acquire the original memories? Hurry, this is urgent." The system remains unfazed. The host may spend 50 points to purchase a recollection pill, allowing for an instant recall of the original owner's past life and all associated memories. Zhi Wuhuan instinctively curses it. "I only earn 10 points per task, and you demand 50 from me. How heartless. Why don't you go rob someone instead?" The system remains composed. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of premium quality. This recollection pill possesses formidable effects. You will gain comprehensive knowledge of everything from the classics and military strategies the Empress studied to her friendships and rivalries. Everything will be revealed. Even matters long forgotten by the Empress herself will be clear to you. So, will you proceed? What other choice does Zhi Wuhuan have? Despite the steep price, she musters the resolve to acquire it. Otherwise, upon her return to the general's residence, calling her sister-in-law elder sister and her brother elder brother would surely drive her family to question her sanity. Gritting her teeth, she declares, "I will take it." The system, delightfully, sells her a recollection pill valued at 20 points for the cost of 50. Your account now holds only 10 points. Having purchased this pill, you owe the system 40 points. Please complete more tasks to repay your debt promptly. Oh, for heaven's sake! Zhi Wuhuan winces at the loss. Clenching the tiny pill that has materialized in her palm, her gaze shifting to the young maid at the door. Chapter 10. The Empress's True Love. The radiant youth. "Assist me inside." Leaning against the royal sedan chair, she feigns extreme weakness, extending an arm. The young maid, filled with concern, hastens to offer her support, helping her into the grand hall. Once seated upon an ornate couch, Zhi Wuhuan expresses her thirst. The maid quickly responds, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall brew tea for you." As she watches the maid rush off to prepare the tea, Zhi Wuhuan casts a glance around the vacant hall and discreetly tosses the small pill into her mouth. In that moment, she comprehends the profound truth behind the system's guarantee of excellence. In the blink of an eye, she experiences the cinematic unfolding of the Empress's 23 years of life, from a newborn cradled in the arms of the Zhi family to being cherished by all, a veritable darling of the household. In her lifetime, the sole blemish was an incident at the tender age of 15 when she ventured beyond the city and encountered peril. A dashing and noble youth descended from the heavens to rescue her, leading her to develop an unwavering affection for him. Innocent and naive, she was gradually seduced by his charm. For the sake of his grand ambitions, she tearfully entered the palace as an informant, anticipating the day he would raise an army to rebel, believing that their love would ultimately unite them. Alas, her fervent devotion was ultimately misplaced. Upon finishing the recollections of Empress Zhu, Zhu Wuhuan opened her eyes, furrowing her brow. So, this Empress Zhu harbored affections for another, entering the palace solely for her beloved? She mused, narrowing her eyes slightly. Could that youth be none other than Prince Jin? I recall from historical texts that the tyrant Feng Cheng met an untimely demise 3 years later, without an heir, leaving his younger brother, Prince Jin, to inherit the throne. The term untimely demise held significant connotations. Typically, when an emperor succumbs to illness, it is termed as such, yet at times, an emperor may fall victim to clandestine political struggles or even betrayal from close kin, leading historians to record the death as untimely. Thus, whether Feng Changya perished due to illness or at the hands of Prince Jin remains shrouded in mystery. However, observing the relationship between Empress Zhu and Prince Jin, one might speculate that the likelihood of Feng Changya's death being orchestrated by Prince Jin appears rather substantial. Historical records indicate that Feng Changya wrongfully executed the Zhu family and subjected his loyal wife to unspeakable tortures, causing the venerable general to die of resentment, thereby solidifying his reputation as a tyrant and inciting public outrage, leading to a rift with his ministers. Let us entertain the hypothesis that if the tyrant's infamous reputation and subsequent loss of public support were indeed the result of Prince Jin's machinations, then the initial catalyst, the tragedy of the Zhu family's annihilation, could also have been orchestrated by him. In my initial interactions with Feng Changya, he did not strike me as a mindless fool. The moment news of the general's treason reached him, he sought immediate retribution against the Zhu family. Could it be that someone whispered deceitful counsel in his ear? Might there have been fabricated evidence to justify the Zhu family's demise? Moreover, Empress Zhu, being his lawful wife, suffered a gruesome fate merely for uttering a few words of reproach toward him. Why would he inflict such brutality upon a doomed woman? His profound hatred for her, could it possibly relate to some covert dealings with Prince Jin? Zhu Wuhuan shared her speculations with the system, which listened attentively. Once she concluded, it simulated applause, commending her insights. Your hypotheses are astute and compelling. Given the opportunity, we shall soon encounter Prince Jin and discern his true character. Zhu Wuhuan narrowed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. I believe we need not seek him out proactively. She smiled confidently, her demeanor radiating assurance. Based on my extensive experience watching numerous palace intrigue dramas, if the massacre of the Zhu family truly bears the mark of the Jin prince, I am certain that upon returning to the general's residence, he will seek an audience with me to instigate some misunderstanding in the mind of the tyrant, Feng Changya. It is fortuitous that the decree pardoning the Zhu family has yet to be widely known. The Jin prince likely remains unaware of this development. Therefore, when we return to the Zhu family, we must forego the phoenix robe and don civilian attire, crafting the illusion that I have been stripped of my position and am merely awaiting execution in 3 days. We shall tread the path of history and ascertain whether the Jin prince will indeed come to the general's residence to seek me out and engage in covert schemes. Should the slaughter of the Zhu family be linked to him, we shall bring about his demise. The system, listening to Zhu Wuhuan's words, was left somewhat perplexed. It inquired, "Host, it is the tyrant who issued the decree for the Zhu family's execution, yet when I previously urged you to eliminate the tyrant, you seemed reluctant. Why then, upon shifting the blame to the Jin prince, do you suddenly exhibit such eagerness to eliminate him?" Zhu Wuhuan sighed and replied, "Let me illustrate with an example. The legendary general Yu Fei suffered an unjust death. Why, throughout history, have far more people harbored resentment towards Qin Hui than towards the Songyaozong? It is because the latter was merely incompetent, while Qin Hui was the architect behind the downfall of a valiant hero. If the massacre of the Zhu family indeed stems from the Jin prince's machinations, he shall incite even greater loathing than Qin Hui. Qin Hui, despite his treachery, did not ascend to the throne, while the Jin prince has stepped over the bodies of loyal patriots to seize the imperial seat. This man, in pursuit of his imperial dreams, callously condemned General Zhu, a venerable elder who dedicated his life to the Feng family's realm, to a tragic fate. The mere thought of such a person fills me with righteous indignation. He is utterly deserving of death. Zhu Wuhuan's words enlightened the system. It became clear that the host had transferred her admiration for the heroic Yu Fei onto General Zhu, while her animosity towards Qin Hui had shifted to the Jin Prince, thus fueling her desire to personally vanquish him. While Zhu Wuhuan conversed with the system in the Grand Hall, Feng Changye stood outside the palace walls. Initially unperturbed by the departure of the woman, he soon found himself increasingly agitated. Within a mere span of time, everything around him seemed irksome. He could not shake the feeling that the woman was disparaging the various matters of the Ning dynasty in his absence. If he did not remain by her side, he would miss something of utmost significance. Thus, disregarding the bewildered glances of his attendants, he abandoned a table full of petitions awaiting his attention and hurriedly made his way to the Changle Palace, resembling a lovesick suitor in pursuit of his beloved. Upon arriving at Changle Palace, he was indeed met with an unexpected revelation. He overheard discussions of his untimely demise 3 years hence and the Jin Prince's ascension to the throne. Chapter 11. Oh, Your Majesty, is it true that you are deeply enamored with the Empress? Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze abruptly turned sharp. He had always known that his brother, though appearing docile, was secretly engaged in a myriad of underhanded dealings. He had long wished to dispatch this younger brother to his fief, yet the Empress Dowager had resorted to fasting multiple times to compel him, leaving him no choice but to allow the brother to remain in the capital. In retrospect, it seems that confining this brother is indeed the wisest course. This time, even if the Empress Dowager intercedes, it shall be of no consequence. He had always preferred to wrongfully execute 1,000 rather than let a single threat slip away. Your Majesty, if you miss the Empress so dearly, why not step inside and see her? Urged the 2 trusted guards standing behind Feng Changye, who had been silently gazing at the towering palace walls, reminiscent of a stone awaiting a husband's return. Standing here cannot alleviate your longing for her. Upon hearing the guard's words, Feng Changye, who had been contemplating how to resolve the situation with Prince Jin, suddenly came to his senses. He looked at them, questioning whether he had misheard. What? The guards, feeling increasingly sympathetic, pressed on. Your Majesty, what hesitation grips you? You have already rescinded your decree to depose the Empress. She will surely not hold it against you. Enter boldly and see her, rather than lingering here, yearning against the cold wall. Silence. Feng Changye found their remarks utterly absurd. How could I possibly long for that woman? Yet, just as he uttered these words, he was met with the guard's knowing expressions that seemed to read his heart. Your Majesty, do not feign indifference. We are well aware of your feelings for the Empress. His words faltered abruptly. He suddenly realized that as soon as that woman had departed, he had hastened to the palace of eternal joy, which to others might appear as an undeniable attachment to her. He opened his mouth, intending to declare that a sovereign such as he could never harbor affection for this foolish woman from another era. However, how could he rationalize his peculiar behavior of following her? His expression darkened. Was he to pretend before every palace servant that he adored this woman, merely to eavesdrop on her thoughts outside her chambers? Such a charade would render his reign intolerably stifling. Back to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, he bit down fiercely, flinging his sleeves as he turned to leave. Just as he pivoted away, he overheard Zhu Wuhuan in her heart speaking to the system, expressing her desire to don common attire and return to the general's residence, wishing to follow the course of history and see whether Prince Jin would seek her out. He paused momentarily. This is intriguing. This woman wished to test Prince Jin, and as one who yearned to eliminate him, how could he possibly miss this spectacle? Even if he could not catch Prince Jin in a misdeed, he could certainly exploit the scandal of Prince Jin's clandestine affair with the Empress to his advantage, ensuring that the prince would find himself ensnared. Your Majesty, see how your feet hesitate to depart. Follow your heart and visit the Empress. The 2 guards, noticing that the emperor had merely taken 1 step before pausing, became increasingly convinced of his deep affection for the Empress, attributing his reluctance to pride and pretense. Thus, they dared to speak once more. Feng Changye's fleeting good mood was once again shattered by their incessant remarks. He turned back to glare coldly at the 2 guards. Were they not his confidants, he might have been tempted to silence them with a potion. If you cannot speak wisely, then be silent. He strode away, his countenance darkened. Two attendants exchanged subtle glances behind him. Alas, the emperor still clings to his pride and refuses to acknowledge the truth. Who was it that became restless the moment Her Majesty departed? Who insisted on trailing after the Empress like a pesky shadow? It is truly unexpected that the usually indifferent emperor should find it so difficult to let go of someone. Yet, one has never truly observed the depth of affection between the emperor and the empress. Could it be that upon issuing the decree for her execution, the emperor suddenly felt a dull ache in his heart at the thought of losing her, finally realizing the profound love he harbored for the empress? The two attendants believed they had discerned the truth. They turned simultaneously to glance at the resplendent Changle Palace. The master of Changle Palace is bound to soar to great heights, truly a figure of unparalleled importance. Inside Changle Palace, Zhu Wuhuan and the system were entirely unaware that just a wall away stood the tyrant they sought to eliminate. After discussing their plans to return to the general's residence, the maidservant who had gone to brew tea returned. "Your Highness," Zhu Wuhuan, having inherited all the memories of Empress Zhu, naturally recognized the identity of the maidservant before her. Her name was Suqiu, a devoted attendant who had grown up alongside the Empress, and their bond was quite strong. When the Empress entered the palace, she was permitted to bring her nurse and maidservants, which is how Suqiu and two elder nurses in their 40s came to serve in the palace. Now, Suqiu had been released, while the two nurses remained imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Zhu Wuhuan set her teacup down on the low table and took Suqiu's hand, her face etched with concern. "Let me see. Have you been mistreated in the Ministry of Justice?" Suqiu shook her head, her bright smile reassuring. "Your Highness, please do not worry. I am well. Although the emperor verbally declared his intention to depose you, you have not been expelled from the palace. And the eunuchs of the Ministry of Justice dare not lay a finger on me." Zhu Wuhuan's expression softened into a relieved smile. "That is good." Suqiu then respectfully presented a teacup to her. "Your Highness, are you not thirsty? Do drink some tea to soothe your throat." Zhu Wuhuan accepted the cup and took a sip. As she drank, Suqiu stood attentively by her side, though her bright eyes occasionally darted toward the imperial edict resting on the low table. Catching sight of this, Zhu Wuhuan chuckled softly. Suqiu immediately felt a bit bashful and eagerly asked, "Your Highness, what does the edict say?" Zhu Wuhuan replied, "The emperor has pardoned my family from the death penalty and has permitted me to lead the imperial guard to announce the decree." Suqiu was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling in her eyes. Her parents and brother were also servants of the Zhu family and were among those facing execution. Now that the emperor had granted clemency to the Zhu family, her family would be spared. In her elation, she knelt before Zhu Wuhuan, bowing her head in gratitude. "Your Highness, you have suffered so much. Enough, do not kneel any longer. Rise and assist me in changing attire, for I must don my regular clothes before leaving the palace." Suqiu wiped her tears and stood up, helping Zhu Wuhuan to the back for a change of clothes. She selected a lovely pale yellow gown, reminiscent of what the Empress had worn when visiting her family, and helped Zhu Wuhuan to dress anew, redoing her hair with care. The intricate hairstyles of the palace have been replaced with the elegant single bun commonly worn by ladies of high society. Zhu Wuhuan gazes at her reflection in the bronze mirror, feeling that her current unadorned appearance is a truer representation of herself from the 21st century. The previous heavy makeup had not suited her. Once she was ready, Zhu Wuhuan instructed Suqiu to place the imperial edict into a cloth bag, then, like a deposed empress, she stepped out of Changlu Palace with a cold expression. 200 imperial guards stood in precise formation, awaiting her emergence. Upon seeing her, they knelt in unison, clad in armor, and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May she live 1,000 years." Witnessing this scene, Zhu Wuhuan thought to herself, how splendid. If she were to eliminate the tyrant and ascend as Empress, the sight of everyone bowing and chanting "Long live the Emperor" would surely be even more exhilarating. Not far off, Feng Changye, now donned in plain attire, snapped his fan shut and pressed the handle against his forehead, casting a furtive glare at Zhu Wuhuan. "Woman, I commend your audacity." Chapter 12. The second sister-in-law who abandons her husband in times of crisis. Zhu Wuhuan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, shivering involuntarily. She instinctively scanned her surroundings, but unfortunately, Feng Changye had concealed himself in a blind spot, leaving her unaware of his presence. She lifted her gaze to the overcast sky. Perhaps rain was imminent. It felt cold. She tightened her cloak around her and departed Changlu Palace, accompanied by the 200 imperial guards. At the general's manor, 400 imperial guards, exuding an air of menace, surrounded the vast estate, rendering it impenetrable. Once bustling with visitors, the home of the Empress's family now stood desolate. Although many believed that a loyal and valiant figure such as General Zhu would never betray his country. Upon learning of the emperor's wrath and his intent to execute the entire Zhu family, the onlookers fell silent, choosing to protect themselves. The general's manor was engulfed in a cloud of injustice. If anyone maintained ties with the manor during this time, they risked becoming the next victim of unwarranted blame. Those who needed to pass by the manor on the street preferred to take a long detour rather than risk proximity. The scene outside the general's manor was bleak, and within, sorrow permeated the air. Servants huddled together in clusters, weeping bitterly, while the masters gathered, shedding tears of their own. The dignified and virtuous matriarch, Lady Zhu, sat regally, her gaze fixed upon her two daughters-in-law. Yulan, Anxiao, she called softly. The two daughters-in-law lifted their heads to meet her gaze, and she discerned their emotions clearly. The elder daughter-in-law's eyes reflected sadness, fear, and despair, yet devoid of resentment. The younger daughter-in-law, Lady Zhu, sighed, her voice measured as she continued, Yulan, Anxiao, you are merely the wives of the Zhu family. As long as the eldest and second sons each provide you with a letter of divorce, you may appeal to your fathers to plead with the emperor for your return home. Lady Zhu's words elicited no surprise from her eldest son, Zhu Xianyuan, or her second son, Zhu Lanyuan. Zhu Xianyuan held his wife, Chen Yulan's hand, gently stroking her thumb with tenderness, offering her a faint smile. Go back. If one can escape, then so be it. You were never one of the Zhu family. This calamity is not meant for you. Chen Yulan grasped his hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Who says I'm not a member of the Zhu family? I am. Since the day we wed, I have been part of the Zhu Qin lineage. Bearing your surname, I am one of the Zhu family. She pressed her cheek against her husband's hand. Her voice choked with emotion. I would rather die alongside you and our child than live on without you. I vowed when I married you that in this lifetime, in life or in death, I shall follow you. Zhu Xianyuan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he wiped her face gently. How foolish you are. Do you not wish to retrieve my body? Do you want our child and me to lie unburied in the wilderness? Listen to me. Return home. When the time comes, both our son and I will rely on you to retrieve our bodies. Chen Yulan's sorrow deepened, her tears falling like pearls scattered from a broken string. Opposite them, Zhu Longyuan, with reddened eyes, retrieved a pre-written divorce decree from his sleeve, trembling as he extended it to his wife. Take it. I have wronged you. Song Anxiao's lashes fluttered as she lowered her gaze to the decree presented before her. Her hand, hidden within her sleeve, moved gently. She then glanced up at her sister-in-law, who wept and declared her unwavering devotion to her elder brother. A flicker of complexity passed through her eyes. Is living not preferable? Why must one rush toward death? She loved her husband dearly, yet in the face of life and death, that love seemed less significant. Watching her sister-in-law's profound loyalty only heightened her inner turmoil. In contrast to her sister-in-law, if she were to accept the divorce decree so readily, would it not reflect poorly on her? Should she also put on a performance? Yet, all she desired was to escape this prison. She lacked the spirit to feign any display. Lowering her eyes, she suddenly spoke. My little one was supposed to arrive days ago, yet it has not come. She raised her gaze to the matriarch of the Zhu family and then to her husband. Mother, husband, I believe I may be pregnant. The matriarch looked astonished, while Zhu Lanyuan appeared momentarily stunned. Even the couple opposite, Zhu Xianyuan and his wife, turned their attention to her. Zhu Lanyuan instinctively asked, Why did you not tell me? Song Anxiao replied softly, Such matters should not be discussed so casually without consulting a doctor. I intended to summon one in another half-month. She placed her hand on her abdomen, realizing that perhaps it was for the best that she had not sought a doctor. No one knew that she now carried her husband as child, allowing her to preserve a bloodline for him. With tears glistening yet smiling, she looked at the matriarch. "Mother, our Zhu family shall not become extinct." The matriarch's expression grew complex upon hearing this. She hoped her daughter-in-law spoke the truth, yearning for the Zhu family to have descendants. Yet, recalling her daughter-in-law's earlier resentful gaze, she began to doubt the veracity of those words. However, given the circumstances, she had little inclination to question the truth of her daughter-in-law's statement. If it were true, it would be heaven's blessing for the Zhu family, ensuring its continuation. If false, so be it. After all, she intended to send both daughters-in-law home, and if her second daughter-in-law sought a veil for her departure, it was of little consequence. Upon reflecting on this, the matriarch, without pursuing any grievances, smiled and exclaimed, "This is truly wonderful. It is indeed the heavens that bless our Zhu family." Zhu Longyuan was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears. Xiao, being rather naive and straightforward, had never contemplated the implications. As soon as his wife announced her pregnancy, he believed it without a shadow of a doubt. He handed the divorce decree to her, embracing her tenderly. Choking back his emotions, he lamented from now on, "You shall endure hardships, Kia. If circumstances become unbearable, once the child is born, consider giving it away. Do not suffer for the sake of the child for a lifetime." Song Anxiao lowered her head, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes. Yet, she felt powerless. She had no intention to deceive. She was merely striving to survive. "Xiao, while the emperor has not recalled this matter, you must leave immediately. If you delay any further and the emperor remembers and summons the imperial physician to examine you, you might lose the child on the spot." Zhu Longyuan urged, pulling Song Anxiao to her feet, compelling her to depart at once. With tears brimming, Song Anxiao cast one last glance at her husband, then at her young son in the crib, only a year old and oblivious to the turmoil. Clutching the divorce decree tightly, she turned and exited the door. The journey from the hall to the entrance was considerable, and along the way, she encountered the household servants, who regarded her with strange looks, this second wife, embarking on her solitary flight amidst calamity. She endeavored to maintain her composure. The Zhu family bore her no ill will. Why should she be concerned about the glances of mere servants? She was departing solely to preserve the Zhu lineage, shouldering a grave responsibility. Chapter 13. What a historically renowned figure this is. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards halted her with their swords drawn, demanding she stop. She presented the divorce decree, requesting them to summon her father. The deputy commander approached, taking the document and reading it swiftly. He lifted his gaze, casting a meaningful glance at this second wife, who faced adversity alone. "The Zhu family has issued a divorce decree. What of your severance letter? If you willingly wish to part ways with the Zhu family, you must pen a letter to that effect for me." Song Anxiao's pupils contracted, her fingers instinctively tightening. Was she truly required to write such a letter? What if the Zhu family survived this tribulation? What then for her, having written a severance letter? The deputy commander glanced at her, coldly remarking, "If you refuse to write, I shall assume you have no desire to leave the Zhu family. Return." Song Anxiao's heart raced to her throat. How could she not wish to depart? Taking a deep breath, she replied, "I shall write it at once." Rumor had it that the Empress had been deposed. What future could the Zhu family possibly have? They could not possibly weather this storm. Closing her eyes, she turned and summoned a servant to fetch ink and brush. At the entrance, she began to write a severance letter, declaring her intent to sever all ties with the Zhu family henceforth. The deputy commander accepted the letter with a smirk, sneering. The second wife is truly decisive. He taunted, then raised his hand to summon Song Shangshu. Clenching her fists, Song Anxiao endured the disdainful gazes of the guards, striving to maintain her dignity. She was only fighting for her life. Why choose death when she could survive? There was no shame in her actions. Song residence. The Minister of War, Song Baozhang, was consumed with unease ever since he learned that a member of his family had betrayed the nation. He feared that his own household might also be implicated. Thus, when he received word from the imperial guards that his daughter had been cast off by the Zhu family, and was to be brought home. A wave of relief washed over him. How splendid! Bringing his daughter back would sever any ties between the Song and Zhu families. He promptly arranged a carriage and set off for the Zhu residence. As Zhu Wuhuan rushed from the palace to the general's estate, she was greeted by the sight of the Minister of War's carriage waiting at the entrance. Seated elegantly within the unadorned carriage, she quietly observed the heartfelt reunion unfolding at the door. "Xiaoer, your father has come to take you home." The Minister of War leaped from the carriage, striding up the steps with palpable excitement. Zhu Anxiao, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, rushed forward, her eyes brimming with tears. "Father!" The minister grasped his daughter's arm, his voice filled with concern. "You must have been frightened. Do not worry, I will take you home." Tears streamed down Zhu Anxiao's face as she replied, "All right." Nearby, the deputy colonel of the Imperial Guards regarded the father and daughter with a cool demeanor. "Minister Song, it is not so simple to take your daughter away," he stated, crossing his arms and eyeing the minister. "Although the Zhu family has issued a divorce decree and your daughter is willing to sever ties, whether she can leave still requires your petition to the emperor." Both Song Baozhong and his daughter turned their gazes upon him. Zhu Anxiao furrowed her brow. "Sir, I previously obtained the divorce decree from the Zhu family, and you insisted I write a letter of severance. I complied. Now, my father has arrived, and you say it is still not enough, that we must seek the emperor's consent. Are you toying with us?" The deputy colonel scoffed. "What? According to Madame Zhu's previous status, you are now Miss Song. You mockingly suggest that with your imposing father here, there is no need for the emperor's involvement? Does your father's word carry more weight than the emperor's?" The Minister of War was taken aback by this remark. He instinctively scrutinized the young officer before him. Who was this impudent youth? He had never encountered such insolence before. How could a mere fifth-rank deputy colonel dare to challenge a dignified second-rank minister? "Whose child are you?" Song Baozhong squinted, attempting to gauge the audacity of this impudent individual. The deputy colonel chuckled lightly. "Minister Song, regardless of my background, you are still required to seek the emperor's approval. Without his decree, I cannot allow you to take Miss Song." As the two men stood in a tense standoff, they suddenly heard the distant sound of approaching carriages. Turning their heads, they beheld the unpretentious carriage, within which sat none other than the Empress herself, a figure of immense authority. In times past, the arrival of the Empress would have compelled everyone to kneel and pay their respects. Yet now no one moved. This was due to the emperor's earlier furious decree in the court, declaring that the Zhu family would face annihilation, and that the Empress, being a daughter of the Zhu household, was unworthy of her title and would be deposed upon his return to the palace. At this moment, the sight of Queen Zhu returning to the general's residence in the most unadorned carriage, devoid of her phoenix robe and the 9 phoenix hairpin, made it abundantly clear to all that she had indeed been deposed and sent back to the Zhu family by the emperor. As she was no longer the queen, no one dared to approach her with bows and salutations. Miss Suqiu, having been instructed by Zhu Wuhuan to address her as Miss upon leaving the palace, called out to her and assisted Zhu Wuhuan in descending from the carriage. Zhu Wuhuan stepped down and walked slowly towards the steps of the general's residence. "Lord Song, second sister-in-law, what is the meaning of this?" she inquired, casting a cool glance at Minister Song and fixing her gaze upon her second sister-in-law, Song Anxiao, with a hint of barely perceptible disdain. This woman had also etched her name in the annals of history. When the Zhu family faced annihilation, Second Lady Zhu, Song Anxiao, severed ties with the Zhu family by presenting a divorce decree and returned to her natal home, where she was temporarily sent to a nunnery outside the city for seclusion. Over a month later, upon the triumphant return of the old General Zhu, news of the family's massacre reached him, causing him to bleed profusely and ultimately perish. After 2 additional months, the old general's remains were brought back to the capital, and the tyrant decreed that he should be buried alongside the Zhu family. Learning of the Zhu family's innocence, Song Anxiao hurried back from the nunnery to don mourning attire for her father-in-law, mother-in-law, and husband, but was met with scorn and derision from the populace. At that moment, this woman unveiled her grand revelation. She proclaimed to everyone that her decision to sever ties with the Zhu family was rooted in the fact that she had been nearly 4 months pregnant at the time. her condition not yet apparent due to the early stage of her pregnancy. She claimed that she had endured humiliation to preserve the last bloodline of the Zhu family, voluntarily retreating to the nunnery to ensure the safe birth of her child, who had now arrived prematurely, a boy born in the confines of the nunnery. She asserted that she was not a sinner, but a benefactor who had safeguarded the final lineage of the Zhu family. The citizens were instantly moved to tears, overjoyed by the revelation that the valiant Zhu family had not been extinguished but had a surviving heir. Logically, Song Anxiao had extended an olive branch, and during such a moment, the tyrant Feng Changye should have favored her and her child, allowing the orphan of the Zhu family to grow up in comfort as a tribute to the spirits of the Zhu ancestors, simultaneously appeasing the populace. Even if it were discovered that the child she spoke of was a fabrication, he ought to have assisted her in maintaining the ruse, permitting her to find an orphan child to impersonate the Zhu heir in this elaborate charade. However, Feng Changye's reasoning deviated from the norm. Chapter 14. She assertively intimidates her sister-in-law. The tyrant enjoys the spectacle. He declared that he had wrongfully executed the entire Zhu family and felt profound remorse towards their heroic spirits. Thus, how could he allow Song Anxiao to procure an unrelated orphan to bask in the legacy of the Zhu family? He would never permit her and that child, devoid of any connection to the Zhu lineage, to live lavishly in the general's residence at the expense of the Zhu family's honor. The souls of the Zhu family did not require these two unrelated individuals to usurp their legacy. Therefore, he publicly announced the truth, stating that Song Anxiao had not been pregnant when she left the Zhu family. The child hidden in the nunnery was a falsehood, not the orphan of the Zhu family. Thus, the deceitful woman Song Anxiao found herself overnight reviled by the populace of the entire capital, especially in light of the heart-wrenching plight that had befallen the Zhu family. Her fabrications regarding the wild children to obfuscate their lineage only incited the fury of the masses. Countless individuals gathered daily outside the Song residence, vociferously demanding that Song Anxiao atone for her sins with her life. Ultimately, in a bid to quell the public outrage, the Song family, with heavy hearts, compelled Song Anxiao to drink a cup of poison as an act of contrition. As these memories flooded back, Zhu Wuhuan's gaze towards Song Anxiao grew increasingly frigid. The instinct to cling to life is a natural human desire. While Song Anxiao's decision to sever ties with the Zhu family in favor of survival might not be deemed an unforgivable transgression, her subsequent actions months later were utterly revolting. Had it not been for the tyrant Feng Changye deviating from her script, would the Zhu family not have been provoked to rise from their graves in wrath? She lamented internally to the system. Alas, what a pity! Had I not been wary of the Gene Prince's spies, fearing that revealing my unscathed status might alert him, I would have summoned the imperial physician immediately to expose this woman's false pregnancy. The system replied, "Endure a little longer, host, the significance of probing the Gene Prince. The true architect behind the Zhu family's tragic fate far outweighs that of this minor character." Zhu Wuhuan nodded in agreement and cheerfully remarked to the system, "No worries. After 3 days, once the Zhu family narrowly escapes calamity, this woman will undoubtedly return to the Zhu residence brazenly. At that point, we can station a physician at the entrance to publicly unveil her deceitful pregnancy, delivering a more resounding slap to her face." The thought of such a scene filled Zhu Wuhuan with exhilaration. She gazed at Song Anxiao, envisioning the woman's mortification as she stood in utter disgrace. "Sister, you have returned," Song Anxiao said, instinctively recoiling under Zhu Wuhuan's penetrating gaze. She had always harbored a slight apprehension toward her sister-in-law, the Empress, particularly in such an awkward moment, prompting her to instinctively attempt to conceal the divorce decree behind her back. Zhu Wuhuan approached with measured grace and elegance, her hand coldly grasping Song Anxiao's, applying just enough pressure to elicit a pained cry from her. "Ah!" she shrieked, her fingers involuntarily loosening, causing the decree to tumble to the ground. Suqiu bent down to retrieve the document and respectfully handed it to Zhu Wuhuan. Zhu Wuhuan unfurled the decree, skimming through its contents before fixing a scornful gaze upon Song Anxiao. stating, "Miss Song, since you have cheerfully accepted the Zhu family's decree, you are no longer a member of the Zhu family. Henceforth, do not refer to me as sister." Song Anxiao's face turned a ghastly shade, a mix of white and green, rendering her countenance quite unseemly. Her father, Minister Song, stood awkwardly to the side, unable to bear the shame of remaining under the same roof as the Zhu family. He quickly turned to the deputy commander, speaking in hushed tones. "I shall take my daughter back to the Song residence. Afterward, I will personally report this matter to His Majesty. Should His Majesty not permit my daughter to return home, then the deputy commander may proceed to escort her away with imperial orders." Having said this, he waved aside the sword obstructing their path and grasped Song Anxiao's hand, leading her down the steps. The deputy commander prepared to pursue them, but was halted by Zhu Wuhuan, who raised her hand in restraint. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Wuhuan, his eyes flickering momentarily as if lost in thought. Withdrawing his steps, he chose not to pursue the minister of Song any further. Zhu Wuhuan stood at the entrance of the manor, looking down upon the father and daughter of the Song family as they boarded their carriage. Only when the carriage began to move did she leisurely speak, "Miss Song, as my family, the Zhu clan, faces misfortune, should you choose to abandon us to seek your own survival, none among us will hold it against you. We, the Zhu family, wish you the best in finding a worthy husband, one with whom you may experience love and bear countless offspring." With a shift in her tone, she continued, "However, should the day come when my family has weathered this calamity, do not blame us for refusing to welcome you back, nor for our apparent coldness." Her words resonated powerfully, striking the father and daughter of the Song family with palpable fear. They exchanged bewildered glances. What did this mean? Could the Zhu family indeed reverse their fortunes? The minister of Song's heart raced as he abruptly lifted the carriage curtain to gaze at the entrance of the general's manor. There stood Miss Zhu, poised and composed, exuding an air of tranquility despite her lack of regal attire. She appeared as if untouched by the turmoil surrounding her, akin to a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Witnessing her demeanor, the minister's complexion paled. Recalling her bold statements, panic flickered in his eyes. What was her intent? What did she mean? Song Anxiao tightened her grip on the divorce decree. "Father, could it be that she can persuade the emperor to revoke his decree and save the Zhu family's lives? Should we turn back?" The minister gritted his teeth. The carriage had already departed. Could they truly leap from the moving vehicle to plead at the manor's doorstep? What if her words were mere intimidation? Returning would only lead them back into the fire. Song Anxiao, restless and anxious, implored, "But if she is not bluffing and the Zhu family remains unscathed 3 days hence, how will I ever show my face again?" The minister shared her distress, yet the situation had progressed beyond their control. He closed his eyes, sighed, and declared, "Let us return. We shall see what fate befalls the Zhu family in 3 days." With tears brimming in her eyes, Song Anxiao nodded. Through the carriage curtain, she gazed at the imposing general's manor, instinctively placing a hand on her abdomen, striving to maintain her composure. "It will be fine. There is nothing to fear. After all, I left the Zhu family bearing a child. They cannot possibly neglect to come for me, the pregnant second wife." Soon, the carriage from the minister's residence departed from the entrance of the general's manor. Not far from the manor, a remarkably discreet black canopy carriage stood parked. Inside, dressed in plain clothes, Feng Changye lifted the curtain with a fan, peering through the narrow opening at the entrance of the general's residence. Observing the striking figure of the woman and recalling her resonant words, a satisfied smile graced his lips. Her character was truly intriguing. She deliberately concealed her identity, waiting until the father and daughter had boarded their carriage before slowly delivering her remarks, clearly intending to ensnare them in a predicament, leaving them restless and uncertain. Chapter 15. The Arrival of the Empress. In a moment of despair, Zhu's family was overwhelmed with joy and tears. He could vividly imagine the fear and unrest that would soon consume the father and daughter. Yet, he felt no sympathy for them. He had overheard Zhu Wuhuan's heartfelt words, and to his astonishment, he discovered that Zhu's second daughter-in-law, Song Anxiao, was a truly contemptible individual. After the destruction of the Zhu family, She dared to use a bastard child to masquerade as an orphan of the Zhu family, seeking to bask in the family's tragic glory while living a carefree life. Did she even deserve such a fate? With this thought, Feng Chanya's gaze turned cold and piercing. Having once wronged the Zhu family in history, he now had the opportunity to make amends and would not allow any harm to befall them again. Nor would he permit anyone else to tarnish the legacy of the illustrious Zhu family. He vowed that Song Anxiao would live a life steeped in regret, forever lamenting her choices. Upon entering the general's residence, Zhu Wuhuan no longer needed to feign being the deposed empress. The stronghold was now heavily guarded, and the ears of Prince Jin could not penetrate its defenses. Passing through the Crescent Moon Gate, the imperial guards halted in unison. Zhu Wuhuan gestured for the guards to present the edict to Su Qiu, instructing her to accompany her to the hall to meet the Zhu family. As she approached the courtyard, the sound of wailing children resonated loudly, prompting her to quicken her pace toward the hall. Su Qiu followed closely behind, raising her voice to announce the Empress's arrival. Inside the hall, the Zhu family was persuading Chen Yulan to take the divorce papers and leave, but Chen Yulan, clutching her child, wept inconsolably, refusing to depart. The sorrow of separation brought tears to the entire family. At that moment, they heard someone proclaiming the Empress's arrival. The Empress! Old Madame Zhu paused, suddenly lifting her head to exchange astonished glances with her two grown sons. In each other's eyes, they recognized the surprise. Wu Huan was still the Empress. She had not been deposed. Their third sister had returned. The youngest, a 6-year-old boy, was oblivious to the deeper implications of these words. He simply knew that their most formidable third sister had come back, and they were saved. Overjoyed, he leaped up, wiping his tears as he raced toward the entrance. As Zhu Wuhuan crossed the threshold, she was instantly enveloped by the small, exuberant child who clung to her leg. With a tearful, excited voice, he exclaimed, "Third sister, you've come back to save us. We won't have to die, right? We don't have to die, do we?" Zhu Wuhuan instinctively halted. Having been an orphan in her modern life, she had never experienced the affection of younger siblings. Suddenly being embraced by this soft, small child caught her off guard, causing her back to stiffen. She looked down at the little one, whose height barely reached her waist. Just then, the child wiped his tears on her, lifting his gaze to meet hers. The warmth and affection radiating from his eyes, reserved solely for family, instantly calmed Zhu Wuhuan. This was the biological brother of this body. Observing the child's delicate, adorable face, she took in his hopes and fears. Tentatively, she reached out to gently caress his cheek, assuring him, "Do not fear. With your third sister here, none of you shall perish." The child immediately burst into joyous leaps, exclaiming, "Oh, Vavonte di, we want to be beheaded." Observing the little one filled with joy, Matriarch Zhu exchanged a glance with the others in the hall, each reflecting a shared bitterness in their eyes. "Silly child, such actions could be deemed treasonous. It is already a remarkable feat for your third sister to retain her position. How could she possibly safeguard our family's lives? Nevertheless, the opportunity to unite as a family before the end is indeed a cause for celebration." Matriarch Zhu managed a faint smile and, accompanied by several children, approached them. Zhu Wuhuan raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the group, correlating each individual with the memories of Empress Zhu and the figures chronicled in history. Matriarch Zhu Yuaning, in Empress Zhu's recollections, was a gentle and refined mother, while historical records depicted her as a valiant woman who accompanied General Zhu in a battle 4 times. Proving her mettle on the field, Zhu Xianxian, the eldest son of the Zhu family, was remembered as a kind and magnanimous elder brother. Yet history reveals him as a youthful military talent who bravely slew 37 foes at the tender age of 13. Chen Yulan, the eldest daughter-in-law, was recalled as a gentle and agreeable sister-in-law, but the annals tell of her unwavering loyalty, choosing to die alongside her husband and son rather than live alone. Zhu Longyuan, the second son, was remembered as a sincere and straightforward brother, while history notes his extraordinary strength, able to lift a 100-pound cauldron even as a child. Zhu Chunjun, the youngest son, was cherished as a sweet and obedient brother. However, due to his premature demise, he left little trace in the historical records. Having identified each person, Zhu Wuhuan pondered that history mentions General Zhu's passion for weaponry, which inspired the naming of his sons after the 10 renowned swords, Xian Yuan, Long Yuan, Chun Jun, and Cheng Ying. Thus, the 6-year-old child who had just leaped into her embrace, laughing foolishly, was named Zhu Chengying. The sinner, Zhu Yushi, accompanied her son and daughter-in-law to pay their respects to the Empress. Matriarch Zhu, with her sons in tow, prepared to kneel in reverence. Zhu Wuhuan quickly regained her composure, hastening forward to support her mother's arm. Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, second brother, there are no outsiders here. You need not perform such formalities. Determined to prevent the act, she found her mother unable to kneel. Matriarch Zhu lifted her head, tears streaming as she gazed at her long-absent daughter, pulling her into a tight embrace. Wuhuan, I feared I would never see you again in this lifetime. Zhu Wuhuan sighed inwardly, thinking, Dear matriarch, you indeed shall never reunite with your biological daughter in this life. Mother, do not fear. We shall all be well. No harm shall befall anyone. She gently wiped the tears from Matriarch Zhu's face and motioned for her fourth brother to assist their mother to a seat. The obedient fourth brother, who had been eagerly watching his elder sister, promptly came over to support their mother on the other side, helping her sit safely in a chair. As soon as Zhu Wuhuan released her mother's arm, another little one stumbled towards her, clinging to her leg. Auntie, Wawa, Auntie, hug. Zhu Wuhuan looked down at the small child, who was just over 2 years old. This was her elder brother's son, Zhu Junin. When the elder sister-in-law gave birth to this child, the elder brother was at the border fighting enemies. She named the child Junin, wishing for his well-being. Zhu Wuhuan felt a twinge of confusion. According to her memories, this little one had not been particularly close to her in the past. Why did he suddenly seek her embrace today? Junin, come back. Chen Yulan, the elder sister-in-law, noticed that her son had stealthily run over to hug the queen's sister-in-law. She felt a mix of helplessness and anxiety, quickly calling her son back. Zhu Wuhuan waved her hand, signaling Chen Yulan to remain calm. She bent down and gently lifted the little one, whose eyes were red from crying, into her arms. There, no more tears. Your aunt is holding you now. Chapter 16. The queen's disregard for the emperor. Zhu Junin clung to his aunt's neck, obediently resting against her. He gazed with tear-filled eyes at Zhu Xinyuan on his right, blinked slowly, and then whispered to his aunt, Daddy is bad. Turning his head, he spotted the old matriarch Zhu and added, Grandmother is bad too. Then he looked at his second uncle Zhu Long Yuan, his fourth uncle Zhu Chunjun, and his little uncle Zhu Chengying, declaring, Second uncle is bad. Fourth uncle is bad. Little uncle is bad. His tiny voice, soft yet slightly indignant, accused everyone of being bad, causing the room to erupt with laughter, including Zhu Wuhuan. She smiled and pinched the little one's cheek. So, in our little Junin's eyes, there are no good people in this room? Zhu Junin pouted. They drove Mama away. Mama won't leave. Mama cried. I cried too, but they wouldn't listen. They made Mama leave. Upon hearing the innocent and naive words of the child, the laughter in the room faded. They had not driven Chen Yulan away. They simply wished to spare her from entanglements, hoping she could return to her family for a fresh start. Yet, through the eyes of an uncomprehending child, it appeared as though his mother was being forced away, and everyone was to blame. Chen Yulan, as the mother, could not help but turn away, tears streaming down her face. Zhu Wuhuan gently stroked the little one's face. Your mother is not leaving. Auntie is back, and she will never leave you. She will always be here for little Junin. The child did not grasp complex truths, but understood this. Annie was back to support him and his mother. With Annie by his side, no one could drive his mother away. Zhu Junin joyfully bounced in Zhu Wuhuan's embrace, babbling about how wonderful his aunt was, expressing his love for her, his tear-streaked cheeks illuminated by the purest, most adorable smile. Previously, Zhu Xinyuan had been pleased to see his son being affectionate with his sister, so he refrained from taking him away. However, seeing his son bouncing like a little monkey in his sister's arms, he hurried over to lift him. Daddy is bad. Don't take me away. Zhu Junin clung tightly to his aunt's neck, burying his head in her shoulder, refusing to let his father take him. Zhu Wuhuan comforted the little one. It's all right, brother. I can hold him. Seeing that she truly managed without difficulty, Zhu Xianyuan gently patted his son's back. Stay still. If you keep bouncing around, Annie might not be able to hold you steady, and you might fall. Wishing you peace, the little one turned her back to him, ignoring his presence. Zhu Xianyuan shook his head in exasperation. He gazed at Zhu Wuhuan, his eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Just moments ago, little sister, you mentioned that your sister-in-law no longer needed to return to her family home. Could it be that the emperor has pardoned the Zhu family from the death sentence? Zhu Wuhuan did not keep them in suspense and addressed the matter directly. All members of the Zhu family stared at her in disbelief. Wuhuan, is this true? The old matriarch of the Zhu family trembled with excitement, her hands shaking as she held the teacup, doubting whether she had misheard. How could the emperor have pardoned the Zhu family? The emperor had personally decreed in front of all officials that within 3 days, the entire Zhu family would face execution. How could he suddenly change his mind? Yet, gazing at the smile on Zhu Wuhuan's face, despite their incredulity, they were filled with overwhelming joy. Just moments ago, upon seeing Wuhuan return, they had assumed she was there to bid them farewell. Little did they know, she had come to deliver this delightful news. Mother, the imperial edict is here. If you do not believe me, see for yourself. Zhu Wuhuan held the little one securely in one arm, while using the other to take the imperial decree from Su Qiu, handing it to her elder brother, who stood closest. Brother, please open it for mother to see. Zhu Xianyuan stared at the scroll, shrouded in black cloth, feeling a wave of confusion. Whose imperial edict is wrapped in such black cloth? What mischief? No wonder no one had noticed that Su Qiu was holding an imperial decree. He stepped back, hesitating to take it, and respectfully said, Your Majesty, please wait. This sinner shall prepare the incense, altar, and kneel to hear the decree read. Brother, do not. There are no outsiders here. Zhu Wuhuan grasped her brother's arm, halting others who were preparing to change and receive the decree. She tilted her chin, indicating them to look outside. See, the courtyard is empty. I specifically instructed the guards not to enter, as I did not wish for you to kneel unnecessarily. She swiftly tore away the black cloth, placing the decree firmly on the table. Here, you can view it like this. This action rendered the room utterly silent. The old matriarch and her elder and second sons exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Zhu Wuhuan, their expressions tinged with reproach. Wuhuan, you are being disrespectful to the emperor. Such respect is all I can muster, Zhu Wuhuan interjected, surveying the others in the hall. Her voice was resolute. No matter how loyal or reverent you are, when news of Father's treachery reached us, he did not place any trust in Father. When he decreed execution, he did so without a shred of mercy. The hall fell once again into a profound silence. If the emperor sought to annihilate their entire family, how could they not harbor resentment? The Zhu family had been loyal for generations, steadfast in their allegiance to the court and to successive emperors, fighting valiantly on the battlefield, returning home only in death. That battlefield was a resting place for countless enemies. Yet it also served as the eternal resting ground for the sons of the Zhu family across generations. Generations of loyalty had yielded not even a modicum of trust from the emperor. News from the borders had just arrived, and the emperor had immediately decreed the execution of all 76 members of their family, even if they were to be imprisoned for a time, awaiting certain news from the border before their crimes were determined and they faced execution. It would offer them some solace. Yet, the emperor did not even grant the Zhuang family this brief respite or modicum of compassion. After a moment of silence, Lady Zhuang wiped her tears and gestured for her eldest and second sons to examine the imperial edict. She then approached Zhuang Wuhuan and sat beside her. Wuhuan, do you harbor resentment towards the emperor? Shouldn't I? Zhuang Wuhuan replied softly, clutching her little nephew's tender hand. Lady Zhuang sighed gently, enveloping Wuhuan in her embrace. My dear, I am unaware of the hardships and indignities you endured in the palace to secure this imperial pardon for our family. I also do not know how the emperor treated you upon his return to the harem after the news of your father's treachery reached us. She gazed down at Wuhuan's head. Thus, if you resent the emperor, I shall not chastise you, nor will I compel you to relinquish your grievances. However, I wish to remind you that you are bound to him as a wife, one whose ties can only be severed by death. Therefore, as long as you draw breath, you must honor him, support him, and comply with him. Even if your heart is heavy with resentment, you must swallow it down and present a smile in his presence. If you do not, out of anger, he could easily bring about your demise. She gently caressed Wuhuan's hair. Do you feel stifled? Yes, it is indeed suffocating. Yet, no matter how suffocating it may be, we must endure it. After all, this realm belongs to the emperor, and your husband is the emperor. Chapter 17. The beloved Zhuang Wuhuan. Brothers dote on their siblings, and uncles shower affection on their nephews. Listening to Lady Zhuang's words, Wuhuan felt her eyes moisten. This nurturing counsel from a loving mother was a sentiment she had never truly experienced before. The notion that one must endure, no matter how harsh, could indeed be articulated more forcefully. For when Empress Zhuang sought to enter the palace, her family had opposed it vehemently, wishing for her to marry into a noble family and lead a mundane life. It was her infatuation with Prince Jin that led her astray, compelling her to become his accomplice in the palace, even resorting to fasting as a form of protest, which ultimately forced the Zhuang family to relent. Thus, any suffering endured by Empress Zhuang within the palace could not be blamed on her family. It was her own choice. Of course, it was the former Empress Zhuang who suffered. Now, it was her turn, and as time passed, the dynamic of suffering between her and the emperor remained to be seen. Mother, do not fret over me. I understand. Zhuang Wuhuan looked up at Lady Zhuang and smiled. Isn't it simply because we are within our own home, shielded from the gaze of outsiders, and with you and my brothers and sisters comforting me, that I allow myself this indulgence? Seeing her radiant smile, Lady Zhuang felt a wave of relief wash over her. She gently patted Wuhuan's back. Very well, my dear, lean against me. I shall comfort you. Young Zhuang Chengying had been quietly watching from the side, perched on his toes with his small hands resting on the table. Hearing this, he reached out to embrace his elder sister from behind. Sister, do not feel sad. Wait for me to grow up. I will become a great general, even mightier than father, so that the emperor will no longer dare to bully you. Zhu Wuhuan turned to gaze at the little one who was still sulking with his head buried against his sister and listening to his lofty aspirations. She couldn't help but chuckle. All right, third sister, wait for us to grow up, and then you can protect third sister. Zhu Chengying nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhu Junan, who had been quietly nestled in Zhu Wuhuan's embrace, blinked his large eyes and looked around in confusion. He could not comprehend the complexity of the conversation and only caught a few key phrases. Auntie is upset. Must console. He buried his head into his aunt's arms, his little hands tightly clutching her neck. Auntie, Junan will console you. Nobody cease. Junan will comfort Auntie. Zhu Wuhuan burst into laughter. You little rascal. Can you really console someone? Zhu Junan, with utmost sincerity, replied, I can. After his earnest declaration, he planted a kiss on his aunt's cheek, exclaiming, Kisses for Auntie. Comfort Auntie. Make Auntie smile. Zhu Wuhuan was thoroughly amused by the little fellow. Not far away, Zhu Xinyuan and his wife watched their beloved son bond so well with his little aunt, and they could not help but smile with satisfaction. It was indeed a joy to see their son have such a close relationship with his aunt, especially one who held the esteemed position of the queen. The affection he garnered from her would surely pave a smoother and more comforting path for his future. Meanwhile, Zhu Longyuan scratched his head, gazing at his half-year-old son in the cradle, a look of frustration on his face. When will my silly son grow up and learn to make his aunt happy? Listening to this, the fourth brother, Zhu Chunjun, who had leaned in to examine the imperial edict, turned and laughed at his elder brother. Brother, your little nephew cannot yet console anyone. You should step in. Before third sister was married, whenever she was unhappy, you would sneak behind her back and lift her high in the air, and that always made her happy. Zhu Longyuan playfully tapped his brother's head. Your third sister is now the queen. How could she be tossed around like before? Nevertheless, with affection for his sister, he approached her and inquired, Little sister, would you like me to lift you high? Zhu Wuhuan turned to look at her robust second brother with an amused expression. Brother, do you think I'm still a 16-year-old girl? I am 23 now. His broad palm gently patted her head, his smile warm yet earnest. What of being 23? Even if you were 83, as long as I have strength, I could still lift you and carry you around the courtyard. Meeting her brother's gaze, Zhu Wuhuan felt a surge of emotion. Previously, in the palace, the Zhu family had merely been figures in a historical narrative to her. Even though this body belonged to the Zhu family, she felt no attachment to them. Yet now, having experienced the tender affection of this family in the general's residence, their images had truly come alive in her heart. They transformed from mere text into flesh and blood individuals, from strangers into a mother, brothers, and nephews who cherished and adored her. With this newfound sentiment, the tragic fates of their historical counterparts weighed heavily upon her heart as a deep anguish enveloped her. For these lovely people, these vibrant faces, were all destined to be frozen in time 3 days hence. As their heads struck the ground, crimson blood stained the earth. Contemplating that tragic scene, Zhu Wuhuan's anger towards the tyrant surged anew. Dog tyrant. He deserves to be exhumed and desecrated, to have his bones ground to dust, and to see his skull fashioned into a wine bowl. Having brutally slain so many, such a fate is all he merits. At that very moment, Feng Changya, the tyrant whom Zhu Wuhuan maligned, found himself within the residence of the esteemed Scholar Chun. Fortuitously distant from Zhu Wuhuan, he remained blissfully unaware of the scorn directed at him by his own queen. His visit to Scholar Chen's estate was prompted by the presence of a scenic pavilion atop a 7 or 8 zhang high artificial hill, offering a perfect vantage point from which to behold the garden of the neighboring general's residence. Although he had come to monitor Prince Jin, he suspected that the prince was already keeping an eye on the general's manor. Any overt action on his part would surely alert them. Thus, he discreetly accompanied the Empress Dowager to Scholar Chen's estate, awaiting the prince's splendid performance in silence. Your Majesty, why have you brought me here? The resplendent Empress Dowager cast a fiery glance towards the general's residence, her eyes ablaze with rage. Did the emperor still harbor pity for the aging Zhu Huaining and his family, contemplating their mercy? She slammed her teacup onto the stone table. I will not allow you to spare the Zhu family. They bear the blood of the barbaric Shiyuan, having betrayed the trust bestowed upon them by me and the late emperor over the years. They all deserve death. Feng Changya raised his gaze to meet his furious mother. His vehement decree to annihilate the Zhu family stemmed from the moment the news of Zhu Huaining's treachery reached him, igniting his mother's wrath. He still recalled her furious words. Zhu Huaining, that old wretch. Has he forgotten who rescued you and your son from the slaughter of the Shiyuan tribes? Has he forgotten the blood oath he swore to cleanse the blood of the Shiyuan and pledge his loyalty to Ardening? A treacherous renegade. Those oaths he once held sacred have been cast aside, betraying the very nation that nurtured him for so long. I shall see him torn to pieces. Chapter 18, Astonishing. The birth mother turns out to be a princess of the Shiyuan tribe. Feng Changya cast a sidelong glance at the resplendent garden of the general's residence. It was only when his mother, in her fury, divulged these truths that he learned of Zhu Huaining's lineage. The old general, Zhu Huaining, bore the blood of the Shiyuan. His mother was a princess of one of the 27 tribes of Shiyuan. When a rebellion erupted within the tribe, this unfortunate princess, gravely injured, fled Shiyuan and arrived at the borders of Dening. By chance, she was rescued by the previous old general, Zhu Qilin. At that time, the general was unaware of her royal status, believing her to be a commoner displaced by the ravages of war. Captivated by her gentle disposition and beauty, General Zhu Qilin took her as a concubine. Little did he know that 6 months later, the princess's brother would quell the rebellion and discreetly send word to her, inviting her to return to the tribe. Although the princess had developed feelings for General Zhu Qilin, her affection paled in comparison to the deep longing she felt for her homeland. Seizing the opportunity, while General Zhu was on patrol, she fled the military camp and, aided by the tribal warriors, returned to Shiyuan. However, upon her return, life proved to be far from pleasant. She soon discovered that she was with child. Her brother, now the chieftain of the tribe, insisted on marrying her off to a warrior of their clan to forge an alliance, compelling her to terminate the child fathered by a man from Danning and forcing her to wed a warrior from Shiyuan. She resolutely refused. preferring to disfigure herself rather than forsake her child. Consequently, she fell from the grace of her brother, from a revered princess to a mere slave. After enduring months of hardship, she gave birth to her child, naming him Huaining, a constant reminder of the blissful 6 months spent in Danning and of her beloved husband, General Zhu Qilin. She struggled to provide for her son in Xiyuan, laboring tirelessly, tending to horses, and performing the most menial tasks. When Huaining turned 6, her tribe was tragically annexed by another. In Xiyuan, tribal conflicts often led to bloody skirmishes, and the defeated faced not only enslavement, but also the threat of massacre at the hands of ruthless commanders. Unfortunately, she encountered one such merciless leader. Thousands of them were bound, and the brutal commander, with the soldiers, circled on horseback, shooting arrows for sport with each pass, treating them as mere prey. She and her son narrowly escaped death in that horrific slaughter, as fate would have it. Just then, General Zhu Qilin descended like a savior, slaying the Xiyuan soldiers and rescuing the few survivors. Recognizing her, he brought mother and son back to the military camp of Danning. Tragically, she had already sustained a fatal wound from an arrow to her abdomen, and shortly after being rescued, she succumbed to her injuries. Before she breathed her last, she urged her son Huaining to acknowledge General Zhu Qilin as his father. With tears in her eyes, she implored him to understand that he had lost all his kin in Xiyuan, that their tribe had been slaughtered, and that Xiyuan was no longer his home. Only the place where his true father, General Zhu Qilin, resided could be considered home. After her passing, the 6-year-old Huaining, driven by a fierce determination, drew a dagger and slashed his wrist before General Zhu Qilin. Kneeling before him, he raised his bloodied hand, declaring his intent to cleanse himself of the blood of the Xiyuan people. From that moment forth, he vowed to renounce his identity as a Xiyuan and to pledge his loyalty solely to Danning and his father. He proclaimed his desire to eradicate the remaining 26 tribes of Xiyuan, avenging his mother, his friends, and his kin. General Zhu Qilin admired the fierce spirit of his son. As a family of military generals, they believed only a child as tenacious and resolute as Huaining could uphold their legacy. Thus, under the diligent guidance of General Zhu Qilin, Huaining underwent rigorous training over the following years, ultimately emerging as the formidable general who would command respect throughout Xiyuan. In a blink, Feng Changye recalled the tales his mother had shared about the illustrious history of General Zhu. At that moment, he was incensed upon learning that Zhu Huaining bore the blood of the Xiyuan people. The urgent missives from the border reported that this traitor had aided the Xiyuan in the slaughter of a staggering 40,000 soldiers of Daming, leaving the border awash in blood. The thought of sparing Zhu Huaining's family seemed insufficient to quell the righteous fury of the border populace, prompting his furious decision to execute the entire Zhu clan. He wished to place his faith in the veteran general who had fought for Daming for decades. However, the 2 dispatches that had simultaneously reached the capital, along with the blood oath from Zhu Huaining's deputy, undeniably attested to the truth of Zhu Huaining's treachery. Thus, he could no longer believe in this old general. As he pondered this, Feng Changye was reminded of the words of the time-traveling woman, Zhu Wuhuan, regarding Zhu Huaining's feigned surrender. He grasped the teacup tightly, his emotions swirling in complexity. Historically, he had indeed wrongfully executed the entire Zhu family, betraying the old general's unwavering loyalty. Your Majesty? The Empress Dowager, noticing that her son remained silent, gently called out. Feng Changye abruptly returned to the present. He lifted his gaze to the Empress Dowager and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, Mother, I shall not spare the Zhu family. I brought you here to observe which of their accomplices might come to their rescue, so we can apprehend them all in one fell swoop." The Empress Dowager suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. Very well. Let us remain here and see who dares defy the imperial decree to save the Zhu family." Upon witnessing her mother's reaction, Feng Changye's expression softened slightly. It appeared that the crown prince's treasonous intentions were unknown to her. He feared that she might act as a certain queen did centuries ago, aiding her younger son in the murderous ambition against the elder. He poured a cup of tea for his mother. "Mother, it's quite warm today. Do drink more tea." "Very well." The Empress Dowager smiled contentedly as she relished her elder son's service. While enjoying her tea, her thoughts drifted to her younger son. She sighed. Jiner suffers during the summer. He feels unwell in such heat and must reside by the cool pool in the outskirts to feel better. Oh dear. She looked up hopefully at Feng Changya. Shall we visit him at the estate later? Your brother is all alone there, without a companion to share warmth or children to cherish. I imagine he must feel quite lonely by that cold pool. Feng Changya lowered his eyes, reflecting mother. There's no need to rush. He will soon be lively and come running to perform before you. Yet, when he raised his gaze to the Empress Dowager, he wore a facade of obedient cheer. Splendid. I too have missed Changjin. Let us go see him shortly, and we shall bring some fruits and vegetables. Little did the Empress Dowager know that her elder son had brought her here to witness a spectacle, believing wholeheartedly that her two sons shared a bond of brotherly love, delighting in their amiable relationship. As the two most esteemed individuals enjoyed their tea, a commotion soon arose from the back garden of the adjacent generaless residence. The Empress Dowager turned her head to see a young man's figure appearing amidst the vibrant blossoms, her heart leaping with joy. Indeed, the Zhu family has accomplices. Such scoundrels ought to be captured and executed. Just as her excitement peaked, she suddenly recognized that familiar silhouette. Wait a moment. Wasn't she just murmuring about Gina? How could he be at the residence of General Zhu? Chapter 19. Wu Huan secretly praises the beauty of the tyrant. The tyrant's heart is filled with delight. The Empress Dowager stared blankly at her younger son's retreating figure. As realization dawned, a wave of intense unease surged within her. She abruptly turned to gaze at her elder son seated opposite her. Your Majesty, how could your brother? She clenched the handkerchief tightly in her grasp. Struggling to blink, he may not necessarily be allied with the Zhu family. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Let us observe the situation first, shall we? Feng Changya did not wish for his mother to discover that he had long been aware of this matter, nor did he want her to realize that he had deliberately brought her out to witness how her younger son conspired against the throne. Otherwise, how heartbroken would the elderly lady be, caught between the rebellion of her youngest and the scheming of her eldest? Thus, Feng Changya skillfully feigned a shocked demeanor upon seeing his beloved brother. He maintained a stern expression, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized the figures within the Zhu family garden, appearing deeply disheartened and cold. Retracting his gaze towards his mother, he took a deep breath and grasped her trembling hand. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. I will not act impulsively. Let us observe perhaps Changjin. His throat tightened, rendering him unable to continue. The Empress Dowager, previously harboring suspicions that the Emperor had foreseen Jiner's arrival and conjecturing that he had intentionally brought her out to witness the collusion between Jiner and the general's residence, found some solace in the Emperor's evident shock and disappointment. It appeared he, too, was unprepared for Jiner's presence. Both mother and son remained silent as they turned their attention back to the Zhu family's rear garden. Feng Changya glared coldly at Feng Changjin, who was bent over, meticulously selecting beautiful flowers amidst the blooms. His brows furrowed in fury. Picking peonies to present to Wu Huan? This younger brother clearly held no regard for him as an elder. How infuriating! Just as his anger swelled, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Wu Huan's inner thoughts. He swiftly turned towards the end of the corridor. So this is Prince Feng Changjin? The white moonlight in the eyes of Empress Zhu? TSK. Empress Zhu's taste is rather mediocre. Her judgment leaves much to be desired. Wu Huan leaned against a pillar, gazing at the prince in the garden, plucking flowers. She smirked, sharing her thoughts with the system. If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly choose Feng Changya. In terms of both features and demeanor, he far surpasses Feng Changjin. Though I must admit, despite his tyrannical nature, Feng Changya does possess a striking visage. In the pavilion, upon hearing Wu Huan's musings, Feng Changya's tumultuous emotions were instantly soothed. He glanced at the flower-picking prince, an inexplicable sense of superiority rising within him. His lips curled slightly. It seems this woman possesses some discernment, unlike the previous Empress Zhu, who was utterly blind. However, the next moment, his smirk vanished abruptly as he overheard Wu Huan and the system's subsequent exchange. He caught the system remarking, especially the skull, It is even more aesthetically pleasing. He could distinctly hear Zhu Wuhuan laughing heartily within her heart, exclaiming, "The system truly understands me. Those who possess beauty also have exquisite bone structure. Feng Changye's skull is indeed remarkable." Feng Changye's temples throbbed with rage. This wretched woman, time and again, she brought up his skull. Sooner or later, he would remove hers and use it as a wine bowl. In the corridor, Zhu Wuhuan engaged in light banter with the system before straightening up and strolling toward the garden. The Prince of Jin had arrived at the General S residence just a quarter of an hour ago. How he managed to penetrate through layers of guards was beyond her comprehension. Regardless, upon his arrival, he had headed straight for the back garden, sending a servant to summon her for an audience. She deliberately delayed her entrance, intent on reddening her eyes to feign overwhelming sorrow as if facing the imminent annihilation of her family, creating a facade of having wept extensively. As she stepped out of the corridor onto the bluestone path, the Prince of Jin, Feng Changjin, immediately noticed her. He held a few peonies in his hand and hurried toward Zhu Wuhuan. Wuhuan. He approached her with a gentle smile, but upon seeing her tear-streaked eyes, he felt a pang of heartache so profound that the flowers slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. "Do not be sad. Do not fear. I am here. I am," he uttered, his heart aching as he reached out to embrace her, seeking to provide comfort. Zhu Wuhuan swiftly recoiled, evading his outstretched arms. In her mind, she lamented to the system, "Damn it, how disingenuous." He knows that the Zhu family is on the brink of extermination, and any rational person would not be in the mood to pluck flowers for the Empress. I suspect he deliberately gathered flowers to evoke sweet memories between him and the Empress, to rekindle her affection for him. Then, upon witnessing her despair, he could cast aside the flowers, portraying himself as someone who cherishes her above all else. This innocent girl, untouched by a man's advances, was once stirred by his inadvertent displays of care and affection, leaving her heart in turmoil. Alas, in the pavilion, Feng Changye watched in disbelief as the Prince of Jin attempted to embrace Zhu Wuhuan, crushing the teacup in his hand. Although there were no feelings between him and Zhu Wuhuan, she was nonetheless his lawfully wedded wife. What a scoundrel the Prince of Jin was. Cursed be him. Yet, upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's criticisms of the prince, his anger inexplicably subsided for a moment. His gaze fell upon her face. This woman possesses some discernment. She can see through the true nature of the Prince of Jin, unlike the previous Zhu Empress, who was so naive. Across from him, the Empress Dowager's expression was as dark as the sky before a storm, her eyes fixed upon her youngest son, radiating disappointment. How could there be an affair between Changjin and Zhu Wuhuan? Gritting her teeth, she seethed, "It must be Zhu Wuhuan who seduced him. Otherwise, how could such a gentle and courteous boy as Changjin act in a manner that betrays his elder brother?" She slammed her hand on the table. Furious at this undutiful woman, Feng Changye silently turned to glance at the Empress Dowager. "You truly have no idea what sort of person your youngest son is, do you? When trouble arises, it is always someone else's fault, never that of your dear son, is it? Alas, who could blame you? After all, your son emerged from your very womb, while Zhu Wuhuan is but an outsider. Let's continue, and you shall discern who between your son and Zhu Wuhuan truly embodies the rogue in this tangled affair." In the garden, Prince Jin found himself momentarily stunned. Having failed to embrace Zhu Wuhuan, his arms remained outstretched in a gesture of longing, his countenance reflecting profound sorrow and despair. Wuhuan, Zhu Wuhuan, a master of performance, mirrored his sadness, bending to retrieve a peony that lay upon the ground. With a quivering voice, she lamented, "Just as this flower, which I plucked, is destined to wither, so too is my fate. Soon I shall face my own demise. This wilting bloom leaves me no heart to engage in frivolous banter with you." Chapter 20. Oh my! This is utterly melodramatic. How treacherous! With a sorrow reminiscent of Dayu mourning the flowers, she tossed the peony back into the thicket. Her tear-filled eyes turned toward the distant mountains, and she sorrowfully addressed Prince Jin. "Speak your piece, then depart swiftly. The general's mansion is a nest of discord, and you cannot linger here." Prince Jin narrowed his eyes, studying Zhu Wuhuan with newfound curiosity. Today, she seemed different. For a fleeting moment, he pondered her emotional shift, given the imminent peril facing the Zhu family, but he soon dismissed this thought. Approaching her, he said, "Since you wish to discuss matters of urgency, let us proceed. This matter is indeed of utmost importance." Lowering his voice, he continued, "Wuhuan, I have come today to save lives." Zhu Wuhuan suddenly turned her gaze to him, a flicker of surprise igniting within her eyes. "Save lives? Prince Jin, can you save my family?" At the sight of her hopeful expression, Prince Jin's gaze fell, tinged with regret. "I am but a prince, not an emperor. I cannot save all of your kin. However, I can ensure that a fragment of the Zhu lineage survives." He lifted his gaze to meet hers once more, solemn in his promise. "Wuhuan, I can save your youngest brother, Chungying. I can guarantee his safety through this ordeal, nurturing him to eventually restore the Zhu family's honor." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuhuan felt no elation. Instead, despair clouded her features as she staggered backward, murmuring, "So, you can only save one person?" Her voice trembled with sorrow. "My family consists of 76 souls, and you can rescue but one?" Such exquisite acting not only convinced Prince Jin of her anguish, but even elicited admiration from the heavens above. After a brief moment of disorientation, she raised her hand, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. With a bittersweet expression, she gazed at Prince Jin and managed a faint smile. One life is still a blessing. To escape with even one is something. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Pray tell, how shall you save my brother Chungying? What must the Zhu family do?" Prince Jin opened his mouth, seemingly a loss for words, and fell into a contemplative silence as he gazed intently at Zhu Wuhuan. She too held his gaze. After a half-minute of mutual gazes, King Jin turned his eyes toward the distant mountains and spoke softly. "Wuhuan, the solution I am about to propose may be difficult for you to accept. However, for the sake of your brother's life, and to preserve the last vestige of the Zhu lineage, I hope you will listen to me until the end and give it careful consideration." He closed his eyes briefly and continued, "The solution is to have Chungying pose as our child. As long as Chungying remains a member of the Zhu family, he cannot escape this calamity. But if he is my flesh and blood, he becomes part of the royal bloodline. In due time, I can appeal to the Empress mother and persuade her to intercede with my brother on Chungying's behalf." He cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Wuhuan. "If you wish to save Chungying's life, this is our only option." Zhu Wuhuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at King Jin. She feigned shock and repeatedly rejected his proposal. "Chungying is my brother. How can he impersonate our son? Absolutely not. This would create chaos." While acting, she secretly berated the system in her heart. This King Jin is utterly heartless. How could he conceive such a nefarious plan? If he were genuinely concerned for the Zhu family and truly wished to preserve our bloodline, I might begrudgingly commend his earnest intentions, despite the absurdity of the suggestion. But he is clearly not sincere. His motives are to deceive the Zhu family. He fears that the tyrant will not rest until the Zhu family is annihilated. Nor will he spare the Empress Zhu. I finally comprehend why the historical Empress Zhu met such a tragic fate and why the tyrant Feng Changya inflicted such gruesome torture upon his wife. He believes that his brother, King Jin, and Empress Zhu have a 6-year-old son. In his eyes, these two have been husband and wife for 7 years. And yet Empress Zhu continues to masquerade as an untouched maiden marrying him. No matter the man, even an emperor would be dizzy and bloodied by such a colossal betrayal. As for the Zhu family, they are not innocent either. In his eyes, they are fully aware of the unclean relationship between Empress Zhu and King Jin. Yet they continue to support their illicit child while marrying Empress Zhu to him. Under such misunderstandings, how could he trust the loyalty of the Zhu family? He would naturally conclude that there are no virtuous individuals among them, only treacherous subjects who mock him. The Zhu family already bears the stigma of treachery, and now they have added the charge of mocking the emperor. Do they still wish to survive? What a dream! Zhu Wuhuan's inner thoughts were heard clearly by Feng Changya in the pavilion. He suddenly raised his head, incredulous as he gazed at King Jin, Feng Changjin. The audacity to suggest that the 6-year-old Zhu scion impersonate Wu Huan and his illegitimate child? This scheme was indeed insidious. It was malicious. It aimed to ruin Zhu Wu Huan utterly. Only a truly vile individual could conceive such a treacherous plan against a woman he had cherished for years. At the very least, the man who had been labeled a tyrant for over a millennium would never stoop to such levels against his own wife. Feng Changya coldly fixed his gaze on the retreating figure of King Jin, his brows furrowed in fury. Originally, he had already harbored intentions to confine Prince Jin, and now, this thought had only grown more resolute. Such a malicious mindset, willing to resort to any means to achieve its ends, raises the question of what chaos might ensue if he were to continue to indulge this individual in their ostentation. He certainly did not wish to repeat the tragic trajectory of history, culminating in an untimely demise 3 years hence. In the garden, Prince Jin, confronted with Zhu Wu Huan's adamant refusal to allow Cheng to impersonate their son, felt a sense of helplessness. Wu Huan, I understand that this situation is difficult to accept, but do you truly wish to watch Cheng perish? He implored. Nothing is more paramount than the preservation of life. He continued to persuade her, moreover, this is merely a temporary measure. Once Cheng survives, and in the future, when I and he can vindicate the Zhu family's honor, I shall restore his rightful identity as a son of the Zhu family. I swear to you, I will not allow him to live perpetually under the shadow of being our illegitimate child. He attempted to grasp Zhu Wu Huan's hand. Wu Huan, for the sake of saving your brother, for the preservation of your family's bloodline, I am willing to defy the world's greatest taboos. I fear not the wrath of my royal brother. What do you have to fear? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wu Huan could not help but admire the prince's cunning once again. He was indeed a master at manipulating the hearts of others. She deftly avoided his outstretched hand, feigning tears as she looked up at him. Chapter 21. Wu Huan's outburst leaves Prince Jin speechless. Do not utter another word. This plan is utterly unfeasible, she retorted. The emperor is the most esteemed person in the realm. How could he possibly tolerate his wife's betrayal? How could he ever forgive the existence of an illegitimate child born from her union with another? Even if you were to disclose that Cheng is your own flesh and blood, and even with the Empress Dowager interceding on your behalf, he would remain unmoved by your sentiments and would undoubtedly subject Cheng to a brutal fate. With that, Zhu Wuhuan lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. The reason she continued to play along with Prince Jin was to observe just how far he would go in his deceptions. It was abundantly clear to her that a tyrant would never spare his wife's illegitimate offspring. Historical accounts of Empress Zhu made this evident. She pondered why the historical Empress Zhu, fully aware that proclaiming Cheng as her illegitimate son would lead to her swift and merciless execution, had ultimately succumbed to Prince Jin's persuasion. She resolved to accompany Prince Jin a while longer to discern the depths of this scoundrel's deceit. Fear not, Wu Huan, Prince Jin continued, as she had anticipated. My royal brother will indeed erupt in fury upon learning of this matter. But what of it? As long as I can secure my mother's protection for both myself and Cheng, he cannot harm us. He lowered his voice conspiratorially. For my mother possesses a decree left by our late father. My father cherished her deeply, fearing that after his passing, my royal brother might disrespect her. He bequeathed a decree to her. As long as she presents this decree, my brother would not dare to defy her. Upon hearing Prince Jin mention the decree in the hands of the Empress Dowager, Zhu Wuhuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. The Empress Dowager, holding that decree, indeed stood as an unassailable pillar of support. It was clear now that it was this secret that ultimately swayed the historical Empress Zhu. She understood. However, one cannot help but remark that the late emperor was rather unkind to his son, leaving behind a decree that binds Feng Changya in perpetual subservience to the Empress Dowager. Is it not exceedingly stifling to hold the throne under such circumstances? The Prince of Jin gazed at Zhu Wuhuan with profound affection, assuring her, Fear not, Wuhuan. I shall undoubtedly protect your brother Cheng. Allow me to assist you, Wuhuan. Permit me to perform this final act for you. He opened his arms, yearning to embrace Zhu Wuhuan once more, believing that such heartfelt words would surely compel her to fall into his embrace. To his dismay, Zhu Wuhuan once again evaded him. She stepped back a few paces, retracting her earlier pitiful demeanor, and instantly transformed into a visage of cold indifference. All necessary tests had been conducted. There was no need to feign civility with this loathsome man any longer. How repugnant! As she regarded the Prince of Jin with icy disdain, she silently lamented to the system. This insufferable man. Why does he persist in his unwelcome advances? He has lunged at me several times. He truly ought to learn from his brother. After all, I am the queen to his brother, and he has never behaved in such a manner towards me. The system quietly interjected. That is because his brother is of a different persuasion. He is not. Zhu Wuhuan nearly chuckled at the system's sharp wit. In the pavilion, upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's critique of the prince's lewdness, Feng Changye's lips momentarily curled upwards. However, upon hearing the system's retort, his expression abruptly reverted to one of stoic neutrality. How vexing! This duo, one human and one system, had a knack for dragging him from bliss to despair in mere seconds. He would ensure that these two wretches would soon comprehend whether or not he was of that disposition. Once more left empty-handed, the Prince of Jin lowered his gaze, only to witness Zhu Wuhuan's previously tender and dependent demeanor morph into that of an aloof and haughty queen. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Wuhuan had been acting strangely today. He had assumed it was due to her overwhelming emotions regarding her family's impending execution. Yet now this reasoning could no longer account for her coldness. Wuhuan, you seem different today, he remarked, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. Is it so peculiar that I am unusual today? Zhu Wuhuan raised her head, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she regarded the prince. Now that all necessary explorations had been undertaken, she saw no reason to endure further discomfort by pretending with this man. It was time for her to confront him. After enduring the fade of pitifulness for so long, she felt utterly stifled. The Prince of Jin is willing to risk scandal for the sake of rescuing my brother, even to stand against the Emperor. How utterly moving. She meticulously adjusted her sleeves, locking her gaze with his. Allow me to share some good news with the prince. Her smile blossomed like a resplendent peony as she declared, the Emperor has pardoned the Zhu family from their death sentences, and I have come forth to announce this decree. The Prince of Jin was taken aback by such unexpected news. His expression faltered momentarily. How could this be? Zhu Wuhuan regarded him with a scrutinizing glance. Are you disappointed, Prince? I wish the Zhu family to survive this calamity. I wish that Zhu Wuhuan would not incite the Emperor's wrath alongside you, suffering a fate of 1,000 cuts. I wish that the Zhu family would not become the vengeful spirits beneath your blade, spreading the tyrant's notorious name throughout the realm. Her smile bore no warmth, rendering your elaborate schemes utterly futile. How unfortunate for you. The Jin Wang did not anticipate that Zhu Wuhuan would strike him with such a direct blow, exposing his intention to bring harm to her family. The carefully crafted expression he had managed to maintain shattered in an instant. Fortunately, for one accustomed to the art of performance, sustaining an expression is as effortless as eating or drinking. He regained his composure in the blink of an eye. With an fade of sorrow, he gazed at Zhu Wuhuan with incredulity. Wuhuan, why you harbor such malicious suspicions against me? Did someone whisper in your ear? Zhu Wuhuan smiled softly, asserting that no one needed to speak to her. Her own discernment sufficed to reveal his ill intentions. She raised her hand to halt his defense and continued. You just mentioned that to save Chengying, he must impersonate your illegitimate child with me. How curious. If your true desire were to save Chengying, would it not suffice for him to pose as your illegitimate son? Why must he impersonate me, the esteemed Empress? You could simply claim that Chengying is a child born of a liaison with a courtesan, entrusted to the general's household due to his mother's lowly status. Would that not suffice? You could assert that your initial concern over the Zhu family's prowess led you to substitute your own flesh and blood for our child when I bore one, thereby claiming Chengying as your own. Alternatively, you might say that this child was born from an affair with one of our maids, and the Zhu family graciously raised him to shield you from scandal. She spread her hands in a gesture of mockery. See, regardless of which narrative you choose, Chang'e could be saved without you bearing the shame of an affair with the Empress, without inciting the Emperor's ire. Yet, why must you drag me into this? Forcing me to confront the Emperor's wrath alongside you? Why must I fall from the highest status of the damning Empress to that of a sinful woman? Is this your version of love? You merely seek to make the Emperor detest me, the woman who has supposedly betrayed him, leading to my brutal demise. And a ruler capable of killing even his wife will undoubtedly earn a reputation as a tyrant. She fixed her gaze upon the Jin Wang, a cold smirk upon her lips. You're using the Zhu family's plight as bait, creating a vague impression of tyranny among the populace. Gradually, you will fill that image with further deeds, and in 2 or 3 years, the Emperor's tyrannical image will be firmly established, leading him to lose the people's hearts and the loyalty of his ministers. At that point, you, the one who has removed the tyrant for the sake of the people, will ascend the throne without fear of being accused of treason. This is your ultimate objective. Chapter 22. The fierce Wuhan unleashes her acting skills. Even the tyrant would applaud. Historically, the Jin Wang indeed achieved this aim. 3 years later, the tyrant Feng Chang'e met an untimely demise, and Prince Jin ascended the throne. The entire court and the realm of Daning rejoiced, elated that they finally had a gentle and benevolent new emperor who cherished his subjects as his own children. From the highest echelons of power to the common folk, no one entertained conspiracy theories suggesting that Prince Jin had a hand in Feng Chang'e's death. The fall of this tyrant was met with universal applause. Even 3-year-old children hummed the celebratory tunes composed by scholars, rejoicing in the demise of the despot. During such a nationwide celebration, who would delve into the truth behind the death of tyrant? As long as such a scourge was gone, that sufficed. The populace loathed him so deeply that Feng Chang'e's infamous name echoed throughout the ages, known to all. Was this not all part of the meticulous schemes devised by the seemingly gentle and refined man before them? Zhu Wuhuan. Upon hearing her words, Prince Jin was indeed taken aback. He never anticipated that this woman would unravel his plan, which had only just begun to take shape. She even articulated thoughts he had yet to fully contemplate. He was astonished by her sudden brilliance. Was this truly the same foolish woman he had once toyed with at will? Were it not for the unmistakable familiarity of her visage, he might have believed he was confronting a different person entirely. Quickly suppressing his astonishment, he donned an expression of feigned indignation, his eyes appropriately reflecting a hint of fear at being accused of coveting the throne. Zhu Wuhuan, are you courting death? If you do not value your life, I still do. I have always accepted my fate as a mere idle prince. I have never coveted my imperial brother's realm. To accuse me of plotting to seize his throne is to put my life in jeopardy. I have cherished you dearly, always considering your well-being. And this is how you repay me? After earnestly reproaching Zhu Wuhuan, he caught sight of her scornful gaze and continued, indignantly waving his sleeves. Very well. You claim I covet the throne. If I truly harbored such intentions, would I be foolish enough to suggest that Chang'e impersonate our own flesh and blood? I would be provoking my imperial brother, who might very well eliminate me in a fit of rage. If I were to lose my life, what ambitions could I have for the throne? If I were indeed covetous of power, I would have remained patient and obedient, ensuring my brother had no suspicions of me. I would not care for your well-being, allowing your family to perish without aid from the general's estate. Zhu Wuhuan, ask yourself honestly, why would I, a perfectly fine prince, risk my safety for the sake of your family's child? Why would I foolishly seek death? His eyes filled with sorrow. Is it not because I love you? He gently shook his head, his eyes reddening. I love you so deeply, yet you have been misled by whispers, completely misunderstanding my genuine intentions. Today, you came to test me. How can you justify this, Zhu Wuhuan? Witnessing his attempts to exonerate himself, Zhu Wuhuan could only stifle a laugh. Particularly at the end, his passionate demeanor was utterly ridiculous. If true citizens of Daning were present, they might have believed him. Alas, she was not among them. She hails from millennium ahead, possessing knowledge of his destiny as the ultimate victor. The man who now professes not to covet the throne ultimately ascends to the imperial seat with great delight. With a sly smile, she queries, why would you act thus? It is simply because you possess an intimate understanding of your imperial brother. Given his nature, even if you remain compliant, he would still harbor doubts about you. However, if you were to unveil the so-called affair between us before him, he would paradoxically feel at ease. For in his eyes, you would appear as a naive fool, devoid of cunning, merely preoccupied with romantic pursuits. Once he perceives you as such, he will undoubtedly underestimate you, lowering his guard in your presence. And then there is your mother, who has indulged her youngest son excessively. Should she discover that the woman you cherish has been unjustly taken by your imperial brother, you would be forced to witness your beloved being seized from you, while your own flesh and blood is raised by the Zhu family, and you dare not acknowledge her. How heart-wrenching that must be for her, if she were to see the lover you desperately wish to save torn to shreds by your brother, and the child you strive to protect ultimately perish at his hands. She would find your plight utterly pitiable, would she not? In your grief, should you spill blood and fall ill, pretending to be on the brink of death, how could your mother, witnessing the torment inflicted upon you by your brother while he revels in his glory, not favor you with your mother-esque support? Enacting your revenge upon her eldest son would become considerably more feasible, would it not? Zhu Wuhuan's piercing gaze fixed intently upon the Prince of Jin. The prince felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutinizing stare. How could she have discerned his unspoken plans? Indeed, he contemplated leveraging Zhu Wuhuan, his one true love, and the demise of his own child, Cheng, to orchestrate a scheme of self-sacrifice, stirring his mother-esque compassion and creating a rift with his brother. Observing the prince's struggle to maintain composure, Zhu Wuhuan coldly applauded. What a masterstroke, Prince of Jin! You have calculated your brother's wariness, your mother's affection, and even the disillusionment of the realm towards him. Truly, you are a man of remarkable guile. She waved her hand dismissively. Yet, you should not employ your cunning against me, Zhu Wuhuan. Her gaze pierced him, laced with an icy chill. The Zhu family has rendered outstanding service to the great nation of Daming, and should you dare to pave your path to the throne with the blood of my kin, be prepared for the repercussions that shall befall you. With a decisive motion, she tore a piece of fabric from her robe, raising it slightly as if discarding refuse. Releasing it from her grasp, as she slowly stepped upon it, she locked her gaze with the prince's, enunciating each word with clarity. Today I, Zhu Wuhuan, sever all ties with you, Feng Changjin. Henceforth, there shall be no remnants of our past affection, only the hatred of a family extinguished. One day, I shall claim your life, Feng Changjin, to honor the 40,000 souls at the border. She held his gaze unwaveringly. Prince Jin, in your relentless pursuit to place the blame of the massacre of 40,000 valiant soldiers of the Ning upon my father, you have directly caused the demise of these brave souls. Do you not feel a chill down your spine in the quiet moments of the night, reflecting upon their unyielding spirits that await you in the depths of hell? Chapter 23. The tyrant emerges, a fierce protector of his wife. As he gazed upon the discarded garments beneath his feet, listening to Zhu Wuhuan proclaim that henceforth only the hatred of extermination remained between them, Prince Jin found himself momentarily lost in disbelief. How did it come to this? This was a far cry from the ideal scenario he had envisioned upon his arrival. His eyes, filled with a complex array of emotions, fixed upon Zhu Wuhuan. This woman, whom he could once manipulate with the slightest effort, had transformed into someone so astute and formidable. No, this was not the Zhu Wuhuan he once knew. But if she is not Zhu Wuhuan, then who could she possibly be? With narrowed eyes, he questioned her. Wuhuan, who has whispered these words into your ear? Does our long-standing bond mean nothing in the face of mere slander? Zhu Wuhuan scoffed. Now that I have laid my cards on the table, your pretense serves no purpose. It is quite pointless, is it not? Seeing Prince Jin poised to speak again, she asserted with commanding authority, I am weary, Prince Jin. Depart. Furious, he retorted, Zhu Wuhuan, I have yet to finish my words. In her mind, she thought, whether you finish or not is of no concern to me. As long as I have spoken my truth, I am satisfied. If your silence brings you distress, so be it. I am the Empress, revered like the Son of Heaven. When I command you to leave, do you not comprehend? Pointing toward the moon gate with unreserved disdain, she added, shall I summon the imperial guards to escort you away? Prince Jin? His face darkened as he glared at her. Zhu Wuhuan, you dare assume the airs of the Empress? As Empress, I am entitled to such dignity, she declared. In the past, I treated you with courtesy. Did you mistake my kindness for weakness? After delivering her retort, she raised her voice. Someone. Realizing she was indeed willing to summon the guards, Prince Jin's expression darkened further. He understood that there was no further discourse to be had with her that day, and, in a fit of rage, turned to leave. Zhu Wuhuan, today you have been misled by others and have misconstrued my intentions. One day, you shall regret this. Regardless of your belief, my feelings for you have remained unwavering from the very beginning. Prince Jin intended to leave those two statements to stir her thoughts, planning to return later and devise a way to explain himself. However, in his attempt to make his words resonate with conviction, his voice inadvertently rose, ensuring that the occupants of the pavilion, Feng Changye and the Empress Dowager, heard him clearly. The Empress Dowager clutched her chest, startled. She could not hear the earlier conversation between Jin and Zhu, but the final words were spoken with such volume that they reached her ears. Surely, the Emperor would have heard them as well. She quickly turned to look at the Emperor, and upon seeing his face, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. The Emperor's countenance was dark as thunder. Feng Changye ignored the Empress Dowager's gaze and slowly stood up. With a commanding gesture, he tore down the delicate veil draping from the pavilion, unveiling both himself and the Empress Dowager. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, he looked down with a piercing gaze at the Prince of Jin in the garden, his eyes glacial. Now tell me, what are your true feelings for the Empress that have remained unchanged from the very beginning? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the Prince of Jin's spine stiffened momentarily. He abruptly halted, raising his gaze towards the source of the sound. Upon discovering Feng Changye standing in the nearby pavilion, his complexion turned ashen, and his fingers, hanging at his side, trembled involuntarily. Cursed be it! How could his subordinates not inform him that Feng Changye had left the palace today? He quickly turned to face Zhu Wuhuan, his expression darkening. Zhu Wuhuan, it is you, he managed to utter through clenched teeth. You have conspired with my elder brother against me. Zhu Wuhuan felt wronged. She had no inkling that the tyrant Feng Changye had ventured out of the palace, and even more so, that he was seated in the pavilion next door. When she had visited the garden to meet the prince, she had observed her surroundings and noticed the pavilion shrouded in veils, obscuring the figures within. How could she have known that Feng Changye would be seated there? Casting a glance at the Prince of Jin, who glared at her with gritted teeth, and then at Feng Changye atop the pavilion, her mind raced. She had to devise a way to preserve her own safety. She could not allow the tyrant to dispose of her alongside the prince in a fit of rage. Otherwise, what would have been the point of her traversing through time? What strategy could convince a tyrant to accept the reality of his empress meeting her former lover? Without resorting to her execution, suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She immediately lifted her gaze towards Feng Changye atop the pavilion, raising her voice. Your Majesty, do you not wish to ascertain the loyalty of the Zhu family to you? I am willing to sacrifice my own dignity and put myself in peril to personally unearth the prince's hidden ambitions. She pointed at the prince, declaring, Your Majesty, the prince harbors treasonous intentions. He covets your throne, and I can attest to this. With her hands clasped together in a gesture of deep respect, she bowed profoundly, beseeching, Please grant me the opportunity to recount to you the events of today, and I shall unveil the prince's treacherous designs. The Prince of Jin, now anxious, had not anticipated that Zhu Wuhuan would dare disclose today's events to the emperor. This heartless woman sought to betray him for a chance at survival. Cursed be it, he would never allow that. Even if he were to perish, he would drag her down with him. Hastily, he turned towards the pavilion, lifting his robe and kneeling, imploring urgently, Your Majesty, do not heed the Empress's one-sided words. I have always adhered to my duties and never dared to entertain treasonous thoughts. I implore you to discern the truth. He then looked up at the Empress Dowager, Mother. I assure you, I have not. The Empress Dowager had initially felt a twinge of resentment towards her younger son for entangling himself with the Emperor's woman, lacking decorum. Yet, witnessing her most cherished son kneeling in fear before her. Her heart ached. She shot a fierce glare at Zhu Wuhuan. "Your Majesty, do not believe a word Zhu Wuhuan says. In my view, today's events stem solely from this woman's disregard for her marital duties." She spoke with fury, declaring that the Zhu family would surely face annihilation, and not wishing for death, she had sent a message to Jin, hoping to entice him with her beauty to save her entire family. In the garden, Zhu Wuhuan suddenly lifted her gaze to the Empress Dowager, simmering with anger. Is the Empress Dowager truly so biased? Feng Changjin is her son, yet I am also the daughter-in-law of her eldest son. Why does she so readily show favoritism? She accuses me of not adhering to the virtues of a wife. How can she, as a mother, claim that her eldest daughter-in-law lacks propriety when her son's reputation is at stake? So focused on her younger son, it is as if she is trampling on the dignity of her elder son. Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's inner thoughts, Feng Changjin furrowed his brow slightly. Observers often see more clearly. Had this woman remained silent, he might not have realized how his mother's words favored the king of Jin at his expense. A hint of displeasure stirred within him. He cast a subtle glance at the Empress Dowager. She had shifted all blame onto the Empress. Yet did she not know that I have never issued an edict to depose her? A smirk played on his lips. The Empress's position was secure. So why would she seek the king of Jin's help to save her family? Chapter 24. The tyrant declares, "When the Empress comes to me, I shall speak on your behalf." He glanced at the astonished Empress Dowager, then turned his gaze toward Zhu Wuhuan in the garden, asserting with undeniable authority. As for her desire to plead with the king of Jin to save the Zhu family, that made little sense. The king of Jin was merely a prince. I am the emperor. The king of Jin is but a former acquaintance, while I am her husband. If she wishes to save the Zhu family, why not directly appeal to me? Is she truly so foolish? Feng Changjin's words struck the Empress Dowager like a thunderbolt, leaving her dizzy. She stared at him in shock. You did not issue an edict to depose the Empress? But did you not state such in court? Feng Changjin interrupted her. In court. I spoke out of extreme anger, uttering words I did not mean about deposing the Empress. Is it not natural for a couple to quarrel? Must I not express my displeasure towards the Empress? Is it not acceptable to threaten her with such words for effect? The Empress Dowager instinctively replied, You are the emperor. Your words are law. Feng Changjin glanced at her, shaking his head. No, in the presence of others, I may be the emperor. My words are indeed law. But in front of my Empress, I am merely an ordinary husband. Men across the realm may jest and play with their wives. Must I be deprived of such joys simply because I hold the title of emperor? He paid no heed to the Empress Dowager's astonishment, turning his attention back to Zhu Wuhuan. Empress, come to me, and I shall advocate for you. In the garden, Zhu Wuhuan was utterly taken aback by Feng Changjin's declaration. This tyrant was nothing like the historical accounts she had learned. Was he not supposed to erupt in fury and cast her and the king of Jin into the dungeons? That would be the expected behavior of tyrant. Yet here he was, openly defending her in front of the Empress Dowager, each word a pillar of support. What was happening? She instinctively communicated with the system. Should I now perform a display of astonished favor to show him? The system replied, yes. It would be delightful to shed a couple of tears and then dash into his embrace with tear-filled eyes, a scene often depicted in dramas. She shivered slightly, expressing her frustration. Please consider the current setting when you speak. He is at the neighboring residence, atop a lofty pavilion. There is a tall courtyard wall between us that I cannot cross. Thus, I must first excitedly run out of the general's residence, then fervently make my way to the neighboring estate, and finally struggle up the stone steps to reach the pavilion, panting and drenched in sweat, before I can leap into his arms. She turned to the system and inquired, Are you certain this image is as beautiful as you claim? The system remained silent. The exchange between Zhu Wuhuan and the system lasted merely a few seconds. She lifted her head, her expression one of distress as she gazed at Feng Changjin. Your Majesty, I indeed wish to come forth, but alas, I am not capable of flight. She glanced at the imposing courtyard wall that stood between her and Feng Changjin, adding, Perhaps you could wait a moment while I summon the Imperial Guard to bring a ladder? Feng Changjin was nearly rendered speechless by her antics. He had almost been amused by her conversation with the system moments ago, and now, witnessing her plight, he felt exasperated, thinking that her way of thinking was truly unlike that of an ordinary person. He cast a sidelong glance at her, then looked toward the eaves behind her. Raising his voice, Ji Yunchang. In an instant, a dark figure darted out from beneath the beams. After dismounting, the figure swiftly approached Zhu Wuhuan and knelt before her, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the Emperor. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress." Zhu Wuhuan turned abruptly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded the individual before her. She then glanced back at the beam where he had just concealed himself. What on earth? How can anyone be there? Did he overhear everything I said to the Crown Prince? As she lowered her gaze to the man kneeling before her, she suddenly recognized his face. Oh, isn't this the vice captain who was stationed at the entrance of the general's residence before? A chill ran through her, and she exclaimed inwardly, "System, I am doomed." Look at how ruthless he was with Song Onxiao and Minister Song. If the tyrant inquires about what I discussed with the Crown Prince, he will undoubtedly relay every word to the tyrant. The system remained silent, acknowledging, truly, a person capable of ruling as an emperor, while you plot against a Crown Prince. He lies in wait, ready to ensnare you both. Zhu Wuhuan felt an icy dread settle in her heart. That wretched tyrant. I suspect I cannot eliminate him. Before the system could reply, she retorted, "Do not even suggest that I have you. What use are you, system? The tyrant is seated right there by the rockery, and you fail to notice him. A living person is hiding right under our noses, and yet you remain oblivious. Other systems are omnipotent, but what are you?" The system remained mute. It was merely a newly designed, rudimentary auxiliary system. After all, if it were as capable as others, it would not be tasked with such trivial missions, nor be burdened with such a lackluster host. It would have already traversed countless worlds, wreaking havoc within the pavilion. Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan and the system exchange barbs, Feng Changye nearly succumbed to laughter. To think they would consider themselves queens after overthrowing me, the tyrant. I have yet to make my move, and these two fools are already embroiled in infighting. The internal strife among the enemies brought an immense sense of delight to Feng Changye. With a smirk, he cast a glance at Zhu Wuhuan, then addressed Ji Yunchang, who knelt before him, saying, "The Empress does not possess the ability to fly. I trust you know what to do." Ji Yunchang respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "This humble servant understands, Your Majesty." Rising to his feet, he turned to Zhu Wuhuan, saying, "Your Highness, I beg your pardon." With that, he tightened the cloak around her and, bending down, hoisted her up, leaping effortlessly over the courtyard wall towards the artificial mountain. Zhu Wuhuan was incensed, feeling her head throb with indignation at being treated like a mere sack of potatoes by this unrefined warrior. How dare he, in such a brazen manner, carry her like this? After all, she was the Empress. Ji Yunchang's audacity was beyond measure, even daring to share a name reminiscent of her idol, Guan Eri, utterly tarnishing its significance. He could not compare to the noble character of Guan Eri in the slightest, due to the awkwardness of his hold. When Ji Yunchang finally set her down in the pavilion, her head still reeling from the indignity, she stumbled and nearly fell into Ji Yunchang's arms. Anticipating her fall, Ji Yunchang was alarmed. He dared not embrace the Empress. He quickly pushed her arm, successfully redirecting her towards Feng Changye. Upon witnessing her staggering approach, Feng Changye instinctively recoiled, his expression one of disdain. Thus, Zhu Wuhuan found herself incredulously staring at this indifferent man, who stood aside, allowing her to plummet towards the ground. With an inevitable thud, she landed heavily, gripping the earth in frustration and cursing inwardly. "I misjudged Empress Zhu. No wonder she chose Prince Jin over Feng Changye. Her discernment is impeccable. This tyrant is unworthy. Compared to him, Prince Jin appears as a paragon of virtue." Chapter 25. The Empress confronts the Dowager Empress with unyielding defiance. Feng Changye regarded Zhu Wuhuan, who had just fallen heavily to the ground. His demeanor as cold as ice as he listened to her inner thoughts. He mused, "How am I not worthy of being regarded as a person? If a woman were to rush into my embrace, would that render me more human? Wasn't it you who previously deemed my possession of the 6 palaces unclean? I shall demonstrate through my actions that I am not unclean. Not a single one of you women shall approach me." Feeling the weight of their gazes upon her, as she lay in a state of humiliation, Zhu Wuhuan struggled to maintain her composure while attempting to rise. Internally, she lamented to the system. With such esteemed figures as an emperor and a dowager empress, why is it that no palace maid is present to assist? If there were but one maid here, I wouldn't have to struggle to rise in such an undignified manner. In her frustration, she could not resist cursing Feng Changya once more, calling him a tyrant. The system consoled her. "Fear not, stand up on your own. Why should you concern yourself with a man who is so detached? He must guard his virtue, and your womanly form cannot tarnish his purity." In an instant, Zhu Wuhuan was soothed by the system's words, nearly laughing at the absurdity of it all. Indeed, why should she concern herself with a man so distant in nature? Previously, after kneeling for such an extended period, does she truly believe she could be deemed superior to the fleeting moments of kneeling by eunuch Yuan in the tyrant's heart? Such is the nature of habituation. This is merely his customary behavior. Which supporting character in a Danmei novel is not subjected to the cold indifference of the protagonist? It is the main couple, the show and gong, who truly matter, while she, a mere cannon fodder, holds little significance. Remain composed, remain composed. Upon hearing the thoughts of Zhu Wuhuan and the system, Feng Changya's expression darkened like still waters. He barely restrained himself from extending his leg to brutally crush this woman beneath his foot. Yet, even as he suppressed the urge to stomp her, he could not help but curse inwardly. "Wretched creature, if I do not eliminate you, then I am not Feng Changya. Sooner or later, after extracting every ounce of value from you, I shall see your remains torn asunder." He inhaled deeply, momentarily suppressing all emotions. He observed Zhu Wuhuan rising to her feet and, with feigned nonchalance, retrieved a handkerchief from within his robe to extend toward her. "You must have hurt yourself, Empress. After being on high alert for assassins, I instinctively evade when I see someone lunging toward me." "I am unharmed," Zhu Wuhuan replied coolly. Accepting the handkerchief to wipe her hands, her gaze lowered. "However, your Majesty should exercise more care in cherishing the delicate. Otherwise, should any future sister find herself with child and suffer a fall like this, your dragon heir may be lost." The Empress Dowager, overhearing this, immediately furrowed her brow. "Preposterous! Are you cursing the Emperor?" Zhu Wuhuan paused her actions, casting a sidelong glance at the Empress Dowager, innocently blinking her large eyes. "Mother, I speak to His Majesty in such a manner merely to follow in your esteemed footsteps." Her tone was laced with mock seriousness. "You see, you hastily concluded that the Emperor's legitimate wife has strayed from her marital duties, eager for the world to know that he bears a significant green hat. I surmise that you must harbor some disdain for the Emperor, thus trampling his dignity. With such words, I shall undoubtedly mirror your approach, treating the Emperor with equal disdain, perhaps to win your favor and dissuade you from unjustly accusing me of infidelity." Zhu Wuhuan's retort left Feng Changya utterly astonished. He abruptly raised his head, incredulously gazing at this audacious woman, a daughter-in-law daring to speak back to her mother-in-law in such a manner. This would warrant a slap even in the households of common folk. Moreover, this was the royal family, and her mother-in-law was the current Empress Dowager, a woman whom even he, the Emperor, must regard with utmost respect. Nonetheless, despite his astonishment, he found a certain thrill in her defiance. He respected his mother, yet her favoritism towards the crown prince often left him feeling stifled. Being a son, he could scarcely criticize his mother, so he bore the weight of his frustration in silence. Now, hearing Zhu Wuhuan, seemingly fragile, yet wielding words as sharp as steel, he felt a surge of relief. It was akin to sipping icy water on a sweltering summer day, refreshing him to his core. Outrageous! While Feng Changya reveled in this satisfaction, the Empress Dowager's fury ignited like a raging inferno. She could scarcely believe that the once timid Empress now dared to speak back to her with such impunity. This was utterly intolerable, infuriating. She simply must be punished. Her face turned pale with rage as she bellowed. Zhu Wuhuan, who grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Do you truly hold me in such disregard? Is this the upbringing bestowed upon you by the Zhu family, showing no respect for your elders? I am not merely your mother-in-law. I am the esteemed mother of the emperor. How dare you? You are deserving of the most severe punishment. After reprimanding Zhu Wuhuan, she abruptly turned her gaze toward Feng Changya. Your Majesty, your Empress so defiantly disobeys your mother, and you stand idly by indifferent? How can you tolerate such insubordination? Or perhaps you share her sentiments, harboring discontent toward me, your own mother? Feng Changya bowed respectfully. Mother, please do not be angry. Your son would never dare. The Empress Dowager scoffed. I see no signs of your reluctance. If you truly held no ill will, why have you not commanded the punishment of this insolent woman who fails to regard me? Zhu Wuhuan, observing the Empress Dowager's theatrics, was astounded by her ability to exploit the situation. However, she was no meek lamb to be easily intimidated. She would not whimper. She was a fierce wolf ready to roar. Casting a discreet glance toward the scholars and palace attendants, who stood dutifully by the rockery, she realized that she was not alone in this confrontation. The Empress Dowager could not silence her without witnesses present. Thus, she decided to escalate the matter. As the saying goes, one must be willing to sacrifice oneself to bring down the emperor. She was but a fragile piece of pottery, ready to be shattered by the Dowager, yet she could drag the precious jewel that was the crown prince down with her. Determined, Zhu Wuhuan immediately transformed into a dramatic figure. With tears in her eyes, she gazed at Feng Changya and raised her voice to ensure all present could hear. Your Majesty, it is I who have acted recklessly. How could I possibly speak the truth? I should remain silent like a mute. Now that my mother has spoken, you must heed her command and have Ji Yunchang arrest me to parade me before the public. Be sure to have the Imperial Guard accompany me, beating drums to announce my crimes. Let the world know that I am a wretched woman caught in an affair with the Crown Prince, unworthy to be the mother of a nation. Chapter 26. The Fierce Wuhuan. Even a tyrant is captivated by her boldness. She wiped away her tears and bowed deeply to Feng Changya. Your Majesty, do not worry that this scandal will tarnish your reputation. It is I who have forsaken my duties as a wife, consorting with a morally corrupt and unworthy Crown Prince. This matter has nothing to do with you. The world will only deride me and the Crown Prince, never sullying your honor. Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's earlier words, the Empress Dowager clenched the edge of the stone table in fury. As Zhu Wuhuan continued, she could no longer contain herself, raising a trembling finger to point at her. Wretched woman, silence. Who grants you the audacity to insult Jeaner in such a manner? Zhu Wuhuan glanced tearfully at the furious Empress Dowager, disregarding her presence, and continued to speak to Feng Changya with a voice choked by sobs. If I become notorious alongside the Jin Wang, your Majesty, should you find my association with him detrimental to the imperial reputation, I implore you to sever all ties without hesitation. Let both myself and Jin Wang, mere wretches unworthy of mention, be cast out from the royal lineage, our names erased, and the imperial dignity restored to its pristine glory. Upon concluding her lament, all present, save for the Empress Dowager, stared at her in disbelief, particularly those hidden beneath the rockery. Moments ago, the emperor had summoned the Jin Wang, upon kneeling and claiming injustice, had been immediately rebuked by the Empress Dowager for her lack of propriety. Words they had all heard but pretended to be deaf to, for such matters were best left unacknowledged. They could scarcely fathom that, after being brought to the pavilion, the Empress would so recklessly oppose the Dowager. Good heavens! Was the Empress intent on courting death? They understood her grievance. As a noble Empress, being chastised without cause by the Dowager would evoke indignation in anyone. Yet, no matter how wronged, one ought not to confront the Empress Dowager so boldly, to disregard her own honor and reputation, to brazenly declare herself unworthy, likening herself to base creatures. Did she not fear the repercussions of such scandalous proclamations, which would forever tarnish her name? Madame Chun, the scholar's wife, sighed. The Empress was still too young, acting on impulse, and would undoubtedly sow the seeds of future misfortunes. However, Scholar Chun, contemplative, scrutinized the pavilion. Did the Empress truly lack foresight? He did not think so. Had her lover been anyone else, her outburst would surely lead to punishment from both the Dowager and the Emperor. Perhaps even a lethal cup of poison awaited her. Yet, her lover was none other than the Jin Wang. He was the Emperor's ever-watchful younger brother, cherished by the Dowager as if he were a precious jewel, to be protected at all costs. Now, the Empress cunningly sought to bind her fate to the Jin Wang's. Should she fall, his reputation would be irrevocably damaged, perhaps even providing the Emperor with grounds to exile him for moral failings, or worse, strip him of his royal status. By stirring this tumult, she would undoubtedly invoke the Emperor's protection. As for the Empress Dowager, as long as she hesitated to harm her son, she would not dare to act against the Empress. This was the proverbial dilemma of wanting to swat a mouse while fearing to break the precious vase. In the end, the Dowager would likely endure this situation, retreating to the palace to concoct other charges against the Empress. As long as the Empress remained astute, aligning herself with the Emperor upon her return to the palace, she would have his unwavering support. No matter how the Dowager plotted, she would be powerless to strike against her. What Scholar Chen contemplated mirrored the thoughts of Feng Changye. He cast a sidelong glance at this woman from another era, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a reckless woman! Had women a millennium hence become so audacious, so unyielding? In their Daming dynasty, women adhered to the principles of propriety, valuing chastity and reputation. None dared to cause such a ruckus as she did. Who would dare to quarrel with their mother-in-law as she did? Who dares to disregard their own purity and chastity as she does? So casually suggesting that she'd be paraded through the streets, publicly declared as a shameless harlot? Those demure ladies of noble birth would not even dare to entertain such audacious thoughts. Yet, as I have said before, when she incites his ire, he is driven to the brink of despair. However, when she turns her scorn towards others, witnessing her confrontations is an exhilarating delight. He can easily envision how furious the Empress must be, to the point of wanting to vomit blood. He can also imagine the trepidation of Prince Jin, kneeling in the adjacent garden, wishing fervently to silence her. And when Prince Jin is discontent, he finds joy in it. As for the Empress, he would never allow anyone to disrespect her when she chooses to be a good mother. Yet when she solely seeks to protect Prince Jin without regard for his feelings, he does not mind seeing her receive a taste of her own medicine. In fact, he might even collaborate with others to vex that biased elder. Thus, he cast a languid glance at the Empress Dowager, clutching her chest as if on the verge of fainting from the vexation caused by Zhu Wuhuan. He then turned his cold gaze towards Ji Yanchang. Immediately, they bound the Empress and Prince Jin tightly and paraded them thrice around the capital. You shall personally accompany them, proclaiming my decree to the world. I shall depose Zhu Wuhuan, this unfaithful Empress. I shall also strip Prince Feng Changjin of his title. Zhu Wuhuan shall face 1,000 cuts in 3 days. Feng Changjin shall be removed from the royal records and exiled to Lingnan, never to return to the capital. Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager, who had been feigning faintness, steadied herself in shock. No, just deposing that shameless woman will suffice. How can my Jin also be punished? She glared at Feng Changye with fury. What do you mean, Emperor? Jin is your own brother. She raised her trembling hand, pointing at Zhu Wuhuan. Do you truly intend to heed this shameless woman's fabrications and remove your own brother from the royal lineage, exiling him to Lingnan? With her finger pointed at her, Zhu Wuhuan remained unfazed. She glanced at the Empress Dowager and said, If you consider me a shameless woman, does that not imply that the Prince Jin, who shares a bond with me, is also a shameless man in your eyes? Feng Changye almost burst into laughter. He barely managed to restrain himself. Silence. The Empress Dowager trembled with rage, wishing to pounce and silence this impudent woman. What noble lady would possess the sharp tongue and disrespect for elders like this shameless harlot? She glared at Feng Changye in fury. Emperor, speak. Will you allow this shameless woman to ensnare your brother, to bring harm upon him? It is she who has seduced your brother. He has been ensnared by her. She clenched her fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Feng Changye. Listen well. I will never permit you to heed this shameless woman's nonsense and punish Jean alongside her. Générique innocent. Chapter 27. The Empress Dowager tears up and compromises. Feng Changya gazed intently into the eyes of the Empress Dowager. Truly, her bias knows no bounds. Does it? He said coldly. What is it that you desire, mother? Since you insist on accusing my Empress of being unfaithful, there must surely be an illicit lover involved. How could she have committed such acts alone? He cast a glance at the Prince of Jean kneeling in the neighboring garden and continued, Furthermore, mother, you repeatedly assert that the Prince of Jean is my dear brother, whom I must protect. Yet, how has he treated me? His gaze is laced with mockery, and he has long coveted my legitimate wife. Truly, he is a remarkable brother. He coldly redirected his attention to the Empress Dowager. Mother, your younger son is so unable to let go of my wife. Is he not plotting to eliminate me one day, only to marry my queen as his own? The Empress Dowager could not fathom that the usually obedient Feng Changya would not only disregard her words, but also confront her so aggressively. It was utterly humiliating. Enraged, she slammed her hand on the table. Are you trying to drive me to my grave? Feng Changya bowed respectfully. I dare not. My son remains steadfast. I reiterate, if you intend to punish the queen for her alleged breach of propriety, then you must provide evidence of her infidelity. Without an adulterer, the queen remains pure and innocent. The Empress Dowager staggered back in fury. Must you insist on targeting Jeaner? She pressed her hand to her chest, glaring at Feng Changya, her voice thick with coercion. Year, are you willing to defy your mother for such a vile woman? Are you prepared to forsake me, your mother, for this wretched creature? Feng Changya's heart turned cold with a bitter smile. Here it comes again. He had heard such words countless times before. Each time he suggested that the Prince of Jean, now of considerable age, should be sent away from the capital, his mother would respond with similar threats. Year, if you drive away your own brother, will you also cease to recognize your mother? Year, you are preoccupied with state affairs, leaving only your brother to cheer me up daily. If you banish him, it is as though you are taking half my life. She always resorted to such rhetoric, yet did she not realize that her threats, made in the name of protecting others, also caused him sorrow? Repeatedly uttering these words would ultimately chill his heart. At this very moment, his heart grew even colder. Feng Changya raised his gaze to the Empress Dowager, his expression frigid. Mother, you accuse me of disobedience. Yet, you wish to protect the Prince of Jean while forcing all blame upon my queen. Did you ever consider my feelings? The queen is my wife. She and I are one. Elevating the Prince of Jean while trampling her into the mire is akin to crushing me. He emphasized his words, each syllable resounding. As for your suggestion that I no longer regard you as my mother, I implore you to reconsider such statements and refrain from repeating them in the future. If you are so willing to disregard our mother-son bond, then what need have I for it? The weight of his words struck the Empress Dowager, leaving her dizzy and staggering back until her back met the cold stone table, halting her retreat. She grasped the edge of the stone table tightly, lifting her head to gaze incredulously at Feng Changya. What did you just say? Her lips trembled, unable to believe that her eldest son, who had always obeyed her, would dare to speak such defiance, especially before so many witnesses. How could he? She was the one who bore him, nurtured him, and supported him in ascending to the throne. She was the mother he had sworn to protect for a lifetime during his childhood. Feng Changya gazed intently at the Empress Dowager, observing her current state. He should have remained silent. However, he did not. With deliberate precision, he reiterated his previous statement. I cherish the bond between mother and son, and I hope you, Mother Empress, will cherish it as well. Straightening his posture, he coldly turned his gaze towards the distant mountains, indifferent to the Empress Dowager's shock and fear. At this moment, his heart was frigid and tempestuous. The Empress Dowager could not comprehend why he had suddenly transformed into a different person, nor why he dared to speak to her in such a manner. It was because he had learned from the traversing woman that he would meet with an untimely demise in 3 years. This was the outcome of the Empress Dowager's constant favoritism towards the Jean Prince, coercing him to keep the Jean Prince in the capital under the threat of death. He would perish, and the Jean Prince would seize everything he once possessed. Though he was uncertain about the extent of the Empress Dowager's involvement in the Jean Prince's schemes against him, he was resolute in his belief that had she not persistently pressured him, he would never have allowed the Jean Prince, this calamity, to remain in the capital, letting him grow in power. One must ponder, how could he maintain his composure upon discovering that the favored younger son of his mother was responsible for his demise, only to witness her blatantly favoring that son before him again? He could not remain calm. If the Empress Dowager continued to shield the Jean Prince, he would never again be able to share a tender mother-son relationship with her. Zhu Wuhuan stood silently beside them, secretly observing Feng Changye's silhouette. She suddenly felt that this towering man appeared so fragile, so sorrowful and vulnerable at this moment. In her heart, she communicated with the system. How pitiful. Though he will become a tyrant in the future, he is still merely a 23-year-old young man now, akin to a university student in modern times. Many university students lack the ability to earn a living and still seek solace from their parents when faced with challenges. With the weight of the nation upon his shoulders, burdened by endless concerns, he is already weary, and to make matters worse, he has an unruly mother and a brother who constantly schemes against him. After feeling sympathy for the tyrant, Zhu Wuhuan cheerfully added, "Oh right, now he has me, the empress who dreams of usurping him to become the queen. Alas, he truly is a pitiable soul. Surrounded by wolves and tigers, he is defenseless." Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts, Feng Changye's somber and sorrowful mood was suddenly dispersed by her cheerful laughter. This detestable woman, just a moment ago, she was pitying him, and now she was laughing with glee. It was utterly infuriating. The corners of Feng Changye's mouth curled slightly upward, only to be quickly smoothed out again. He firmly shut his eyes, striving to regain his composure, and turned back to the Empress Dowager, coldly asking, "Will you still punish the Empress? If so, I shall immediately have Ji Yunchang take action. Neither she nor the Jean Prince shall escape. If you have changed your mind and do not wish to proceed, then let us move on to the next issue." The Empress Dowager clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at Feng Changye. Meeting his eyes, she knew that her eldest son would not relent today. She cast a glance at the Prince Jean, who was kneeling in the neighboring garden, swallowing all her anger and grievances. Her nails dug tightly into her palm as she spoke each word deliberately. "I shall not pursue this matter any further." Feng Changye smirked. "Very well." He then corrected the Empress Dowager. "I must clarify, it is not that we shall not pursue it. Rather, the relationship between the Empress and Prince Jean has always been pure, devoid of any transgressions." Chapter 28. Goodness. I have actually fainted from anger. The Empress Dowager gritted her teeth, glaring at him. He paid her no heed, turning his gaze toward Zhu Wuhuan, extending a hand towards her. "Empress, come here and let me see if you're frightened." Just moments ago, Zhu Wuhuan had been stirred by his bold confrontation with the Empress Dowager. But as he reached out, all her excitement dissipated. She no longer perceived his bravado as manly. Instead, she regarded him as insufferable. "Let me pass." "Huh. When I lunged toward you earlier, you didn't even attempt to catch me. You merely stood by and watched as I fell, and now you feign concern? Bah! I am a woman you cannot afford." She contemplated whether to pretend to faint, dismissing the tyrant's insincere concern. Just as she softened her body, preparing to collapse onto the stone table, she noticed someone had already fainted before her. Looking up, she saw that the Empress Dowager had succumbed. Earlier, the Dowager had been ruthlessly berated by her daughter-in-law, and when her son not only failed to defend her, but also joined in the relentless pressure. How could this pampered noble endure such indignity? In her fury, she had fainted from the stress. Mother, Feng Changye, having been rendered speechless by Zhu Wuhuan's sentiments, was suddenly alarmed to see his mother unconscious. He rushed over to catch her, shouting towards the base of the rockery, "Fetch a doctor." The palace was too far away for the imperial physician to arrive in time. They could only summon a local doctor to attend to her. He swiftly scooped up the Empress Dowager and strode toward the rockery. Zhu Wuhuan watched him depart, letting out a sigh of relief. Grateful she would not have to be dragged along by his false concern. She cast a glance at the kneeling Prince Jean in the neighboring garden and instructed Ji Yunchang, who was preparing to follow the emperor, take the Prince Jean to the Qin residence. Once the Empress Dowager regains her senses, the Emperor will interrogate him. Ji Yunchang hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Zhu Wuhuan, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. "I shall obey your command, my lady." With that, he swiftly made his way to the neighboring garden. Zhu Wuhuan then gracefully descended the rockery, following Feng Changye and the others toward the main courtyard of the Chen family. A quarter of an hour later, the doctor arrived. After examining the unconscious Empress Dowager, he knelt before Feng Changye to report, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has fainted from a sudden surge of anger. It is nothing serious. A short rest will suffice. I shall prescribe some medicine for her to recover." "Proceed." Feng Changye nodded. Once the doctor left, he glanced down at his mother lying on the bed, his gaze flickering, to utter a most audacious thought. The timing of the Empress Dowager's fainting is rather opportune. A slight smile played on his lips as he signaled to the eunuchs and palace maids, "Attend to the Empress Dowager diligently." With that, he strode out of the room. In the courtyard outside, the esteemed scholar Chun and his family stood respectfully. Zhu Wuhuan also stood before them. As soon as Feng Changye emerged, he raised his hand to signal Chen the scholar and Zhu Wuhuan to follow him. The two exchanged glances before silently trailing behind Feng Changye. As they distanced themselves from the Empress Dowager's resting quarters, Feng Changye spoke coolly, "Chen Rong, at your service." Chen the scholar replied, immediately bowing and kneeling, awaiting the Emperor's decree. Feng Changye fixed his gaze upon him and commanded, "Quickly summon the ministers of the 6 departments, the left and right chancellors, and the esteemed generals of the nation, Fugua, Zhenjuan, and Guanchuan, to my residence." After a brief pause, he frowned and added, "Except for the Minister of War." The Minister of War was the father of Song Anqiao, and his disdain for her had extended to a desire to avoid the minister as well. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Chen the scholar abruptly raised his head. He recalled the Empress's claim that the Jin Wang harbored treasonous intentions. Could it be that the Emperor intended to convene the ministers to deal with the Jin Wang, while the Empress Dowager lay in a stupor? Daring not to hesitate, he promptly bowed and accepted the order. "I shall obey." With that, he swiftly rose to arrange for the most loyal guards of the estate to summon the officials. Feng Changye turned to face Zhu Wuhuan. He spoke candidly, "I intend to seize this opportunity while my mother is incapacitated to gather the chancellors, the ministers of the 5 departments, and the esteemed generals to discuss matters and confine the Jin Wang." Zhu Wuhuan gazed at him in astonishment. So decisive? Though surprised by his resolve, her heart swelled with joy. By confining the Jin Wang alongside the civil and military officials at this very moment, by the time the Empress Dowager regained consciousness, the situation would already be settled. Would she still be able to create a ruckus with the Emperor or the ministers? This was a matter of state, one that could not be interfered with by the Empress Dowager. It must be understood that in the Daming dynasty, the Empress Dowager wielded no real power, unlike the Empress Dowager Cixi in the late Qing dynasty who controlled the court. In matters of governance, she had no say. Otherwise, how could she have fainted in frustration over a mere empress? "Your Majesty is wise," Zhu Wuhuan said with a bow. Feng Changye, having caught her unspoken thoughts, pondered what dynasty the Qing was and who Empress Dowager Cixi was, questioning how she could usurp control from the emperor. Was the emperor truly so ineffectual? He quelled his thoughts and focused on Zhu Wuhuan's eyes. "Empress, I cannot confine the Jin Wang without cause. Therefore, when the ministers arrive, I shall have Ji Yunzhang recount the details of your conversation with the Jin Wang in the garden to them. While this will provide me with justification to confine him, it will also reveal your past connection with him, potentially tarnishing your reputation. Empress, will you hold this against me?" Upon hearing his explanation, Zhu Wuhuan looked at him with even greater astonishment. Internally, she thought, "You are supposed to embody the persona of a tyrant. Such matters should be decided unilaterally. Why must you consult me first? Do you not realize that by explaining this to me, you are no longer resembling a tyrant at all? Could it be that your reputation has truly been tarnished by the Prince of Jin, and you're not the tyrant recorded in history? However, the subsequent years of your violent outbursts and killings seem to be quite factual." Zhu Wuhuan gazed at Feng Changye with a hint of confusion, feeling increasingly perplexed by this individual. She chose to set aside her thoughts and replied with a serene smile, Your Majesty need not worry about me. I am a member of the Zhu family, whose loyalty to you is as unwavering as the heavens themselves. As long as I can alleviate your burdens, what significance does my reputation hold? Having successfully garnered favor for the Zhu family, she continued, moreover, I am not foolish. I understand that even if today your Majesty were to eliminate everyone beneath the rockery, the tale of my past with the Prince of Jin would inevitably surface. For the Empress Dowager is aware of this matter, as are the Prince's confidants. Should anything befall the Prince, they would retaliate fiercely, spreading our acquaintance throughout the city, attempting to tarnish your name by insinuating that you can find the Prince out of jealousy over our past affections. At this point, Zhu Wuhuan bowed deeply. My past with the Prince is a matter of my own making, and I hold no one else accountable. I willingly accept all consequences that may arise from its revelation. Chapter 29, Tyrant. Brother, I beseech you to depose me as Empress. She lifted her gaze to Feng Changye, striving to convey a semblance of regret, acknowledging that this situation, once known, could tarnish his illustrious reputation and reduce him to a subject of gossip among the people. After speaking, she lowered her head again, adopting a demeanor of resignation. I implore your Majesty to depose me, to demote me to a commoner, and send me to Lingnan. My character is lacking, my reputation sullied. I feel unworthy to be your wife. Please do not spare me, due to the loyalty of the Zhu family. I beseech you to issue the decree for my removal. Feng Changye was taken aback by the audacity of this time-traveling woman. He gazed at her in astonishment. Previously, she had seemed carefree and frivolous. Who would have thought that in the face of serious matters, she would display such wisdom? If it were another woman, witnessing her husband not only failing to shield her from calamity, but also ruthlessly exposing her indiscretions, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him. Yet this woman exhibited no bitterness whatsoever. She was not only understanding, but also deeply attuned to him. For his sake, she had boldly requested her own deposition. This was precisely the considerate and empathetic partner he had long desired. Could this be the very reason the heavens had transported her to the great Ning dynasty? Had fate bestowed upon him a confidant who truly understood him? As Feng Changye found himself moved by his own sentiments, he suddenly overheard the dialogue between the woman and the system in her mind. His expression transformed in an instant. Host, your performance is truly remarkable, the system exclaimed, simulating applause, lauding Zhu Wuhuan effusively. Maintaining her bow, Zhu Wuhuan smiled playfully at the system. Who says I am merely acting? This time, I am entirely serious. Before the system could express its confusion, she continued. She sighed, contemplating the consequences of her actions. Look, I have so boldly caused the Empress Dowager to faint. Soon, her beloved youngest son, Prince Jin, will be confined because of me. When she awakens, will she not absolutely loathe me? Returning to the palace, a place where she had engaged in court intrigues her entire life, felt like stepping onto her home turf. Could I truly be her rival? Targeted by her, I would likely perish without even knowing how. In such circumstances, it is best to keep my distance from the capital. Moreover, through today's confrontation, I have realized that I may not be a match for the tyrant. Here I am, like a mantis stalking a cicada, while he has arranged for Ji and Chong to ensnare both me and Prince Jin. With his cunning, how could I possibly outmaneuver him under his very nose? Therefore, during such times, we must avoid direct conflict. We ought to retreat from his presence and bide our time. Thus, I seized this opportunity to request his decision to depose the Empress and send me to Lingnan. In the eyes of the ancients, Lingnan was a land rife with pestilence, where the ways of the sages were obscured, a savage wilderness. Yet, we who have traversed time know it to be the prosperous region of Chaos Han, a coastal province. Once we arrive in Lingnan, we can leverage our future knowledge to robustly develop the economy, build ships by the sea, and explore the secrets of gunpowder. In due course, we would be able to command a formidable naval force to conquer the Great Ning dynasty. After much contemplation, I concluded that this path is indeed what we should pursue. What great deeds can be accomplished under the tyrant's watch? Only by distancing ourselves from him can we truly shine. Wouldn't you agree? The system, upon hearing this, wholeheartedly supported me. You are absolutely right. As long as you harbor the resolve to eliminate the tyrant, any choice of battleground is viable. By the way, I possess a wealth of information on shipbuilding and gunpowder production. If you diligently complete tasks to earn points, you can exchange them for this knowledge. With the system's assistance, you will be able to create whatever you desire. At this point, it subtly attempted to redeem itself. The system is certainly not a useless entity. It is omnipotent. It is merely that you lack points to exchange for its resources. Zhu Wuhuan, now buoyed by the prospect of escape, felt elated and chose to dismiss the system's petty thoughts, casually remarking, "Yes, you are not useless. Your strength-enhancing pills are quite effective." Feng Changye, upon hearing this shared sentiment, felt all the warmth of having discovered a kindred spirit dissipate in an instant. His gaze towards Zhu Wuhuan turned icy. This wretched woman, he had believed her earlier words were genuinely for his benefit, that she truly understood the situation. Yet, all her discourse had merely served her own escape. He felt utterly betrayed, his previous emotions of gratitude and joy wasted. He should have never harbored any hopes for such a heartless woman. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he thought, "Oh, you wish to leave my side? Do you not consider whether I will permit it? I have yet to extract all your worth. I shall not allow you to depart. You will forever remain trapped beside me." Upon this realization, Feng Changye took 2 steps forward. What crime has the Empress committed? He momentarily adopted a dramatic flair, gently grasping the tips of Zhu Wuhuan's fingers. Even in this charade, he was reluctant to have excessive physical contact with her, harboring a certain disdain. Meanwhile, Zhu Wuhuan, who was eagerly anticipating the tyrant's deposition of the Empress, was left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing those words. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Feng Changye. "What did you say? What crime? Brother, surely you jest. Your wife harbors feelings for another man and has been clandestinely meeting him, all while being discovered by so many. Do you not feel shame? If you, as the emperor, feel embarrassed, that is indeed the fault of your wife. As a tyrant, you ought to depose her quickly." Listening to her thoughts, Feng Changye suppressed the urge to smile. He gazed deeply into her eyes, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "I have heard the Empress pledge her loyalty to me in the garden. She met with the crown prince merely to test his ulterior motives, and not out of any entanglement. I understand. Moreover, the Empress, in her desire to support me, is willing to publicly reveal your past with the crown prince, sacrificing her own reputation for my benefit. I am profoundly moved by her loyalty and affection. Once the crown prince is confined, you shall be recognized for your merit, and I will bestow upon you grand rewards, rather than stripping you of your status." Releasing Zhu Wuhuan's fingers, he declared with authority, "Upon our return to the palace, I shall reward the Empress handsomely." He paused, leaning closer to her, deliberately lowering his voice to whisper in her ear. "Pray tell, what does the Empress desire? Gold, silver, precious jade, or perhaps deep-sea corals? Rouge, powders, silks, or satins?" He gazed meaningfully into her eyes before whispering the final words. Chapter 30. Empress, do you wish for me to favor you? Shall I visit the Chonglu Palace to bestow my affections upon you? Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, Zhu Wuhuan nearly blurted out a curse upon hearing his last statement. "Goodness, brother, is this a blessing or a punishment? Who desires your affections? You are, after all, a man who favors other men. How could you possibly favor a woman? What if, in the dim light, you summon a guard to attend to your Empress while you remain untouched, preserving your chastity? Would that not be a tremendous loss for me?" Struggling to suppress her urge to scold him, she raised her head, her expression filled with remorse as she looked at Feng Changye. "Your Majesty, before I entered the palace, I had a past with the crown prince. Even if your Majesty is gracious enough to overlook this, I cannot bear to remain by your side any longer." She bowed deeply once more. "I am unworthy to be your Empress. I implore you to depose me." Feng Changye, hearing her thoughts, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. What foolish tale permits a guard to sleep with his own wife? Insanity! He would never stoop to such disgrace. At this moment, he stifled his anger, striving to maintain a gentle demeanor as he regarded this infuriating woman. There is no need for the Empress to dwell on the past. Just the fact that you are willing to expose the crown prince's treachery for my sake today is enough for me to know that you harbor no feelings for him." As Ji Wuhuan was about to speak again, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone laced with warning. "Empress, should you dare to implore me once more to depose the Empress Dowager, I might genuinely come to believe that your affections for Prince Jin remain unwavering. Thus, in witnessing his confinement, you are inclined to share in his suffering." Upon hearing this, Ji Wuhuan immediately fell silent, realizing the futility of her words. The tyrant had effectively obstructed all avenues of discourse. The matter of being deposed due to past affections was one thing, but maintaining ties with Prince Jin was an entirely different affair. The former reflected the tyrant's pettiness, while the latter hinted at her disloyalty. Such a fate would surely lead her to an untimely demise. Listening to Ji Wuhuan's inner turmoil, Feng Changye felt invigorated. It appeared their exchanges were not solely one-sided. He too could provoke her to the brink of madness. A stalemate, and he was satisfied. With a smirk, he turned and made his way to Chancellor Chen's study. "Empress, follow me." "Yes." Ji Wuhuan gritted her teeth in frustration, trailing behind him. How infuriating! A perfectly viable escape route had been sealed off. She resolved to persist in her efforts to devise a plan to flee the palace, this gilded cage. Offending the Empress Dowager and being unable to contend with the tyrant, she could not linger in the palace awaiting her doom. Lingnan awaited her exploration. The naval forces required her expertise. 15 minutes later, the left chancellor, along with the remaining 5 ministers and 4 generals, gathered in Chancellor Chen's study. Feng Changye occupied the seat of honor, while the others took their places on either side. He gestured to Chancellor Chen. "Minister Chen, please enlighten the esteemed officials regarding today's events." "Yes." Chancellor Chen stole a glance at the Empress seated beside the Emperor, wiping the sweat from his brow. He was about to publicly reveal the Empress's clandestine affair with Prince Jin. The burden of being the messenger weighed heavily upon him. Would the Empress harbor resentment against him? Gathering his courage, he recounted the events with trepidation. The other 11 high-ranking officials, who had not been present earlier, turned incredulously to the Empress upon hearing that the Emperor and Empress Dowager had witnessed her intimate encounter with Prince Jin at the Chun family's pavilion. Surely, if the Empress truly had an affair with Prince Jin, she would not be seated comfortably beside the Emperor now. She would have faced punishment long ago. They continued to listen intently. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager publicly chastise the Empress for her lack of virtue, they frowned. To protect Prince Jin by accusing the Empress of impropriety was excessively biased, placing the Emperor in a precarious position. When they heard the Empress declare in the general's estate garden that her intent was to demonstrate the loyalty of the Zhu family by risking herself to test Prince Jin, claiming she could prove his treachery, the countenances of all the ministers grew grave. It was evident that this was the very reason the Emperor had summoned them with urgency today. Prince Jin harbored treasonous intentions. Feng Changye raised a hand, promptly interrupting Chancellor Chen, urging him to cease his narration. Continuing would only serve to reveal that the Empress and the Emperor had conspired to infuriate the Empress Dowager in the pavilion, a revelation that would not be well received. "Minister Chen, please summon Duke Ji Yun to bring in the Prince of Jin." He gestured for Grand Scholar Chen to lead the way. With a sigh of relief, Grand Scholar Chen promptly exited the room. Feng Changye gazed at the 11 esteemed ministers. "I have long perceived the Prince of Jin's treacherous intentions. Thus, upon learning of his visit to General Zhu's residence, I instructed Ji Yun to conceal himself in the shadows and listen to the prince's true motives. Consequently, every word exchanged between the prince and the Empress in the garden was heard in its entirety by Ji Yun. I shall now summon Ji Yun to confront the prince and the Empress, allowing the 3 parties to face each other. As for whether the prince's actions reveal disloyalty, the 11 ministers will arrive at their own conclusions after listening." The 11 ministers rose in unison, bowing respectfully. "We shall comply with your command." Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from outside. Grand Scholar Chen and Ji Yun flanked the prince, and the 3 entered the study together. As Grand Scholar Chen and Ji Yun paid their respects to Feng Changye, the prince maintained his composure and bowed as well. However, Feng Changye, urged the other two to rise. The prince remained on his knees, and Feng Changye did not bid him to stand. His fingers clenched tightly within his sleeves as he raised his head to reveal a faint, bitter smile. My elder brother has always harbored suspicions towards me. I am transparent in my intentions, yet I never anticipated that my brother would resort to using your majesty, the Empress, to frame me. His gaze fell sorrowfully upon Zhu Wuhuan for a fleeting moment before he quickly closed his eyes, adopting an expression of desolation. If my elder brother wishes to slander me today, let him proceed. My conscience is clear. Seeing him feign innocence while attempting to evade judgment, Feng Changye scoffed coldly. He signaled for Ji Yun to recount the events. Your Majesty and esteemed ministers, please bear with me. As Ji Yun spoke, he produced a simple notebook he had crafted himself. Those engaged in intelligence work often carry such notebooks along with a carbon pen encased in a bamboo tube. During surveillance, it is impossible to remember every word spoken, so they quickly jot down keywords in their notebooks. Later, when reporting to the sovereign, they can reference these keywords to recall the conversation. At this moment, Ji Yin referred to his notebook as keywords and began to narrate the dialogue between the prince and the empress. Chapter 31. The Empress must be concerned for the emperor. A love story of celestial beings. Ji Yun recounted plainly that the Prince of Jin had plucked a peony to present to the Empress. She replied that she felt like the flower, soon to wither, and had no desire to discuss romantic matters with the prince, urging him to speak plainly and to express himself without reservation. Zhu Wuhuan, seated in the high position, gazed at him thoughtfully. Speak plainly, was my instruction. Express yourself freely, was clearly his own addition. Feng Changye caught her unspoken thoughts, smirking slightly in her direction before continuing to listen. Ji Yin continued, stating that the prince had declared his urgent arrival to save someone, to which the empress responded with surprise. Can you save our Zhu family? The Prince of Jin remarked, I am but a mere prince. I cannot save the entire Zhu family, but I can save one. When he uttered the phrase, I am but a mere prince, Ji Yunchang deliberately emphasized his tone and elongated his intonation, seemingly suggesting to all that the Prince of Jin was dissatisfied with merely being a prince. Zhu Wuhuan gazed at Ji Yunchang in silence, thinking, brother, you are quite skilled at weaving in your own interpretations. At that moment, the Prince of Jin had not conveyed any such dissatisfaction. This embellishment was entirely Ji Yunchang's own invention. Feng Changye, concealing a smile at the corner of his lips behind a cup of tea, listened intently to Ji Yunchang recount the scene while simultaneously relishing the Empress's internal commentary on Ji Yunchang. This sensation was truly delightful. Were Feng Changye a denizen of the 21st century, having watched the footage, he would understand precisely what this feeling entailed. It was akin to watching a video while being amused by the barrage of comments flooding the screen. Ji Yunchang continued, stating that the Prince of Jin claimed he could rescue the Empress's younger brother, Chengning, adding that this method might be somewhat difficult for the Empress to accept. However, in order to preserve a lineage for the Zhu family, it was imperative for the Empress to listen carefully and consider it with utmost gravity. Upon reaching this point, he glanced at the assembled ministers, posing the question, what, dear ministers, do you suppose is the sole method the Prince of Jin proposed to save young Master Chengning? The 11 ministers, caught in the midst of the tale, were momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. They looked up at the emperor, who appeared to be equally eager for their conjectures. Thus, they stroked their beards deep in thought. The Grand General of the state, a commanding old warrior, slammed his palm on the table, asserting that it must involve substituting a death row inmate to exchange for young Master Zhu. The left chancellor shook his head, stating that if it were a matter of substituting a death row prisoner, the Prince of Jin would not have suggested that the Empress might find the method unacceptable. I surmise the prince intends to fabricate evidence to prove that young Master Zhu is not of the Zhu lineage. The general of the guard nodded in agreement. Perhaps the prince seeks to create a false testament to assert that young Master Zhu is the result of an affair involving the matron of the Zhu family, thus sparing him from execution. The Minister of Rights posited that perhaps the prince wishes to verify that young Master Zhu is an orphan adopted by the Zhu family, not a true descendant. Others nodded in consensus, acknowledging this line of reasoning. Meanwhile, the Right Chancellor stroked his beard and suddenly interjected. I believe the prince may claim that young Master Zhu is his own biological child, merely because the child's mother is a maid from the general's estate of lowly status. After the child was born, the Zhu family took him in as their own. Ji Yanchang looked at the Right Chancellor in surprise. He nodded, acknowledging that the Right Chancellor had grasped part of the truth. Curiously, the Right Chancellor inquired, "Oh, then what is the other half that I have not discerned?" Ji Yanchang bowed in respect and, referencing the keywords in his notes, recounted the words of the Prince of Jin. The prince had conveyed to the Empress that the only method he proposed was to have Chungying pose as their child. As long as Chungying remained of Zhu blood, he would be doomed to die. However, if he were acknowledged as the prince's child, he would become of royal blood, allowing the prince to beseech his mother for his salvation. Upon hearing this, the 11 ministers, including the esteemed scholar Chun, were utterly astonished. They gazed incredulously at the Prince of Jin, who knelt in the center of the study. What madness is this? Only someone utterly unhinged after a decade could utter such nonsensical words. Surely there exist numerous methods to save young Master Chungying. Why would the Prince of Jin, in a moment of folly, choose to conceive an illegitimate child with the Emperor's consort to absolve himself? Is this an attempt to aid young Master Zhu, or rather a scheme to transform his fate from a mere beheading to a fate worse than death? Ji Yanchang continued to elaborate. The Empress, much like the esteemed ministers, found herself perplexed by the Prince of Jin's intentions, whether he sought to save or to harm. In a bid to persuade her, the Prince of Jin revealed his trump card. He disclosed that he had the support of the Empress Dowager, who possessed an imperial edict left by the late emperor. Should the Empress Dowager produce this decree, the emperor would dare not defy her. In such a scenario, if he were to seek the Empress Dowager's protection alongside young Master Chungying, even the emperor, in his fury, would not dare to harm them. Upon learning that the late emperor had left such an edict, binding the emperor to the will of the Empress Dowager, the empress likely felt a pang of sympathy for the emperor. Thus her anger and sorrow rendered her unable to maintain her composure with the Prince of Jin. She unleashed her fury, confronting him directly. Zhu Wuhuan, with a face devoid of emotion, observed as Ji Yanchang passionately recounted her cutting remarks aimed at the Prince of Jin, exposing his schemes and leaving him speechless. In that moment, her heart was heavy with exhaustion. I wish to refer to Ji Yanchang as the divine commentator. Who on earth feels sympathy for a tyrant due to the edict left by the late emperor? Who in their right mind is so concerned for the tyrant that they would confront the Prince of Jin with such fervor? I merely uncovered the true reason behind the historical Zhu Empress's deception by the scoundrel Prince of Jin, realizing there was no need to continue the charade. Hence my return to a mask of indifference. I truly do not harbor feelings for the tyrant. I do not. She weakly lamented to the system. Yet, when she lifted her gaze, she was met with the tear-filled eyes of the ministers. They had been captivated by Ji Yanchang's divine commentary, genuinely believing she was infatuated with Feng Changye, assuming her ire directed at the Prince of Jin stemmed from concern for him. How could she convey to them that she did not love Feng Changye? She had no interest in the lifeless body whose skull she had once touched. Feng Changye, listening to Ji Yanchang's divine commentary, combined with Zhu Wuhuan's inner musings, found himself on the verge of laughter several times. Even if he did not burst into laughter, the corners of his mouth had not ceased to curl upward. It was evident to all that he was amused. Meanwhile, the ministers, akin to a gaggle of gossiping spectators, listened intently to Ji Yanchang while discreetly observing the emperor's smiling lips, exchanging knowing glances. Look, the emperor is overjoyed to hear how much the empress cares for him. Unable to contain his smile, they witnessed it. The bond between the emperor and empress is undeniably strong. One, upon hearing of the other's distress, instantly erupts in anger at the Prince of Jin, while the other, upon realizing such fierce protection, beams with quiet delight. Ah, what a beautiful relationship! How detestable is the Prince of Jin, whose treachery nearly shattered the celestial love between the emperor and empress. Chapter 32. I would willingly offer my head. The sight of the minister's gazes weighed heavily on Zhu Wuhuan, filling him with a profound sense of fatigue. Meanwhile, Feng Changye appeared quite pleased. He could not allow himself to be solely misunderstood by the palace maids and guards as a lovesick, pestering fool devoted to the Empress. Could he? It was only fair that the Empress also experience the kind of unjust misinterpretation that left one speechless. Amidst Zhu Wuhuan's exasperation, Ji Yunchang finally recounted every exchange she had with the crown prince in the garden. Although there were discrepancies in the details, the essence remained unblemished. This essence, word for word, was acutely perceived by the astute ministers present, who discerned the underlying discord in the crown prince's words. Their expressions were a tapestry of complexity as they regarded the kneeling crown prince. The accusations levied against him by the Empress mirrored their own thoughts. Though the words were mere conjecture, they possessed a certain plausibility. If the crown prince truly intended to exploit the Empress, his lifelong love, and the young master, Chang'e, his own flesh and blood, for his theatrical machinations, he would undoubtedly achieve multiple aims at once. The emperor would erupt in fury upon discovering his illicit offspring with the Empress, subjecting both her and the young master, Chang'e, to a brutal and merciless fate. The crown prince would then feign the profound sorrow of losing his beloved and his child, prompting the Empress Dowager to experience immense heartache. Harboring resentment towards the emperor for usurping the crown prince's love and ruthlessly eliminating his own progeny. Simultaneously, the tales of the emperor's slaughtering of his faithful wife, alongside the brutal demise of the Zhu family, would spread, and with the crown prince's subtle instigation, the populace would perceive the emperor as a tyrant devoid of compassion. Regardless of whether the empress's claims bore any evidence, the crown prince's absurd suggestion to have the young master, Chang'e, impersonate their illegitimate child was utterly perplexing. With so many alternative means at his disposal to secure his loved ones, why would he resort to fabricating a lie that would surely offend the emperor? He must either be deranged or harbor ulterior motives. Naturally, the latter seemed far more plausible. Once Ji Yunchang concluded her account, she stepped aside. Feng Changye surveyed the expressions and glances of the ministers, feeling quite satisfied. He turned his gaze toward Zhu Wuhuan, inquiring whether Ji Yunchang's statements were indeed the truth. Zhu Wuhuan nodded affirmatively, responding that it was indeed the case. Feng Changye then lowered his gaze to the kneeling crown prince, asking if there was any falsehood in Ji Yunchang's account. The crown prince scoffed coldly. He raised his head to meet Feng Changye's gaze, asserting, "If you wish to kill your subject, do so without hesitation, but why allow Ji Yunchang to fabricate these baseless accusations in an attempt to condemn me?" He closed his eyes, reflecting that when one seeks to impose guilt, there is no lack of pretext. Feng Changye regarded him with a detached gaze, inquiring if he intended to deny having uttered those words or committed those deeds. The crown prince insisted, "I did not say those things." He thought to himself that only he, Zhu Wuhuan, and Ji Yunchang had been present in that garden. Zhu Wuhuan was the emperor's consort, and Ji Yunchang was the emperor's confidant, as long as he firmly denied ever having spoken those words. Who could convict him based solely on the one-sided testimonies of these two royal figures? Moreover, even if he were compelled to admit that the words were indeed his, what of it? Merely based on his assertion that Chang'e should impersonate him as the illegitimate child of the Empress, they accuse him of treason. Where is the evidence? One cannot condemn a man to death on mere speculation. Tangible proof must be presented. His suggestion for Chang'e to pose as his and the Empress's offspring stemmed from a momentary lapse of reason in his desperate bid to save someone. Is ignorance truly a crime? Feng Changye chuckled softly. Do you believe that your denial renders you invulnerable? The Empress has deduced not only your intention to rebel from your words, but has also implicated you in General Zhu Huining's betrayal at the borders, resulting in the slaughter of 40,000 soldiers. If you are indeed the architect of this treachery, do you presume I cannot uncover the slightest clue? Rising to his feet, Feng Changye gazed down upon the Prince of Jin. Indeed, based solely on the dialogue between you and the Empress, I could not convict you. However, since the Empress suspects that her father, General Zhu, was ensnared by you, and that the deaths of those 40,000 soldiers lie at your feet, with the aggrieved party accusing you, I can first confine you and then investigate the border incident. Upon hearing Feng Changya's words, the Prince of Jin turned as pale as a sheet. He had forgotten this crucial detail. It was not Zhu Wuhuan's previous conjectures that Feng Changya sought to condemn him for, but rather the border affair. Those speculations lacked evidence. Yet the border incident, he clenched his fingers tightly within his sleeve, praying fervently that those responsible had left no trace for Feng Changya to seize upon. Observing the Prince of Jin's feigned calmness, Feng Changya smirked. Did you truly believe that your actions at the borders could remain concealed? Historically, after General Zhu's tragic demise, without testimony from the involved parties, the 40,000 soldiers became vengeful spirits, allowing you to evade justice, ultimately leading to your treasonous ascent to the throne. But now, you shall have no chance of escape. I shall not annihilate the Zhu family. General Zhu shall not die in vain. With the general, the witness of the victorious return, present, he is bound to recall the unusual circumstances preceding the deaths of those 40,000 soldiers. I will not falter in revealing you as the mastermind behind this treachery. Feng Changya's thoughts drifted back to Zhu Wuhuan, his gaze softening. Regardless of the circumstances, he felt compelled to express gratitude to this time-traveling woman. Were it not for her, he feared he would have fallen into the Prince of Jin's trap, much like in history. Zhu Wuhuan was rendered anxious under the tyrant's unwavering stare. Why was he looking at her so gently? It was quite terrifying. Empress, would you be willing to accuse the Prince of Jin of orchestrating the betrayal that led to the deaths of the 40,000 soldiers? In an attempt to frame your father for treason? Feng Changya inquired. Only then did Zhu Wuhuan find solace. She pressed her hand against her racing heart, startled by his gentle gaze. It seemed he sought her assistance. Rising to her feet, she approached the center of the study and knelt beside the Prince of Jin. This was her first voluntary act of kneeling in the Ning dynasty. This bow was in honor of the 76 members of the Zhu family who unjustly perished in history. She deemed it worthwhile. Zhu Wuhuan, with unwavering resolve, expressed her desire to accuse the Prince of Jin of treason, imploring the emperor to confine him forthwith. Should the deaths of the 40,000 soldiers at the border be unrelated to him, and if her father truly deserved the charge of treachery, then Zhu Wuhuan would willingly accept the consequences. However, if it were indeed the Prince of Jin who orchestrated the calamity at the border, she beseeched the emperor to grant him death, to honor the spirits of the valiant souls who perished at the hands of their own. This was also to quell the fury that nearly led to the annihilation of the Zhu family. As Zhu Wuhuan's emphatic declarations echoed in the hall, the Prince of Jin turned abruptly to gaze upon her. In Chapter 33, he publicly defamed her integrity, claiming they had consummated their union. Despite her previous revelation to the emperor in the garden, which had already signaled her opposition to him, hearing her now assert her willingness to risk her life to confine him stirred a profound sense of betrayal within him. This woman, who had once sworn eternal fidelity to him, had turned against him. How infuriating! Zhu Wuhuan sensed the weight of the prince's gaze, yet remained unperturbed. Straightening her spine, she bowed her head to Feng Changya, then addressed the assembly of ministers surrounding her. In her pursuit of justice against the Prince of Jin, she solicited their support in urging the emperor to confine him temporarily. When the truth eventually emerged, either she or the prince, Feng Changjin, would surely meet their demise. The ministers, witnessing the esteemed empress's willingness to stake her life on her accusations, were visibly moved. This was the indomitable spirit of the Zhu family. Reflecting on the honorable General Zhu, who had long served alongside them, their eyes brimmed with tears. They had never believed that General Zhu would betray his country. It was the emperor's obstinacy that threatened the Zhu family's very existence. They had been warned that anyone who interceded for the Zhu family would meet the same fate. Now, with the empress herself accusing the prince, how could they remain silent? They were prepared to gamble their reputations for the sake of General Zhu's integrity. Moreover, the emperor had summoned them, undoubtedly hoping they would stand with the empress in demanding the prince's confinement. If the emperor truly believed in the prince's innocence, he would not have called him forth today. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the ministers exchanged glances, rising in unison. "We are willing to bear witness," they proclaimed. We also beseech the emperor to temporarily confine the Prince of Jin, should the truth reveal that he had no part in the deaths of the soldiers. We shall humbly seek forgiveness at his residence for the injustice done today." As they concluded, they turned to the prince, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, we apologize for our offense." The Prince of Jin regarded the ministers with cold detachment. They had already allied with Zhu Wuhuan in petitioning the emperor for his confinement, yet they still spoke of offense. If they felt offended, they should not have joined her cause. Feng Changye was quite pleased with the minister's understanding and tact. While he himself had suggested the prince's confinement out of caution towards his brother, allowing the empress to lead the charge, supported by the ministers, lent an air of undeniable righteousness to the demand. With a commanding flourish, he coldly declared, "Since the empress herself has accused Prince Jin, let him be immediately confined in the imperial dungeon. Without my express permission, no one shall be permitted to visit him." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Ji Yunzhang. Ji Yunzhang immediately cupped his hands in submission and went out to summon the imperial guards. Upon hearing Feng Changye's words, Prince Jin realized that escape was no longer an option. Perhaps, from the moment Ji Wuhuan knelt beside him, he had already foreseen his fate. He cast a complex glance at Ji Wuhuan, never anticipating that his intent to exploit her demise for treason would instead be used by Feng Changye to trap him. What their professed deep affections and vows, they paled in comparison to her 5 years of marriage with Feng Changye. Were these two not colluding to bring about his downfall? Were they not a couple whose love was the envy of all? Since he was destined for confinement, he thought to stir discord between them one last time. He, Feng Changjin, would not descend into hell alone. Even in death, he would drag the woman who had betrayed him into the abyss with him. With a gentle facade, he gazed at Ji Wuhuan, yet his words cut deep. "Is it true that whoever possesses your body can command your loyalty? Once, I held your body, and you did so much for me. Now, since my royal brother possesses you, you serve him as well." His eyes brimmed with disdain as he pronounced, "I once believed you to be pure and noble, but you are truly despicable." Upon hearing Prince Jin's words, the ministers wished for deafness. How could he dare to speak of such matters in front of so many? He was endangering the Empress's life. The ministers fell to their knees, their heads bowed, too frightened to meet the expressions of the emperor and empress. Surely, the emperor was enraged to the point of violence. The ministers were terrified, and Ji Wuhuan was equally shocked by Prince Jin's shamelessness. She turned to look at the seemingly noble yet cunning man, furious enough to curse him. How could he drag others down with him? Using such a vile method to ruin a woman? How utterly contemptible! She felt both hatred and panic, raising her eyes to Feng Changye, fearing he might, in his rage, unsheath his sword and strike down the treacherous couple without a second thought. But she was wrong to suspect him. She needed to find a way to prove her innocence. However, upon raising her gaze, she was met with Feng Changye's enigmatic smile, leaving her momentarily speechless. Was he truly so unfazed? Prince Jin had just claimed to have slept with her, and yet he stood there with a smile. Feng Changye appeared remarkably composed, entirely unlike a cuckolded king exposed before the crowd. He extended his hand toward Ji Wuhuan, saying, "Empress, come here." Ji Wuhuan eyed the outstretched hand warily. What did he intend? Surely he would not break her neck the moment she approached? She refused. She did not wish to meet her end in such a disgraceful manner. Noticing her hesitation, Feng Changye stepped closer, bent down, grasped her wrist, and lifted her into his embrace, rolling up her sleeves in the process. "Where is your vermilion mark?" As he rolled up his sleeves, he quietly inquired. Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback. The vermilion mark? Such a thing truly existed in ancient times. Despite possessing the memories of the Empress, she had overlooked these trivial details. She rummaged through the memories of the Empress and pointed to a spot an inch below her elbow, this area. After indicating the vermilion mark, she was once again struck dumb. How could it be? The Empress had been married to the Emperor for 5 years and was still a maiden. The mark still intact? No way. Suddenly, she looked up at Feng Changye. During the reception of the memories, she had deliberately avoided the matter of the Empress being favored by the Emperor, fearing that witnessing such awkward scenes would render her unable to continue inhabiting this body. Who would have imagined that they had spent 5 years together without any intimate encounters? After the initial shock, she recalled that historically, Feng Changya was known to be a soft-hearted man, and she felt a wave of calm wash over her. Why was I shocked? He is indeed soft-hearted. It is entirely normal that he has not touched Empress Zhu. She vented her thoughts to the system. I thought he had endured discomfort to conceal his nature and had actually consummated the marriage with the Empress. I was too embarrassed to even look at the scenes of him with Empress Zhu. Haha. Feng Changya, caught off guard by her inner musings, felt a surge of anger that nearly caused him to spit blood on the spot. Chapter 34. Dare to like someone else, I will not spare you. His avoidance of the concubines in the harem was due to his singular focus on state affairs. He found little interest in these women. It was not because he was soft-hearted. He was not. Infuriated by Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts, he violently tore at the very sleeve she had pointed to, as if he were rending her very being in two. Poor Emperor, even he had moments when he could not touch a woman, resorting instead to venting his frustration on her sleeve. When the fabric was torn apart, it revealed a palm-sized expanse of skin as white as congealed fat. Upon that snowy skin, a vividly red mark stood out, unmistakably the vermilion mark. Feng Changya hastily adjusted Zhu Wuhuan's sleeve, ensuring that aside from the vermilion mark, no other skin was exposed, before grasping her hand and turning to face all the ministers. Everyone, raise your heads, he commanded. In a silent study, over a dozen ministers trembled as they simultaneously lifted their gazes towards the emperor and empress standing before them, including the Jin Wang, who smirked, eager to see what tricks these two might conjure. Holding Zhu Wuhuan's hand aloft, Feng Changya spoke calmly. What is heard is but hearsay. What is seen is the truth. The words of others are inconsequential. What matters is what you witness with your own eyes. He urged them to look at the Empress's arm and tell him, what do you see? The ministers, filled with trepidation, cautiously gazed at Zhu Wuhuan's arm. Within the gash that Feng Changya had torn, the vibrant vermilion mark was clearly visible to all. Upon seeing this, astonishment gripped everyone. They gazed at Feng Changya in disbelief. Your Majesty, while your actions may indeed affirm the Empress's innocence, you, yourself, cannot be exonerated. May I inquire, after 5 years of marriage with the Empress, she remains untouched. Does this imply your inadequacy? In contrast to the astonishment of the ministers, the Prince of Jin found himself rendered pale amidst his shock. He had presumed that his last-minute retaliation would incite the Emperor's disdain for Zhu Wuhuan. Perhaps he might even hear of her demise before he himself perished in prison. Yet, astonishingly, Zhu Wuhuan had remained chaste even after 5 years of wedlock with the Emperor. Who could fathom that the most exalted monarch would refrain from a single caress of his beautiful Empress for half a decade? With a bitter smile, he cast his gaze upon Feng Changya. He maliciously mused that he had perhaps triumphed over his elder brother in at least one regard. He was, after all, a normal man. Feng Changya discerned the glances exchanged between the ministers and the Prince of Jin, yet he deemed them unworthy of his attention. Since reaching adulthood, there had not been a single joyous announcement from his harem, sparking whispered speculations about his capabilities. But what of it? Should he indulge the whims of these murmurs by favoring a concubine merely to validate his virility? Today they declare him inadequate, and he should prove otherwise. Tomorrow, they might question his lineage. Should he then abandon state affairs to embark on a quest for his mother? A resolute emperor must not be swayed by the opinions of others. When he aspires to achieve greatness rather than father children, no one can shake his resolve. If, in a few years, he wishes for an heir, and a young prince is born, all rumors shall dissipate without a trace. He inquired nonchalantly, pray tell, what have you witnessed? In unison, the assembly proclaimed, we have seen the Empress's purity. A smile graced Feng Changya's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at the Prince of Jin. The ministers echoed, it is but the Prince of Jin's baseless fabrication. Feng Changya felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, the Prince of Jin interjected with a sneer, brother, even if my relationship with the Empress is untainted, what of it? It is a fact that she once harbored affections for me. The one she truly adores is indeed I. He erupted into boisterous laughter. Oh, brother, how pitiful it is for you. the most esteemed emperor, to be unloved by your empress, whose heart is occupied by me." Feng Changye retaliated with a swift kick toward the Prince of Jin. Observing the prince sprawled helplessly on the ground, he chuckled softly. "There is no need for such futile efforts. You merely seek to provoke me and sow discord between the empress and myself, hoping to strip her of her title." He shook his head, clucking his tongue. "Alas, I shall not acquiesce to your desires." He continued, "You assert that the one she cherishes is you. I am curious. If that were true, why then did she offer her own head as a pledge, beseeching me to confine you? Is it not a game of love, where to love you means to conspire against your life?" A voice within him whispered that the empress might even wish to eliminate him, the tyrant. Would that not signify her profound affection for him? Faced with such interrogation from Feng Changye, the Prince of Jin turned pale, rendered speechless. Nearby, Zhu Wuhuan reveled in the spectacle, nearly applauding the tyrant for his splendid retort. The tyrant is indeed a master of confrontation. Feng Changye heard Zhu Wuhuan's heartfelt thoughts and could not suppress a smile. Is this truly remarkable? He had not yet finished speaking. He gently released Zhu Wuhuan's hand and returned to his seat with a commanding presence, leisurely addressing those present. As for the queen's past affection for Prince Jin before her entry into the palace, I must confess, it hardly concerns me. As husbands, one might expect their wives to remain faithful after marriage, for she belongs to you now, and her loyalty is her duty. However, one cannot demand that a wife refrains from developing feelings for others before knowing you. At that time, she had no knowledge of her future with you. She genuinely believed she would marry the one who captured her heart. Is it so wrong for her to have harbored feelings for someone? It is a common human experience, one that we have all encountered. As long as she has maintained propriety in her affections and has not transgressed, and upon marrying you, she severs ties with her past. Becoming a devoted wife, she remains pure and unblemished. Upon reaching this point, Feng Changye smiled and extended his hand toward Zhu Wuhuan. While she was astonished by his progressive perspective, she approached and placed her fingers within his palm. As an emperor in a feudal society, his open-mindedness was truly extraordinary. Such words seemed uncharacteristic of a traditional monarch. He was unfazed by the fact that his queen had once admired another. Even in the 21st century, many men do not possess such an enlightened view. This tyrant was increasingly diverging from the historical accounts of his cruelty, demonstrating a depth of understanding that left her in awe. Feng Changye, catching Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts, smirked slightly. "Foolish girl, the reason I speak so generously, and the reason I do not care about your past affections, is that I am indifferent to you. My indifference, my lack of love for you, makes your affections for others inconsequential to me. However, if I were to fall for you, to love you dearly, dare you entertain feelings for another? I would not let you escape my wrath." Chapter 35. The queen is pure in my heart. No one shall defame her. Feng Changye endeavored to appear gentle, glancing at her while playfully toying with her fingers, continuing to address the ministers. "My feelings for the queen are such. I do not concern myself with whom she admired before our union, but rather whether she has acted disloyally since becoming my queen. Clearly, she has not. When Prince Jin harbored treasonous intentions, attempting to encroach upon my throne, the queen resolutely chose to sever her past ties, vocally denouncing Prince Jin and aligning herself with me. In my eyes, the queen remains pure and untainted. I will not allow anyone to tarnish her reputation." At this juncture, he cast a cool glance at the gathered ministers. "Do you remember my words? We shall remember them with utmost sincerity." The ministers bowed, their eyes glistening with emotion, fervently praising. "Your Majesty is indeed the finest husband in the realm. Such profound wisdom shall be transcribed and disseminated upon our return, serving as a warning to the world." Feng Changye mused that such exaggeration was unnecessary. He continued, stating that after Prince Jin was confined, there would undoubtedly be rumors circulating from the Empress Dowager and the prince's residence regarding the past affections between the prince and the Empress. Should you hear any slander against Her Majesty the Empress in the days to come, do you know how to respond? The officials replied in unison, expressing their unwavering commitment to personally testify to Her Majesty's innocence today. Feng Changya nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "My loyal ministers, you hold a special place in my heart." Once more, the officials echoed, "To receive such words from your majesty, we shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly in service." Zhu Wuhuan observed this harmonious scene between ruler and ministers with a suppressed smile. Was it truly harmony or merely mutual flattery? She stifled her laughter, recalling Feng Changya's earlier words of support for her. She couldn't resist casting a furtive glance at him. This tyrant, indeed, harbored the potential to be a commendable husband. Yet he was cursed to be a. His affections belonged solely to eunuch Yuan. At this thought, Zhu Wuhuan felt an immediate disinterest. Competing with women for the attention of women was exhausting enough. Contending with men for men was even more arduous. How could love blossom amidst such gender disparity? Hence, such a man was not worth even a fleeting heart's inclination. The female characters in romantic novels served as the most poignant warnings against such folly. Feng Changya sensed her thoughts, feeling an urge to eliminate. In his lifetime, he would never escape the implications of. Prince Jin, Feng Changjin, knelt silently, observing Zhu Wuhuan as she covertly gazed at Feng Changya. A smirk of derision graced his lips. Is she truly moved? Has she fallen for the emperor now? This woman was easily deceived. How laughable. Once, he had similarly ensnared her with sweet words, and now she had succumbed to the emperor's charm. To him, this woman had never received his affection, and he was certain she would not find it with his brother either. His brother was the sovereign of the realm, a dignified emperor, commanding a harem of 6 palaces. How could such an emperor ever be devoted to one woman alone? Moreover, this very emperor had recently nearly annihilated the Zhu family, almost rendering her, the Empress, obsolete. How could she believe that such a heartless monarch would truly love her? Truly foolish. He would wait to witness the day she betrayed him for his brother's embrace. Her fate would not be a favorable one. Soon, Ji and Chang led a contingent of imperial guards into the room, promptly placing shackles upon Prince Jin and requesting that he rise to accompany them. Should he refuse, they would not hesitate to employ force. Prince Jin scoffed quietly. He had long perceived the gravity of his predicament, to avoid being dragged away in utter disgrace. He resolved to rise and depart with them willingly. Upon reaching the study's entrance, he turned to Feng Changya, stating, "Your Majesty, I am innocent. Though you may not believe me, our mother will surely trust in my integrity." Feng Changya remained silent, coldly watching him retreat. His silence stemmed from the understanding that, in their mother's eyes, he could never surpass Prince Jin. After Prince Jin's figure had completely vanished, Feng Changya revealed a flicker of weariness. Rubbing his temples, he sighed, "I appreciate your hard work, dear ministers. You may all withdraw." The dignitaries had also heard the words spoken by the Prince of Jin before his departure. They cast a sympathetic glance at the emperor and knelt in farewell. Once only Feng Changya and Zhu Wuhuan remained in the study. Feng Changya let out a soft sigh. Although he had now confined the Prince of Jin, thus alleviating this pressing concern, he shook his head regarding his mother, knowing that there would be further turmoil. The days ahead would be fraught with headaches for him. He raised his gaze to Zhu Wuhuan, revealing a hint of sarcasm. He had imprisoned the Prince of Jin, yet his mother would not relent. However, had it been the Prince of Jin who caused his demise, would she have made such a fuss? Zhu Wuhuan observed the vulnerability he exhibited at that moment and felt a twinge of sympathy. A voice within her whispered, "How unfortunate." She would indeed not. Historically, you met an untimely death 3 years later, and the Empress Dowager did not even attend your funeral. According to historical records, she fell ill from grief and was bedridden, thus unable to attend your final rites. Yet, 7 days later, at the coronation of the Prince of Jin, she was resplendently dressed and personally placed the crown upon him. It is curious that she was too ill to bid you farewell, but managed to rise to accompany the prince to his ascension just a week later. Whether she was truly ill remains uncertain. Regardless, during the 2 decades of the prince's reign, their relationship flourished, with historical texts praising their mother-son bond as an exemplary model of familial piety. Subsequently, few questioned whether your demise was orchestrated by the prince, likely due to the dowager's stance. For it was believed that if the prince had indeed slain you, the dowager, as your mother, could not possibly harbor no resentment toward him, especially given their close relationship, which negated any notion of fratricide. She glanced at the tyrant, her pity deepening. Alas, how splendidly you flourish now, yet history records your departure as a solitary one. Your loyal eunuch perished alongside you, with wild tales suggesting he died for your sake. However, as your confidant, who truly knows how he met his end? Furthermore, your concubines were long since eliminated by your hand, and with no offspring to speak of. Only a host of ministers feigned grief as they accompanied you on your final journey. So, dear brother, even if your affection for your eunuch runs deep, do refrain from ruthlessly slaughtering all your concubines. Otherwise, you will depart this world alone, with none to mourn your passing. At the very least, keep a few to burn offerings for you. Feng Changye's emotions were tumultuous. He admitted that he had deliberately spoken those words in front of her, feigning weakness to glean any insights regarding historical accounts of the Empress Dowager. Yet, he had not anticipated uncovering the chilling truth of his solitary demise. Chapter 36. The Tyrant electrified me. I was struck by his current. How many emperors in history have suffered as he did? Upon his death, not a single familiar face mourned his passing sincerely. The officials who accompanied him were preoccupied with the coronation of the new emperor. On the journey to the tomb, there were no common folk lining the path in mourning. Had it not been for the fear of offending the royal family and facing execution, perhaps the commoners would have cast rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables upon his coffin, much like one would do to a condemned criminal. Such desolation and death brought no peace in the afterlife. His grave was desecrated, and even in bone, he was subjected to indignity. Ultimately, his remains were ground to dust and scattered into a cesspit, ensuring his infamy would endure for eternity. Even the last remnant of his skull was fashioned into a drinking vessel, eventually finding its way into some museum a millennium later, where countless visitors would gaze upon it, rendering their judgments. Look, this is the fate of a tyrant. Such a villain deserved no mercy, not even a skull to remember him by. The thought of the crowd surrounding his skull, spitting and mocking, caused a sharp pain to shoot through Feng Changye's head. He clenched his fists. He vowed never to become a tyrant in his lifetime. Then, he recalled what Zhu Wuhuan had said about his mother not attending his funeral. His gaze turned icy. He had believed his mother favored Prince Jean only slightly, yet it turned out her bias ran far deeper. Her younger son had killed her elder, and while he did not expect her to exact revenge on his behalf, surely she should have mourned. How could she joyously attend the coronation of her younger son? Had she never considered the restless spirit of her wronged elder son? He sneered. Very well. He would observe how she reacted now that Prince Jean was confined. If she accepted the reality and calmed down after a brief uproar, he might still harbor some semblance of maternal affection for her. However, if she were to risk everything for Prince Jean and cause a scene, he would have no qualms about severing their ties. Historically, he had been undone by Feng Changjin, and she had never protested on his behalf. Why should she risk her life over Feng Changjin's confinement? Why? The more she protested, the deeper his resentment would grow. This animosity would last until death. The emperor? Zhu Wuhuan sensed a sudden shift in Feng Changye's demeanor, puzzled by the turbulence of his emotions, and gently called out to him. In an instant, Feng Changye concealed all visible feelings. He lowered his head with a bitter smile. In the presence of the woman who had given him life, he found it impossible to remain composed. He rubbed his temples, feigning a headache. It's nothing. I merely recalled how my mother will incessantly confront me with the edict left by my father, causing me distress. Unfortunately, she is my mother, and I cannot act against her. He sighed, raising his gaze to her. Please return to the general's residence. Spend half an hour with them, then accompany me back to the palace. Zhu Wuhuan was eager to leave this place and brightened at his words. I shall take my leave. As Feng Changye watched her bow and turned to depart, he reflected that had it not been for her, today a successful confinement of Prince Jean would not have transpired so smoothly. He called out to her, Empress. I noticed that Madame Zhu seemed to be taken away by Minister Song when I arrived. What transpired? Upon hearing the mention of Madame Zhu Wuhuan's expression turned frigid. She remarked, Miss Song must be fearful that the Zhu family would tarnish her reputation. which is why she accepted my second brother's divorce decree and returned to her family. Feng Changye furrowed his brow. A woman who could only share in joys, but not in hardships, hardly deserved to be a daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. However, she has borne your second brother a son. Should she later come back weeping in remorse, seeking reconciliation, your brother will surely be soft-hearted and welcome her back. He made a decisive proclamation. Your brother currently holds the position of a 6th-rank Zhaowu cavalry officer. I shall promote him to a 5th-rank cavalry general and order him to depart tomorrow with Minister of War Chanju to quell the bandits in the Jingyan Mountain area. The army will take 6 or 7 days to reach Jingyan Mountain, and it will take an additional 10 days to a fortnight to eradicate the bandits. By the time he returns, I trust that both the old matriarch of the Zhu family and you, Empress, will have resolved the matter concerning Song Anxiao. After speaking, Feng Chang gestured for Zhu Wuhuan to return home. Go now. My decree will reach the Zhu family before nightfall. Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback by the emperor's unexpected kindness. With her brother dispatched, she and the old matriarch could ensure that Song Anxiao and her brother would be completely divorced if her brother were present. His lingering feelings for Song Anxiao, coupled with their child, would cloud his judgment, especially since Song Anxiao had yet to commit the historically vile acts. Thus, it was best to send him away. Zhu Wuhuan immediately bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "On behalf of my brother, I humbly thank your majesty for your grace." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "But your majesty, you previously ordered that the Zhu family remain confined within the estate." Feng Changye chuckled lightly. "Have I not altered my decree before you? I shall amend it once more." Zhu Wuhuan looked up at him, meeting his smiling eyes. Coupled with his seemingly indulgent words echoing in her ears, she was suddenly electrified. Instinctively, she pressed her hand to her chest, calling out to the system, "System, was he just sending me signals? Is he a dual socket? He clearly has affections for eunuch Yuan, yet is still sending me signals." The system, at a loss for words, could only respond perfunctorily. "Perhaps it is due to your charm that you have straightened a bent sleeve?" Zhu Wuhuan laughed heartily in her heart. The system was utterly adorable. Internally amused, her face remained serious. The playful banter with the system dissipated the embarrassment of being electrified by a bent sleeve. She once again bowed to Feng Changye. "I am deeply grateful to your majesty. The Zhu family will forever remember your kindness." Feng Changye sighed. "I only hope the Zhu family does not resent me for this impulsive decision. Yet, should they feel disheartened and disappointed in me, it is a burden I must bear. The Zhu family is renowned for their loyalty and valor. It is I who have failed to steadfastly believe in the character and integrity of the old general." He waved his hand with a smile. "Go now." Zhu Wuhuan unexpectedly glanced at him before taking her leave. This tyrant, the more she learned about him, the less he resembled the merciless figure of history. Feng Changye watched her depart the study, puzzled and looking down. "Dual socket? What is that? And sending signals? What does it mean to be electrified? Is this something that does not exist in the present age of the Ning dynasty, yet will emerge a millennium hence? It is peculiar. He has only heard of the lightning in the sky and wonders how it relates to the electrical discharge she speaks of. This woman from 1,000 years into the future seems to conjure an array of strange terminologies, leaving him utterly perplexed. The Zhu family, having been unaware of the meeting between Zhu Wuhuan and the Prince Jean in the secluded garden, remained oblivious to the events that transpired until Zhu Wuhuan returned home. They were equally ignorant of the happenings at the residence of Master Chun. Upon hearing Zhu Wuhuan mention the emperor's decree promoting Zhu Longyuan to the rank of 5th-rank cavalry general, the Zhu family was enlightened that the emperor had indeed visited the neighboring Chun residence. Consequently, the family was filled with joy at this imperial favor. Chapter 37. Mother, I dreamt of future events, sister. I have not achieved any merit. How could the emperor suddenly promote me to cavalry general? Zhu Longyuan, the beneficiary of this elevation, blushed with excitement. Did you perhaps petition the emperor on my behalf? Zhu Wuhuan, under the eager gazes of her family, nodded and then shook her head. It is somewhat true, yet not entirely so. Were it not for my assistance in confining Prince Jean, Feng Changye would not have entertained the notion of rewarding the Zhu family. If I had not mentioned Song Anxiao in front of the emperor, Feng Changya would not have seized the opportunity to promote my second brother. However, had the Zhu family not been a household of loyalty, the emperor would have likely bestowed upon me mere trinkets rather than elevate my family members. With a smile, she remarked that her brother's promotion was a testament to the Zhu family's noble reputation and his own capabilities, which had garnered the emperor's special attention. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Longyuan beamed with delight. So, my innate strength has reached the emperor's ears? He scratched his head, determined to perform admirably in the upcoming campaign against bandits, so as not to disappoint the emperor's regard for him. Zhu Xinyuan patted his shoulder, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Courage must be accompanied by strategy. While you are there, be sure to heed Master Chun's arrangements. He is a rare and patient mentor for new recruits. Do not hesitate to seek his guidance. Listen attentively to his counsel, and avoid recklessly displaying your valor, lest you jeopardize Master Chun's important endeavors. Zhu Longyuan nodded earnestly. His elder brother had been in the military for several years and had undertaken various missions. Thus, he was more knowledgeable. With their father absent, it was imperative for him to heed his brother's wisdom. After all, his only redeeming quality was his honesty. Zhu Wuhuan smiled at her brother. Second brother, go and pack your belongings. We depart early tomorrow. In such haste, I fear you may not have enough time to prepare. Zhu Longyuan acknowledged her words and dashed off, his face aglow. Just as he reached the courtyard, a thought struck him, and he hurried back. Sister, when you first entered the residence, did you see my second sister-in-law? Zhu Wuhuan paused, her hand holding the teacup momentarily still. She looked up with a casual smile and asked, What does second brother wish to bring her back? He scratched his head. Indeed, look at your little nephew. A half-year-old child cannot be without his mother. Since our Zhu family has escaped the calamity of extermination, it is time for her to return. He proudly declared that he had received a promotion, and she was still unaware of this development. He wished to bring her some joy. Zhu Wuhuan's eyes flickered momentarily, and she replied with a smile, Second brother, have you forgotten? Second sister-in-law's father holds the esteemed position of Minister of War. The formalities regarding your appointment must be processed through the ministry, and she will soon learn of it. Zhu Longyuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in her words. Zhu Wuhuan continued, Second brother, as you prepare to combat bandits, who in our family does not worry. Second sister-in-law will also be concerned upon learning of this. She is with child. If she spends her days fretting over you, what good will it do for her or the baby? It would be wiser to allow her to remain at her parents' home for a while, and you can fetch her after your return. Zhu Longyuan sensed an underlying disquiet in his sister's words, yet he could not articulate it at that moment. Observing that the matriarch and his elder brother and sister-in-law did not contest her statements, he cheerfully acquiesced. Since no one opposed the idea, he thought it best to proceed in this manner. Upon my return, I shall surely bring her back in splendid fashion, he proclaimed before rushing away with exuberance. As he vanished from sight, Zhu Wuhuan redirected her gaze, gently guiding her 6-year-old younger brother, Chengying, away from the table where he was playing. Shall we take Junin to the courtyard for some fun? All right, third sister. Chengying nodded obediently, scooping up little Junin, who was reaching for the pastries on the table, and darting outside. Let's go. The adults need to discuss important matters. We little ones only get in the way, so let us play outside. Zhu Wuhuan couldn't help but laugh at Chengying's adorable antics. Shaking her head, she turned her attention back to the adults. Song Anxiao can no longer return to the Zhu household. Mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law, fourth brother. Do you not wonder why the emperor has suddenly elevated second brother's rank and dispatched him to the distant Jingyan mountain to combat bandits? She regarded them solemnly. It is precisely because of Song Anxiao's eagerness to leave the Zhu family that the emperor has taken notice. He believes such a woman is unworthy of second brother, thus deciding to send him away for a time, allowing mother and me to manage the situation with Song Anxiao. At her words, the group was momentarily stunned. Zhu Xinyuan and his wife exchanged glances, astonished at the revelation of second brother's promotion being tied to such circumstances. Zhu Chunjun, too, was bewildered, pondering whether second brother's gain in rank was ultimately a blessing or a curse, having lost his wife in the process. The matriarch reacted most strongly. pressing a hand to her heart as she whispered, "How could this be? It was we who granted An Xiao the divorce, so she could return home. How could the emperor deny second brother his wife over such a trivial matter?" Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yulan, the matriarch added, "Even if we consider Yulan's unwavering loyalty, it only serves to highlight how cold An Xiao appears after receiving a divorce. Yet, this hardly constitutes a crime deserving of such a punishment. An Xiao does not deserve this fate." Zhu Xianyuan and Chen Yulan nodded in agreement. Second sister-in-law and second brother share a strong bond, and they have a child together. Second brother would never agree to a divorce. He would rather forego his position as a general than part ways with his wife. Zhu Chunjun concurred, feeling that although second sister-in-law had her flaws, she was not deserving of such a fate. Zhu Wuhuan sighed as she observed the four of them. She knew that without an understanding of the despicable and repugnant actions committed by Song An Xiao in history, no one would deem her unworthy of being the daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. Of course, she suspected that even if the Zhu family were aware of those events, they might still forgive Song An Xiao. After all, she had lived with them for 2 years, forming bonds. They might offer her a chance for redemption rather than casting her aside without mercy. They were not like her, an outsider detached from their emotions. In her eyes, Song An Xiao had always been that loathsome woman from history, and thus she could coolly assist the Zhu family in ridding themselves of this unreliable daughter-in-law. However, observing the reactions of those around her at that moment, she found herself questioning whether she was removing the bothersome Song An Xiao for her own sake or for the Zhu family's benefit. The Zhu family clearly did not wish to lose this daughter-in-law, and here she was an outsider, making a unilateral decision to help eliminate Song An Xiao based solely on her own preferences. Was she overstepping her bounds? After all, it was they who would continue to live with Song An Xiao, not her. Rubbing her temples, Zhu Wuhuan resolved to subtly inform them of the historical events that had transpired, leaving the choice of whether to accept Song An Xiao to their own judgment. "Mother, I had a dream last night, a vision of future events. In Chapter 38, do you have someone you love? I will arrange a marriage for you." Zhu Wuhuan, under the pretense of having dreamt, recounted to the Zhu family the historical occurrences, from Song An Xiao deceitfully claiming to be pregnant and leaving the Zhu household with a divorce decree, to the massacre of the Zhu family 3 days later, followed by General Zhu's triumphant return, yet succumbing to bloodshed, and finally, the imperial decree for a grand burial for the Zhu family, during which Song An Xiao emerged, claiming she had given birth to the Zhu family's orphan, hidden in a nunnery. Ultimately, Feng Changye refused to allow her to bring a bastard to enjoy the Zhu family's legacy, thereby exposing her deceit and rendering her the target of scorn throughout the capital. At this juncture, Zhu Wuhuan paused. It was sufficient to relay these events for now, and there was no need to elaborate further. Should any crucial matters arise in the future, she could simply fabricate another tale of strange dreams. Upon finishing Zhu Wuhuan's account, tears streamed down the faces of the Zhu family. This dream must be true. After all, Song An Xiao had only lied to them in the hall about her supposed pregnancy. So how could Wuhuan, being in the palace, have known of such a matter? The matriarch of the Zhu family covered her mouth with a handkerchief, choking back sobs. "This dream is undoubtedly genuine. Your father would never betray his country. He will surely return victorious." Zhu Xianyuan and Zhu Chunjun also wiped their tears, willing to believe in this dream. They were convinced that their father would return safely. And now that the Zhu family had not been subjected to a massacre, their father would not succumb to bloodshed, but rather return laden with honor, enhancing the Zhu family's illustrious achievements even further. As Zhu Wuhuan comforted her weeping mother, she declared, "Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, fourth brother," after having this dream, "I cannot recognize this second sister-in-law any longer. In my heart, she is no longer worthy of being a member of the Zhu family." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, I am now a married woman. If I were to insist that you do not accept this person, I fear that when you see her pitiable state, you may blame me for being too cold-hearted." Matriarch Zhu promptly grasped her hand and said, "Wuhuan, do not speak like that. You will always be a daughter of the Zhu family. You will always be a part of us." Zhu Wuhuan embraced her mother and smiled, saying, "Mother, My words carry no intention of severing ties with the family. She glanced around at everyone and continued. What I wish to convey is that having married and lived away from home for many years, I can only perceive Song Anqiao's despicable flaws, and I am unable to recognize her other merits. Thus, I can unhesitatingly exclude her from my family. Yet, you are different. You have shared the same roof with her for 2 years, and perhaps in your hearts, she is a commendable person. She has erred, and you might consider her past behavior and grant her a chance for redemption. In such a situation, if I were to unilaterally demand that you reject her, I fear it would cause discomfort among you. She smiled and added, therefore, I choose to share my dreams with you. Whether or not you wish to accept this person is entirely up to you. The other members of the Zhu family nodded in silence, refraining from comment. In Wu Huan's dreams, Song Anqiao's actions were indeed repugnant, yet one could hardly label them as heinous. It was a perplexing dilemma, evoking both ire and an inability to decisively condemn. Zhu Wuhuan observed their expressions and further stated, however, I must forewarn you, regardless of whether you accept her or not, when she brazenly attempts to reclaim her place in the Zhu family, I shall summon the physician to publicly expose her feigned pregnancy. Her gaze was icy. The Zhu family is on the brink of disaster. If she wishes to depart, so be it. But to lie so shamelessly before you, who are already facing dire straits, is utterly unacceptable. Since she dares to deceive and abandon, she must not blame me for unveiling her true face. No one dared to counter her words, not even the compassionate matriarch Zhu, who had sensed Song Anqiao's potential deceit. Yet, considering the Zhu family's impending doom, who would concern themselves with the trivial sentiments of this second daughter-in-law at such a critical juncture? Ironically, the Zhu family had persevered. In Wu Huan's dreams, Song Anqiao had committed even graver transgressions. Thus, a lesson was indeed warranted. Otherwise, would they truly be perceived as easy prey? Zhu Wuhuan spent a little more time with her family before preparing to leave. The emperor awaits me at Chancellor Chen's residence. Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, I must take my leave. She rose, embraced her mother, smiled at her elder brother and sister-in-law, and then gently patted her younger brother Chunjuan's head. At 13, he would soon turn 14 in September. Is there a girl you fancy? Third sister can arrange a match for you. No. Zhu Chunjun blushed fiercely and quickly shook his head. Zhu Wuhuan laughed. Are you truly so shy if there is no one? Zhu Chunjun vigorously shook his head. No, no, no. A series of denials indicated he was indeed without affections. Zhu Wuhuan relented. Very well. Should you find someone you like in the future, you must inform third sister. The personal matchmaking by the queen herself undoubtedly grants a certain prestige to your beloved. Do you not agree? Zhu Chunjun, blushing and helpless, glanced at third sister and nodded, acknowledging her words. Just then, little brother Chungying came running in with a pitter-patter. He wrapped his arms around Zhu Wuhuan's waist and exclaimed gaily, Third sister, fourth brother has no beloved, but I do. Please arrange a match for me. Zhu Wuhuan looked at the 6-year-old boy in astonishment. Who do you fancy? He replied with remarkable candor, Chun Xiaoyuan, the little girl from next door. She has such a round, adorable face. Every time I climb over the wall to pick her family's jujubes, she stomps her feet in frustration below, pointing at me and yelling away. Last time, she came at me with a bamboo pole to hit me, but instead of knocking me off the wall, she ended up tumbling down herself in a hilarious fashion. Zhu Wuhuan gazed at the child in exasperation, pinching his cheek. Let us talk about this when you've grown as big as your fourth brother. She then turned to fourth brother Chunjun. You ought to take note. Look at our little brother, who has only just been weaned for a few years. Already has someone in his heart, while you still do not. Zhu Chunjun, observing his proud little brother with his puffed-out chest and the amused onlookers, covered his face in feigned surrender. Third sister, please stop. If you continue, I might just throw myself into a well. Laughter erupted among everyone. As Zhu Wuhuan prepared to depart, the family accompanied her to the entrance of the general's residence. Upon reaching the gate, Zhu Wuhuan turned back to look at her mother and elder sister-in-law. Grasping their hands, she smiled. While that detestable person is away, I shall send back some fine materials and exquisite jewelry tomorrow. Mother and elder sister-in-law, you must keep them for yourselves and not give anything to that insufferable person. Madame Zhu chuckled as she tapped her nose. You are quite mischievous. With the Queen's sister-in-law, so close. Elder sister-in-law Chen Yulan felt a warm sense of belonging and graciously bowed in thanks. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Yes, Yu. Whatever you send will not be given to anyone else. Zhu Wuhuan assisted Chen Yulan to her feet, smiling. Elder sister-in-law, I have always liked you. And now I like you even more. I admired this loyal and valiant woman in historical texts. But now, having spent time with you, my fondness has only deepened. Chen Yulan blushed with delight at the praise. Zhu Wuhuan continued, in the future, when you find some leisure time, please bring Junin and visit me in the palace. Chen Yulan's heart swelled with joy. Yes, Your Highness. After exchanging a few more words with others, Zhu Wuhuan left the Zhu general's residence and headed towards the Chen household. The Zhu family stood at the gate, observing the well-guarded imperial troops outside, no longer plagued by the anxiety of past fears. The Zhu family had escaped the brink of disaster. The queen was safe, Zhu Longyuan had received his assignment, and the emperor would no longer seek their demise. In a month, when their valiant general returned victorious, the Zhu family would once again ascend to the pinnacle of power in the capital. At the Chen residence, after Zhu Wuhuan's departure, Feng Changya sat down with Grand Scholar Chen to discuss state affairs. Now that she had returned, Feng Changya prepared to head back to the palace. As for the Empress Dowager, she remained unconscious and still in a deep slumber. However, it matters not. Let the two strong matrons carry her to the carriage, and she shall return to the palace. There remains but half a tea time until the appointed half hour. You are quite punctual, remarked Feng Changya. The emperor awaits me. How could I dare to be tardy? That would be courting death, replied Zhu Wuhuan. Feng Changya turned to gaze at her, a light scoff escaping his lips. Can you not discern that I am mocking you? Must you truly remain for the full half hour? Is it impossible to return even a moment sooner? Zhu Wuhuan innocently glanced back at him, feigning ignorance. I am but a foolish woman, unable to comprehend. A voice within her whispered, even if I understood, I would choose to ignore you, just to vex you. Feng Changya stared at her in silent exasperation before striding ahead. Zhu Wuhuan leisurely followed in his wake, unhurried. Behind them, Chancellor Chen walked, observing the playful banter between the two, unable to suppress a chuckle as he stroked his beard. The bond between the emperor and the empress is indeed remarkable. Look, they bicker like an ordinary couple. Moreover, the emperor's earlier words resembled those of a long-suffering husband, lamenting his wife's tardiness upon her arrival. How endearing! The carriage swayed gently and soon entered the palace gates. Gazing at the shimmering glazed tiles of the roof, Zhu Wuhuan sighed inwardly. Alas, I have ultimately returned to this resplendent cage. My Lingnan, my navy, my lychees, my lobsters, my various stews, they all await me in Lingnan. Behind her, Feng Changya could not help but rub his temples. There are lychees in the palace, and though he was unaware of what lobsters were, stews of every kind, fish, chicken, pigeon, are plentiful and freely available. Why the incessant longing for Lingnan? As the carriage continued its gentle sway, Zhu Wuhuan suddenly spotted a group of a dozen young ladies, adorned in vibrant attire, standing ahead. Ah, the concubines of the tyrant? I must take a good look. With great interest, Zhu Wuhuan lifted the curtain to gaze at the beauties a few meters away. Each one was a vision in her own right, possessing unique charms, some plump, others slender. They were all quite youthful, in their early 20s, the prime of their lives. With the carriage halted, all the eagerly waiting beauties promptly knelt and bowed. We pay our respects to His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. We pay our respects to Her Majesty. Long live the Empress. A young eunuch brought forth 2 stools and placed them beside the carriages. Feng Changya disembarked first. He gestured for the eunuchs to assist the Empress Dowager from the rear carriage before coldly addressing the concubines. Why are you not properly residing in your chambers? What brings you here? The leading beautiful concubine raised her head, her face radiant with joy and shyness. We have come to welcome His Majesty back to the palace. Feng Changya scoffed. Am I not returning to the place where I grew up? Do I need your guidance to find my way? The concubines looked at him with a sense of grievance. Your Majesty, such words render it impossible for us to respond. Zhu Wuhuan, seated within the carriage, nearly succumbed to laughter upon hearing the forthright remarks of Feng Changye directed at the concubines. Indeed, the tyrant's tenderness seemed exclusively reserved for the eunuch Yuan. These women, including Empress Zhu, could only dream of earning his affection. Feng Changye, overhearing Zhu Wuhuan's inner thoughts, felt a surge of irritation. With a stern countenance, he approached her carriage and gently kicked it, questioning whether the Empress had fainted inside. Suppressing her laughter, Zhu Wuhuan quietly descended the carriage, assisted by Su Qiu. Once on the ground, she signaled the pitiful concubines to rise, recalling the discomfort of kneeling that she had previously endured. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager was also helped down from the final carriage. Upon witnessing the Empress Dowager's presence, the standing concubines prepared to bow, only to be startled by the sight of her closed eyes, indicating she had fainted. "Your Majesty, is the Empress Dowager all right?" they inquired anxiously, encircling Feng Changye with expressions of concern. Feng Changye, uninterested in their feigned dramatics, thought if they truly cared, they should be attending to the Empress Dowager rather than seeking his attention. Were they merely performing for his benefit? Coldly, he remarked, "It is nothing. She merely fainted for a moment and will awaken shortly." Seeing that the emperor continued to disregard them, the concubines reluctantly turned their attention to the Empress Dowager, determined to display their worry and urgency as they assisted her back to Shokong Palace. Although the Empress Dowager was currently unconscious, they believed that demonstrating their anxiety and diligence would be noted by the head made upon her awakening. If they could win the Empress Dowager's favor, perhaps she might even request the emperor to visit their quarters. With this thought in mind, the concubines approached the Empress Dowager, feigning expressions of great concern, hastily lifting their skirts to scurry to her side. They insisted on taking the Empress Dowager from the hands of the eunuchs and maidens, eager to support her personally. The palace attendants, unable to resist the sycophantic concubines, stepped back, allowing them to escort the Empress Dowager forward. Noticing the Empress standing nearby, one of the concubines deliberately called out in a sweet tone, "Your Majesty, why do you not come to see the Empress Dowager? She has fainted, and you do not worry for her at all?" At that moment, Zhu Wuhuan, idly preening her nails, turned her indifferent gaze towards the concubine clad in a pale yellow gown. As a time traveler intent on usurping the tyrant's throne, she had never contemplated engaging in rivalries with these concubines. After all, she had no desire to compete for a man. Why not all sit together and play mahjong instead? Yet, here came a foolish woman, seemingly intent on provoking her. The remark was clearly an attempt to undermine her in front of Feng Changye. With an amused smirk, she regarded the concubine and casually asked Su Qiu, "Pray tell, who might this be?" Her words rendered the yellow-clad concubine pale with indignation. She has been in the palace for quite some time now, dutifully greeting the Empress each day, yet the Empress remains oblivious to her identity. If the Emperor had numerous consorts, it might be understandable. However, there are only 13 of them in total. How could one fail to remember? Clearly, she has been disregarded. Su Qiu bowed slightly and addressed the Empress, saying, "This is Song Jiyu." After a brief pause, she lowered her voice. "She is the cousin of Song Anxiao from her maternal side." Zhu Wuhuan nodded in acknowledgement. However, this individual appears to be a fictional character in history. After all of Feng Changye's consorts were eliminated. How could any trace of them remain in historical records? "Song Jiyu, you say?" Zhu Wuhuan scrutinized the woman before her. In the Daming dynasty, the ranks of the consorts, from highest to lowest, are Empress, Gui Fei, Jiaoi, Jiu, Meiren, Kairen, Garen, Xianshi, and Shun. She recalled that Feng Changye had not officially conferred the title of Gui Fei, with the highest rank beneath him being merely El Fei. Following her were 2 Jiaois, and only then did Song Jiyu appear. The esteemed El Fei and the 2 Jiaois remained silent, yet this mere Jiyu dared to confront her. It was unclear whether she was audacious or simply foolish. Zhu Wuhuan smirked and said to Song Jiyu, "I believe you have erred in your inquiry, Song Jiyu. Allow me to instruct you on how it should have been phrased." She turned to face Feng Changye, adopting Song Jiyu's delicate tone, "Your Majesty, why do you not come and see the Empress Dowager? She has fainted, and do you not worry for her well-being?" After mimicking the tone with a smile, She pointed at Feng Chanya and then at herself. Your Majesty, look. Song Jiu accuses us, the dutiful son and daughter-in-law, of neglecting the Empress Dowager, while she, a mere concubine, shows more concern. How unfilial of us. Feng Chanya gazed at Zhu Wuhuan in speechless astonishment. The phrase disaster begets fortune was aptly applied. Was he to commend her for her quick wit? He lightly uttered two words, unruly, devoid of any authority or reprimand. As if he were a husband impotent against his wife's whims, offering her a gentle caution. Zhu Wuhuan had anticipated a scolding from Feng Chanya, ready to bow an apology, yet was taken aback by his understated admonition, which bore the resemblance of affection. She couldn't help but glance up at him, nearly struck by his charm once more. She had to lower her head and desperately recall the sensation of the crown she had touched before her transmigration, striving to find serenity within. Meanwhile, to their right, Song Jiu was utterly terrified. She had merely intended to cast aspersions on the Empress in the Emperor's presence, alleging that the Empress disregarded the Empress Dowager and was unfilial. Who could have anticipated the Empress would be so cunning as to turn the question back upon the Emperor? Trembling, she fell to her knees with a thud. Your Majesty, I am wronged. She crawled forward, tears brimming in her eyes, as she looked up at Feng Chanya. I did not. It was the Empress who misinterpreted my words. I truly did not mean to accuse you, Your Majesty. I would never dare. Zhu Wuhuan interjected languidly. Your Majesty, do listen. Song Jiu dares not accuse, but it is not that she does not wish to. If you were not the Emperor, she would certainly have the audacity to do so. Feng Chanya nearly succumbed to laughter at the antics of this woman. The ability to charm with words is indeed a skill. At the very least, she knows how to provoke a smile. He cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Wuhuan, then lowered his gaze to the kneeling Song Jiu before him, his expression icy as he raised his foot and kicked her on the left shoulder. You insolent wretch! You claim you dare not criticize me. Yet who grants you the audacity to question the Empress of Nation? Song Jiu tumbled to the ground in a pitiful heap. She dared not cry out in pain, scrambling to her feet to kneel once more, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly bowed her head. Feng Chanya scoffed coldly. It seems you consider the rank of Jiu too lofty, so high that it emboldens you to rebuke the Empress. Therefore, from this moment forth, I demote Song to the rank of Kai Ren. Pausing briefly, he pointed towards the Empress Dowager and continued, Isn't Song Kai Ren rather fond of attending to Her Majesty? Very well, from this day forward, you shall relocate to Shokong Palace to serve the Empress Dowager, becoming her Kai Ren. No longer shall you attend to me and the Empress. Ignoring the shock and cries of Song Kai Ren, he addressed the other concubines. Ensure the Empress Dowager is escorted back to Shokong Palace. I have memorials to review. You shall attend to her in my stead. With that, he turned and departed. We shall obey your command. The other concubines quavered, too frightened to harbor any rebellious thoughts, bowing respectfully as they bid farewell to the Emperor and Empress. Zhu Wuhuan followed closely behind Feng Chanya, casting a glance back at Song Jiu. No, Song Kai Ren. A subtle smile graced her lips. Isn't it better to live well than to hasten one's own demise? With the Emperor and Empress gone, the unconscious Empress Dowager needed immediate transport back to Shokong Palace, resulting in everyone circumventing the forlorn figure of Song Kai Ren. Once so haughty, she now lay abandoned, a pitiful creature ignored by all. She cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy from the Emperor and the Empress, professing her remorse and declaring she would never dare again. Yet no one paid her heed. No matter how hoarse her voice grew, it was clear that no one would dare extend compassion after she had provoked the wrath of the Emperor and Empress. Zhu Wuhuan walked quietly behind Feng Chanya, occasionally stealing glances at his tall, imposing figure. Even clad in simple attire, he exuded an undeniable aura befitting a sovereign. In her heart, she mused, System, wasn't that just now such a magnificent display of the Emperor chastising the concubines? When I used to watch television, my favorite scenes were those where the Emperor defended his favored consorts against scheming rivals. So commanding, so incredibly handsome. The system coldly reminded her, Host, do not misplace your identity. Those are tales of emperors and favored consorts, while you are merely enamored with Yuan Gonggong's affections and destined to overthrow a tyrant. Zhu Wuhuan sighed. Alas, what a pity that such striking looks and an enviable physique are wasted. Ahead, Feng Changye, catching wind of Zhu Wuhuan's inner thoughts, found his spirits unexpectedly lifted. This woman, who had incessantly referred to him as a dog tyrant, had moments of being captivated by him. Had it not been for the misunderstanding regarding his orientation, she might have already been smitten by him. He mused, a faint smile twitching at the corners of his lips. With a click of the tongue, he eagerly anticipated the day when she would discover that he was not, in fact, a lover of men, but rather had an affinity for women. Would she not then leap into his embrace, pleading for his affection? The pride swelling within Feng Changye remained unbeknownst to Zhu Wuhuan and the system. Observing Zhu Wuhuan's gaze of admiration directed at the tyrant's retreating figure, the system was engulfed by a sense of impending crisis. It feared that the host might become enraptured by the tyrant's beauty, thus jeopardizing their mission to eliminate him. In a fit of urgency, it promptly issued a second task. Chapter 41. The system issues a second task. The tyrant responds with excitement. Beep. Eliminate the tyrant Feng Changye. Side Mission 2. Gathering of Heroes. The host is required to recruit 3 illustrious talents, currently overlooked by Feng Changye, who are destined to be remembered in the annals of history within 1 month. Successful completion of the task will reward the host with 60 points. Failure will result in a deduction of 60 points. Upon concluding the task, the system reveled in its cleverness. While the host was preoccupied with devising strategies to woo handsome men from the outside world, how could they possibly pay heed to a mere tyrant? Among the renowned figures destined for historical acclaim during the Great Ming Dynasty, the most illustrious was a certain scholar whose beauty surpassed even that of the famous Panin. Surely, the host would not forget this enchanting individual? Unaware of the system's ulterior motives, Zhu Wuhuan paused. Why had a task been issued so abruptly? Moreover, what was the significance of these points? She questioned the system in her mind. Is something amiss? Previously, I was tasked with saving the entire Zhu family, including Zhu Xianyuan and Zhu Lonyuan, both of whom are formidable talents. Yet, I was rewarded with only 10 points for successfully saving everyone. Now, for this gathering of heroes, recruiting just 1 illustrious figure earns me 20 points, and 3 earns me 60 points. The disparity is far too great. She firmly concluded. Such a significant difference indicates that something is undoubtedly amiss. Reflecting on the strength-enhancing pills she had consumed earlier, she speculated. Could it be that when I drew the lottery, you lost a strength-enhancing pill, and thus deducted points from my previous task? Was my last task not worth more than 10 points? The system, damn it, it had been careless. At that moment, it had only intended to reclaim the points for the strength-enhancing pill, and had not planned to deduct any from the host thereafter. Thus, this current task was issued at its original value. Who could have anticipated that such a discrepancy would arouse the host's suspicions? It should have been less forthright. It ought to have adjusted the 60 points to 30 or even a 10. All tasks should have been worth a mere 10 points. This way, the host would never uncover its previous deduction of points, and it could profit handsomely. Zhu Wuhuan smirked. Confess honestly, how many points did you deduct from me previously? What was the true point value of the task to save the Zhu family? The system stubbornly retorted, the host is overthinking it. There was no deduction. It was merely 10 points. Zhu Wuhuan chose not to press further, responding leisurely. Very well, if there was no deduction, then so be it. However, I have now lost all trust in you. From this point forward, I shall not believe a word you say. I shall not undertake any tasks. You may amuse yourself, for I shall not accompany you. The system, upon perceiving the host's vexation, grew anxious. However, it could not admit to having deducted points, for that would only diminish the host's trust in it further. What to do? It must devise a means to placate the host. Feng Changye, walking ahead, overheard this exchange between the person and the system. He truly did not anticipate that the system would be so callous. Alas, encountering the obstinate Zhu Wuhuan, the system was in for a tumultuous time. Nevertheless, he hoped Zhu Wuhuan would engage in tasks. A gathering of heroes. to recruit those who were not favored by him, but would nonetheless be immortalized in history. He was eager to discover the nature of these individuals. In due course, he could openly compete with Zhu Wuhuan, observing whether they chose to serve the Empress or the Emperor. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon his lips. Poor woman. Her efforts would likely be in vain, as she unwittingly gathered heroes for him. Yet at that moment, the naive Feng Changye was utterly unaware that among the many talents in history, only those exquisite in beauty would leave a profound impression on Zhu Wuhuan, to the point of being recalled instinctively. Superbly handsome men. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the road. Feng Changye intended to proceed left to his Taiji Hall to address state affairs, while Zhu Wuhuan aimed to walk right back to her Changle Palace. However, Feng Changye was reluctant to let Zhu Wuhuan depart from his mind-reading range. He yearned to hear the system concede and, subsequently, for Zhu Wuhuan to deliberate on which illustrious historical figures to seek. In silence, he could memorize those names, seizing the opportunity to win them over first. Thus, just as Zhu Wuhuan prepared to bow and take her leave, Feng Changye interjected, "From this day forth, the Empress shall reside in the rear hall of my Taiji Hall." Zhu Wuhuan suddenly lifted her gaze to Feng Changye, nearly doubting her own hearing. When did this tyrant affection for Empress Zhu grow so profound that he would invite her to dwell in the Taiji Hall? Something felt amiss. Feng Changye, sensing her skepticism, tensed. He had indeed become overly attached. Yet, she possessed invaluable information that could alter his governance, and he was unwilling to miss such insights. Thus, he had to muster the courage to concoct an excuse. His mind raced, quickly formulating a plausible rationale. He regarded her coolly. Should the Empress not feign affection towards me? How might I explain to the court my sudden pardon of the Zhu family? He said earnestly. Previously in the court, he had furiously declared the execution of the entire Zhu clan, and despite numerous pleas from officials, he remained unmoved. How could he, all of a sudden, grant clemency? The courtiers would question his credibility as a ruler who changes his decrees. If he altered his command, he must provide them with a justifiable reason, mustn't he? His slender fingers cradled Zhu Wuhuan's chin. I believe that the excuse of a sudden mutual attraction between myself and the Empress is quite splendid. I have unexpectedly fallen in love with her. Thus, when she kneels to plead for the Zhu family, my heart softens, and I agree to grant them a little more time before executing the sentence. What does the Empress think of such reasoning? Zhu Wuhuan gazes at him in speechless disbelief. Speak plainly without resorting to physicality. She struggles to distance her chin from his fingertips, suppressing her annoyance, and replies, "Hasn't your Majesty confined Prince Jean? Simply state the facts regarding the situation at Chancellor Chen's residence. Inform the court officials that you suspect the border issues are a scheme devised by Prince Jean to frame my father, which is why you are willing to grant the Zhu family a reprieve." No, Feng Changye immediately interrupts her. He asserts, such an approach would only alert the enemy. I shall temporarily suppress the news of Prince Jin's confinement and send someone to investigate whether he is truly responsible for the deaths of 40,000 soldiers at the border. Once the truth is revealed, I will inform the court. Without allowing Zhu Wuhuan to speak further, he squints at her warningly. I could easily change my decree and release your family. Empress, cannot you feign affection with me as a loving couple? Do you not wish to be that, or would you rather be with Prince Jean? Zhu Wuhuan is rendered speechless. After all, she has a weakness in the hands of this tyrant. What choice does she have but to submit? Reluctantly, she curtsies and says, "This subject will follow your Majesty's arrangements." Feng Changye, noticing her unwillingness, feels vexed. He is the sovereign, and why should she be so distressed in his presence? He adopts a stern expression, deliberately intimidating her. "You are now my Empress. Do not dwell on your past with Prince Jean. I have granted you 5 years. If you cannot sever your old ties, my patience is not boundless." With that, he turns and strides ahead. "Have your maid return to pack your things. You are to accompany me to the Taiji Hall and must not leave my side. Otherwise, I fear that if you are not under my watchful eye, the Empress Dowager may have you killed." Upon hearing this last statement, Zhu Wuhuan suddenly looks up at the back of this tyrant. The concern conveyed in his words causes her, who had intended to complain to the system, to silently retract her thoughts. Chapter 42. The Child of Fortune. For the clever and beautiful little prince. She gives Su Qiu a knowing glance, signaling her to help pack her belongings, then strides forward to follow Feng Changya. As she observes his retreating figure, she converses with the system in her mind. So, you want me to live in the Tai Chi Hall with him because he fears I might be killed by the Empress Dowager? He wishes to preserve my life. How can I find the courage to criticize him now? The system, delighted by the fact that the host has finally spoken to it, exclaims with joy, "Oh, I was so afraid you would ignore me forever." It then questions, what is so wrong with moving in with him? He is a man of refined tastes. And why should you fear his intentions? Despite the multitude of women around him, he remains untouched. What is there to fear? Zhu Wuhuan responds. Did you not hear his earlier statement? He chose to grant Queen Zhu a 5-year reprieve, fully aware that her heart belonged to Prince Jean. He also remarked that his patience had its limits. Just imagine, what if he suddenly decided to endure his physical discomfort to consummate their union for the sake of producing an heir for the Ning dynasty? The system, upon hearing this, became even more perplexed. Host, just moments ago, you praised him for his handsomeness and charisma. How could you possibly suffer if you were to share your bed? Just close your eyes, envision yourself as the Empress, and him as your devoted consort. Wouldn't that be a delightful experience? Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback by the system's self-soothing rhetoric. Their system truly functioned as an unwavering executor of enjoyment in the face of resistance. The system continued its pitch. If you fear that being favored by the tyrant might impede your ability to conceive, fret not. We have the pregnancy elixir here. For merely 100 points, you can procure a single dose and conceive that very night. Moreover, the pregnancy will be stable. Even if the palace's concubines maliciously administer abortifacients or conspire to cause you to fall, you shall not miscarry. It energetically pressed on. Additionally, the pregnancy elixir is a miraculous concoction, capable of merging the most formidable sperm and egg cells from you and the tyrant, ensuring that the offspring born of it will be as robust and healthy as a young tiger, as cunning and intelligent as a young fox, and as charming and beloved as an ethereal child. The adverse outcomes, such as deformities, congenital disabilities, unattractiveness, or frailty that plague other families, shall never occur. Furthermore, the royal family of Ning has always believed that twins, especially a dragon and a phoenix, are auspicious. If you desire such a pair, simply purchase 1 pregnancy elixir and 1 female pregnancy elixir, and you can joyously await the birth of your dragon and phoenix twins. Listening to its sales pitch, Zhu Wuhuan scoffed. Who would covet such a worthless elixir? She was perfectly capable of conceiving on her own. 100 points for a single dose. With that many points, she could acquire something truly valuable. Moreover, how dare it even mention points at this juncture? She retorted with sarcasm. What points do I have to buy the pregnancy elixir? I earn 10 points per task. Can I afford such an elixir? Stop your sales pitch. My trust in you is gone, and I shall not purchase anything from you again. The system fell silent, choosing to withdraw until the host had calmed down. The pregnancy elixir failed to entice Zhu Wuhuan, yet it ignited a fervor in Feng Changya. He felt an insatiable itch for that elixir. As an emperor, his greatest fear was the absence of a worthy heir. He dreaded the thought of being unable to father a son, even more so the prospect of having a son who would be a fool and squander his kingdom. Now, if he were to obtain the pregnancy elixir recommended by the system, the child born would surely be healthy, intelligent, and endearing, his dream of an ideal crown prince. He cast a longing glance at Zhu Wuhuan, his gaze ablaze with desire. He was determined to deceive this woman into parting with a single dose of the pregnancy elixir. In pursuit of the perfect offspring, he was prepared to employ any means necessary. He desired a clever, charming, and beautiful little prince. After a quarrel with the system, Zhu Wuhuan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if someone were plotting against her. With suspicion, she glanced ahead and saw Feng Changya had already turned away, continuing on his path, leaving her only with a view of the back of his head. She pondered that the one scheming behind her could not possibly be the preoccupied Feng Changya. It must be the Empress Dowager and that troublesome system, the true instigator. Feng Changye wore a faint smile, concealing his intentions. Upon arriving at the Tai Chi Hall, Feng Changye focused intently on his work. Zhu Wuhuan was settled in a side chamber closest to the front hall to rest. She flipped through a few books, consumed a bowl of soup brought by a palace maid, and then, feeling bored, reclined on the small couch and fell asleep. Before drifting off, she mused how delightful it would be to be in the modern world, with computers and smartphones at her disposal. Life in ancient times felt so tedious and uninteresting. Upon awakening, she resolved to find something to occupy her time, for idleness was becoming increasingly irksome. In the front hall, Feng Changye breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Zhu Wuhuan had fallen asleep. It was preferable this way. If she remained awake, pondering over matters, he would be distracted, unable to focus on the important documents he needed to review through the night. When Zhu Wuhuan finally awoke, the moon hung high above the willow branches. She stretched languidly, slowly opening her eyes to a dim glow. Startled, she wondered if there had been a power outage. Why were candles lit? The room was shrouded in a gloomy haze, utterly uncomfortable. Just as she reached for her phone, she discerned the room's furnishings through the flickering candlelight. This was not her home. She abruptly sat up, suddenly recalling the reality of her time travel. Thus, she promptly collapsed back down, lamenting her fate. As night fell, she increasingly realized the preciousness of modern life, with its bright electric lights now beyond her reach. She would have to rely on these fragrant yet dimly lit candles for the foreseeable future. Although the royal candles were infused with floral scents, they could not mask the peculiar odor released during burning. While lying there, a sense of unease washed over her. It felt as though a pair of eyes were watching her from the shadows. Chilled to the bone, she stiffly turned her neck to glance to the right of the couch, where she beheld Feng Changye seated at a small table. One hand held a document, while the other guided a spoon to his lips as he consumed porridge, all the while gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. Awkwardness enveloped her. Zhu Wuhuan recalled her earlier abrupt movements and felt a wave of embarrassment so intense that it could unearth her very toes. At the small table, Feng Changye observed her flustered demeanor with a knowing smile, then glanced down at her collar, as if to say, "Is the Empress planning to add her own flavor to my meal?" He leisurely took another spoonful of porridge, revealing that indeed, it was exquisite and delicate. Zhu Wuhuan instinctively lowered her gaze. Chapter 43. The tyrant lightly taps Zhu Wuhuan's forehead upon finishing her reading. She remained remarkably composed. Was it merely that her attire had become disheveled, revealing her collarbone and below? This exposure was far less than what she displayed while donning a strapless dress in the modern era. As she tidied her garments, she cast a sidelong glance at Feng Changye. TSK, what an unworldly, feudal emperor. If he were to visit the modern world, he would hardly know where to direct his gaze. Once she had arranged her attire, she rose and performed a graceful curtsy. "I have only just awakened, Your Majesty, and I beg your pardon for my indiscretion." The unworldly feudal emperor, Feng Changye, narrowed his eyes slightly, a simmering anger brewing within. This woman had the audacity to dress even more revealingly in her modern life. Clearly, this state of undress was already quite inappropriate. He endeavored to suppress his displeasure, setting aside the memorial he had been reviewing. "Are you hungry? If so, I shall summon Su Qiu from the imperial kitchen to fetch you something to eat." Zhu Wuhuan cleared her throat delicately, sitting up straight. "I am indeed hungry, but Your Majesty, might I not have some congee instead?" Feng Changye raised his gaze to her. "What would you like to eat?" Zhu Wuhuan's eyes sparkled. "Barbecue, of course. In a modern era, I would go for evening runs and return with a bounty of barbecue delights." Tentatively, she inquired, "Your Majesty, does the imperial kitchen have roasted meat? When I was at home, my father often took us hunting in the mountains, and we would feast on the game he caught." She feigned nostalgia, suddenly yearning for the taste of barbecued meat after seeing her family today. Feng Changye regarded her performance with quiet amusement. Clearly, she was reminiscing about barbecues from a millennium hence, yet pretended to long for her family. He calmly declined. "The imperial kitchen does indeed have roasted meat, but as night has fallen, consuming meat is not conducive to health. You should partake of something lighter." Zhu Wuhuan glanced at the vegetable congee in his bowl. her expression one of dismay. Light fare may be healthy, but it is far from satisfying. I do not wish to eat. She intentionally lowered her head, feigning a look of grievance. Your Majesty, perhaps I should return to Changle Palace, for here, I cannot even have a single morsel of what I desire. Feng Changya looked at her in exasperation. Was meat truly that significant? Zhu Wuhuan lifted her gaze, earnestly asking, Your Majesty, do you know why I am named Wuhuan? Feng Changya chuckled lightly, playing along with her charade. Is it because you cannot be happy without meat? Zhu Wuhuan's eyes brightened. Your Majesty, you are indeed astute. Precisely. When I was young, I was never happy without meat, so my father bestowed upon me the name Zhu Wuhuan. Feng Changya rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. This master of deception was truly exasperating. He withdrew his hand and looked at Zhu Wuhuan in resignation. Meeting her sparkling eyes, he could not help but extend a long finger to tap her forehead lightly. Might we exhibit a bit of dignity? To change the very essence of the name bestowed upon you by the Grand General for the sake of a morsel of meat? Do you think I am unaware? The Grand General named you Wuhuan after a poem. What becomes of the white-haired? No joy can replace sorrow. Only the wine remains. Reminiscent of one's youthful days, he fixed her with a knowing glance. When the Grand General returns, do you dare tell him that you were named thus because you cannot be happy without meat? He might very well give you a sound thrashing. Zhu Wuhuan was unexpectedly struck on the forehead, silently clutching her head and gazing at him with an innocent expression. What a peculiar habit. Must one refrain from using hands and feet? Your Majesty, it is not that I cannot forego roasted meat, but truly, I have no desire for porridge. She eagerly inquired of Feng Changya whether the royal kitchen could prepare something else for her. In her heart, she yearned for the delightful offerings from the barbecue stall, grilled leeks, grilled enoki mushrooms, grilled potatoes, grilled chicken feet, wings, hearts, and gizzards, grilled prawns, squid, and scallops, grilled squabs, grilled eggplants, mushrooms, and gluten. Each of these delicacies is a culinary delight, and besides, they do not contribute to weight gain, nor do they induce a fear of greasiness. As Feng Changya listened to Zhu Wuhuan's heartfelt cravings, he felt as if he were seated at a roadside stall, consuming bland noodles, while the waiter from the adjacent tavern announced a plethora of exquisite dishes. The array of mountain and sea delicacies overwhelmed him, rendering his noodles inedible. He glanced down at his bowl of vegetable porridge. Though it was crafted from the finest broth and contained nourishing vegetables, it was utterly unpalatable. Nothing could compare to the taste of grilled chicken feet, wings, squabs, or mushrooms. Gazing intently at the bowl of vegetable porridge, Feng Changya set down his spoon. Very well. Since the Empress desires this, I shall indulge you this once. He clapped his hands, and Su Qiu, along with another young eunuch, entered. He instructed, Your Empress wishes for a late-night snack. Ask her what she desires, and swiftly procure it from the royal kitchen. After a brief pause, he casually added, Request 2 portions. Meeting Zhu Wuhuan's astonished gaze, he calmly remarked, I do this to spare you any embarrassment. Can you truly eat if I sit beside you, staring intently as you dine? Zhu Wuhuan scrutinized him skeptically. Although his explanation held a semblance of reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that his words were rather insubstantial. Rising to her feet, she conveyed her desire for grilled vegetables and chicken feet to Su Qiu and the young eunuch. They promptly bowed and departed. Feng Changya then resumed his work on the memorials, while Zhu Wuhuan retreated to freshen up before emerging, eagerly anticipating her barbecue. With both the Emperor and Empress yearning for a meal, the royal kitchen worked with remarkable alacrity. In less than 15 minutes, the young eunuch returned, carrying a food box. Your Majesty, the royal kitchen states that the grilled chicken feet and squabs will require a bit more time, but all the vegetable dishes you requested are here. Please, enjoy these with His Majesty, and once you've finished, the grilled chicken feet, squabs, and prawns will soon follow. The young eunuch presented skewers of tantalizingly fragrant barbecue. Placing them upon the table, Zhu Wuhuan immediately approached, inhaling deeply. This was the aroma she had longed for. Turning to Feng Changya, she exclaimed, Your Majesty, come and eat. Your official business will always be endless, but one must not delay a meal. Hearing such a declaration from her for the first time, Feng Changya felt a mix of exasperation and a hint of understanding. He set aside the memorials and took a seat at the table. Your Majesty, try this grilled mushroom. It is fragrant and crispy, truly delightful. Zhu Wuhuan handed him a skewer of grilled mushrooms, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At this moment, in her eyes, he was merely a companion for barbecuing, and she was eager to share the delights she found most delectable. Feng Changye took a skewer and took a bite. He nodded. Indeed, the flavor was quite delightful. When Zhu Wuhuan saw his enjoyment, her eyes crinkled into a smile. Nothing could be more gratifying than the fact that what she found delicious was also relished by her barbecue partner. Thus, the two of them indulged in the barbecue, exchanging skewers. The official at the entrance of the Imperial Record Office secretly glanced inside, then quietly noted in the Imperial Chronicles that on the night the Queen first entered the Taiji Hall, she invited the Emperor to share in the barbecue. The Emperor, who usually prioritized health, was led astray by the Queen, and, taking advantage of his status, brazenly seized 2 skewers of grilled chicken feet and 1 skewer of grilled shrimp from her hands. The interaction between the Emperor and Empress that night held a touch of discord. In the midst of this recorded disharmony, Zhu Wuhuan lowered her head, unhappily counting the bamboo skewers on her side, then glancing furiously at Feng Changye's skewers. She had only 17 skewers. He had 23. Originally, they had planned for 20 skewers each, but he had just forcefully taken 3 from her. How outrageous! She cast a resentful glare at Feng Changye. Tyrant, do you not know that for a true foodie, while she might generously share her money to buy more food, you absolutely cannot snatch food directly from her bowl, or you shall face dire consequences. Feng Changye calmly washed his hands in the fragrant broth held by a young eunuch, feigning ignorance of her unspoken grievances and the weight of her gaze. However, the young eunuch, suppressing laughter, kept stealing glances at her, prompting Feng Changye to reluctantly turn his gaze away. Capturing her sulky, pouting expression akin to a disgruntled little hamster softened his demeanor, and he conceded. I shall gift you a few strands of musk pearl bracelets. They would look splendid on your fair wrist. Zhu Wuhuan gazed at him with a sigh. Material possessions held little value compared to the chicken feet and shrimp. What use were they? Feng Changye cast a sidelong glance at her, drying his hands as he spoke. Empress, temper your desires. I am willing to bestow upon you these bracelets, so you should graciously accept this opportunity. He scoffed. Did I not merely take 2 skewers of chicken feet and 1 skewer of shrimp? What worth do they hold? Yet, this musk pearl bracelet could fetch a fortune. You stand to gain immensely. Zhu Wuhuan replied. Indeed, the musk pearl bracelet is valuable, but why would your Majesty offer me such a priceless gift after the fact, yet not relinquish his pursuit of those 2 skewers of chicken feet and shrimp at the moment? Is it not because you, like me, find them far more delectable than the bracelet? Empress, Feng Changye stared at her in silence. I advise you not to overstep. Your Majesty. Zhu Wuhuan looked at him with feigned innocence. You have snatched my food, yet you scold me. Is it so that an emperor may act with such unreasonable authority? Feng Changye could hardly contain his laughter at her indignation. He had truly witnessed the essence of foodie. This woman had previously presented herself as so demure before him. Now, he had audaciously snatched the food from her lips, and she even dared to retort against him. He cast a fleeting glance her way, taking in her aggrieved expression, and couldn't help but let a smirk escape. It seemed quite amusing. Perhaps he could seize from her a few more times in the future. As he strolled past her, he leisurely reached out to tap her brow, leaning in to whisper with a low, soft chuckle in her ear. Indeed, a sovereign could act without reason, could indulge as he pleased. What could she possibly do about it? With that, he sauntered over to another table to review memorials, his spirits considerably elevated. Zhu Wuhuan raised her hand to cover her ear, still warm from his breath, glaring at him with clenched teeth, utterly infuriated. Modern women envied those from ancient times, who merely had to be cared for by men at home, doing nothing at all. But look, this was what it meant to be supported by a man. Even enjoying a skewer of barbecue felt so constricted. Back in the 21st century, she earned her own money and savored barbecues every night, grease dripping from her mouth. Who could control her? Seeing her in such distress, the system timidly emerged. It cautiously said, Host, being an emperor allows one to act as one wishes. He is an emperor now, and he can do as he pleases. Once you become an empress, you too shall have the freedom to act likewise. So, approach your tasks with enthusiasm, and become an empress sooner to attain your freedom. Zhu Wuhuan shut her eyes, internally scoffing. A tyrant is no paragon of virtue, are you? At least the tyrant brazenly snatched 3 skewers of barbecue right before my eyes. I know precisely how much he took. What about you? You clandestinely withheld my task reward points, and still refused to acknowledge it. She sneered, collaborating with such a dishonest system for tasks. I fear you will lead me to ruin. I refuse to continue. Let's end this together. If the system had hair, it would be pulling it out in distress. After much stammering, it finally relented. All right, let us do this. I will show you the original version of the tasks sent to me by the main system, but I must retain 10% of the proceeds. That cannot be altered. I need points to keep the system functioning. Otherwise, if it crashes, you will have no system to use. Zhu Wuhuan smirked. That's more acceptable. I shall grant you your 10%. The system breathed a sigh of relief. It silently conjured a transparent page before Zhu Wuhuan, visible only to her. On this ethereal page were the genuine reward points for the 2 tasks currently underway. The first task displayed as completed, saving the Zhu family. The reward points indicated beside it were 100. Upon seeing that number, Zhu Wuhuan exploded in anger. She exclaimed, "Oh, you treacherous system. You directly siphoned 90 points from my 100, leaving me with merely 10. This is utterly outrageous." The system meekly defended itself. That's because the strength potion you previously drew was worth 99 points, so I deducted 90. In fact, I am a loss of 9 points myself. Zhu Wuhuan continued to sneer. Please understand, the strength-enhancing pill is part of the novice gift package. This is a benefit you have bestowed upon me, a reward. If you intend to deduct it from my points, then it's hardly a reward. It's merely a jest at my expense. Do you take me for a fool? The system fell silent. Zhu Wuhuan proceeded to read on. The next task was titled Gathering of Heroes. The points listed were indeed accurate, 60 points. This time, the system did not attempt to take a single point more. At this realization, Zhu Wuhuan felt somewhat reassured. The system, it seemed, was not entirely malevolent. It merely sought to recover its losses without perpetually deceiving her. Had it truly been so unscrupulous, she would not have uncovered its attempt to cheat her out of points today. Thus, she softened her tone. As this is your first time operating a system, it is only natural to make mistakes. I forgive you. Let us move past this incident. Simply restore my points, and we shall continue as good partners. Upon hearing its host's words, the system was profoundly touched. How kind-hearted the host was. Zhu Wuhuan continued. Now, would you kindly reveal your system store to me? Here's the deal. I will purchase items, and you may take a 10% commission, but I wish to see the true prices of those goods. Surely, a system that has just attempted to deceive me can understand this request. The system felt a shiver run down its metaphorical spine. It suddenly recalled that the regression pill, which the host had previously purchased for 20 points, was sold by it at an exorbitant price of 50 points. Chapter 45, Rare Treasures. Wuhuan screamed. The tyrant went mad with jealousy. If the system store were to be open for the host to inspect, she would surely uncover its deceit. Hence, it hesitated and refused to comply. Zhu Wuhuan, noticing its reluctance, became suspicious. There is something amiss, she remarked with a knowing chuckle. System. There must be an issue with the regression pill you sold me, correct? The system internally screamed, having been caught red-handed, realizing it could not evade the truth any longer. It summoned its courage to confess. Please do not be angry, dear host. Remain calm. I shall now reveal the system store to you. From this point onward, our relationship will be entirely transparent, and there shall be no more deceit. Please stay composed. With that, it timidly opened the system store. Zhu Wuhuan braced herself, but when she beheld the price of the regression pill, her anger ignited anew. You heartless creature. At that time, I had merely 10 points. I was so impoverished, and yet you wickedly sold it to me for 50, leaving me indebted to you by 40. Does your conscience not ache? The system remained silent, feigning ignorance. Zhu Wuhuan scolded it a few more times before making an effort to calm herself. After all, All data was now transparent to her, and the system could no longer deceive her. That was sufficient. There was no need to ruin her relationship with the system over past grievances. This little entity was still quite obedient. It would be unnecessary to drive it to darkness, as that would be counterproductive. With a stern expression, she began to calculate her finances. For the first task, 100 points are awarded, for which you take a 10% cut, resulting in 10 points, thus allowing me to retain 90 points, correct? Purchasing a reversal elixir costs 20 points, and you can charge me an additional 10%, totaling 22 points. Is that not so? Therefore, my current account balance should be 90 minus 22, equating to 68 points. Am I mistaken? The system timidly acknowledged. You have made no errors. The host does not owe the system anything, and the host's account balance should indeed be 68 points. After speaking, it obediently apologized. I'm truly sorry, host. This is my first time working, and I have no points to my name. I grew anxious and attempted to save a little pocket money for myself, which led to my greed for your points. I assure you, it shall not happen again. I will not have the opportunity to do so again. Please forgive me, host. Let us continue to be good partners and diligently complete our tasks together, shall we? Zhu Wuhuan listened to its pitiful lament. Though she harbored doubts, she realized they were bound together. What could she do? Perhaps, she thought, it was best to let bygones be bygones. She gently replied, I forgive you. You have been quite obedient at times. The system was elated. Thank you, host. Zhu Wuhuan began to peruse the items in the system store. With points finally in hand, she was eager to shop. Alas, her shopping mania was hard to suppress. Meanwhile, at a nearby desk, Feng Changye found himself unable to focus on reviewing the memorials, while appearing to scrutinize the documents. His attention was entirely devoted to eavesdropping on the conversation between Zhu Wuhuan and the system. He learned of their reconciliation and discovered that the system had pilfered several points from Zhu Wuhuan. At that moment, he could still hear her gasps of astonishment as she browsed the system's marketplace. Wow, they actually sell rejuvenation elixirs for 50 points each, capable of restoring the vigor and vitality of elderly individuals to their youthful state. When I accumulate more points, I could purchase one for the venerable General Zhu, whom I admire. Oh, and there are longevity elixirs available as well. One can extend the lifespan of the elderly by another 10 years for 200 points each. Quite pricey, though. But when I grow old, I can certainly buy one. By then, my points will be more than sufficient. And they even sell food. 1 point could buy a ton of rice, 2 tons of corn, or 10 tons of sweet potatoes and potatoes. This is splendid. Once I become Empress, should the people face famine, I can use my points to exchange for sweet potatoes and potatoes for disaster relief, especially at such a low cost. They also sell martial arts skills. Is this the lightness skill? I can exchange 30 points for it and instantly soar into the air like Ji and Zhang. This could be useful for a host caught in a tragic romance. For instance, if the emperor forces one to leap from a cliff, one could immediately activate the lightness skill and escape right under his nose, leaving him to regret and grieve alone. But I have no need for that. If anyone is to jump, it would be I who forces him. Wow. They even offer internal skills and sword techniques. 60 points for a decade's worth of internal cultivation? This is far more advantageous than the strength pill. Surely, a decade's worth of internal skill surpasses that of my strength pill, does it not? 50 points can be exchanged for a set of second-tier sword techniques, while 100 points can be redeemed for a set of first-tier sword techniques, though neither holds much value at present, something to consider later. Oh, there is also a healing function. For just 10 points, the system can conduct a thorough examination of a patient's body, revealing their ailments, poisons, and necessary remedies instantaneously. Ah, this feature is simply marvelous. Could I perhaps masquerade as a divine healer? Though it does consume points, so I must refrain from offering treatments indiscriminately. Upon hearing this, Feng Changye's hand, resting on his knee, clenched into a tight fist. Everything she spoke of was something he yearned for: revitalizing pills, longevity pills, solutions to famine, and the skills to evade assassins, along with enhanced internal energy and sword techniques. Not to mention this healing ability. He desired all. How he wished Zhu Wuhuan could come and assess his health at this very moment, to determine if he bore any ailments or had been poisoned. The longing consumed him, an insatiable frenzy. Despite his overwhelming desire, Feng Changye concealed his emotions and gazed expertly, leaving Zhu Wuhuan and the system utterly oblivious. After wandering for quite some time, Zhu Wuhuan had purchased nothing. The items she coveted were far too expensive, and the cheaper ones felt unnecessary at the moment. Though the skin fragrance pill and beauty elixir were affordable, costing only a few points, they were indeed superfluous. She was there to woo the emperor. Why squander points on such frivolities? Her current royal form was already well maintained. When the time came for her to develop feelings for someone and attempt to entice them, she would consider purchasing a few items for fun. Thus, she exited the system's marketplace. The system, having waited in vain for her to make a purchase, felt a tinge of disappointment. However, it quickly regained its composure, realizing that the points she earned would eventually be spent, and perhaps on more expensive items later on. Noticing her boredom, it inquired about her tasks. Host, regarding the task of gathering illustrious figures, have you decided which 3 historical figures you wish to recruit? Who shall be your first choice? As it posed this question, it secretly speculated a name, convinced the host would undoubtedly select that individual. Both historical and legendary accounts extolled his extraordinary handsomeness. He was simply too striking. There was no way the host could resist including him in her harem, even if they could not share a bed. Simply having him within her sight would suffice for her visual delight. Chapter 46. Wuhuan's Adored Idol. The tyrant consumed by jealousy. Indeed, Zhu Wuhuan's response was precisely what it had anticipated. Chu Yujian, she exclaimed without hesitation, her heart soaring with joy. Merely uttering his name caused her to lose her composure. She was utterly exhilarated. Her enthusiasm resonated so strongly that Feng Changye, sitting nearby, could feel the vibrations echoing in his eardrums. Such was the sound of her heartbeat. He furrowed his brow as he observed her feigning sleep at the table, though her heart was clearly racing with excitement. Why had she ceased perusing the system's marketplace? What is there to say about Chu Yujie? What makes this Chu Yujie so remarkable? Observing that Zhu Wuhuan and the system had no intention of further exploring those rare treasures, Feng Changye could only lament the situation. Listening to their conversation about Chu Yujie, he wore a perplexed expression. Who is this person? To have their name etched in history. To be the first thought of Zhu Wuhuan. This woman, so animated. One would expect them to have been quite renowned since their youth, not merely an old man emerging from obscurity. Yet, he had never heard any minister mention this name. It did not seem to belong to a figure of great import. As he pondered this, he heard Zhu Wuhuan express her excitement to the system. Chu Yujie is my idol. When I studied the great Ning dynasty's records back in modern times, he was the person I most longed to meet. He is simply too charming. His life is a tale of incredible triumph and inspiration. Upon hearing this, Feng Changye began to grasp the situation. A tale of triumph? It appeared that this was a character who had risen from adversity, a person whose lack of fame at present was understandable. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tapping gently against his leg. Those who can turn the tides of misfortune are not ordinary individuals. First, they must maintain composure amidst hardship, and then possess intellect and means beyond that of the average person. Otherwise, overcoming the obstacles that impede progress would be impossible. The fact that this person ultimately achieved lasting fame signifies that they did not allow past sufferings to twist their character. They did not become arrogant or harbor dark thoughts of vengeance against the world. Such tranquility and tolerance, coupled with a serene acceptance of the ebb and flow of life, is exceedingly rare. This Chu Yujie brought a slight smile to Feng Changye's lips. He must have him. How could such a talent be squandered alongside Zhu Wuhuan in her frivolities? Such a gift ought to be offered to the imperial family. Although competing with Zhu Wuhuan for talent might lead to her failure in her quest and loss of points, what of it? Regardless, the treasure she purchased with her points would not be gifted to him. He would only be left with envy. Moreover, with so many individuals destined for historical renown, if he were to seize one, she could certainly find another. He would not take them all. There would be some left for her to complete her mission. Just as he reveled in this thought, he was met with Zhu Wuhuan's inner voice. Oh dear, triumphs and inspirations are merely embellishments. What truly captivates the world is his striking appearance. I recall reading novels based on him, where many authors described him as a jade-like gentleman from the meadows, unmatched among his peers. Ah, he is truly so handsome it renders one speechless. I can't take it anymore. My face is burning. Just thinking of him makes me weak. I am certain I will dream of my idol tonight. System, I'm so frightened I might have a risk dream. What if I make strange noises and the tyrant hears? Zhu Wuhuan's excitement was clearly anticipated by the system. However, Zhu Wuhuan expressed that she would experience spring dreams, which the system struggled to comprehend. What kind of spring dreams could a person from ancient times have? Was she not afraid that the long-deceased spirit would come to haunt her in her slumber? The system's inability to understand Zhu Wuhuan was surpassed only by Feng Changye's bewilderment. He suddenly raised his head, staring incredulously at Zhu Wuhuan, finding it hard to believe what he had just heard. His queen was secretly uttering that her face felt flushed, that she could no longer contain herself, and that she was about to have spring dreams about a man she had yet to meet. Moreover, she might even emit peculiar sounds. His face darkened, and his fingers clenched into a tight fist. Now he was exceedingly curious as to how this woman knew she would make such strange noises. Had she indulged in numerous bizarre dreams in the past? What unspeakable acts had she engaged in with that wild man in her dreams? It was utterly shameless. The more Feng Changye pondered, the angrier he became. Ultimately unable to restrain himself from slamming the memorial onto the table. Guso Yu Diang. To hell with him. To hell with those possessing extraordinary intellect and skills. To hell with a calm, tolerant demeanor that merely observes the clouds drifting by. Just moments ago, he had envisioned Chu Yujian as a brilliant talent worthy of recruitment. Yet now, in his eyes, Chu Yujian appeared utterly detestable. He was eager to discover just how astonishingly handsome this wild man could be. Could he possibly surpass Feng Changye's own visage? Not far away, upon hearing the sound of the memorial being slammed, Zhu Wuhuan, who was conversing with the system about the male deity, Chu Yujian, abruptly lifted her head from the table. Her face, still flushed, bore a unique beauty. She turned to look at him, confusion etched upon her features. "Your Majesty, is there something amiss?" Feng Changye regarded her with an icy glare, particularly fixated on the rosy hue adorning her cheeks. He silently ground his teeth, tapping his fingers on the memorial twice, cursing, "What a wretched creature! Here I am, granting you a salary, providing for your sustenance, and yet you dwell on another master. You ought to be torn to shreds. I have given you my salary for nothing. The recent feast was at my expense. Ungrateful soul, just go to sleep." He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and strode away, remarking that it was late and the queen should retire for a bath and rest. Zhu Wuhuan stood and nodded in agreement. Watching him storm off, she remained oblivious to the cause of his ire. She glanced at the desk he had just vacated, conversing with the system in her mind. Given his tone, it must be that some minister praised the gene prince in the memorial, which is why he is so furious, cursing that minister for taking his salary while thinking of another master. The system wholeheartedly agreed. Stretching lazily, Zhu Wuhuan went to wash up, entirely unaware that she was the very wretched creature he was referring to. 20 minutes later, having completed her ablutions, Zhu Wuhuan donned a comfortable, soft inner robe, draping a light cloak over her shoulders, and entered the side hall. As she was about to navigate around the hall toward the rear chamber, she turned a corner and found Feng Changye seated at the table, holding a cup of warm water, fixated on her. She was taken aback. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Chapter 47. Empress, I wish to consummate our union tonight. She instinctively glanced around her surroundings. This was indeed the side hall of the Tai Chi Palace, her residence, not the main hall where Feng Changye rested. Suddenly, she looked at him again, her heart tightening involuntarily. In the dead of night, instead of sleeping in his own main hall, he had come here to sit and drink water. He must either be out of his mind or wish to summon her to his bedchamber. She did not want that. She refused to serve him in such a manner. Feng Changye sat there, his face cold as he fixed his gaze upon her, listening to her inner thoughts, and he let out a chilling scoff. "You do not wish to serve me? Yet in your dreams, you seem quite content serving that wild man of yours. even producing strange sounds. Moreover, it appeared you have considerable experience with such dreams, often attending to him, I presume. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He placed the teacup down on the table with a thud and declared, I shall rest here with you tonight. Zhu Wuhuan stared wide-eyed at Feng Changye, stammering in fright. Your Majesty, you're not a eunuch, are you? You have vowed to remain chaste for eunuch Yuan, have you not? Please, do not betray your love for him simply because the courtiers press you to bear children. It is not worth it. What if I am infertile? Wouldn't it be a futile sacrifice for you to endure discomfort tonight? She continued, have you considered how heart-wrenching it would be for eunuch Yuan to weep in his quarters while you seek another woman here? He is the one who saved your life. Feng Changye's expression darkened ominously. Cursed woman, do you truly wish for me to demonstrate that I am not a eunuch? Enraged, he stood abruptly and strode towards her. His long fingers grasped her chin, lifting it slightly. Why the stammer? Do you still wish to remain chaste for Prince Jean? Zhu Wuhuan dared not admit it. That would be courting death. She quickly shook her head. Your Majesty, you think too much. I have long since lost interest in Prince Jean. How could I contemplate remaining chaste for him? Feng Changye scoffed coldly. You have lost interest in Prince Jean? Huh. One prince departs, and another, Chu Yujian, arrives. You wish to remain chaste for your idol, do you? Are you not envisioning that once you become Empress, you will bestow upon Chu Yujian the title of Imperial Consort and rule this splendid realm together? The very thought ignited further fury within him. Seeing her reluctant demeanor only fueled his anger. Come inside. He turned and walked into the room. Contemplating, do not feign reluctance. Do you think I relish such aggressive pursuits? I am not so desperate. My presence here tonight is to keep watch over you. I am eager to discover what peculiar dreams you may conjure and the strange sounds you might utter, should you dare to make any lewd noises. I shall wake you with a slap and unceremoniously kick you from the bed. Zhu Wuhuan watched as Feng Changye boldly pushed open the door and strode into the adjacent room, her instinct urging her to flee in panic. She had no desire to spend the night with a tyrant. The thought terrified her. She was but a young girl who had never even glimpsed a Risku fairy tale, and the idea of sharing a bed with a man she had only just met was utterly daunting. Your Highness, whispered Suchio, who had quietly entered the room. She had just overheard the Emperor announce his intention to stay the night with the Empress, and her excitement was nearly overwhelming. At long last, after 5 years of marriage, the couple was set to consummate their union. What a momentous occasion it was. Yet, seeing the Empress rooted to the spot, seemingly reluctant to enter, Suchio felt a pang of sympathy. While it was indeed fortunate for the Empress to receive the Emperor's favor, if she was unwilling, how was it any different from being ravaged by force? Your Highness, do you wish to refrain? She gently inquired. Zhu Wuhuan glanced at her, silent, but with a gaze full of reluctance. Suchio bit her lip, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her wrist. If you truly do not wish to, I shall draw blood from my wrist and place the stained cloth beneath you, informing the Emperor that your monthly cycle has begun. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuhuan lightly tapped Suchio's forehead in exasperation. You silly girl. Do not entertain such self-harm. Leave now. I shall find my own solution. Grasping Zhu Wuhuan's hand, Suchio implored, Your Highness, if you do not permit me to harm myself, then you must also vow not to engage in any self-destructive actions. Zhu Wuhuan smiled gently. Very well. I understand. Now go. As she watched Suchio depart, she turned her contemplative gaze to the half-open door. A smirk crept upon her lips as she conversed with the system. Suchio reminded me that when a man and woman share a bed without indulging in intimacy, there are typically two scenarios. Either I have a special circumstance, which I do not, or he is incapable. Why should I endure the indignity of feigning my cycle by harming myself? Why not simply ensure that he is the one incapable? System, tell me, do you have any concoction that can render a man impotent for at least half a year? The system instantly rejoiced. The host, typically frugal, was finally inclined to make a purchase. It hastened to recommend. Indeed, we have options. There are 3 types of elixirs that meet your criteria. The first, Qingxin Dan, is used by male cultivators in the realm of immortality. After consumption, it suppresses all desires for a year, allowing the practitioner to maintain their primal essence until they achieve foundational success. due to its harmless nature. It is priced at 30 points each. The second, Duan Yu San, is utilized by men training in martial arts. It curbs all desires for half a year, is relatively simple to concoct, but poses some risks to health, costing only 10 points per packet. The third, Ju Yuan, is a pure poison that renders one infertile for life. After taking it, a man is forever unable to perform, requiring merely 5 points each. In the room, just a door away, Feng Changya was seething with rage, ready to draw his sword and slay Zhu Wuhuan and the system. That infuriating woman. To think of using such a medicine against him is nothing short of trampling upon the dignity of an emperor. He clenched his fists tightly, darkly staring at the door. That wretched woman. If you dare to choose the third option, I shall not forgive you. Outside, Zhu Wuhuan was completely oblivious to the tempest of rage within Feng Changya at that very moment. Having heard the 3 types of medicine recommended by the system, she decisively proclaimed the third one. The first medicine costs 30 points. I could buy a rejuvenation pill for General Zhu for only 50 points. Why should I squander so many points on a medicine that I won't even use? As for its efficacy and safety for his health, he is already intent on overpowering me. I couldn't care less about his well-being. Death would be a better fate for him. The third one is inexpensive. This is the choice. I shall not concern myself with whether it harms his body, as it is not my body at stake. Chapter 48. The Empress gazes upon me. I am about to kiss you. The system was well aware that the host, a miserly creature, would undoubtedly select this option. No points earned, feeling displeased. The host has purchased 1 absolute desire pill for 5 points. The system charges an additional 10% fee, totaling 5.5 points deducted from the hostess account, leaving the host with 62.5 points. After the system monotonously concluded, a pill materialized in Zhu Wuhuan's hand. She caressed the exquisite little pill and inquired, "Must it be ingested, or can it be applied externally?" The system replied, "It can be taken internally or applied externally. If the host crushes the pill and applies it beneath him, immediate effects will be observed." A wicked smile curled on Zhu Wuhuan's lips. "You tyrant, dare to provoke me, and I shall ensure you live your life as a eunuch." She then asked System, "You possess storage space, do you not? I wish to store the medicine with you. When he attempts to make a move on me, I shall retrieve it silently and apply it to him." The system indeed had spatial capabilities, and thus Zhu Wuhuan stored the pill within the system's space. She clapped her hands and strolled towards the room with an air of nonchalance, her spirits exceptionally high. Inside the room, Feng Changya sat upon the bed, his face cold as he fiercely pinched his palm to suppress the urge to burst out and eliminate Zhu Wuhuan. That accursed woman. Indeed, her heart is dark and her methods ruthless. She dared to genuinely select the third medicine. I shall not let this matter rest. Your Majesty, have you been waiting long? I feel a bit shy. I lingered outside a little longer and have come late, Zhu Wuhuan said, entering and closing the door while feigning a bashful demeanor. Feng Changye raised his head, casting a sinister gaze upon her. She usually does not speak in such a soft and delicate manner. This is clearly a deliberate act to entice my heart, to make me lose control and rush towards her. Then, as I leap forward, she intends to use that poison against me? Truly, the heart of a woman is the most venomous. The sage is not deceived. Zhu Wuhuan turned to meet Feng Changye's menacing gaze and whistled silently to the system. "Oh, look, this must be the gaze described in novels when a man is consumed by desire. A wolfish gaze. One that seems eager to pounce and engulf a woman into his very essence." She remarked to the system, "Watch closely. He is about to pounce." As he lunged towards her, "You must swiftly deliver the pill into my palm, and I shall promptly render him incapacitated for your viewing pleasure." Rising from the bed, Feng Changye heard her words, and the fury within him seemed to dissipate like air escaping from a punctured balloon. He gazed at Zhu Wuhuan with a mixture of exasperation and incredulity. What a peculiar individual she was. He felt an overwhelming urge to grasp her shoulders and shake her, questioning her apparent blindness. Did he possess a wolf-like gaze? Was he truly intent on engulfing her in his very being? In truth, he wished to shred her to pieces and feed her to the dogs. Damned woman. Casting a fleeting glance at her, he stood up, his long fingers slowly undoing his belt. After draping the belt over a nearby screen, he proceeded to remove his outer garment. Once divested of his outerwear, he began to shed his inner clothing. With only a thin layer of undergarments remaining, he sauntered towards Zhu Wuhuan at the doorway. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It was her first encounter witnessing a man undressing before her, especially one so strikingly handsome, akin to the world's top supermodels. Furthermore, his sensual undulations were undeniably captivating. Although she wished to avert her gaze, his every movement compelled her to watch, for to look away would leave her restless and yearning. As he approached her step by step, Zhu Wuhuan's heart raced uncontrollably. Oh dear system, he is advancing towards me. Will he sweep me in his arms and hurl me onto the bed, just as depicted in novels? Yet, what if he miscalculates and injures my waist? Additionally, system, do you suppose he is currently hypnotizing himself, envisioning me as Yuan Gonggong? What a pitiable man he is. Sacrificing his own desires for the sake of the dynasty and a legacy of the great Ning. Enduring such humiliation just to share a bed with a woman while suppressing his revulsion through self-hypnosis. Alas, even more unfortunate is that he has chosen a woman like me, soon to be incapacitated by my poison pill. Ha! Zhu Wuhuan fervently conversed with the system in her mind, trying to divert her attention away from Feng Changye's allure. She feared that if she did not distract herself, she would be entirely captivated by this effeminate man. As Feng Changye stood directly before her, she was so tense that she could no longer communicate with the system, her eyes lowered, waiting for him to make a move so she could act and retrieve the poison pill. However, he interrupted her thoughts, stating coolly, "Do not block my path." Startled, Zhu Wuhuan lifted her gaze in confusion. What? Feng Changye stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "I wish to step outside for some tea." "What purpose do you serve by standing here? As a grown individual, could you not exhibit a modicum of awareness?" He grasped her arm, pushing her aside before opening the door to exit. "Do you still wish to sleep? If so, do it promptly. If not, then be prepared to stand here all night." Observing him stride into the outer hall for tea, Zhu Wuhuan was utterly bewildered. Wait, he had just provocatively disrobed, and she had assumed he was approaching her with ill intentions. Yet he merely sought a cup of tea? Zhu Wuhuan was momentarily taken aback, and then experienced a mixture of relief and an indescribable sense of embarrassment. Clearly, there had been no intention from the other party. She had merely overreacted, even contemplating how to retaliate against him. How self-indulgent of her. How mortifying. She silently covered her face and muttered, "I am utterly embarrassed, system." The system consoled her. "Do not feel embarrassed, host. After all, the tyrant is oblivious to the richness of your inner turmoil." Zhu Wuhuan. For a moment, she was unsure whether the system was comforting her or merely exacerbating her feelings. She rubbed her blushing face and quietly shifted to the edge of the bed. After shedding her outer cloak, she hurriedly climbed into bed, pulling the covers over herself completely, instantly enveloped in a sense of security. Meanwhile, Feng Changye outside sipped his tea, relishing Zhu Wuhuan's unguarded thoughts, feeling rejuvenated. At last, he regained some ground. After a couple of sips, he turned and walked into the room, closing the door and approaching the bed. Zhu Wuhuan, nestled under the blankets, watched him come closer, her earlier tension dissipating entirely. After all, he was a man who would not harm her. His presence here was likely just a performance for the ministers. She resolved not to add to her own embarrassment, having already suffered enough moments of awkwardness. Feng Changye smirked, striding across the bed to recline beside Zhu Wuhuan. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed her, and in that instant when she completely relaxed, he suddenly leaned in, his handsome face mere inches from hers. "Empress, gaze upon me, for I am about to kiss you," he murmured in a low voice, his words echoing in her ear like the most intoxicating vintage wine. As she widened her eyes in disbelief, her cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 49. Wuhuan was furious. She would jump into the Yellow River and still be unable to cleanse her name. You. Zhu Wuhuan could only emit a few trembling sounds before Feng Changye silenced her with his lips. The moment his warm mouth pressed against hers, she felt as if her heart had been electrified bursting into a shower of sparks. She stared in disbelief at the man kissing her, unable to comprehend how they had transitioned so suddenly from casual to intimate. Wasn't he supposed to be uninterested in women? She allowed him to kiss her for several seconds before finally snapping back to reality, internally screaming, "This is my first kiss. System. The medicine. The medicine. I want to annihilate this wretched fiend." In the next moment, a small, round pill materialized in her palm. Grasping the pill, she felt as though she had reclaimed her power as the queen of the battlefield. Even if she was being pinned down and taken advantage of, she felt no fear. She was emboldened now. She was no longer afraid, for soon she would witness the tyrant's dire fate. First, let me remove his garments. Then I shall bring about his demise. She mused quietly to herself, then swiftly brushed aside the covers, extending her hand, devoid of any medicine, to grasp the clothing of Feng Changya. If only she could remove this barrier, she would be able to scatter the powdered pills upon him. However, just as her fingers brushed against the ties of his undergarment, before she could pull it away, Feng Changya, who was draped over her, slightly straightened and distanced himself. One hand propped against her pillow, while the other grasped her small hand that sought to tug at his garment. He gazed down at her from his elevated position, a smirk playing on his lips. The Empress claims to be shy, yet from my perspective, she exhibits an audacity that is anything but bashful. He gently squeezed her fingers, speaking slowly, "Look, I have yet to make a move, and already the Empress is eager to undress me." Lowering his voice, he chuckled softly. "What does the Empress intend to do by removing my clothing? What are your intentions towards me? How shameless!" Zhu Wuhuan struggled to free her fingers from his grasp, but he refused to relent. Even if she had consumed a strength-enhancing pill, enabling her to twist his hand behind his back, she could not bring herself to do so. Instead, she suppressed the tumult within her, feeling awkward and vexed as she gazed at him. "What are you plotting against me, you scoundrel? You are the one devoid of shame." She inwardly protested. "I merely wish to remove your clothing and silently poison you, not in the manner you assume. So desperate. You're the one who is impatient. Your entire family is impatient." Upon hearing her thoughts, Feng Changya's amusement only deepened. "Are you anxious? Frustrated, perhaps? Just moments ago, when you were outside, deliberating with the system about which medicine to use against me, you were equally eager. Discovering that you opted for the third choice, driven by greed, incited even greater anger within me. As a sovereign who bore a grudge, how could he refrain from seeking retribution after she had left him feeling thwarted?" The current situation was rather delightful. Not only had she lost her first kiss to him, but she was also filled with grievances she could not articulate, which served to infuriate her all the more. Feng Changya, reveling in his triumph, released her fingers and reclined back to his side, propping himself up and smiling at her. "I know the Empress dreams of sharing my bed, of truly becoming my woman, yet desires must be tempered. I prefer a more restrained demeanor. Your boldness is rather alarming." Zhu Wuhuan opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at him. His words echoed incessantly in her ears, igniting her indignation. In her mind, she screamed at the system, "Ah, I desperately wish to wield a butcher's knife and plunge it into him repeatedly. System, I can hardly tolerate him any longer. Is he even human? It was he who lunged to kiss me. Fearing his strength, I intended to remove his clothing and poison him directly. Yet he insists I am the one who is desperate. I crave his body. I long for him. Oh, how I yearn for him. Am I forever stained, even if I were to leap into the yellow river? Has he truly concluded that I am a wanton woman?" The system quietly listened as its host vented her frustrations. Once she finished, it timidly replied, "Is it possible for the host to explain to the tyrant that your intentions are not lustful, but rather nefarious? Since there is no way to clarify, perhaps it is best to reluctantly accept this perception." It cast a glance at Feng Changya and, assuming a semblance of cleverness, suggested, "However, do not be afraid. Did not the tyrant just say that he prefers subtlety? He is not fond of overt boldness. Surely it was your coy demeanor that piqued his interest. Here's an idea. When you share a bed with him in the future, you must exhibit even greater audacity than he does. Dazzle him with your exuberance until he is rendered too weary to pursue you. Upon hearing the system's words, Feng Changya subtly curled his lips in amusement. He had intentionally made that remark to provoke a reaction from the duo, curious to see if they would fall for his ruse and become unwittingly entertaining. To his surprise, the system, that little fool, genuinely believed him. He wondered if Zhu Wuhuan, too, would be easily deceived. If she were to fall for it, would he then witness her making advances towards him? How delightful that would be. Yet, Zhu Wuhuan possessed a sharp intellect, destined to thwart his expectations. She incredulously questioned the system. Are you a fool? Do you truly believe such nonsense? Men despise those who lie motionless in bed like dead fish. What they desire are passionate, playful women who engage with them in various ways. Have you not observed how men in dramas are lured away by their mistresses? To borrow a phrase from the scoundrel Hong Shurxian regarding AI Li, they are so provocative. Any man would be unable to resist such women. And you suggest I should be more audacious? Are you hoping I succumb to him even faster? The system was bewildered. Is that so? I have never experienced humanity. I am unaware of the peculiar preferences of men. It timidly inquired. Then why did he say such things earlier? Zhu Wuhuan firmly asserted. That was merely an excuse for his impotence. As a man of the same gender, he certainly grapples with psychological barriers. Notice how he kissed me for an eternity, yet did not dare to uncover my blanket. It must be because he is incapable. Chapter 50, Breaking News. The Empress was thrown off the bed by the Emperor. However, as an emperor, how could he allow others to know of his inadequacies with women? Would that not tarnish his reputation? Thus, he shifts the blame onto me, claiming my boldness and lack of decorum extinguished his interest, when in truth, it is his own failure. Therefore, you see, he merely seeks to conceal his true nature. The system suddenly understood. So is that way? Human beings truly are complex and difficult to comprehend. It remains suited only for the silent execution of tasks, unable to fathom the intricacies of humanity. Feng Changya listened to the dialogue between Zhu Wuhuan and the system, left speechless and exasperated by her words once more. Just moments ago, when he exacted his revenge, he felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Now, however, with her misinterpretation, his anger surged. Why was her thought process always so peculiar? It was utterly chaotic. Could she not behave like a normal woman? He gritted his teeth and shot her a glare before turning his back to her to sleep. Tomorrow he had to rise early for court, and he had no time to waste on her antics. When Zhu Wuhuan noticed him turning away, she too cast a silent glare in his direction, then disdainfully turned her back to him to sleep. Startled by a sudden encounter with a wild boar, she sought solace in her dreams, yearning for comfort and affection from her idol, hoping to soothe her still trembling heart. Just as Feng Changya had closed his eyes, they snapped open suddenly, glinting with frost-like coldness. That wretched woman, insulting him by likening him to a wild boar, was one thing, but daring to seek comfort from her idol was shameless. She was intent on provoking him, wasn't she? Very well, let her pursue her fantasies. He would watch her closely tonight, keen to hear the audacious sounds she might utter. Thus, Feng Changye restrained himself, ensuring he did not fall into a deep slumber. Periodically, he awakened to observe the woman's movements. An hour passed, then two. Seeing Zhu Wuhuan remain silent, he presumed she would not dream of her idol, Chu Yujian, that night. He finally allowed himself to close his eyes, ready for a restful slumber. However, just as sleep began to envelop him, he suddenly heard the woman beside him mumbling. That sound jolted Feng Changye awake. It was happening. She was dreaming of Chu Yujian. With keen intensity, he fixed his gaze upon the flickering candlelight nearby, straining to catch Zhu Wuhuan's murmurs. Were it not for the fear that her mind's system was alert, he would have leaned in closer to her lips to listen intently. Don't come over. Go away. Don't touch me. Feng Changye deciphered these muffled phrases, feeling somewhat perplexed. Wasn't she supposed to be dreaming of her idol, seeking his embrace for comfort? Why then was she forbidding anyone to approach? He listened intently. Stupidman, ancient ghost, your bones are rotten. Go away. Amidst her frightened murmurs came frantic movements as she kicked the blankets. It seemed her dream self was battling that ancient specter, resisting the old ghost, and her unconscious actions mirrored this struggle in reality. Hearing her mutterings and the sounds of her flailing limbs, a smirk crept across Feng Changye's face. Huh! It appeared her idol had not manifested in the handsome form she adored tonight. This dream was rather unpleasant, knowing her dreams were less than delightful. All his midnight fatigue vanished in an instant. His spirit soared. Serve her right. Who told her to fixate on a ghost from a millennium ago? A decrepit specter turned to dust hardly qualified as an idol. Feng Changye wiped his face, concealed his triumphant smile, and pretended to awaken as if disturbed by her noise. He propped himself up, compassionately tucking the blanket around her as if it were a gift. Did you have a nightmare, my poor dear? Umph. Considering you were so frightened by that ancient specter in your dreams, I shall cover you with this blanket to soothe your trembling heart. Of course, I hope that when you awaken tomorrow, your system will recount my midnight act of kindness, leaving you utterly moved. Just look, while your idol has transformed into a sinister ghost tormenting you, it is I, your tyrant, who comforts you. So what use is your idol? I am the reliable one. Having tucked in the blanket, Feng Changye prepared to lie back down and peacefully sleep. Yet, unexpectedly, he heard her mumbling again. Get lost, you skull. Get lost, you ancient specter. Get lost, Feng Changye. Dare to touch me and see what happens. Upon hearing this, Feng Changye, who had just been about to recline, suddenly stiffened. He turned his head in disbelief to gaze at her. Who was she shouting at? He fixed his eyes on Zhu Wuhuan's face, his expression shifting in an instant. Just moments ago, he had been filled with delight while covering her with a blanket, but now, the murderous intent in his eyes was astonishing. His hand slowly rose, inching toward Zhu Wuhuan's neck. He is going to strangle her. In Zhu Wuhuan's mind, the system was bewildered, shrinking in terror as it clung helplessly to its fragile self. It had merely faltered for a moment, and now, how could the host utter the tyrant's name? As it watched the tyrant extend his claws towards the host, fear gripped it that she might be strangled. Even more so that she might utter some treasonous words in her sleep. In a panic, it sent a jolt of electricity through her mind. A surge of electricity jolted Zhu Wuhuan awake. She emerged from the terrifying dream, drenched in sweat. For a few seconds, her mind was blank, but she finally reacted, raising her hand to pat her chest in relief. How frightening, how frightening. She had finally wrested herself from the nightmare entangled with those skulls. Before she could express gratitude to the system for waking her, she became acutely aware of a shadow looming over her in the dim candlelight. This unnerved her, having just been tormented by an ancient ghost in her dream. Her neck stiffened in fright as she slowly turned her head. When she saw Feng Changye half propped up, gazing down at her, she let out a sigh of relief. Who was this person keeping vigil in the middle of the night to scare her? Having terrified her in her dreams, now he was here in reality. Was he born to be her nemesis? Your Majesty, she hesitated. No need for such formalities. Just call me Feng Changye, he replied, his gaze icy as he uttered those words. Without waiting for her astonished reaction, he raised his long leg and kicked her off the bed. Naturally, in consideration of her safety, he sent both her and the blanket tumbling down. Zhu Wuhuan had no idea what had just happened. One moment she was on the bed, and the next, she found herself rolling on the floor, clutching the blanket, utterly bewildered as she stared back at the figure on the bed. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Why did he kick me down? Chapter 51 Woman. Today, I shall make my move. What will you do about it? Feng Changye retracted his long legs, sitting cross-legged on the bed with an air of cold indifference, casting a deathly glare at her. He had thought the ancient specter she called out in her dreams was Chu Yujian. Yet, it turned out to be none other than him, Feng Changye. Cursed woman. In her dreams, Chu Yujian was the charming idol with whom she could share tender moments, even engaging in intimate antics and emitting peculiar sounds. But as soon as the figure in her dreams transformed into him, he morphed into a terrifying millennia-old ghost. Were they not all subjects of the Great Ning dynasty? To her, weren't they all ancient specters? Why did he, an emperor, receive treatment inferior to that of a Chu Yujian? She even dared to tell him to leave? To challenge him to lay a finger on her? Very well. He would indeed make his move, so what? He even had the kindness to cover her with a blanket, and yet she deemed herself unworthy. The more Feng Changye contemplated, the angrier he became, his countenance turning as frigid as ice, his eyes darkening with a venomous glint upon encountering such a gaze from him, and recalling his earlier icy chuckle. What a king, indeed, but rather Feng Changye. As Zhu Huan began to understand the gravity of the situation, with a curious tone, she inquired of the system, "System, did I just call out Feng Changye's name while I was asleep?" The system replied, "Host, not only did you call his name, but you also told him to leave, referring to him as an ancient specter and rotten bones." The system meticulously recounted her words and his reactions, detailing every expression Feng Changye had displayed. Once finished, it cautiously asked, "Host, why are you not the least bit anxious?" Wrapped in her blanket, Zhu Huan remained remarkably composed. Had she not been seated in such an awkward position, she would have crossed her legs with ease. "What should I be anxious about? I merely uttered a get lost. Feng Changye, can he really behead me for that? At worst, he might send me to Lingnan in a fit of rage. That would be splendid. I was just contemplating expanding my influence in Lingnan." The system interjected, "Host, are you currently feeling anger?" Zhu Wuhuan chuckled. "Should I not be angry? Try being kicked off the bed. That tyrant. What is so grand about being an emperor? He previously lunged at me like a wild boar, and I held back my primal instincts to avoid crushing his neck. Yet, he dares to kick me off the bed over a mere remark. The audacity!" With her gaze lowered and ambition brewing, she confided to the system, "Just wait and see. As soon as he sends me to Lingnan, I shall find a way to eliminate him." Meanwhile, on the bed, Feng Changye's fury momentarily froze. He had anticipated her kneeling in submission, begging for forgiveness. Why did she seem so nonchalant, as if indifferent to the boiling water? What was he to do now? He had come to understand her obstinate temperament. It seemed unlikely she would ever kneel and admit her fault. Was he expected to resolve the conflict himself? Such thoughts deepened the darkness in Feng Changye's eyes. As an emperor, who had ever dared to make him feel so humiliated? It was he who had been insulted by this woman. He had merely been slightly angered. Yet she stubbornly refused to apologize and now expected him to concoct excuses to mend the rift. Such audacity was intolerable. He glared fiercely at Zhu Huan, then took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. After all, what if she was being unreasonable? Could he not endure it? She had long wished to flee, and it was his covetousness for her identity as a time traveler that made him want to keep her. Now, what could he do but endure the conflict within himself? "Your Majesty, you truly are remarkable." He coldly fixated on Zhu Wuhuan. "In the dead of night, I cover you with a blanket, yet you boldly call me by my name and dare to command me to leave." Such audacity! Zhu Wuhuan gazed at him with indifference. In her heart, she questioned system. What nonsense is he talking about? The system cautiously replied, "Oh, host, you were unaware that the tyrant was indeed quite wrong today. He probably woke up because of your sleep talking, then turned to find your blanket kicked off, so he gently covered you, murmuring tenderly as you had a nightmare. Who would have thought that as soon as he finished, you would turn and call him out?" It timidly added, "So, host, he truly isn't to blame for his anger today." Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback. "Did he really sneak up to cover me with a blanket?" The system affirmed with a sound. Zhu Wuhuan stared blankly at Feng Changye on the bed, her emotions suddenly becoming complex. The anger within her dissipated considerably. In light of this, it seemed she was indeed not wronged by being cast down to sit on the floor. No wonder he was furious. He must be feeling quite wronged himself, believing his good intentions had gone unappreciated. Feng Changye sensed her thoughts, his gaze flickering. It seemed he had discovered that this woman could not withstand kindness. He appeared to have grasped something significant. Suppressing his emotions, he coldly gazed at Zhu Wuhuan, questioning why she remained silent. Had she lost her voice? Zhu Wuhuan felt a twinge of guilt towards this man who had secretly covered her with a blanket in the middle of the night. Her tone softened slightly, "Your Majesty." Feng Changye scoffed. "Why call me Your Majesty? Am I truly a monarch in your eyes?" He regarded her coolly. "In your heart, am I not merely an ordinary Feng Changye, Someone you could freely insult? Zhu Wuhuan, somehow detecting a hint of grievance and indignation in his words, felt increasingly remorseful. No, she needed to provide him with an explanation. She could not disregard his kindness in covering her with a blanket. After contemplating, she decided to share the content of her nightmare, adding a touch of artistic embellishment, which should suffice to appease him. One must soothe the anger they have incited themselves. With this resolution, she took advantage of the blanket's cover and pinched her thigh hard, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She looked at Feng Changya with a pitiful expression, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, seeing you so furious, I cannot hide the truth any longer. The reason for my offensive words earlier was that I had a nightmare, an exceptionally terrifying one, where a ghost tormented me. Feng Changya smirked. She claimed she wanted to soothe him? How intriguing. Very well. He would listen to how she intended to placate him. Zhu Wuhuan lowered her head, reflecting on her recent dream. In the depths of her nightmare, she found herself in a place shrouded in darkness, where terror reigned and no light could be seen. Regardless of the direction she took, despair enveloped her when, suddenly, two flickering green flames approached, bouncing toward her from distance. As they drew nearer, her heart raced with fear, nearly ceasing to beat. Upon their arrival, an even more horrifying revelation emerged. The flames were not mere ghostly lights. They emanated from the hollow eye sockets of a terrifying skull. Feng Changya, upon hearing this, felt his previously relaxed demeanor shift dramatically, veins throbbing on his forehead. He clenched his fists tightly. The skull. Very well, my skull has made another dramatic appearance, has it? Yet, had he not previously praised its beauty, claiming it radiated a fragrant allure under the sunlight? Did you not express a desire to personally partake in the process of refining it into a wine bowl? Now, it has transformed into a ghastly entity, has it? A woman of countless lies. Chapter 52. It's over. The entire palace is aware of the tyrant's favor towards me. Zhu Wuhuan remained oblivious to Feng Changya's inner turmoil as she continued recounting her dream. How could she not be afraid when such a skull appeared before her? In a state of panic, she fled, only to unwittingly stumble into a cemetery. The skulls that tormented her multiplied from one to an overwhelming multitude. They swirled around her, emitting chilling, eerie shrieks, while she desperately shouted for them to go away. Yet, it seemed her cries only incited their wrath, as they unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, attempting to envelop her within their sinister embrace. Terrified, she screamed for them to leave her be. Then, she heard a cold chuckle. Raising her gaze, she was met with a horrifying visage, an ancient spirit she recognized, intent on approaching her disrespectfully. In a frenzy, she shouted, "Repugnant man, ancient specter, your bones may be decayed, yet you dare to tease a woman, be gone." At this point, she cast a silent glance at Feng Changya, withholding the truth that the ancient specter was, in fact, him. Thus she had scorned, "Leave, you skull. Depart, Feng Changya. Dare to lay a finger on me, and see what happens." Feng Changya regarded her with a pensive gaze. Did she truly believe he was unaware that the ancient specter was he? He was not a fool. Zhu Wuhuan, oblivious to his thoughts, smiled at him. Now that the nightmare has been shared, it is time for her to artistically embellish and fabricate a delightful scene to amuse him, ensuring his smile would return. She feigned a look of profound emotion and surprise, exclaiming, then, in that moment of peril, "Your Majesty appeared. You dispelled the dark mist with your imperial presence, frightening away the vengeful spirits. You saved me. You protected me. However, as a weak woman entangled by countless malevolent spirits for so long, how could I discern friend from foe? I am filled with trepidation towards everything around me, longing only to dispel all that approaches me, including you. Thus, the words you have heard were uttered. Begone, you skull. Away with you, ancient specter. Leave, you Feng Chang. I apologize, your Majesty, for inadvertently causing you distress. In my heart, I added, I regret that the gentle soul who covers me with warmth has been wronged, and for that, I am truly sorry. I lifted my gaze to Feng Changya, relinquished the blanket, and approached the bedside. Resting my chin upon his knee, I looked at him with a pitiful yet deeply touched expression. Your Majesty, whenever I recall how you held me in my dreams, protecting me. I am moved to tears. You are so majestic and extraordinary, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, dispelling all darkness surrounding me. Your steadiness and reliability grant me such a sense of security when I am in your embrace. With you, the sovereign of this world, no malevolent spirit can harm me. Only you can provide me with a sense of safety as solid as Mount Tai. Oh, to be your wife in this life. I cannot fathom the fortune I must have accumulated over several lifetimes to deserve this fate. Feng Changye suppressed an urge to laugh that threatened to escape his throat. This woman is genuinely endeavoring to charm him. He could scarcely contain his amusement. Just listen to that delightful array of flattery. How entertaining. Alas, she must be unaware that his act of covering her with a blanket was merely a ploy to garner her favor through the system, lacking genuine intent. If she were to discover this, she might very well be driven to tears. He gazed down at the woman resting her chin on his knee, his mood remarkably uplifted. Looking into her beautiful eyes, he suddenly realized that for the first time, after being infuriated by someone, he had found himself amused and light-hearted in mere moments. Did she possess such enchanting power? As Feng Changye marveled at this revelation, Zhu Wuhuan began to speak again. She had no desire to linger in the Tai Chi hall. This tyrant was prone to kicking people, which was quite bothersome. Today, she chose not to confront him due to his initial kindness in covering her with a blanket. But should he act against her again, she would undoubtedly engage in a prolonged Cold War. Returning to the Chonglu Palace seemed preferable. I suspect that my discomfort in this unfamiliar setting, sleeping in an alien bed, has contributed to the unsettling nightmares I have experienced. The horror of those dreams left me disoriented, audaciously cursing the emperor and offending him. Truly a transgression deserving of death. Your Majesty, perhaps I should retreat back to the Chonglu Palace? I feigned a pitiful expression as I gazed at Feng Changye. Though I genuinely wished to remain by your side, I feared I might again suffer nightmares if I did not return. If I were to offend you in another dream, I would find myself beyond salvation. Feng Changye, noticing her desire to escape, would not allow her to have her way. Ah, he had finally managed to lure her to reside here, close enough to listen to the whispers of her heart. And now she wished to flee? Such delightful fantasies. His slender fingers grasped her chin, his handsome visage leaning slightly closer to her. He gazed intently into her eyes, a smirk forming on his lips. What do you intend to do? When you are not under my watchful gaze, you think you can freely insult me without fear of being caught, do you? Upon seeing the hint of a smile on his lips, Zhu Wuhuan felt an immediate sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. She blinked and remarked, Your Majesty, this is the first time I have dared to offend you, and it was the result of a nightmare that caused my indiscretion. In truth, I have always cherished you as if you were a deity held dear in my heart. Feng Changye studied her for 3 seconds, then replied, Very well, I believe you. He gently patted her cheek and continued, Then you shall not go anywhere. Remain here, under my watchful eye. I shall see if this first time is swiftly followed by a second and a third. I am curious to know just how many times you will dare to scold me. Zhu Wuhuan felt a sudden tension in her scalp. Your Majesty, Feng Changye glared at her. Dare to utter another word, and see what happens. Zhu Wuhuan promptly sealed her lips. He glanced at her attire, then raised a hand to point at the door. Go summon someone to bring water. Wash yourself clean. If you do not cleanse yourself properly, do not dare to approach my bed. You had a nightmare and are drenched in sweat. What if you infect me with a chill? Zhu Wuhuan silently looked down at herself, believing he found her unclean. After all, she had merely rolled from the bed to the floor. The ground of the Tai Chi palace was spotless, and she had not touched a speck of dust. Why must she bathe before returning to sleep? Was he truly that fastidious? This subject obeys your command. She turned, opened the door, and instructed Su Qiu to summon a young eunuch to bring water for her bath. After conveying her command, she returned inside, feeling the chill of her thin garments. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qiu behind her wore a look of astonishment. Could it be that the Emperor and the Empress have finally consummated their union? They are preparing for a bath. She was even less aware that officials tasked with recording the Emperor's daily activities had risen in the middle of the night. excitedly scribbling in the chronicles. In the year of Fengkong, on the 9th day of the 3rd month, the Taichi Palace witnessed a night of fervent passion. The Emperor and Empress have finally united. A white, plump little prince is to be anticipated, thanks to that audacious official. Rumors of the Empress being favored by the Emperor spread throughout the palace by the next day. Chapter 53. Nonsense. This palace is completely innocent of any wrongdoing with the tyrant. Before daybreak the following morning, Zhu Wuhuan was roused by the sound of someone rising beside her. Groggily, she turned her head to glance over. After returning from her bath last night, she and Feng Changye had shared a surprisingly harmonious night. Each occupied their respective half of the grand dragon bed, nestled in their own blankets, undisturbed by one another. As no further conflicts had arisen, Zhu Wuhuan found him somewhat agreeable at this moment. Stifling a yawn, she asked, "Your Majesty, will you not sleep a while longer? It is not yet dawn." Feng Changye was in the midst of dressing. Upon hearing her voice, he turned to look down at her. In the past, when he slept alone, he felt no particular distress, for by the time he arose, all his eunuchs and maidens had already risen, accompanying him in the early hours, making the experience of waking seem less burdensome. However, now, witnessing this woman comfortably ensconced in her blankets, sleepily squinting at him, as if to inquire politely before retreating back to her warm cocoon for 2 more hours of sweet slumber, he felt a sudden surge of irritation. Why, as the sovereign of the realm, must he endure such toil while his queen did not share in his trials and tribulations? With a smirk, he pulled back the curtain, preparing to rouse her from her slumber, intending to lift her covers and compel her to sit with him. Yet, as he gradually leaned closer to the edge of the bed, he discovered that the still drowsy woman seemed utterly oblivious to his approach. Her reaction akin to that of a cat who has just awoken, her beautiful eyes widening in bewilderment as he drew near. They sparkled with a naive confusion, reminiscent of a kitten's eyes that dilate when its owner approaches, a charming sight. "Your Majesty?" She gazed at him, her long lashes fluttering slightly. For several seconds, the Emperor, Feng Changye, quietly regarded her, his heart softening unexpectedly. Naturally, he redirected the hand that had intended to tug at her covers to gently pinch her cheek instead. "No witties. Sleep on," he murmured, withdrawing his hand and resuming his dressing as if the prior intimacy held no ulterior motives. Once he had donned his garments, he departed, closing the door with a subtlety that echoed his consideration. Zhu Wuhuan, feeling exhausted, shut her eyes once more, relishing the tranquility, unaware that dawn had yet to break. The hour perhaps barely past 4. In her modern life, on days free from classes or part-time jobs, she would typically awaken naturally after 9. In that half-dreamy state, she seemed to hear Feng Changye's muted voice outside, scolding someone in hushed tones, though inexplicably, his irritation dissipated swiftly, replaced by a quiet exchange before he took his leave. The palace fell into a serene silence. Half an hour later, as dawn began to break, Su Qiu entered the chamber quietly, lifting the curtain to gently rouse Zhu Wuhuan. Upon opening her eyes, she revealed a deep-seated yearning for another 500 years of sleep. "Your Highness, it is time to rise. Soon, the Emperor will conclude his morning court, and it is also time for you to lead the other concubines to Shokong Palace to pay respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." At the mention of paying respects, a throbbing headache assailed Zhu Wuhuan. Watching television, she had always relished the scenes of concubines presenting their greetings to the queen, knowing these moments would surely ignite conflicts and provide thrilling confrontations. Yet, when it came to her own participation, the excitement dissipated, replaced by anxiety over the inevitable rivalry directed at her. "Your Highness?" As Su Qiu beheld her mistress reclining motionless, a pang of sympathy struck her. "Your Highness, last night was your first evening of intimacy. The Emperor has shown little regard for you. You must be utterly exhausted, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuhuan was instantly startled awake, her drowsiness dissipating in an instant. What did she mean by first evening of intimacy? The Emperor was truly unkind to her? Such scandalous words. She swiftly turned from her supine position to sit upright, gazing at Su Qiu with astonishment. "Who claimed that I was with the Emperor last night?" So you blinked innocently. Everyone speaks of it, and even the Emperor seems to acquiesce. just as Su Qiu was about to elaborate. She witnessed her mistress hastily rolling up her sleeves to reveal a portion of her alabaster arm, the bright red mark of a maiden's token causing Su Qiu to swallow her words. She stared dumbfounded at the mark. How could this be? Zhu Wuhuan cast a glance at her, contemplating the absurdity of their conversation. Hearing that Tyrant had acquiesced made her fear that she had unknowingly been drugged during her slumber. Touching the mark, Zhu Wuhuan felt a sense of relief. At least she hadn't slept with him. Yet, Su Qiu was now in a state of panic, stuttering in her distress. Your Highness, you did not consummate with the Emperor last night. What are we to do? The entire imperial harem is abuzz with news of your supposed favor from him. Her face was etched with concern, with your maiden's token still intact. If the other concubines learn of this, will they not mock you, claiming you are desperate for the Emperor's affection and resorting to such farcical rumors? Furrowing her brow, Fubuang Wishin Suyu. It is barely dawn. How could this news have spread throughout the harem so swiftly? Sukiko shus the avertit hergaze. Replying in a hushed tone, the keeper of the daily records learned of the Emperor's favor last night, and, in the dead of night, inscribed this significant event in the annals. As soon as the palace gates opened, he eagerly rushed to the historical archives to record it. She swallowed hard before continuing. A young eunuch, who is well acquainted with him, overheard and carelessly disseminated the information throughout the harem. Zhu Wuhuan felt a surge of frustration. That wretched keeper of the records. She seethed. Does he not require the Emperor's approval before recording such matters? Su Qiu replied quietly, apparently not. According to Eunuch Yuan, our Emperor is magnanimous and unconcerned with trifles. He never shies away from allowing the keeper to document anything, only conducting reviews once or twice a year. Zhu Wuhuan was incensed, her heart racing with indignation. This tyrant, he neglects the matters that should warrant scrutiny while obsessively fixating on trivialities. Does he not understand that the reputation of an emperor is often tarnished by the very truths recorded by these keepers? However, Su Qiu continued, this morning something peculiar occurred. As the emperor was about to exit the palace, he suddenly turned back to seek out the keeper, demanding to see the records. After reviewing them, he erupted with fury, berating the keeper for his insolence. But then, almost instantaneously, his rage subsided. He tossed the record of daily affairs to Lord Ling, instructing him to present it to Her Majesty for her review shortly thereafter before departing. Chapter 54. Wu Huan was rendered speechless by him. He is nothing but a jester. Su Qiu cautiously lifted her gaze to Her Majesty. Previously, she was unaware of the Emperor's fury, but now she speculated that perhaps it stemmed from the Emperor's failure to consummate his marriage with Her Majesty the previous night, while the record keeper scribbled nonsensically, inciting the Emperor's wrath. As she pondered this, she found herself perplexed. If the Emperor was indeed enraged, why did he not punish the record keeper? Why was this matter so lightly brushed aside? Zhu Wu Huan's expression soured as she listened to Su Qiu recount the events. Su Qiu was oblivious to why that tyrant had calmed down so quickly after his moment of anger. She knew, as a man of preference for his own gender. After a reluctant attempt to indulge in the company of a woman that ended in utter failure, he likely resigned himself to the situation, finding the record keeper's fabrications somewhat convenient, as they could cover up the truth of his inclinations. As for his hasty departure, he must have been eager to rush and explain himself to his beloved eunuch Yuan. While being attended to by Su Qiu, Zhu Wu Huan dressed herself. Once she was properly attired and seated before the mirror to prepare her appearance, she summoned the record keeper to enter. The record keeper, a young man, bowed respectfully before standing to the side, awaiting the Empress's instructions. Allow me to see the record, she commanded, extending her hand. Su Qiu gestured for a nearby, maid to approach and present the record, which she knelt to place in Zhu Wu Huan's palm. Upon opening it, Zhu Wu Huan felt her heart constrict with indignation. What outrage! What do they mean by a night of revelry? What was this nonsense about lotus blossoms blooming together? Did they not realize that their emperor could not respond to women at all? How could he possibly engage in such activities? He was incapable of it. And as for the anticipated chubby little prince, if I were ever to give birth to such a child, do not doubt that it would surely indicate infidelity on the emperor's part. He could never father a chubby little prince. Placing the record upon her dressing table, Zhu Wuhuan regarded the record keeper reflected in the mirror. Suppressing her impulse to scold him, she endeavored to speak gently. My good sir, some matters require a straightforward account. There is truly no need to embellish or exaggerate. For instance, did you personally witness the so-called night of revelry? The record keeper quickly bowed again, introducing himself. I am Ji Qingfeng, your majesty. Please, feel free to address me by name. I am unworthy of being called my lord by your majesty. Upon hearing his surname, Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback. Yi? She turned to regard the young record keeper. What relation do you have to Ji Yunchang? Ji Qingfeng, filled with excitement, responded, Your Majesty, have you heard of my brother's name? It is indeed a fortune for the Ji family. I must inform you that Ji Yunchang is my brother, sharing the same mother. Zhu Wuhuan was instantly struck with a look of incredulity. Ah, the mystery was solved. Ji Yunchang's embellishments before Feng Changye and the ministers regarding her dialogue with the Prince of Jin were no longer perplexing. After all, he had a brother who excelled in the art of fabrication. The child is undoubtedly led astray by Ji Qingfeng, witnessing daily how his brother concocts events and exaggerates them. How can he possibly learn well? Zhu Wuhuan, weary, rubbed her temples, remarking on the profound heritage of the Ji family. Yikvingfenges eyelids fluteret. It seems the Empress's words carry a hint of insincerity. Perhaps she is not praising him, but rather reproaching him? Regardless, since the Empress refrains from directly scolding him and opts for such melodious words to indirectly chastise him, why should he trouble himself? He decided to feign ignorance, interpreting her words as commendation instead. In life, one must learn from him, embracing a delightful ignorance. Thus, he promptly knelt, bowing and expressing his gratitude. This humble servant thanks the Empress for her generous praise. To receive the Empress's commendation brings immense honor and joy to the entire Ji family. Zhu Wuhuan observed his grateful demeanor with a throbbing headache. She could not fathom how someone so adept at fabricating tales could fail to recognize that her previous remark was indeed a reprimand. His ability to play the fool was remarkable. Lord Ji, you may retire. From now on, present the daily records to me every fortnight. Should you exaggerate again, I shall impose a penalty upon you. She gestured for a palace made to fetch the daily records from the dressing table to present to Ji Qingfeng, instructing him to rewrite the record from last night. She wished to see no more of the inappropriate words therein. Ji Qingfeng, feeling aggrieved, accepted the records. Yes, your majesty. He had written so well that the emperor had not chastised him. Yet the Empress now claimed he was exaggerating. When had he ever done so? After quietly exiting the palace, he stood alone in the corridor, sighed several times, and reluctantly pulled out his pen to add a line to his notebook. The following day, the Empress, feeling overwhelmed by embarrassment, compelled Ji Lingshi to alter the inappropriate words. However, Ji Lingshi, known for his integrity, recorded the truth and did not include a single inappropriate word. After writing this, he strode out of the corridor with his chest held high. With policies above, there are countermeasures below. He was unafraid. For those daily records that would remain in the historical archives as official documents, he could dutifully heed the Empress's wishes. However, in his personal notes, he could document the truth. In a century's time, his descendants could utilize these notes to compile a true historical account. Before departing, he glanced back at the majestic palace. The Empress still refused to acknowledge it. The Emperor had indeed occupied her throughout the night. After several slumbers, he had heard her and the esteemed Emperor summon hot water for bathing. This was the undeniable truth of history. He left with a proud and vigorous demeanor. Little did Zhu Wuhuan know that Ji Qingfeng was even more cunning than her brother, Ji Yunchang. Her intervention not only failed to rescue Feng Changye from Ji Qingfeng's pen, but also ensnared herself in the process. Now, she found herself engulfed in a haze of historical confusion. After witnessing Ji Qingfeng's skill in fabrication, she could not help but question the authenticity of the historical texts she had read. Were they truly verifiable? The romance between Feng Changye and Eunuch Yuan. Was it not this fellow who chronicled and disseminated it? For someone so adept at fabricating tales, can his words be deemed credible? Sigh. Zhu Wuhuan internally lamented to the system. Never mind that. The truth remains elusive. Yet the fact that Feng Changye and Eunuch Yuan are a couple is firmly entrenched in my heart. I believe they are indeed a pair. After all, if I do not ship them, should I then ship myself with Feng Changye? Given the choice between the two, she resolutely chose to support them. Locked in, with the key swallowed whole, the system, upon hearing her thoughts, joyfully simulated applause, exclaiming, "The host is splendid. Today's host remains unbewitched by the tyrant's allure. Truly remarkable." It need not worry about the host and the tyrant pairing off. It can simply cast that concern aside. Chapter 55, The Jealous Tyrant. His frustrated yet adorable countenance, Zhu Wuhuan, maintained a cheerful demeanor as Su Qiu meticulously styled her hair and adorned her with priceless hairpins and jewelry. Once they were prepared, they departed from the Taiji Hall in a palanquin to meet the concubines at the Changle Palace, just as Feng Changye was concluding his court session. With an imposing presence, Feng Changye strode forward, while the respectful Xiao Yuan trailed closely behind. He quietly instructed, "Discreetly gather some individuals to assist me in locating a certain person's whereabouts." Xiao Yuan replied dutifully, "Your Majesty, please command." Feng Changye responded, "Chu Yujin." Xiao Yuan nodded and awaited further details regarding this individual's origins, identity, and age. However, after walking a few steps, he heard no additional information and looked up at the emperor. "Your Majesty, is that all? Just a name?" He cautiously inquired. "Are there no other details regarding background, appearance, or characteristics?" Feng Changye halted, his mood darkening, and his gaze bore down heavily upon Xiao Yuan, causing him to tremble with trepidation, fearing the emperor's wrath. After a prolonged moment of tension, Feng Changye, with great reluctance, uttered a few words. If one must mention any physical attributes, he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. "He is remarkably handsome." Xiao Yuan was bewildered. Since when did attractiveness qualify as a characteristic? After all, apart from those who were exceedingly unattractive, everyone else possessed redeeming qualities and could be considered good-looking. Feng Changye, perceiving Xiao Yuan's confusion, gritted his teeth and elaborated. "That Chu Yujian, he might be even more handsome than I." Xiao Yuan shivered, instinctively retorting, "Impossible. There could never be anyone more handsome than your Majesty." He was well aware of how pleased their master was with his own visage. Anyone daring to claim otherwise would provoke the master's ire for the entire day. Thus, he reflexively praised the master's beauty, declaring it unparalleled in the world. Listening to his flattery, Feng Changye felt somewhat placated. Yet, recalling that in Zhu Wuhuan's dream, he was merely an ancient specter, while Chu Yujian was depicted as a stunningly handsome deity, he felt frustrated once more. He ground his teeth and scoffed. In the hearts of certain individuals, how can my visage ever be deemed handsome? For her, perhaps only my skull is somewhat acceptable. Only this aspect of me lingers in her memory. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanzai immediately understood. The source of the emperor's vexation must undoubtedly be the empress, who had just enjoyed his favor the previous night. He mused that surely, while sharing a bed, the emperor had overheard the empress murmuring the name Chu Yujian in her dreams, prompting him to send Xiao Yuanzai on a mission to uncover the identity of this Chu Yujian. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he cautiously inquired, "Is this Chu Yujian an acquaintance of the empress?" Feng Changye cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "Acquaintance is hardly the term." Xiao Yuanzai's heart instantly found solace. As long as it was not an acquaintance, it must simply be that after gazing upon her portrait, he had been unable to forget her for many years. Just as Xiao Yuanzai breathed a sigh of relief, he was jolted by the emperor's next statement, which sent his heart racing. Good heavens! To be unable to forget for many years is far more perilous than merely being an acquaintance. No wonder the emperor was so intent on uncovering the identity of this Chu Yujian. If he were in the emperor's position, he too would wish to track down this individual. "Your Majesty, I shall attend to this immediately and ensure that all individuals bearing the name Chu Yujian are presented before you in the shortest possible time." Xiao Yuanzai vowed silently. He was determined to locate this person swiftly, clearing any obstacles between the emperor and the empress. It was a rare occasion for the emperor to develop an affection for someone. He could not allow misunderstandings to arise between them, sowing seeds of resentment that could never be resolved. There is another matter I must report to your majesty. Xiao Yuanzai recalled the emperor's request for him to investigate the internal affairs of the palace and gazed into the emperor's eyes as he spoke. Yesterday, I conducted a cursory examination of matters with tangible evidence and discovered that the chief eunuch, Si Quan, indeed possesses unclean hands. If we delve deeper, I fear we may unearth even more heinous crimes. Feng Changye smirked, so there's indeed something amiss. He subtly raised his chin, signaling for Xiao Yuanzai to elaborate. Nodding, Xiao Yuanzai recounted each offense in turn. Firstly, Si Quan had been secretly accepting bribes from merchants, falsely claiming imperial decrees to eliminate the former emperor's favored merchants, such as the Yi and Zhu families, and instead selected those who had offered him substantial bribes. These merchants were notorious for their poor reputations, colluding with Si Quan under the guise of providing palace necessities, extorting honest merchants and leading to their ruin, leaving them without recourse. Consequently, the emperor's own standing among the populace had been adversely affected. Secondly, there was a matter that was difficult for me to articulate. Although Si Quan, like me, is a eunuch, his lustful desires have not waned. He favors comely young women, and perhaps due to his own shortcomings, he is disinterested in mature women, instead fixating on those who are still in their youth. If he were enamored with adult women, he could seek pleasure in the brothels, but for the underage girls, he must resort to clandestine means to procure them. Thus, he established a gambling den, whereupon he would observe the charming daughters of various households, subsequently deceiving their fathers into his establishment, ensnaring them until they had squandered their entire fortunes. At such a juncture, he would, amid their desperate pleas, propose that they send their daughters to him, promising to return them after a few days, during which he would erase all debts incurred. Those fathers, perhaps aware of his status as a eunuch, clung to a false sense of security, believing he would not harm their daughters, and thus they timidly sent them away. However, days later, they were met with the harrowing sight of their daughters, tormented to the brink of insanity. Reports indicated that nearly all the girls returned bearing various lashes, cuts, and burns, each body marred by the cruel traces of Si Quan's torment. Upon hearing this, Feng Changye's expression turned as frigid as ice. In a fit of fury, he swept his sleeve, exclaiming, "I was unaware that beneath my very nose, such a venomous individual existed, that such filth could fester within the imperial city." He commanded with a fierce tone, "Xiao Yuanzi, swiftly gather 100 imperial guards and apprehend Si Quan. I shall have him executed in a manner most painful." Xiao Yuanzi hesitated, "But your majesty, Si Quan is a distant relative of the Empress Dowager." Feng Changye scoffed, "Is the Empress Dowager's distant kin more noble than anyone else? I have not hesitated to act against the son she cherishes. Why should I spare this distant relation?" Chapter 56. Speaking ill of the tyrant in secret. And being caught upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanzi gazed at him in astonishment. What? He has only been away from his master for a day, and already his master has decisively dealt with the Prince of Jin? How many thrilling moments has he missed? He resolved to swiftly apprehend Si Quan and present him to the Ministry of Justice for investigation, determined to remain close to the emperor where the excitement was most palpable. "I shall take my leave to fulfill your command and ensure Si Quan's capture. Then I shall return to serve you, your majesty." Xiao Yuanzi bowed and, seeing no further orders, hurried away. Feng Changye watched his retreating figure, letting out a gentle sigh. He sincerely wished for Xiao Yuanzi's return, as he had served him for many years, understanding his preferences for tea and various habits, even anticipating his moments of anger and advising him just before he might lose his temper. Among all who served him, Xiao Yuanzi was his favorite, and he longed for such an astute and considerate companion to return. Yet, the thought of the incessant nagging from Zhu Wuhuan caused him to sigh again. Just a glance at Xiao Yuanzi would send that woman into a frenzy of silent screams. He rubbed his temples, stifled a yawn, and turned to return to the inner palace to change his attire for breakfast before attending to affairs of state. Just as he was about to turn away, a casual glance revealed several of his esteemed ministers nearby in the small garden. whispering among themselves, occasionally stealing glances in his direction. As he turned to glance at them, they were caught off guard by his gaze, instantly silencing themselves, their eyes awkwardly drifting upwards as they feigned a pretense of having said nothing at all. The charade was so transparent that even a blind person could not overlook the palpable tension amongst them. Feng Changya narrowed his eyes slightly, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority as he regarded them. What matters are you esteemed ministers deliberating upon? Come forth. Allow me to also listen. The individuals in the distance exchanged silent glances. Alas, they ought not to have let their curiosity lead them to sneak out so early to secretly observe the emperor's retreating figure while engaging in idle chatter, only to be discovered. They should have waited until the emperor had moved farther away before gathering to converse, with the emperor beckoning them forward. They dared not delay and hurriedly approached him in unison. Feng Changye recognized them as several old acquaintances he had encountered just the previous afternoon. The Grand General of State Defense, the General of the Imperial Army, the Champion General, and the Grand General of Huaihua. Notably absent were the left and right chancellors, several ministers, and academicians. Upon seeing these rough-hewn generals, who had honed their rugged personalities through years of military service, a sense of foreboding crept into Feng Changye's heart. What could these brash men possibly be discussing that would align with the refined subjects fit for the court? They were known for their audacity and straightforwardness. Surely, they were not clandestinely mocking him for having been married to the Empress for 5 years, while she still bore the mark of her maidenhood? With a stern countenance, he raised his hand to signal the eunuchs and guard behind him to step back 3 paces. Once they had retreated, he fixed a cold stare upon the 4 men. What were you 4 esteemed ministers just discussing? The 4 veteran generals exchanged knowing glances. The matters they had been discussing were hardly suitable for the emperor's ears. I command you to speak. The more they hesitated, the more curious Feng Changye became. He thought to himself, these old fellows surely must not have spoken well of him. Otherwise, if there were nothing to conceal, why would they be so evasive after he had prompted them twice? Realizing the emperor's volatile temperament was on the brink of eruption, the 4 generals quickly bent at the waist, lowering their heads as they stammered, attempting to navigate their way through the inquiry. The eldest among them, the Grand General of State Defense, spoke up, Your Majesty, we truly did not speak of anything inappropriate. We were merely curious as to why Your Majesty appeared to be yawning throughout this morning's court session. The Champion General hastily added, Indeed, we were curious, but, more importantly, concerned. After all, this is the first time since your ascension that you have displayed such signs of fatigue during court. We cannot help but feel anxious. The Grand General of State Defense continued, Moreover, we notice that you have only reviewed half of the memorial presented by the Chancellor yesterday. For 7 years, you have adhered to the principle of addressing matters on the same day, never allowing memorials to linger until the next day. This is the first instance of such behavior since your ascension, which only heightens our curiosity. The Champion General promptly nudged his companion with an elbow, exasperatedly clarifying, it is concern, not mere curiosity. The Grand General of State Defense quickly affirmed, Yes, indeed, we are particularly worried about Your Majesty's health, which is why we trail behind to discreetly observe you. Upon hearing this, the Champion General felt increasingly weary. What do they mean by discreetly observing? The emperor was not their enemy. The Grand General of the state continued to speak, stating that upon seeing His Majesty walk, as usual, seemingly unscathed by illness, a wave of relief washed over them. Curiosity then sparked a discussion regarding the reason behind His Majesty's restless night. One ventured to guess that the Grand General, fearing the mention of inappropriate matters, hastily interjected. They speculated whether the recent confinement of Prince Jean had caused the Empress Dowager to trouble His Majesty upon her return, leading to his distress and sleeplessness. Another conjectured that perhaps a disagreement had arisen between His Majesty and the Empress over the events of the previous day, culminating in a quarrel that kept him awake. At this point, one of them cast a surreptitious glare at the Grand General, who was about to speak, prompting him to silence himself. He then raised his gaze to Feng Changye and calmly stated that their discussion had unfortunately been discovered by His Majesty. Feng Changye looked at them, incredulous. These fierce generals, each as formidable as bears, were surprisingly gossipy behind closed doors. Did they think such antics would go unnoticed? The Grand General's furtive demeanor hinted that their discussions had traversed into other realms. Otherwise, why would they simultaneously cease their chatter and gaze skyward, exhibiting such guilty expressions when caught? What other speculations had they entertained? He inquired, his voice imbued with an intensified authority that weighed heavily upon them. In an instant, several aged generals fell to their knees. Feng Changye's gaze swept from the most composed Grand General to the impulsive and easily cowed Grand General of the state. "Speak," he commanded. The Grand General, living up to expectations, quickly confessed. Before the others could signal him to remain silent, he admitted, "I am guilty of discussing the private affairs of Your Majesty and the Empress." Upon hearing those last four words, Feng Changye's veins throbbed with ire. This could only lead to trouble. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Chapter 57. A sigh of discontent. Thus the wretched court intrigue emerges. Continue? But how could one articulate such matters? The Grand General discreetly glanced at his colleagues, who appeared utterly disheartened by his predicament and were reluctant to engage. With a resigned closure of his eyes and a resolute clench of his jaw, he confessed, "Your Majesty, today, as transgression rests solely upon my shoulders. I apprehended a young eunuch who informed me of Your Majesty and the Empress's nocturnal disturbances, which compelled me to summon hot water in the dead of night, leaving me utterly astonished. Consequently, I gather my fellow generals to share this significant revelation. Yet, I meant no disrespect towards Your Majesty. I was merely extolling your virtues. I told them that while Your Majesty may not appear as robust as I, you embody the spirit of a dragon and tiger, extraordinary beyond compare. After all, in my youth, my own escapades with my late wife would cease after merely an hour, whereas Your Majesty bravely endures until dawn." At this juncture, Feng Changye's expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions, and he pondered whether it would be best for this old general to retire and tend to pigs instead. What audacity these ruffians possessed! How dare they utter such words? It was simply outrageous. He dared to wager that the cultured gentlemen, including the Prime Minister, would never gather to secretly discuss such intimate topics. Feng Changye was nearly driven to the brink of fury. However, the Grand General of the state did not glance at his countenance and continued unabated, "Your Majesty, yesterday afternoon, this old minister noticed the mark of the palace on Her Majesty's arm. Upon returning, I pondered whether you might be, shall we say, lacking? If that be the case, I possess a herbal tincture, a potent remedy gifted to me during my command in the Southwest, particularly formidable and effective. I was contemplating how to discreetly present this recipe to you, ensuring it would not offend your dignity while also securing your favor. However, it seems I've been overly concerned. With your health, Your Majesty, no medicine is required. We shall merely await the arrival of the little prince next year with peace of mind." The Grand General spoke with unrestrained bravado, only to realize that the other aged generals had silently lowered their heads to the ground. Each of them cast him glances filled with a desire to kick him far away for being such a foolish companion. Stunned, he too pressed his forehead to the tiled floor. Alas, had he spoken out of turn again? Yet, was he not praising the Emperor's prowess? Summoning his courage, he timidly inquired, "Your Majesty, have I indeed been impertinent? Incredible. You are aware of your own audacity." Feng Changye fixed a piercing gaze upon the old general, his expression darkening into an unspeakable displeasure. He felt both embarrassed and incensed, for he had not shared the marital bed with the Empress the previous night. He was not the formidable figure the Grand General had described, but rather an emperor who was still lacking. It was audacious for the Grand General to broach such a subject before him. It was only natural for him to feel enraged. Fuming, he declared, "The Grand General has shown disrespect to me. I hereby impose a penalty of 1 year's salary and mandate a month of solitary reflection at your estate. Were it not for your status as a grandfather, I would have administered 20 lashes." He then glared at the other three, the general of the town, the champion general, and the general of Huaihua. "You shall each receive a penalty of 6 months' salary." Instantly, the remaining three felt a wave of relief. 6 months' salary was a minor inconvenience. "We humbly thank your majesty for your mercy," they exclaimed. The Grand General, with a pained expression, echoed his gratitude. Having escaped the rod was already a fortunate outcome. He vowed never to discuss the emperor again. Yet he could not fathom why, despite his praise of the emperor's vigor and strength, he was still penalized. Feng Changye cast a cold glance at the group, sweeping his sleeve dismissively before storming away in a fit of anger. He was incensed. If he were to remain in their presence any longer, he feared he might not restrain himself from resorting to violence. In such moments, he longed for a court filled solely with civil officials, devoid of military generals, for these warriors were far too infuriating. Meanwhile, those he deemed refined, including the Prime Minister, were simultaneously conducting affairs of state while discussing last night's events. Earlier, I encountered that young man from the G family, who shared a piece of joyful news with me, the left Prime Minister said, stroking his beard, a smile gracing his face as he spoke to the others. Her Majesty stayed overnight in the Tai Chi Hall with His Majesty, and at midnight the Emperor and Empress summoned hot water. Upon hearing these words, the others were instantly filled with joy. Indeed, it was a moment of great delight. They no longer had to fret over the Emperor's capabilities. Soon after, their expressions grew subtly intriguing. In the dead of night, they exchanged knowing glances, sharing a quiet smile. How unexpected it was to discover that their emperor possessed such valor. They felt rather inadequate in comparison. Feng Changye was entirely oblivious to the discussions circulating about him and the Empress. He believed that punishing those reckless individuals had resolved everything. After changing into casual attire and enjoying a meal, he noticed the Empress was still absent and inquired of the eunuch attending him. "Where's the Empress?" The young eunuch, who had a good rapport with Su Qiu, was naturally inclined to speak on behalf of her mistress. Stealing a glance at Feng Changye, he whispered, "The Empress was favored last night. After visiting Shokong Palace, it is likely that the other concubines will pester the Empress Dowager, urging her to persuade the Emperor to distribute his affections more evenly among all the concubines, rather than favoring the Empress alone." Though unspoken, Feng Changye understood the implications of his words. Those concubines would undoubtedly take the opportunity to undermine Zhu Wuhuan in front of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager, already harboring resentment towards Zhu Wuhuan due to the events of the previous day, now had a legitimate excuse to create trouble. How could Zhu Wuhuan emerge unscathed? He immediately set down his bowl and rose. "Accompany me to Shokong Palace." His concern was not for Zhu Wuhuan being bullied. Rather, he feared her fiery temperament, for if she were provoked, she might unleash her wrath upon everyone in Shokong Palace. At that very moment in Shokong Palace, Zhu Wuhuan was indeed incensed. Earlier, when she visited Changel Palace, the concubines had all behaved quite obediently, bowing and greeting her without uttering a word. Following her to Shokong Palace to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, little did she know, those deceitful women were merely feigning compliance. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Li Fai was the first to bypass her and approach the Empress Dowager, sweetly congratulating her. "Empress Dowager, what joyous news! Last night, the Emperor favored the Empress. Soon, you shall hold a plump and clever little prince." Zhu Wuhuan let out a sigh within her heart. Here it comes. The treacherous palace intrigue had finally arrived. Even if she had indeed been favored by Feng Changye the night before, it was impossible to conceive a child in a single night. Li Fai's public congratulations to the Empress Dowager, insinuating that she already bore the Emperor's heir, was clearly an attempt to apply pressure on her. Perhaps she hoped to unsettle Zhu Wuhuan, making her anxious about conceiving as soon as possible, resulting in sleepless nights and loss of appetite. Chapter 58, Bring her in. Immediately apprehend the Empress. She curled her lips, casting a cool glance at Li Fai. Alas, this woman would be sorely disappointed. Zhu Wuhuan had no desire to bear Feng Changye's child to secure his affections, even if the entire world urged her to conceive. She would not be so anxious as to forego delicious food and tea. Why should she deprive herself of such delights because of that tyrant, Feng Changye? While Zhu Wuhuan remained composed and unperturbed, the Empress Dowager seated above was visibly enraged upon hearing this. She was so astonished that she nearly dropped the teacup in her hand, which fell to the ground with a resounding crash. She gazed at Zhu Wuhuan in disbelief. Had the emperor favored this woman last night? Why had she received no word of it? If this were true, it was utterly detestable. This woman had made her so furious that she nearly fainted. Not only did the emperor fail to punish her by making her kneel at her bedside in service, but he had also lavished his affections upon her. While she lay in bed, dizzy and unwell, these two were undoubtedly engaged in some scandalous affair, blissfully unaware of her plight. How outrageous! Who among them regarded her, the elder? As the Empress Dowager fixed her heavy gaze upon Zhu Wuhuan, the other concubines in the grand hall fell silent, contemplating the shattered teacup at the dowageress' feet. They exchanged meaningful glances with Zhu Wuhuan. It appeared the dowager's disdain for this empress was only growing. How delightful! Meanwhile, Zhu Wuhuan stood there, calm and composed, unperturbed by the scrutiny. "I have brought my fellow sisters to pay respects to your majesty," she said, slightly bowing in greeting. Today, she was leading the concubines in a simple salutation, merely inquiring about the dowager's well-being, without the need for prostrations or grand gestures. And, as she led everyone in their respects, she doubted the dowager would allow the others to rise while keeping her in a perpetual bow. Yet, the dowager indeed possessed the audacity to do just that. "Everyone else may take their seats. Empress, I have matters to discuss with you." The Empress Dowager coolly gestured for the others to step aside, uninterested in disrupting her confrontation with Zhu Wuhuan. Zhu Wuhuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, so she truly intended to keep her in this awkward posture of reverence. She would not comply. Straightening herself with an air of feigned respect, she regarded the Empress Dowager. "I'm all ears for your guidance, your majesty." The Dowager, witnessing her standing upright, gritted her teeth in frustration. However, having experienced Zhu Wuhuan's audacity the day before, the dowager restrained herself from chiding her over this trivial matter. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she soon devised a better strategy to ensure that this arrogant woman would not leave Shokong Palace on her feet today. "Empress, I ask you, did the emperor truly favor you last night?" The dowager inquired nonchalantly. Zhu Wuhuan's eyes darted around. Logically, she should roll up her sleeves and cheerfully declare to everyone, "Sorry to disappoint you all, but I am still pure," which would surely leave them all agape. Yet, she wished to see what this old hag intended to do. So, she refrained from rolling up her sleeves immediately. With flushed cheeks and a bashful demeanor, she replied, "Last night, I did share the emperor's dragon bed." Her coyness incited jealousy among the other concubines, who tightened their handkerchiefs in envy, only intensifying the Empress Dowager's hatred for her. Despicable. While flirting with Jin she shamelessly crept into the emperor's bed. How could such a woman be worthy of being the mother of the nation? The dowager glared at Zhu Wuhuan, letting out a cold laugh. "Your father, Zhu Huaining, has betrayed the nation, and although this matter has yet to be conclusively determined, the emperor has shown mercy by delaying the execution of your entire family. Yet, the Zhu family remains stained with guilt. Should credible news arrive from the borders in a month or two confirming Zhu Huaining's treachery, your family would indeed deserve a fate most dire. As such, your majesty, as a daughter of the Zhu clan, how can you claim the right to bear the emperor's progeny? The offspring of the emperor must never emerge from the womb of a traitor's daughter. My grandchildren must never have a grandfather who is a traitor." With a firm and resonant tone, the Empress Dowager cast a glance at the elderly attendant beside her. "Someone, swiftly prepare a bowl of contraceptive soup for the Empress to consume." The attendant, understanding the unspoken command in her gaze, turned and discreetly instructed a palace maid to expedite the matter. Zhu Wuhuan observed the attendant with a knowing glance. One could easily deduce that the contraceptive soup would undoubtedly contain additional herbs of a more sinister nature. Should she suffer any mishap after consuming the concoction, the Empress Dowager could easily find a scapegoat that would lead to her untimely demise. The thought brought a smile to Zhu Wuhuan's lips. The Empress Dowager, as her mother-in-law, sought to prevent this guilty daughter of the Zhu family from conceiving an heir, thus justifying her insistence on the contraceptive soup. But must she comply? Not only did she refuse to drink it, but she also wished to infuriate the old crone. Hence she stood tall, lifting her head to offer a radiant smile to the Empress Dowager. Mother, why go through such trouble? If you do not wish for this daughter of the Zhu family to bear the Emperor's child, you might as well depose me as Empress outright. Rather than resorting to this soup, she spoke languidly. After all medicines carry a degree of toxicity. Contraceptive soup can be quite harmful to one's health. I cherish my life dearly, and I would rather you dismiss me and send me back to my family than compel me to drink such a potion. Her words echoed through the hall, plunging it into silence. The concubines were taken aback by the Empress's audacity, daring to openly challenge the Empress Dowager and demand her deposition. They gazed at her in astonishment. Could this newfound confidence be a result of the Emperor's favor? With the Emperor's backing, could she truly disregard the Empress Dowager? They too longed for such pride and presence. As the concubines clutched their handkerchiefs in envy, the Empress Dowager seethed at Zhu Wuhuan's blatant provocation, her heart constricting with indignation. Having barely recovered from yesterday's fainting spell, she was now further incensed. How could her heart not ache in such a moment? Clutching her chest, her face turned a shade of iron as she glared at Zhu Wuhuan. Zhu Wuhuan, you are most impertinent. She banged on the small table beside her, rage boiling over. Zhu Wuhuan offered a particularly innocent smile. Mother, your words are heavy. How could I ever dare to disregard you? She spoke leisurely. I am unlike your majesty, for you can afford to disregard the emperor. Just last night, he took great pleasure in my company. Yet this morning, before the entire harem, you chose to publicly humiliate him. You even dared to force his empress to drink a concoction to prevent childbirth. Your audacity stems from your position of power. Yet I lack such a foundation. How could I, in my humble station, ever presume to disregard anyone as you do? A smile graced her face. See how respectfully I regard you. Her perfunctory smile, devoid of genuine courtesy, only served to further infuriate the Empress Dowager. How dare this woman openly confront her once more? She was inciting discord between her and her son, Ye. With a voice filled with venom, she commanded, "Come forth. The Empress dares to oppose me. Seize her at once." Chapter 59. The Empress unleashes her fury, causing bloodshed as the Dowager's words echoed. A throng of robust eunuchs and formidable matriarchs, who had been waiting outside the Shokong Palace, surged into the grand hall with a menacing aura, as if they were truly intent on capturing Zhu Wuhuan to face punishment. Zhu Wuhuan coldly flicked her sleeve behind her back. Let us see who dares. She cast a glance at the Dowager seated above. The Dowager was the mistress of Shokong Palace, the emperor's birth mother, and her mother-in-law. She possessed the authority to admonish her. Yet, she turned her gaze toward the throng of subordinates. Who among you dares to lay a hand on the esteemed Empress of Ining? Do you not fear the emperor's wrath should you show me disrespect? The eunuchs and matriarchs seemed to be taken aback by her commanding presence, hesitating at a distance of 3 paces, unwilling to advance. After all, they were all aware of the events that transpired last night in the Tai Chi Hall. This woman was undoubtedly cherished by the emperor. Who would dare to lay hands on someone so dearly favored? Although the Dowager was formidable, the emperor remained the sovereign ruler of the realm. They recoiled, casting wary glances at the Dowager. Witnessing her subordinates being intimidated by Zhu Wuhuan only fueled the Dowager's fury. She slammed her palm upon the table in exasperation. Zhu Wuhuan, you dare to flaunt your power in my Shokong Palace? If you still regard me as your mother-in-law, kneel and confess your sins at once. Zhu Wuhuan regarded the Dowager with a smirk. I am innocent. Why should I kneel? As the esteemed Empress of Ining, if I could be so easily trampled upon, then what need would there be for an empress? Why would the emperor take a wife when he could simply let you manage the 6 palaces? Her words rendered the entire hall silent once more. How had the empress suddenly become so fierce? Did she not fear being deposed for such blatant defiance? Previously, during her visits to pay respects, she had quietly endured the Dowager's occasional barbs, never daring to retort. The Dowager, feeling her heart constrict with frustration at Zhu Wuhuan's sharp tongue, seethed with anger. Very well. Zhu Wuhuan, you possess spirit, do you? You dare to be proud before me? Then today, I shall shatter that pride of yours. She turned, loudly berating her subordinates. Go. The Empress Dowager declared, should you act, I shall bear the Emperor's wrath." Zhu Wuhuan chuckled lightly, acknowledging the irony. Indeed, before calamity strikes, the sovereigns often proclaim such sentiments. Yet, once misfortune ensues, the blame invariably shifts to their loyal subordinates, leaving the rulers unscathed. A gentle laughter escaped from one of the concubines, the slightly voluptuous Zhang Jiu, who quickly stifled her amusement, realizing the inappropriateness of the moment. Zhu Wuhuan's words, coupled with the laughter among the concubines, caused the eunuchs and matriarchs, who had been poised to seize the moment, to retreat silently once more. The Empress's reasoning resonated profoundly. Prior to any incident, the Dowager would have undoubtedly expressed such sentiments. However, when confronted by the Emperor's ire, how could she possibly argue? Instead, she would point fingers at her subservient attendants, claiming they were the culprits. Thus, to rush forward now would be tantamount to courting death. Ignoring the Dowager's counsel and hesitating would lead to doom, while charging forth against the Empress would surely result in a gruesome demise at the hands of the Emperor. Preserving one's life seemed the wisest course. The Dowager's countenance darkened as she witnessed her servants falter time and again. It was the first occasion her authority felt so diminished within her own domain. Her cold gaze swept over the eunuchs and matriarchs, and with a sharp breath, she turned to her trusted matriarch, Chunju. "You shall take a few individuals and apprehend the Empress." She fixed her icy stare on Zhu Wuhuan, asserting, "I refuse to believe that today, as a dowager, I cannot subdue you, a mere Empress." Zhu Wuhuan observed as Chunju approached with her entourage, remaining unperturbed. She met the Dowager's gaze with a smirk. "I am truly sorry, but today you shall witness that, as a dowager, you cannot overpower me, the Empress, for I have consumed a formidable elixir. Even if you send 5 or 50, I could easily cast them aside. Your Majesty, I implore you to kneel and apologize to her dowager. Otherwise, should we engage, it would not bode well for you," Chunju remarked coolly, her eyes reflecting the same disdain as her mistress, showing no regard for the Empress's stature. Zhu Wuhuan flexed her wrists, eyeing them with disdain. Engaging in a brawl would indeed be unseemly. After all, she had no intention of sparing these insolent subordinates. Chunju appeared to smirk, mocking Zhu Wuhuan's overestimation of her own abilities. Did she truly believe that, even as the daughter of a martial general, she could contend with 5 of them? They had all trained in combat to protect the Dowager. "Your Majesty, we shall not hold back," Chunju declared, and with a wave, she led 4 palace maids in a fierce charge. Zhu Wuhuan had long desired to test the prowess of her enhanced physique. With an opportunity presenting itself, she could not let it slip away. Ignoring the surrounding maidens, she focused on Chunju. This seasoned matriarch, having served the Dowager for years, must have committed numerous misdeeds, and she felt no remorse for what might transpire. As she exerted all her strength, she delivered a powerful punch to Chunju's abdomen as the latter charged forward. Chunju let out a piercing scream and staggered back a full yard, crashing heavily against the dragon-carved pillar of the Grand Hall. After colliding with the pillar, she fell violently to the ground. Arching her back, she struggled to lift her head, gazing at Zhu Wuhuan in disbelief. How could this be? She had been sent reeling back a yard by this woman's single blow. If the woman had exerted just a bit more force, would she have been sent flying? How could this woman possess such terrifying strength? Suddenly, Chunju was seized by a sharp pain in her abdomen, and she promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyelids fluttered, and she lost consciousness. Chunju, who had set out with the intention of achieving victory, met her demise instead, causing the other 4 palace maids to recoil in fear, terrified of meeting the same fate as Chunju at the hands of this formidable woman. Seeing the palace maids retreat in wise recognition, Zhu Wuhuan turned her attention leisurely to the unconscious Chunju. The blood and fainting indicated severe internal injuries. Indeed, this punch of hers was extraordinary, truly befitting someone capable of lifting weights of several hundred pounds with bare hands. The Empress Dowager, witnessing Chunju being struck down and subsequently spitting blood, was immediately filled with alarm and trepidation. She hastily rose and, with the aid of the palace maids, rushed to Chenju's side. Observing the fainted maid, her face turned pale with anxiety as she called out urgently for the imperial physician. Chenju had been her devoted attendant since her family days, a bond forged over decades. She lifted her hand and felt for Chenju's breath. There was still a pulse, which brought her some relief. Turning to Zhu Wuhuan, her eyes darkened with menace, she declared, "Zhu Wuhuan, if anything happens to Chenju, I shall ensure you pay for her life." Pay for her life? Zhu Wuhuan's gaze passed indifferently over the Empress Dowager before glancing at Chenju. She was about to retort that a mere servant did not deserve such vengeance when suddenly she noticed the Empress Dowager's hand, adorned with a string of beads at the wrist. The beads looked strikingly familiar. She was certain she had seen them before. Before she could ponder where she had encountered these beads, a deep, authoritative voice resonated from outside Shokong Palace. "Mother, you go too far. A dog slave who dares to defy the hierarchy. If she dies, does she deserve my empress to pay for her life?" His voice echoed throughout the grand hall, startling everyone present. "The emperor has arrived?" They all stood up, craning their necks to look outside. The tall figure standing in the golden morning light was so radiant, as if draped in shimmering gold. He strode forward like a celestial being, stepping amidst a sea of light, flanked by several armored guards, and made his way into the grand hall. The palace maids and eunuchs hurriedly bowed, and the concubines performed their curtsies. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Among those paying their respects was, of course, Zhu Wuhuan. As she bowed, she discreetly stole a glance at him. His entrance was rather dashing indeed. Sensing that Feng Changya was about to look her way, she quickly lowered her head, feigning an exceptionally obedient demeanor. After all, she had just committed a significant transgression in Shokong Palace, and if she did not pretend to be compliant in his presence, he would undoubtedly punish her. She could stand her ground against the Empress Dowager because the latter wielded no real power. However, when confronted by a tyrant, she was reluctant to test the waters. Although she could escape the palace with the help of the system, if absolutely necessary, who would wish to become a fugitive, constantly hunted by the world? Feng Changya perceived her inner thoughts, glanced at her, and a subtle smile graced his lips. It was wise of her to recognize the situation. He approached her, gently lifting her arm, and signaled for the others to rise. He cast a glance at the unconscious Chenju, then looked at Zhu Wuhuan with a sense of resignation. He mused to himself that his earlier suspicions had proven accurate. Had he arrived even a moment later, Zhu Wuhuan's temper could have wreaked havoc throughout Shokong Palace. As he observed Zhu Wuhuan, the other concubines watched them with envy. How disheartening it was for them that he merely offered Zhu Wuhuan a simple acknowledgement while personally assisting the Empress. "Your Majesty, are you here to support Zhu Wuhuan?" The Empress Dowager, holding a young palace maid's hand, stood up. At this moment, she was still unaware that her beloved youngest son had been confined, and thus her attitude toward Feng Changya remained relatively cordial. She gazed at him with disappointment, attempting to compel him to choose between mother and wife. "Your Majesty, you are my son. Are you truly willing to defy your mother for this woman?" "Mother, you exaggerate," Feng Changya replied, bowing respectfully to the Empress Dowager. He then raised his gaze, smiling as he said, "As your son, I naturally hold you in esteem, yet what of the Empress? What is she to me? She has acted in defiance, yet the Empress cannot discipline her?" The Empress Dowager's lips quivered with anger. "What do you mean by that? One must consider the master when reprimanding a servant." "This is my servant, Zhu Wuhuan." Feng Changya interrupted her, speaking coolly. "Whose servant she is matters not. She is merely a servant. Yet Zhu Wuhuan is the Empress of Daming, to whom I personally entrusted the imperial seal. Even if Chenju is your servant, she cannot surpass the Empress of Daming." Zhu Wuhuan, taken aback by his declaration, cast a furtive glance at him. Wow, that was quite a declaration, very imposing. How cool. However, she felt compelled to correct him. The notion that a servant is merely a servant was flawed. For instance, his servant, Eunuch Yuan, was not just any servant. He was a noble consort. Feng Changya nearly lost his composure, his expression taut. He felt an urge to draw his sword. Or was his great blade? He yearned to silence this audacious woman. Zhu Wuhuan inexplicably sensed a chill run down her spine. assuming it was due to the Empress Dowager's ire towards Feng Changye, which prevented her from expressing her anger. Thus, she inwardly chastised the Empress Dowager. She looked up, meeting the Empress Dowager's gaze. Realizing that the Dowager was indeed glaring at her, she thought to herself that the Empress Dowager was scolding her, causing an unsettling chill along her spine. The Empress? Does Zhu Wuhuan truly deserve to be the Empress of Daming? The Empress Dowager suppressed her fury, casting a cold smile at Zhu Wuhuan. A son who disrespects his mother-in-law and dares to confront her publicly is utterly unworthy of being the mother of a nation. She turned her gaze back to Feng Changye. Your Majesty, I implore you to cast aside this woman. There are countless noble ladies in the realm who surpass her in beauty. Why must you antagonize me for her sake? Dismiss her, and I shall personally select a virtuous and talented empress for you. Feng Changye curled his lips, casting a cold glance at his biological mother. This was her way always. Because of her affection for Prince Jean, she relentlessly insisted that he permit Prince Jean to remain in the capital, despite knowing that his advanced age would foster unwarranted ambitions. She persistently pressured him to shower Prince Jean with affection alongside her. And now, simply because she harbored a dislike for Zhu Wuhuan, she demanded he depose the Empress and select a daughter-in-law of her liking to take her place. Was he to marry for himself or for her? Did she truly see him as her son, or merely as a puppet? Mother, Feng Changye said directly, disregarding the audience surrounding them. You often claim that Zhu Wuhuan is unworthy of being a national matriarch, but what does worthiness truly signify? If a son finds favor, is that not sufficient? If you insist on the notion of worthiness, did not our imperial grandmother once admonish father, declaring that you are unworthy of being the mother of a nation, forbidding him from making you empress? Yet here you stand, having served as the national matriarch for so many years, and now you hold the esteemed title of Empress Dowager. Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow. She staggered back 2 steps, steadied only by the support of her maidservants, and looked up at Feng Changye in disbelief. Her lips trembled as she struggled to articulate a response. But being publicly confronted by her own son left her utterly speechless. Soon after, a wave of rage surged through her, overwhelming her senses and causing her head to throb painfully. Unable to withstand the shock, she fainted once more. Chapter 61. Wuhuan discovers the true object of the Empress Dowager's affection, Your Majesty. The maidservants quickly rushed to support her and then turned their gazes to Feng Changye. He had not anticipated that Zhu Wuhuan, after having provoked her for so long, would faint upon his arrival. It was remarkably similar to the day before. Despite Zhu Wuhuan's relentless provocation, it seemed that every time he spoke, she would succumb to unconsciousness, as if he were the one who had caused her to faint. How unfair. He massaged his temples and assisted his mother to rest. Turning to the guards behind him, he commanded, Zhongyu, swiftly summoned the imperial physician. He shot an exasperated glance at Zhu Wuhuan, signaling her to join him in attending to the Empress Dowager. Zhu Wuhuan silently followed him into the inner chambers, observing his upright figure with a smirk. Wow. He was truly the epitome of filial piety, managing to induce his mother's fainting spell each time he appeared. It was quite impressive. Feng Changye felt his temples throb with irritation and ultimately decided to feign deafness, pretending not to hear her thoughts. Upon reaching the Empress Dowager's chambers, the other concubines remained outside, while Zhu Wuhuan and Feng Changye entered the inner sanctum as the 2 sons and their wives. The Empress Dowager has been comfortably settled by the palace maids. Having shed her splendid garments, she lies beneath the covers with her eyes tightly shut. Meanwhile, Zhu Wuhuan sits beside Feng Changye on a small stool by the bed. As she lifts her gaze, she notes the delicate hand of the Empress Dowager resting atop the quilt. The white satin cuff reveals a stunning bracelet that catches her eye. This bracelet, composed of a series of round, charming beads, is crafted from an unknown material that exhibits a milky white hue tinged with a hint of crimson. It is truly a sight to behold. Zhu Wuhuan fixates on the beads and communicates with the system. I'm certain I have seen these beads before. The system responds. The system will assist the host in activating the residual power of the reversal pill, the host should carefully examine Empress Zhu's memories. Zhu Wuhuan concurs. All right, let's proceed. The system then utilizes its unique powers to awaken the lingering medicinal effects within Zhu Wuhuan. Feigning fatigue, she bows her head while meticulously scrutinizing Empress Zhu's recollections. Beside her, Feng Changye steals a glance at the beads adorning the Empress Dowager's wrist, and his eyes suddenly darken. He recognizes those beads, having seen his mother wear them since childhood, and continues to do so to this day. Why does Zhu Wuhuan claim she has encountered those beads before? Could there be an unspeakable secret concealed within his mother's bracelet? The power of the reversal pill is indeed formidable. Within a mere 30 seconds, Zhu Wuhuan traverses the entirety of Empress Zhu's life. At last, she discovers the memory in which the beads appear. I found it, she exclaims, abruptly opening her eyes and addressing the system. The system, intrigued, inquires, where have you seen them? Zhu Wuhuan's expression becomes somewhat intricate. She glances again at the bracelet on the Empress Dowager's wrist, confirming that it is identical to the one in her memory, and exhales a sigh. With deliberation, she reveals, in my father's study, General Zhu possesses an identical bracelet. The system is taken aback. So the Empress Dowager and General Zhu may have a past? Zhu Wuhuan sighs once more. I am uncertain. All I know is that when the Empress was 3 years old, she was carried by Lady Zhu to the general's study, where he happened to be examining a box. Upon seeing Lady Zhu and her daughter enter, he greeted them with a smile, the box left conspicuously on display, as if he did not regard it with much importance. As the couple exchanged affectionate words, the young Empress grew curious and tiptoed to the desk to reach for the contents of the box. Upon pulling it out, she discovered the very string of beads. In her playful excitement, she accidentally dropped the bracelet, the red thread snapping and the beads scattering across the floor. Terrified, she would be scolded by the general. She was surprised when he did not reprimand her. Gently, he patted her little head, then alongside Lady Zhu, bent down to gather the beads, ultimately casting them into the brazier to be consumed by flames. Pausing momentarily, Zhu Wuhuan continues, I seem to recall that while the young Empress dozed in the general's embrace, she heard Lady Zhu sigh and ask if she had yet to let go of her hopes. General Zhu calmly replied, those who abandon me cannot be retained. Yesterday's events are beyond recall. Upon uttering these words, Zhu Wuhuan fell silent alongside the system. Alas, this was a memory even Empress Zhu had long forgotten. After all, she was merely 3 years old at that time. How could she possibly remember such occurrences? Yet, upon recalling this matter, Zhu Wuhuan felt as though she had unearthed the reason behind the Empress Dowager's profound disdain for Empress Zhu. If General Zhu was a man she yearned for but could not possess, how could she ever harbor affection for the daughter born of General Zhu in another woman? No wonder a distinguished Empress Dowager insults me as a wretched person every time we meet. I believe she is not merely disparaging me, but rather using me as a vessel to condemn my mother, Zhu Wuhuan asserted with conviction. The system concurred deeply. One person, shrouded in melancholy, gazed at the elderly Empress Dowager on the bed, oblivious to the tempest of fury brewing in Feng Changye's eyes nearby. So this was the reason. His mother, the woman his father adored throughout his life, harbored affections for another? How could she face his father? Furthermore, his mother had consistently sown discord between him and the Empress, relentlessly pressuring him to depose her, all merely due to her own personal desires. She had repeatedly urged him to distance himself from General Zhu, and now, upon the general's misfortune, she had eagerly sought him out to obliterate the Zhu family. Suddenly, he understood the motive behind it all. Was it jealousy? Jealousy towards Lady Zhu, envy of the numerous exceptional offspring birthed by General Zhu and Lady Zhu, hence her desire for the annihilation of the entire Zhu clan. Even childhood memories began to unravel their meanings. He closed his eyes, recalling events from when he was 4 years old. At that time, he was but a short-statured young prince, and his mother was the most favored consort of his father, which granted him particular affection for the emperor. While other princes could only find a martial instructor to teach them archery, even the son of the then empress had merely a third-rank general as his mentor. He was personally led by his father to the esteemed General Zhu Huaining, entrusted to him to impart the arts of horsemanship and combat. His father placed his hand in that of General Zhu. It was the first time he beheld the commanding general who had returned from the border after 5 years. Gazing up at the tall, handsome stranger, he was momentarily frightened by the scar etched across the general's face and instinctively wished to retreat behind his father. However, before he could flee, the general grinned and lifted him high into the air. The general affectionately rubbed his forehead against the young prince's, smiling as he declared, "Your Highness, I shall be your master from this day forth. Are you still afraid of your master?" Chapter 62. The heartbreaking 4-year-old tyrant. It was the first occasion he had been lifted so high, and he felt an overwhelming joy. For the first time, he experienced the strength of robust arms cradling him, and a profound sense of security washed over him. Thus, he instantly took a liking to this master. Subsequently, his master would visit daily to teach him horsemanship and often take him outside the city for playful adventures. The master spoke of the concept of teaching through enjoyment, asserting that only by developing a fondness for archery would one earnestly dedicate themselves to learning. His master was remarkably skilled, capable of drawing a great bow to strike down birds soaring in the sky, subsequently sending his wife to brew soup for them to savor outside the city. His master was gentle. Even after correcting his grip on the bow 100 times, he never displayed anger towards him. When he, with tear-filled eyes, lamented his own foolishness, the master would affectionately pat his little head, reassuring him that the 5th prince was merely young, not foolish. He was skeptical. The master would then smile, kneeling before him, comparing the sizes of their heads, explaining that as one matures, so too does one's intellect. "Look, dear 5th prince, your head is quite small. Mine is much larger, is it not? Thus, I am wiser than you. However, when your head grows to be the same size as mine, you too shall possess my wisdom." In his youthful naivety, he was easily swayed by his master's words, which brought him great joy for an extended period. Each morning, upon awakening, he would peer into the mirror, gently touching his head to see if it had grown even a little, hoping to find himself a bit wiser. During those days, he relished his time with the master and his wife. He delighted in being held by his elder brother, Xian Yuan, as they rode a small pony together, and he enjoyed being hoisted upon the shoulders of his second brother, Lan Yuan. The only one he found less endearing was his little sister, Wuan, who was slightly younger and perpetually weepy, which he found quite bothersome. He could not recall how many months passed before everything changed abruptly. Upon returning to the palace one day, he was met by his long-awaited mother. The palace was eerily silent. She had dismissed all attendants and sat there with Feng Changjin, awaiting his arrival. Upon entering, he was overwhelmed with joy, for he too had a mother and younger brother waiting for him. He rushed forward, eager to share the day's happiness with them. However, as he leaped forward, he was met with a resounding slap from his mother. The force was so great that it knocked out one of his teeth. Stumbling back, he sat on the ground in disbelief, staring up at his mother. Grasping his fallen tooth and covering his mouth, blood trickled between his fingers, and pain brought tears to his eyes. Yet, his mother seemed utterly indifferent to his injury. With a frenzied finger pointing at him, she berated him mercilessly, calling him an ungrateful wretch, devoid of heart, chastising him for recognizing another as mother, and harshly questioning why he did not simply perish. That day, after dismissing the palace maids and eunuchs, his mother scolded him for a full quarter of an hour. Clutching his fallen tooth, blood staining his hands, he realized that for those long minutes, no one had shown him any concern. Eventually, he vaguely grasped the reason for his mother's fury. Earlier that day, while playing at the Zhu residence, he had twisted his ankle, and his master's wife had tenderly cradled him, gently massaging his small foot. Gazing up at her through teary eyes, he had blurted out, "If only my mother could be as wonderful as you." Just a single utterance had cost him the price of a lost tooth. As he wept, looking at the mother who had struck and scolded him, he could not comprehend why a mere slip of the tongue could warrant such a severe reaction. He gazed at Feng Changjin nestled in their mother's embrace, soothing her with tender words, proclaiming her to be the finest mother in the world, unmatched by any other, and that Jeaner loved her above all else. He tightly grasped the small fallen tooth in his hand, momentarily lost in thought, reflecting that dear brother. It's simply because you have yet to encounter a better mother. Eventually, after Feng Changjin had managed to coax their mother into laughter, she sent for someone to tend to his wounds, applying ointment to his swollen cheek. Yet, the pain persisted. That night, he felt a profound sense of grievance and discomfort, but he reassured himself that it was all right, that he need not fear, for after enduring the darkness of night, dawn would break, bringing the chance to see his master and mistress. His master would surely cradle him gently, tending to his wounds, while his mistress would treat him like a cherished baby, showering him with affection. His master's elder brothers would undoubtedly join in to amuse him. However, that did not come to pass. As dawn arrived, he donned his attire with a cheerful heart, sitting on the steps, eagerly awaiting his master's arrival. Instead, it was his father who came to inform him that he would no longer have a master. His father revealed that today his master had voluntarily resigned in court, expressing a preference for a simple life as a farmer over continuing to instruct him. His master deemed him unruly and dim-witted, asserting that he was beyond teaching and that it would be better for him to cease his studies altogether. His master believed that farming in the countryside would be far less burdensome than educating this foolish prince. In the end, his father conveyed that his master had taken a liking to the third brother and would henceforth teach him horsemanship and archery. He could not believe it and pleaded with his father to allow him to leave the palace for a glimpse of the truth. 3 days later, once his wounds had healed, he accompanied his mother to the grand scholar's residence next door. Standing atop the lofty pavilion, he beheld his master lifting the third brother onto a horse, guiding him in archery, and gently ruffling his hair in praise, just as he had once been treated. His mother stood beside him, whispering, "You believe Zhu Huaining regards you differently, but take a closer look. There is no distinction in his treatment of you and your third brother. He can devote himself fully to instructing you, just as he can to your third brother. When you call him master, his entire family cherishes you. When your third brother calls him master, they will cherish him in the same manner. The Zhu family has always favored nothing but your princely status. They have never truly valued you as an individual." He was led away by his mother, tears streaming down his cheeks. Before departing, he witnessed his master and mistress surrounding the third brother, inquiring about his well-being. The Zhu family, who had shown him such affection just days prior, did not send a single soul to inquire about the pain from his lost tooth. The ache in his mouth was indeed excruciating. As memories faded, Feng Chanye rubbed his aching temples. Ever since he had gradually distanced himself from the Zhu family, he had ceased to reflect on his childhood. Observing Zhu Huaining growing increasingly close to the third brother, he regarded it as the affair of strangers. After all, it was merely a master he had known for 2 or 3 months. Since they were no longer teacher and student, they might as well remain as distant acquaintances. As he matured, he surmised that the sudden cessation of Zhu Huaining's teachings in horsemanship and archery was undoubtedly influenced by his mother's intervention. Yet, even with that understanding, what difference did it make? Zhu Huaining has long been a revered mentor to the third prince, and their bond has blossomed beautifully. In time, he also found another mentor, who was equally commendable. Both relationships were profoundly enriching. In chapter 63, the Empress Dowager lies in a deep slumber, her eyes tightly closed, while Feng Chanye's lips curl into a faint smirk. For years, he believed that his mother's intervention severed his ties with the Zhu family out of an overabundance of love for him, fearing he might view his mentor as a maternal figure, prompting her to preemptively cut their connection. He thought her actions stemmed from affection, yet it appears he was merely indulging in self-deception. The love she harbored for him pales in comparison to her jealousy and animosity towards the Zhu family. Had she truly loved him, she would have set aside her personal grievances after the emperor facilitated the bond between him and the valiant general Zhu Huaining, thereby fortifying his relationship with the Zhu family and drawing them into his fold to bolster his ascent to the throne. Instead, her private resentments led her to sever his ties with Zhu Huaining, pushing him into the camp of the third prince. Subsequently, the power struggle among the first, second, third, and fourth princes culminated in disastrous endings for the other 3, with the third prince emerging unscathed, shielded by Zhu Huaining's unwavering loyalty. In those years, when he faced betrayal and had no allies, he couldn't help but feel envy and resentment towards the steadfast protection Zhu Huaining afforded the third prince. For Zhu Huaining was meant to be his mentor. That unwavering, Mount Tai-like guardianship should have rightfully belonged to him. In the years following his ascension, the relationship between him and Zhu Huaining has grown increasingly tenuous, not least due to Zhu Huaining's repeated opposition to him in order to safeguard the third prince. He found it challenging to open his heart to someone who once supported the third prince in his bid for the throne. That he did not allow his personal grievances to compel Zhu Huaining to relinquish his military duties was already a remarkable feat. Reflecting on this, Feng Changya gazed at the unconscious Empress Dowager, the irony in his smile sharpening. His mother often claims that his ascension was solely due to her support, yet he yearns to utter a most disrespectful truth. Had she not been a hindrance, his path might have been far smoother. He wouldn't have been forced to the brink of despair by the first prince, nearly losing his life in the process. Had she not held him back, when the emperor entrusted his hand to Zhu Huaining, the latter would have undoubtedly been his lifelong mentor and protector. The esteem Zhu Huaining commanded in the military and among the populace was unparalleled. Had he been the one under Zhu Huaining's guardianship, rather than the third prince, he would not have endured such tribulations. Even now, if he and Zhu Huaining remained the close mentor-student pair they once were, rather than the estranged sovereign and subject they have become, he would undoubtedly place his unwavering trust in Zhu Huaining upon hearing news from the frontier. Instead of hastily deciding to exterminate the entire Zhu family upon hearing from the Empress that Zhu Huaining was the biological son of the Shiyuan tribe's princess, he acknowledged that the impulsive decree was indeed his error. Yet, was there truly no scheming on his mother's part? He found himself suddenly eager to know. Historically, he had succumbed to his mother's incitement, and, under the machinations of Prince Jin, had indeed led to the Zhu family's annihilation, ultimately resulting in Zhu Huaining succumbing to the anguish and dying from blood loss. What emotions consumed the Empress upon learning of Zhu Huaining's demise? Was she elated that the man who had married another was finally dead, or was she filled with regret for having orchestrated the destruction of the Zhu family, ultimately leading to the death of the man she had always loved? Gazing at the pearl bracelet that had never left his mother's wrist, Feng Changya had already formed an answer in his heart. It was likely the latter. Following Zhu Huaining's bloodshed and death, the Empress must have been engulfed in sorrow and remorse. Perhaps Zhu Huaining's death became a thorn forever lodged in her heart. She had always excelled at shifting blame onto others. Would she refuse to acknowledge her culpability in Zhu Huaining's death, instead laying the blame squarely on her tyrant son? After all, it was he who had ordered the execution of the Zhu family, which had ultimately driven Zhu Huaining to his demise, was it not? Would she, because her tyrant son had caused the death of the man she cherished for a lifetime, subsequently develop an unbridgeable rift with him? Otherwise, it was incomprehensible to him how their relationship had deteriorated to the point where, as Zhu Wuhuan had remarked, she would rather feign illness than attend his funeral to bid him a final farewell. The only reason a mother would refuse to see her own son off for the last time could only stem from hatred, right? Feng Changya pressed his hand against his forehead once more. Nearby, Zhu Wuhuan observed his repeated gesture with keen interest. She thought to herself, look, he has pressed his forehead for the third time. He must be deeply concerned about his mother. Although she treats him poorly, he still holds her in high regard. A sense of worry crept in. What if one day he discovers the truth about his mother and my father? Will he be so enraged that he would poison my father, ultimately leading to his demise? The system slyly suggested, certainly. Therefore, host, you must take the initiative. When General Zhu returns victorious in a month, why not persuade him to conspire with you? Zhu Wuhuan was rendered speechless. This system truly lacked an understanding of human nature. She sighed with weariness. System, look at the Zhu family from the steadfast General Zhu, who has devoted his life to the Denning dynasty. To Zhu Xinyuan and Zhu Longyuan, none of them resemble individuals who would join me in rebellion. When the tyrant sought to obliterate the Zhu family, Zhu Longyuan and the others never contemplated insurrection. Now that the tyrant has pardoned the Zhu family and even elevated Zhu Longyuan's rank, how could they possibly conspire with me in rebellion? The integrity and loyalty of the Zhu family were not something that could be swayed by a mere daughter. They would undoubtedly not follow her into folly. The system, upon hearing her words, felt a twinge of disappointment. After a moment's contemplation, it responded, "By the way, didn't the host always wish for the tyrant to depose you and send you to Lingnan? Since the tyrant has not deposed you, you could leave on your own." The host's reluctance to escape alone stemmed from the fear of implicating the Zhu family, worrying that the tyrant would take revenge on them, exterminating their entire clan of 76. However, once General Zhu returns, his illustrious military achievements will suffice to absolve you of the crime of fleeing the palace. At that point, you can boldly escape the imperial palace, with General Zhu protecting your family, ensuring that none of them will perish. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuhuan raised an eyebrow. This idea was rather appealing. The system store was filled with splendid items, and if she completed 2 additional tasks over the next month to accumulate more points, she could easily escape from the depths of the palace. With General Zhu safeguarding her family, she need not worry about them suffering due to her actions. From then on, the sky would be vast and the sea boundless. She could revel in her freedom as she pleased. Chapter 64. You want me to leave? Very well. I shall take my leave. Farewell. Once again, hearing Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts, Feng Changya exclaimed, "Zhu Wuhuan, return my sorrow to me. I am utterly distressed here. Yet you are beside me, contemplating escape and how to frolic around the world. With your antics, can I still mourn? If you wish to revel, unless I am dead." Feng Changya fiercely lowered his hand from his forehead, casting a sidelong glare at Zhu Wuhuan. Upon sensing his gaze, Zhu Wuhuan immediately shouted internally, "System, look, he is glaring at me again. He has glared at me twice. It was he who caused his mother to faint from anger. Yet he dares to glare at me. I only get annoyed when necessary. Unlike him, he is quite the fool." Feng Changya looked wearily at the Empress Dowager. Indeed, he was a fool. He did not wish to argue any further. However, regarding Zhu Wuhuan's conversation with the system, had he known of the past between his mother and Zhu Huaining, would he poison Zhu Huaining? He felt the need to defend himself. He was already aware of the history between his mother and Zhu Huaining, yet he would not resort to poisoning Zhu Huaining. Zhu Huaining, he squinted, recalling the first time he beheld that handsome general, gallant, upright, and striking. Despite exuding the fierce aura of one who had fought through countless adversaries, he surprisingly possessed a gentle demeanor. Like a towering mountain, he was majestic and reliable. He resembled the sun hanging in the sky, warm and radiant. It was only natural for such a man to be well-liked. He would not harm that man simply because he was coveted by a woman of questionable sanity, even if that woman happened to be his mother. He cast a glance at Zhu Wuhuan, reflecting that, in matters not concerning the court, he was indeed far removed from the notion of a tyrant. He could reason truly. The physician soon arrived, trembling with trepidation as he checked the Empress Dowager's pulse. His diagnosis mirrored that of the previous day's physician. Acute anger had overwhelmed her, causing her to faint from distress. After experiencing 2 consecutive fainting spells, the Empress Dowager must now take ample rest and adhere strictly to her medication, avoiding any further emotional turmoil. The imperial physician cautiously administered acupuncture to her. Moments later, the Empress Dowager's eyelids began to flutter. "Your Majesty, I have administered 2 needles to Her Highness. She shall awaken shortly." The physician respectfully informed Feng Changya as he withdrew the silver needles. "You may leave." Feng Changya nodded, signaling the physician to depart. Just as the physician exited, the Empress Dowager regained consciousness. Upon seeing Feng Changya seated by her bedside, her expression soured considerably. The sight of Zhu Wuhuan beside him only exacerbated her displeasure. Her son had caused her distress, and while she could begrudgingly accept that he was her flesh and blood, she could never forgive the insolent Zhu Wuhuan. With a hand pressed against her chest, she weakly yet angrily commanded, "You be gone. I do not wish to see you." Zhu Wuhuan, taken aback, relished this unexpected turn of events. "How delightful! I had no desire to remain by the side of this cantankerous matron," she declared, rising eagerly. "Mother, do take care of yourself. I shall take my leave at once." With that, she swiftly turned to make her exit. Feng Changya, observing her, found himself exasperated. You truly intend to leave upon my command? The Empress Dowager also looked on in disbelief, her expression darkening further. Although she wished for Zhu Wuhuan to be out of her sight, she never anticipated that the woman would so boldly attempt to abandon the scene, displaying her disdain so overtly. Feng Changye, glancing at the Empress Dowager, who was pressing her chest in agitation, grasped Zhu Wuhuan's sleeve. Halt! Zhu Wuhuan was unwilling to comply. She discreetly tugged at her sleeve, attempting to slip away, but his grip was too tight, leaving her no choice but to halt and turn back with an innocent expression. Your Majesty, why do you hold me so? The Empress Dowager herself has declared she does not wish to see me. Are you intent on causing her another fainting spell? Feng Changye's temples throbbed with frustration. This insufferable woman, would she learn to curb her tongue and avoid provoking others? The Empress Dowager scoffed at Zhu Wuhuan's words. How can my son possibly cause me distress? It is you, the disrespectful daughter-in-law, who has truly brought me to this state. She declared, a woman like you is unworthy of being my son's wife. Having spoken, the Empress Dowager turned her gaze toward Feng Changye, silently hoping that he would defend her. Surely, he would speak on her behalf, if not to dismiss Zhu Wuhuan entirely, then at the very least to impose a severe reprimand. However, Feng Changye's response was unexpected. Mother, since the moment my son wed the Empress, you have shown disdain for her. Why did you not voice your objections prior to their union? His piercing gaze locked onto the Empress Dowager's eyes. If you so despise her, how could you expect me to have chosen her as my bride had you allowed me to choose between you two? The Empress Dowager's eyes flickered at his words. She lowered her gaze and casually remarked, how was I to know back then that the daughter raised by the Zhu family could be so utterly lacking? Zhu Wuhuan silently regarded the Empress Dowager, pondering to herself, what nonsense! You clearly despise Lady Zhu. If her cherished daughter were to become your daughter-in-law, you would seize the opportunity to exact revenge on both mother and daughter, would you not? Feng Changye cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Wuhuan and replied to the Empress Dowager with a faint smile. If that is the case, then I cannot depose the Empress. Before I wed Zhu Wuhuan, you, mother, said nothing. Yet the moment I married her, you took a disliking to her and demanded I cast her aside. How could I have known that after I disposed of her, you would merely find fault with the next Empress as well? Shall I continue to marry and dispose of wives like a game, disregarding my own reputation as the Emperor? The Empress Dowager, taken aback by his defiance, could hardly believe that this rebellious son would not heed her command. He was audacious enough to protect that wretched Zhu Wuhuan. Moreover, he had the audacity to leisurely toy with Zhu Wuhuan's fingers before her eyes, as if she were unaware of his fondness for that scoundrel. Very well. The more he shields her, the more I shall seek to remove Zhu Wuhuan. Come forth, she called out, raising her voice, and immediately a young maid rushed in. Fixing her gaze on Feng Changye, she spoke deliberately. Go, fetch the imperial decree left by the late emperor for me. Chapter 65. The tyrant's outburst upon hearing this. Feng Changye's fingers faltered as he abruptly lifted his gaze to the Empress Dowager. His eyes were as cold as a blade encased in frost. Are you really invoking the imperial decree again? Every time I express a hint of my own opinion, you summon Father S. decree to suppress me, believing I would remain placid for all eternity? Mother, what need is there for the imperial decree? Feng Changye rose slowly, looking down at the Empress Dowager. A sardonic smile graced his lips. Do you truly think that every time you produce the decree left by the late emperor, I will inevitably yield? You must understand, the decree is merely a lifeless artifact. It cannot compel my submission. What leads me to submit to you time and again is my respect for Father and my filial piety towards you. However, Mother, he fixed his gaze on her, enunciating each word clearly. If you persist in exhausting my filial piety and respect, then I shall not hesitate to embrace the role of a rebellious son. As he concluded, he cast a cold glance at the maid who had prepared to retrieve the decree. If you dare to present the decree today, I shall not hesitate to set it ablaze, bringing an end to this once and for all. His resolute declaration sent the maid crashing to her knees, too frightened to proceed with her task. The Empress Dowager, taken aback by his sudden outburst, stared at him in disbelief, instinctively reprimanding him. Feng Changye, how dare you? If you burn the decree left by your father, it is an affront to the late emperor. You are being unfilial and rebellious. You will be met with universal condemnation, and your name will be recorded in history, forever tainted. Feng Changye scoffed. The tyrant's name had already echoed through the annals of history for a millennium. Had it not? He had long since earned his infamy, so what was there to fear? The scorn of the masses was merely the idle chatter of outsiders. If it came to that, I would sever them all with a single stroke. The stain on my reputation would only matter posthumously, once I closed my eyes. Who would still care about the deluge of discontent? He locked eyes with the Empress Dowager. Yet, mother, your relentless pressure looms before me, almost manifesting every few days. And that is what truly vexes and saddens me. If a single act of defiance could ensure a lifetime of peace, then what harm would there be in my rebellion? The Empress Dowager was rendered speechless by his words, clutching her heart as her face turned pale, her gaze fixed upon him. He stood there, exuding a chilling aura, with no intention of admitting fault. The mother and son faced each other in a tense standoff. The silence in the chamber so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This deathly quietude compelled Zhu Wuhuan to abandon her languid demeanor, adopting a more solemn posture. She quietly regarded the tall man beside her. Despite his recent resemblance to the cold-blooded tyrant depicted in historical texts, she found herself inexplicably untroubled by his demeanor. Rather, she felt a flutter of excitement. He was undeniably handsome, cool, and imposing. If those he ruthlessly eliminated were indeed deserving of their fate, she would gladly cease to call him a tyrant. If those he confronted and vanquished were akin to the Empress Dowager, then she would applaud him, commending his actions. Alas, historical records would reveal that in the subsequent 3 years, many of those he executed were loyal ministers, a grave error on his part. Feng Changye sensed Zhu Wuhuan's inner thoughts, his eyelashes fluttering slightly. The misdeeds of his past had yet to occur, had they not? Had not the heavens brought her to his side to allow him the chance to rectify his past transgressions? Being a tyrant was never his desire. The intricacies of court affairs were convoluted, and a moment's negligence could lead to the wrongful execution of the innocent, which was never his intention. When the opportunity for redemption arose, how could he stubbornly refuse to change? Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the Empress Dowager. He shattered the impasse. Mother, please rest well. The Empress and I shall take our leave for now, and we will return to see you later. With that, he bowed respectfully and took Zhu Wuhuan by the wrist, departing with purpose. The Empress Dowager, enraged, clutched her garments tightly at her chest, refraining from calling out to him or daring to mention a decree to subdue him. She slowly gazed at the canopy above the bed, tears cascading from the corners of her eyes. Unfilial son, Feng Changye, you ungrateful child. Leaving Shokong Palace, the two walked side by side along the tranquil corridor without a palanquin. The warm sunlight graced their shoulders, and Zhu Wuhuan glanced at him, noticing how the light seemed to diminish the shadows of his fury. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, Your Majesty, what kind of person was the late emperor in private? Why did he leave such a decree before his passing? She softly added, After years of marriage with the Empress Dowager, did he not realize how difficult life would become for you, Your Majesty, once she possessed that edict? Feng Changye gradually halted his steps. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Wuhuan, then gazed up at the azure sky. Lost in memories of his father, holding his hand tightly in his final moments, imparting those words. It was 7 years ago when his father, frail after 3 months of lingering illness, could no longer endure. While still coherent, his father summoned the regents to proclaim the succession edict, dismissing everyone else, leaving only him behind. His father's emaciated hand grasped his firmly. Year, I have one last wish. You must promise me, as if I were begging you, he implored. Year, I know your mother's temperament, and you will not tolerate her for long. Sooner or later, you will sever ties with her completely. My request is this. Regardless of what your mother may do in the future, you must spare her life. Let her live out her days in peace. If one day you discover your mother has changed, becoming gentle, virtuous, forgiving, and kind, even calling you by name and shedding tears while reminiscing about me, then you must come to my tomb and share this news with me. I have waited 14 years for this. I did not witness this day in life, but after my death, you must not let me remain in regret." With those final words, tears streamed down his father's face as he drew his last breath, still gazing out the window as if awaiting someone who would never return. The memories dissipated. Feng Changye blinked rapidly, suppressing the well of emotion in his eyes. He smiled faintly, responding to Zhu Wuhuan's earlier question. Why did his father leave such a decree? Because in his father's eyes, the Empress was gentle, virtuous, forgiving, and kind. She loved him dearly and also cherished me. Meeting Zhu Wuhuan's incredulous gaze, he chuckled softly. Who could believe it? I do not, either. The mother he described is entirely different from the one we see before us. He shook his head, laughing as he took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he halted abruptly. He turned sharply to face Zhu Wuhuan. Two different people. Chapter 66. My mother is also a transmigrator? Isn't it true that such a transformation has occurred before me? The former Zhu Wuhuan and the present Zhu Wuhuan, are they not worlds apart? For within this same body reside two distinct souls. Might it not be the case with my mother as well? Could there have been two different souls inhabiting her body? The Empress Dowager, who now controls this vessel, may not be the one my father truly cherished, not the mother I, Feng Changye, was born to. Realizing this, a dull ache surged in his forehead. He staggered backward, his back pressed firmly against the cold brick wall. Your Majesty! Everyone, except for Zhu Wuhuan, was taken aback and hurried forward. Feng Changye raised his hand, signaling everyone to remain where they were and not to approach him. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat quickly saturating his forehead. Pressing his hand against the sudden pain in his brow, he closed his eyes, recalling the scene of his father, the Emperor, on his deathbed. The aged Emperor grasped his hand, tears streaming down his face as he implored him not to harm the Empress, regardless of her transgressions, insisting that her life must be preserved. The Emperor also mentioned that if one day the Empress became gentle, forgiving, and kind, he should visit the Emperor's tomb to share that news, for he had waited 14 years. Feng Changye suddenly opened his eyes. His father had passed away 7 years ago, at which point he was not yet 16 and Feng Changjin was not yet 14. The 14 years the Emperor spoke of was when he was but 2, and Feng Changjin was about to be born. Feng Changye fixed his gaze on Zhu Wuhuan. If his mother had undergone a similar experience as Zhu Wuhuan, then the Empress residing in Shokong Palace was not his true mother. Feng Changjin was the offspring of the current Empress. It was no wonder that the Empress favored Feng Changjin while constantly pressuring Feng Changye. Zhu Wuhuan stood there, her eyes filled with a chilling intensity. He approached her step by step, as if intending to reduce her to ashes inch by inch. Upon realizing that he had become a victim of the arrival of the Traversers, he could no longer remain calm when looking at Zhu Wuhuan, a woman who, like the Empress, had usurped another's body. The Traversers, how detestable, who granted them the authority to seize others' bodies, who allowed them to replace another's life. Did his mother deserve such a fate? Did his father truly have to wait 14 years for his mother, unable to close his eyes even at the end? And he, who should have had loving parents, had instead endured hardship from his childhood due to that Traverser in Shokong Palace, losing the beautiful childhood a child ought to have. Thus, the current Empress, who had usurped his mother's body and mistreated him for 21 years, deserved condemnation. Zhu Wuhuan, the Traverser who occupied another's body, was equally abhorrent. Your Majesty, Zhu Wuhuan gasped as Feng Changye approached her, radiating an aura of menace. What was happening? What had she done? Upon leaving Shokong Palace, she had merely inquired about the former Emperor's decree. She had not intended to provoke him. He had seemed fine moments ago. How had he turned so terrifying? Feng Changye, enveloped in coldness, stepped closer to Zhu Wuhuan. Yet, as he reached to grasp her fragile neck, so delicate it seemed it could snap with a twist, his hand, though raised, hesitated to draw near. His innate rage led him to direct his anger towards all Traversers, wishing to eradicate every last one of them from the world. However, as he approached her, his fury unexpectedly extinguished. She was unlike the Empress Dowager. After assuming the identity of Consort Zhu, She did not mistreat any of the family members of this body. She had not tormented him as the Empress Dowager had. Gradually calming down, a particular detail suddenly flashed through his chaotic mind. He recalled that Zhu Wuhuan had mentioned to the system in Shokong Palace that the Empress Dowager and Zhu Huaining shared a past. He abruptly realized that something was amiss. His speculation might be flawed. A man of Zhu Huaining's strong character could never presume to engage with the Emperoress woman in an inappropriate manner. Thus, their past must have occurred before the Empress Dowager entered the palace as a consort. If the current Empress Dowager was indeed a time traveler who arrived after his birth, then his true mother must have been the original owner of this body. Consequently, it should have been his genuine mother who once shared a bond with Zhu Huaining. Then, how could this time-traveling Empress Dowager have cherished the jewelry, symbolizing her bond with Zhu Huaining, while simultaneously harboring resentment toward the Zhu family? If that reasoning did not hold, perhaps another possibility existed. His mother was the time traveler. The current Empress Dowager in Shokong Palace had once shared a childhood romance with Zhu Huaining, only to abandon him upon entering the palace due to an unlikable disposition and lack of intelligence. Thus, after several years without the Emperor's favor, for reasons unknown, his mother somehow transitioned into the Empress Dowager's form. His mother, kind, gentle, and virtuous, won the Emperor's affection, leading her from a lowly consort to the esteemed position of Guifei. Yet, for reasons unknown, she departed when he was merely 2 years old. Now, the Empress Dowager of Shokong Palace had regained control of this body. This clarified why the current Empress Dowager harbored no affection for him. He was the child born of the body occupied by the time traveler, and she instinctively rejected him, failing to acknowledge him as her son. In contrast, Feng Changjin was different. After his mother's departure, the current Empress Dowager regained control of the body and personally bore Feng Changjin, thus in her eyes. He was undoubtedly her true son. Suddenly realizing that his mother was the time traveler, akin to Zhu Wuhuan, Feng Changya's previously soaring wrath and bubbling hatred dissipated into thin air. While time travelers could be detestable, without them, he would not exist, would he? Therefore, as long as they did not commit heinous acts, he could extend some measure of forgiveness toward them. With his anger subsiding, Feng Changya gazed at the close proximity of Zhu Wuhuan, then glanced at his hand, which was still lifted, poised to clutch her neck. An unexpected embarrassment washed over him. How was he to navigate this situation? Continuing to strangle her was no longer an option. Yet, if he approached her in a fit of rage and did nothing, Zhu Wuhuan might think him mad, and the other palace attendants would surely believe he had lost his wits. This would not do. The majesty of an emperor should not be trampled underfoot. His gaze fixated on Zhu Wuhuan, slowly descending from her eyes to her nose and lips. Suddenly, his expression hardened. Without a change in demeanor, he raised his hand and abruptly grasped Zhu Wuhuan's chin, leaning down to bestow an irresistible kiss upon her lips. Zhu Wuhuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. She had been pondering whether this tyrant intended to engage her in a brawl, and yet, this was the outcome. Approaching her for a kiss while exuding an aura of confrontation. Was this the unique charisma of a tyrant? Moreover, why was he kissing her out of blue? Chapter 67. Wu Huan saw the eunuch Yuan weeping, which startled her into pushing the tyrant away. Unwilling to be a mere morsel for the tyrant, Zhu Wuhuan naturally sought to distance herself from him. However, upon catching sight of the palace attendants nearby, her raised hand fell silently back to her side. So many eyes were upon her. As the Empress, how could she dare to resist the Emperor's kiss? What would others think? Should she bring shame upon this tyrant? What retribution might he enact upon her? Ah, never mind, it was merely a kiss. She could endure it. Yet, she wondered what had stirred his sudden fury today, transforming into someone who seemed to require kisses as a means of survival. Truly perplexing. Feng Xiaqingyi, having sensed her thoughts, couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. Oh, so it must be in the presence of others that he needed to kiss her, right? Henceforth, as long as there were witnesses, he could indulge in such acts without fearing her retaliation with that poisonous pill. It seemed he grasped a rather special and clandestine technique. Not far off, the diligent Yuanzi, having completed his task of capturing the head eunuch of the Internal Affairs Court, rushed over, panting, only to witness his master kissing the Empress in plain view. His eyes widened in excitement. Finally, he had stumbled upon an exhilarating scene. He hastened to the group, gesturing for the other attendants to turn away. Then he leaned in, gleefully whispering to Feng Yingyi's personal guard, Zhongyu. Look, our emperor was just brimming with anger. Yet upon kissing the Empress, all that fury dissipated in an instant. He beamed. From now on, we need not fear the emperor's wrath. Whenever he is enraged, we shall promptly summon the Empress. The burly Zhongyu cast a discreet glance toward the emperor, his smile laden with meaning. Indeed, their Empress possessed remarkable powers, capable of curing the emperor's every ailment. Just look at how desperate he was, unable to wait until returning to the palace to kiss her. He had to seize her right there. And yet, the emperor stubbornly refused to admit his affection for the Empress. That day, when the emperor had chased the Empress to the outside of Chang'e Palace, staring at the palace walls while feeling the cold wind, he and Xie Hong had remarked that the emperor had fallen for her, yet the emperor denied it, insisting they remain silent. With today's kiss, the entire palace would surely learn of the emperor's deep affection for the Empress, even in broad daylight. He needed to embrace her and steal a few kisses to quench his thirst. Xiaoyu deeply resonated with the sentiment, affirming that the Empress is indeed the sovereign's remedy. In times of the emperor's illness, should he refuse medication, it is the Empress he will seek for salvation. When the ministers provoke his ire, and he is on the verge of fury, it is the Empress who will be summoned to restore calm. Should the emperor's mood sour, rendering all things displeasing, he will call upon the Empress to console him. No elixirs or miraculous potions are necessary. A mere embrace, a gentle kiss, and the emperor is soothed to tranquility. Stealing a glance at the emperor, lost in a fervent embrace with the Empress, Xiaoyu felt a tumult of poignant emotions. Sorrow, gratitude, and relief swell within him. He confided to Zhongyu, "How wonderful it is that our master, who has been so neglected and unloved, now finds solace in the Empress. At last, he has forged a connection with her, culminating in a blissful union." As he spoke, tears brimmed in his eyes. The master had endured so much hardship since the passing of the late emperor, left without a soul to converse with. Wiping away the tears, he joyfully declared, "Now, our master is no longer alone. He has the Empress's affection. I sincerely hope that next year, the Empress bears a little prince or princess, allowing our master to revel in the joys of fatherhood." Witnessing our master's happiness fulfills us, his loyal servants. Zhongyu cast a sidelong glance at the sentimental Xiaoyu, bluntly stating, "You are but a servant. We are not. We are guards, subordinates." Xiaoyu silently lifted his gaze, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. He wished to glare at Zhongyu, but he refrained. A mere glance would unleash the flood. Disinclined to engage with Zhongyu's sharp tongue, he turned away, attempting to discreetly dab at his eyes while surreptitiously observing the emperor and the Empress. However, upon turning, he was caught in the gaze of Zhu Wuhuan, already exasperated by Feng Changya's relentless affection. Inadvertently noticed Xiaoyu standing nearby, quietly wiping away tears for her and Feng Changya. Oh heavens! Zhu Wuhuan felt a chill run down her spine. In a panic, she pushed Feng Changya away and stumbled back 2 steps. What awkward scene she found herself in. She had been kissed by the very man she admired, while the heartbroken recipient stood nearby, shedding tears. If she were merely a bystander reading a novel, she would undoubtedly rush forth to chastise the woman being kissed. Did she not realize the complexity of their relationship? Why entangle herself with the one who had captured her heart, causing the delicate, beautiful recipient to weep? How utterly detestable! Yet, she was not an outsider. She was the very woman entangled in this predicament. How could she explain to Xiaoyu that she was merely a pawn in the tyrant's game? Feng Changya, noticing Zhu Wuhuan's abrupt rejection, felt his previously relaxed demeanor shift back to agitation. He glared at Zhu Wuhuan, cursing her silently. This wretched woman could never seem to move past the complexities of their relationship. It seems that only after he fathers 2 children with her will she truly believe that he is not a man of questionable inclinations? He took a deep breath, suppressing his temper, and then addressed Zhu Wuhuan, stating, I have important matters to attend to. You may return to the Tai Chi Palace on your own. After saying this, he instructed the other palace attendants, escort Her Majesty back to the Tai Chi Palace. Watching the attendants respectfully accompany Zhu Wuhuan as she departed, he finally turned to leave. As Zhu Wuhuan walked further away, she glanced back and saw him approaching Xiao Yuanzai. She thought to herself, look at that, when Xiao Yuanzai is absent, he becomes audacious enough to kiss me. Yet upon her arrival, he retreats, hastily sending me away and rushing to explain himself to Xiao Yuanzai. What a scoundrel! One who loves Xiao Yuanzai yet still seeks to kiss me. Could he truly be both a rogue and a cad? With her head held high, she departed, disdain for the rogue evident in her demeanor. As Feng Changye reached Xiao Yuanzai and Zhongyu, he heard her inner thoughts. He immediately turned to gaze at her retreating figure, his temples throbbing with vexation. He had intended to return to the Shokong Palace, which is why he approached Xiao Yuanzai. He was not deliberately heading over to explain himself to her. Truly not. Furthermore, although he remained ignorant of the exact nature of the term dual plugs, he suspected he had grasped its implications well enough. Chapter 68. The tyrant personally interrogates the Empress Dowager in a comedic interlude. How dare she use dual plugs to insult him? That wretched woman. It was utterly infuriating. If only she were a bit more obedient and attentive, making him fond of her a little more, he would not be so inclined to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. If she possessed the ability to make him fall in love with her, he would undoubtedly be loath to harm her in any way. Fortunately, Zhu Wuhuan remained oblivious to the tyrant's inner turmoil. Had she known, it would have driven her to fury. To think he, a volatile tyrant consumed with thoughts of violence, would blame her for not winning his affection. She would rather pair with Xiao Yuanzai than be with him. Follow me to the Shokong Palace. Feng Changye led the unsuspecting Xiao Yuanzai, along with the guard Zhongyu, towards the Shokong Palace. Zhongyu felt rather perplexed. Hadn't they just left the Shokong Palace? Did the emperor regret confronting the Empress Dowager so fiercely and now wish to return to apologize? That would be quite the indignity. He had voiced his concerns excellently. Why should he apologize? How he wished to grasp the emperor's sleeve and prevent him from making such an apology. Alas, he was not the empress, and lacked the courage to seize the emperor's sleeve. Sigh. In the Shokong Palace, upon hearing Xiao Yuanzai's exuberant announcement of the emperor's arrival, the Empress Dowager was taken aback. She suddenly glanced out the window, aligning her thoughts with Zhongyu's. She surmised that Feng Changye had come to apologize, which lightened her heart slightly. This ungrateful son finally displayed a semblance of conscience. After reflecting on his actions during the journey, he recognized his mistakes and returned to seek her forgiveness. She lifted her chin proudly. Upon seeing Feng Changye enter through the door, she immediately feigned a weary demeanor. What brings you back? Are you here to witness how you've driven me to despair? She clutched her chest, portraying an air of exhaustion. Return, and guard your queen well. In comparison to your precious queen, what am I, your biological mother? Feng Changye stood a distance of 10 feet from the ornate bed, his gaze cold and unwavering as he regarded the pretentious Empress Dowager. He raised his hand to dismiss all attendants, whether it be the young Yuanzi by his side or the maidservants flanking the Dowager. Once they had all retreated, he slowly took his seat at the small round table opposite the bed. The Empress Dowager assumed that the eminent emperor felt too embarrassed to apologize in front of his servants, hence her decision to send them away. However, when silence enveloped the room and he did not utter a word, she began to sense something amiss. Turning to face him, she noticed his composed demeanor, far from that of a son seeking forgiveness. Anxiety coursed through her veins. Despite her earlier defiance, she could not deny a flicker of fear towards this son of hers. You have departed, yet what brings you back now? She inquired, her voice softened. Feng Changye leaned against the back of his chair, his long fingers delicately tracing the jade ring on his thumb, gazing intently at the Empress Dowager. Had two souls truly existed within this body? The previous conjectures regarding his real mother being a time traveler were merely speculations. He remained uncertain of their veracity. Furthermore, To interrogate the old palace attendants about the dowager's character before and after her rise to favor would yield no swift answers. After all, personality shifts can occur naturally with changing circumstances. It was understandable that those who had long been neglected might suddenly appear obedient and gentle in a bid to regain favor. Thus, he opted to confront the dowager directly, catching her off guard. Should he discover that another soul had indeed resided within her, it would validate his theory regarding his mother's otherworldly origins. Conversely, if he were mistaken and found no abnormalities within the dowager, he would simply be dismissed as delusional. As the emperor, even if she deemed him mad, what could she do to him? With this thought, Feng Changya lowered his eyelids. If he were to interrogate her, he must first present a shocking revelation, one that would leave her disoriented and flustered, compelling her to reveal her true emotions. Therefore, he raised his gaze to meet hers and spoke with an air of calm. I have come to inform you of something significant, mother. He spoke deliberately. After your fainting spell yesterday, I summoned the Prime Minister, the ministers of the 6 departments, and the 4 esteemed generals of the state's military to confine Prince Jean. The news struck the Empress Dowager like a thunderclap. She shot upright. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Feng Changya. What did you say? You have imprisoned Jean? Rage and desperation surged within her as she pounded the bed, shouting, imprisoned. What a euphemism. Is it not merely banishment to the dungeons? How dare you confine Jean to such a place? He is your own brother. What wrong has he committed to deserve this? She pounded her chest, tears streaming down her face unabated. You might as well imprison me, your own mother. After all, you hold no affection in your heart. You are a person entirely devoid of familial bonds. Why don't you simply take a knife and end my life? The way you treat your brother is a direct assault on my very soul. Feng Changya gazed at her in silence as she wept and wailed. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, drew a dagger from his waist, and pressed it against the Empress Dowager's throat. Oh, you think I lack the courage? The Empress Dowager, caught off guard by the dagger's gleaming edge, immediately fell silent, her eyes widening in shock as she stared at Feng Changya. Madness. This ungrateful child must be insane. How dare he threaten her with a blade? Feng Changya fixed his gaze intently on her eyes, and in her state of shock, fury, and fear, he lowered his voice and articulated each word with precision. The only reason my father and I have tolerated you, allowed you to live, is to preserve your life for the day my true mother returns. He sneered. Do you truly believe that my forbearance is for you? The Empress Dowager's pupils constricted in sudden realization, her fingers gripping the bed curtains tightly. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to speak, but then abruptly closed it, clenching her palm to maintain her composure. Have you lost your senses? What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Changya smirked at the Empress Dowager. Am I speaking nonsense? Mother, you are the one who has experienced such events firsthand. Have you not noticed that Zhu Wuhuan has also? He intentionally left his statement unfinished. Yet the Empress Dowager's eyes widened in alarm upon hearing it. She gasped in astonishment. No wonder she seems like a different person. Has she too been possessed? Feng Changya seized upon her reaction, his pupils narrowing. Indeed, his true mother was not the current Empress Dowager. Could it be that his mother might return? Since discovering that his mother is a time traveler and that his father waited for her a lifetime, Feng Changya found himself in turmoil. I cannot develop feelings for Zhu Wuhuan. If I were to fall for her and she were to leave like my mother did, would I not be left to raise a child alone, playing both father and mother for a lifetime? Yet, she grows increasingly endearing. I find myself wanting to love her. No, I must not love. To love is to endure a lifetime of suffering like my father. But today, as Empress is so charming, I wish to love her. No, I shall instead contemplate my father's tragic fate while holding his memorial tablet. Zhu Wuhuan observed the increasingly peculiar tyrant and chuckled. System, do we still need to eliminate him? He seems on the verge of madness. Bring forth the sunflower seeds and the small stool. Let us await his unraveling. This narrative is comically absurd, devoid of misunderstandings or third parties. It solely revolves around the tyrant's internal struggles, as he relentlessly drives himself against the wall, laughing all the while. Chapter 69. To confine the Empress Dowager for life, until death shall part us. After the Empress Dowager uttered those words, she suddenly realized she had fallen into Feng Changye's trap. He had elicited the truth from her. Instantly, a mix of terror and rage filled her as she glared at Feng Changye, wanting to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon seeing the dagger poised at her throat, she desperately restrained herself. She could only grit her teeth and call out his name, Feng Changye. When faced with his gaze, devoid of even the slightest hint of affection, her heart trembled. No, she mustn't provoke him further. A hard approach would not suffice. She needed to soften her stance. Realizing this, tears streamed down her face in an instant. She reached out, trembling, to grasp his hand. "Year, I am your mother. Do not heed the slander of others. You are my flesh and blood. We are the closest of mother and son." Feng Changye regarded her with cold indifference. He smirked. "The closest of mother and son? Very well. Then can you promise me that you will remain uninvolved in the matter of the Crown Prince's confinement and never cause me trouble over it?" The Empress Dowager's pupils constricted. He was her son. How could she bear to watch him suffer confinement for a lifetime without intervening? Yet, the most pressing concern was to preserve her bond with Feng Changye. Only by maintaining her status could she protect Jiner. Thus, with tears in her eyes, she nodded. "Mother will agree. You and Jiner are both my sons. How could I?" Feng Changye dismissed her emotional appeal. He continued, "The imperial decree left to you by father must also be surrendered to me." The Empress Dowager was nearing her limit of endurance. To deny her authority over Jiner and demand her to relinquish the decree was sheer tyranny. That decree was her only leverage. Without it, how could she control this rebellious son? However, gazing into Feng Changye's icy eyes, she restrained her anger. She acquiesced. "Very well, mother will bring it to you shortly." Before her words had fully left her lips, the sound of Feng Changye's laughter reached her ears. He withdrew the dagger from beside her neck, rising to loom over her. "If you are not guilty, if your conscience is clear," he smirked, "then why, once so resolute against me, are you now retreating step by step, repeatedly compromising? Your decree is your treasure, and so is your Jiner. In the past, if I dared to lay a finger on either, you would threaten to take your own life. So why are you willing to compromise now?" The Empress Dowager's heart tightened. Damn it, this rebellious son had outwitted her once again. Her lips trembled as she struggled to explain, but Feng Changye was no longer inclined to listen to her empty words. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke coldly. "You urge me not to listen to slander, yet your words and your submissive demeanor reveal the truth of your possession by another. Your Majesty." He gazed into her eyes. "Since you are not my birth mother, from this day forth, you shall no longer appear before others as my mother. You are unworthy." His words left the Empress Dowager in a state of panic. A wave of terror surged from within, causing her to tremble. She raised her hand to point at him, her voice filled with feigned authority. "Feng Changye, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to kill me? Know this, no matter what, you are my child. Without me, there would be no Feng Changye." She pointed to the heavens above. "If you dare to commit matricide, the heavens will not spare you. You shall surely face divine retribution." Feng Changye scoffed. He spoke with a nonchalant air. "You are both foolish and malicious. After the departure of my birth mother, my father, fully aware of your true identity, tolerated your presence for 14 long years. But why? Do you believe yourself to be of great significance? No, my father was merely nurturing your vessel with great care, so that when my mother eventually returns, she would not have to assume a body riddled with ailments. He would be pained to see her suffer, and thus, even in her absence, he maintained the delicate care of your form. Now, I shall honor his wishes and tend to this body as well. I await the day when my mother returns to reclaim her rightful place. Therefore, from this day forth, I shall confine you to the Shokong Palace. As long as my birth mother remains absent, you shall not leave its confines. Should my mother never return, you shall remain in Shokong Palace until the end of your days." Upon hearing these words, the Empress Dowager discerned the ruthlessness embedded within them, and her body weakened. Collapsing in despair, it seems that dying of old age within Shokong Palace would indeed be her fate. But why should he treat her thus? Why? She clutched the bedding tightly, her eyes brimming with resentment. "It was that wretched woman who usurped my body. She is the true intruder, while I am the victim? Why must I endure a lifetime of imprisonment because of her? What gives you the right? As she vehemently cursed the wretched woman, Feng Changye's gaze hardened. Suddenly, he hurled the dagger in his hand onto the bedpost above her head. The dagger grazed her scalp, severing strands of hair. Observing her pale, terrified expression, he allowed a cold laugh. What gives me the right? I shall tell you. Simply put, had it not been for my consideration of my mother, given your foolishness and malice over the years, my father would have long since reduced you to mere fragments. Do you think your survival thus far is due to any merit of your own? It is solely attributable to my father's love for my mother. At this moment, had I not been mindful of my mother, I would have already repaid you for the torment you have inflicted upon me throughout these years. I could have granted you a fate of dismemberment. When I was 4, you struck me so hard that you knocked out one of my teeth. Do you recall that? At 5, you sought to eliminate the late Empress by poisoning my porridge during the Laba festival, nearly causing my demise. Do you remember? I shall not recount all your foolish deeds from my childhood, but do you recall the year I turned 13? My father, in a moment of confusion due to his sudden illness, inadvertently expressed a desire for a grandson. In response, you dared to drug me and summoned numerous beauties to teach me about carnal matters. Had I not drawn my blade in anger and harmed them, do you think I could have grown to be a complete man after such debauchery at 13? At that time, I believed you to be my true mother. Your foolishness and lack of sense forced me to accept it, for you gave me life, and I was bound to you as your son. But now, you are no longer my mother, and with the weight of your past actions, do you think I shall allow you to live? He let out a cold scoff. I must inform you, your future existence, confined within the confines of Shokong Palace, is solely reliant on the remnants of my affection for my biological mother. Thus, what right have you to blame my mother? Absent her, you would have perished 1,000 times over. Chapter 70. The Tyrant's Perception. Rooted in maternal influence, the Empress Dowager found herself rendered speechless by his relentless accusations, for they were indeed the truth. Yet, the fury and hatred within her heart only intensified. With a menacing glare at Feng Changye, she suddenly wore a malicious smile. You wish to imprison me for eternity? Dream on. Should you dare confine me, I shall take my own life. If I die, the one you and your father have long awaited will never return. She believed she had grasped a lever of power, thinking Feng Changye would hesitate to imprison her. However, she gravely underestimated his cold-bloodedness. He regarded her with indifference. Unfazed by her threats, do you think you are facing my father? Were he here, your intimidation might have succeeded. He feared your demise. For the one he loved throughout his life would be lost forever. But what do I fear? Having never known my biological mother, I have thrived thus far without her. I am not a mere child, fixated on the need to meet her. An unfamiliar figure holds no significance for me. Why should I endure threats for the sake of awaiting someone who has been absent for over 2 decades and may never return? With a detached gaze upon the pallid Empress Dowager, he turned to leave. If you refrain from causing trouble, I may spare your life and reluctantly await her return. But should you choose to act against me, I can easily disregard that mother of yours. Should you wish to harm yourself, feel free to do so. Should you contemplate suicide, proceed. Treat yourself as you would treat Feng Changye. For each day you refuse to eat, I shall let him go hungry for 3. Should you inflict wounds upon your arms, I shall sever his hands. If you fall gravely ill, I will resort to using Feng Changye's heart as a medicinal catalyst and personally administer the remedy to you. Pausing before the beaded curtain, he turned back, mockery dancing in his eyes. Your bond is so profound. Surely, your precious son's essence can cure your ailments. Can it not, mother? With that, he departed from the chamber, his silhouette radiating an unprecedented sense of relief and liberation. From this moment forth, Shokong Palace could no longer serve as shackles binding him. He would no longer be subjected to the threats of that foolish woman. Left alone, the Empress Dowager collapsed against the edge of the bed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her trembling fingers reached for the dagger resting on the bedpost, but as soon as she grasped the cold hilt, she recoiled, covering her face and weeping uncontrollably. She could not succumb to death. The devilish words of Feng Changye echoed in her ears. Should she dare inflict harm upon herself, He would exact a cruel retribution upon Feng Changjin. Should she contemplate death, he would ensure Feng Changjin followed her into the abyss. He was nothing short of a demon, a fiend deserving of divine retribution. Feng Changjin stood outside Shokong Palace, commanding Zhongyu to summon the imperial guards and detain all the palace maids and eunuchs within. He then instructed Xiao Yuanzai to select a few reliable deaf-mute wet nurses to attend to the Empress Dowager. Turning his gaze towards the physician who had been preparing medicine in the palace, he quietly inquired whether there existed a potion that could render someone temporarily mute without rendering them permanently so. He would never allow the Empress Dowager to speak a word regarding either his mother S or Zhu Wuhuan S crossing over. Thus, merely finding deaf-mute wet nurses would not suffice. She must be made temporarily mute. The physician, trembling, gazed at Feng Changjin, feeling as though he had been unwittingly entangled in a monumental affair. With loyalty to the emperor as his only recourse, he understood that he was left with no alternative but to comply. He immediately knelt, stammering a response, affirming that he could discreetly procure a concoction, avoiding all eyes in the Imperial Medical Department, ensuring that no one would ever perceive the matter. Feng Changjin was pleased with his astuteness, remarking, "Very well, Minister Chun. After this matter has passed for 6 months, I shall have your son enter the Imperial Guards. In this time, you must diligently encourage his advancement." Chen Taisher, taken aback by such an unexpected boon, promptly bowed in gratitude, expressing his thanks on behalf of his son for such imperial favor, recognizing the immense fortune it would bestow. Feng Changjin nodded, signaling him to prepare the medicine. The physician hurried off, his previous trepidation replaced by a newfound vigor. 2/4 of an hour later, all palace maids and eunuchs had been escorted away, leaving Shokong Palace, once bustling with hundreds of attendants, devoid save for the Empress Dowager. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yuanzai returned with 4 carefully selected deaf-mute wet nurses. With a squad of imperial guards now stationed to oversee the palace, the matter was nearly concluded. Feng Changjin, accompanied by his trusted aides Xiao Yuanzai and Zhongyu, departed from this suddenly desolate place. As they passed by the exterior of Changle Palace, Feng Changjin halted, casting a sidelong glance. He recalled how Zhu Wuhuan, upon her arrival, had secluded herself, lamenting internally about her lack of a golden finger that all traversers possessed. It was then that the system materialized before her. He gazed up at the towering walls. Did all traversers indeed possess a golden finger? Was it merely her imagination? Or was there some truth to it? One could hardly deem it surprising that, having been granted the extraordinary fortune of crossing over, a golden finger would accompany such an event. If Zhu Wuhuan's golden finger was the system, what then was his mother's golden finger? He slowly lowered his gaze to his own heart. How could an ordinary person hear another's thoughts? Yet, he could hear Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts. Was this not akin to his mother's golden finger? Moreover, why could he not hear the thoughts of others, only those of Zhu Wuhuan? Could it be due to the system she bore? Had his mother, upon her departure, left her golden finger within him, only for it to malfunction, thus remaining dormant for all these years? Upon her traverse into this realm, Zhu Wuhuan discovered that the system entwined with her being shared a common origin with the golden finger within him. Hence, in the presence of that system, his innate golden finger could be awakened, enabling him to perceive the whispers of both the system and Zhu Wuhuan. However, he remained uncertain whether such conjecture held any truth. Perhaps the return of the Empress would illuminate all uncertainties. In the Tai Chi Palace, upon her return, Zhu Wuhuan commenced a dialogue with the system regarding their mission. We must find an opportune moment to depart the palace and seek out Chu Yujian. Not only can we fulfill our task and acquire points effortlessly, but I shall also have the chance to meet my beloved idol, an ancient version of Chasing Stars. She rested her chin upon her hand, gazing at the vibrant flowers outside, her spirits soaring with delight at the prospect of soon encountering her idol. However, I recall that he is not yet known by the name Chu Yujian. For many years, he languished in obscurity, lacking even a proper name, until he was sold to a brothel where he finally acquired one. As an aside, had the tyrant been privy to her thoughts at that moment, he would have been enraged. I dispatched numerous individuals to locate Chu Yujian. only for you to inform me that he does not yet bear that name. According to the current timeline, he should have just been sold, still unforced into the guise of a woman, destined to become the renowned courtesan. Now is the perfect moment to rescue him. It is worth noting that after achieving fame, his experiences in the brothel would be met with scorn. Many would claim that his past rendered him unclean, leading those who prided themselves on their virtue to shun him, even penning verses to mock him. Reading that passage in historical texts fills me with profound sorrow. Now that I have traversed into this world, I am determined to rewrite his fate, ensuring that he may live a life untainted by shame or reproach. She fixed her gaze upon a solitary pure white flower amidst the riotous blossoms, her resolve intensifying. That determination mirrored the fervent devotion of a modern-day fan, fiercely protective of their beloved star, refusing to allow any disparagement. She embodied a mother hen, resolutely guarding her pitiable idol. The system wholeheartedly endorsed the host's decision. Humble as it would lavish praise upon the host for any task she chose to undertake. Thus, Zhu Wuhuan awaited the return of Feng Changye with great anticipation. She intended to deceive him, claiming she needed to venture beyond the palace. Yet, as time passed, he did not return. Luncheon came and went, followed by dinner, and still, he was absent. Inquiring among the palace attendants yielded no answers. None knew of his whereabouts. She waited until darkness fell, having already prepared for slumber. When she finally heard his return, "Your Majesty?" She clutched her blanket, sitting up, feigning innocence. "I believed you would not visit my quarters tonight, so I retired early." Feng Changye cast a glance at her by candlelight. Earlier, when he had misidentified the Empress, he had nearly directed his ire towards her, almost choking her in his frustration. Thus, in this moment, a twinge of guilt stirred within him towards her. Even though he did not actually choke her at that moment, he was acutely aware of his murderous intent. It matters not. Sleep now. I shall take my bath." He reached out and gently flicked her forehead. Gazing into her bright eyes, he inquired, "Didn't you say you cannot enjoy life without meat? Would you care for some roasted meat tonight? If so, I shall have someone bring it to you." Zhu Wuhuan covered her forehead where he had flicked her, looking at him with a hint of surprise. "What sweet nothings did you share with Xiao Yu and Zai today? You seem to be in quite good spirits," she exclaimed. Indeed. It is still the charm of Lord Yuan that brightens your mood instantly upon his return." Given his current joviality, she thought it a perfect opportunity to broach the subject of leaving the palace. "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, I shall retire for the night and forego the roasted meat. I do have a matter I wish to request of you." Feng Changye silently regarded her. 8 times out of 10, upon hearing her innermost thoughts, he felt an urge to twist her neck. He stifled his emotions and feigned ignorance of her desire to leave the palace, calmly asking, "What is it?" Zhu Wuhuan looked at him with eager anticipation. "Your Majesty, may I venture out of the palace tomorrow?" Feng Changye scrutinized her. "What purpose does your outing serve?" Without batting an eyelid, Zhu Wuhuan fabricated a tale. "I wish to visit the Zhu family. My second brother has departed today with the army to quell bandits. Song Anxiao will surely be anxious, having no one to fetch her upon her return. I surmise she will return to the Zhu family herself tomorrow, and I wish to witness her predicament." Feng Changye deduced the nature of her request. Ordinarily, women of the harem were not permitted frequent excursions, but a twinge of guilt lingered within him. He decided to compensate her for nearly choking her earlier that morning. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. "Very well. I shall have Ji Yunchang escort you back to the Zhu family at dawn." Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback by the tyrant's unexpected amiability that night. She joyfully expressed her gratitude. Observing her delight, Feng Changye could not help but smile faintly. "If I have brought you joy, then consider my earlier transgression against you forgiven." In good spirits, he turned to take his bath. However, just as he stepped out of the chamber, he heard Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts. The system, he agreed. "Tomorrow I may leave the palace to seek my idol. Oh, my poor idol, fear not. The Empress is here to protect you, to save you, and to cherish you." Upon hearing this, Feng Changye halted abruptly. He incredulously turned to face the wall. So, her claim of returning to the Zhu family was merely a ruse, her true intention being to seek out Chu Yujin? Damned! Just moments ago, Seeing her so elated at the prospect of leaving the palace, he had shared in her joy, only to realize his affections had been squandered. Had he known she sought his consent to venture out and meet a man, he would never have acquiesced. Yet now that he had granted permission, how could he retract it? With a darkened expression, he proceeded to bathe, and upon his return, his mood remained equally somber. The brief passage of time had done nothing to alleviate his frustration. Upon returning to find a woman luxuriating in bed, on the verge of slumber, his mood soured even further. This accursed woman, she had vexed him to the point of insomnia, while she herself slept soundly. He deliberately shook the blankets with force, letting the cold air rush towards her. The chill caused Zhu Wuhuan's ears to grow cold. She wrapped herself tighter in her quilt, burying her cheek within its folds, turning to see what madness this tyrant was now exhibiting. As she turned, she beheld the handsome tyrant clad in silken nightwear, shaking the blankets while casting a malevolent gaze in her direction. "Your Majesty, might you cease shaking the blankets? Is your hand not gentle? If there is something you wish to convey to me, then please do so." "I am listening," she remarked. Feng Changye, rendered speechless, lowered the blankets, choosing to remain silent about the unspoken understanding between them. Lying down without uttering a word, he was indeed furious, yet constrained by the fact that he could hear her innermost thoughts. He found himself at a loss for words. Expressing anger was futile. Simmering in silence felt overly stifling. What could he possibly say? After some contemplation, he resolved to show her just how endearing he had been in his youth. He needed her to comprehend that the man currently beside her, ostensibly her husband, was not merely the tyrant detested throughout history. He was not necessarily as loathsome as the chronicles depicted, just as her idealized figure, Chu Yujian, might not be as flawless as the record suggested. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Zhu Wuhuan. "Do you recall the events of my childhood at your family estate?" Zhu Wuhuan nodded without hesitation, affirming her recollection. In the memory of the Empress, there indeed lay a fragment pertaining to such events. However, she had never delved deeply into it. What was there to observe about a mere child? Feng Changye regarded her with a melancholic expression, thinking to himself that she was mistaken in her recollection, as she had never truly witnessed those moments. He wished for her to revisit those memories and determine whether his youthful visage surpassed that of her beloved Chu Yujian. Chapter 72. The Little Tyrant's Embarrassments. Leaving Wuhuan in fits of laughter, Feng Changye smirked at her. "But do you remember the promise you made to me as children?" Zhu Wuhuan gazed at him in shock. "Are you unwell? We were but 3 or 4 years old then, and now 19 years have passed. Who would still remember such trivialities? Most people wouldn't even recall their own bedwetting at 4. Who would remember their words?" Feng Changye continued to look at her intently. Yes, indeed, he was somewhat unhinged. If she persisted in her disparaging remarks, he would ensure she too became afflicted. "Your Majesty," he queried, "does it not appear that you have forgotten?" Faced with his fierce gaze, a warning against forgetting their shared past, she dared not deny it. Striving to smile, she replied, "I should indeed remember, though the time that has elapsed is considerable. I must take a moment to ponder, Your Majesty. Otherwise, I might have to inform you of my recollections tomorrow morning." Upon hearing her words, Feng Changye discerned that she would indeed rummage through her memories. Very well. His objective had been achieved. He feigned a melancholic tone. "It seems you require an entire night to reflect. Clearly, the Empress has not kept me in her heart. Very well. If you wish to go, I shall await the Queen's word come morning." Zhu Wuhuan mused, a smile adorning her face. She thought to herself, "As if I could ever hold you in my heart. How could I possibly accommodate your 100+ pounds? Do you wish to rupture my heart?" Feng Changye nearly succumbed to laughter at her unspoken sentiments. This infuriating woman, if she continued in such a manner, he would inevitably find himself laughing uncontrollably one day. Suppressing his mirth, he cast a fleeting glance in her direction before turning away to sleep. It was imperative to retire early and rise with the dawn, for there were state affairs to address. Having spent the entire day at the palace where the Empress Dowager once resided as a consort, he had squandered a day and must now immerse himself in work. Observing him turn his back, Zhu Wuhuan also shifted to face the wall, with her eyes closed. She endeavored to recall the moments from her childhood spent with the tyrant. The first time Empress Ji encountered the young tyrant, he was a short-statured little prince, adorably trailing behind the handsome General Ji as they entered the general's residence. Adorned with a small golden crown, delicate gold chains dangled from its sides, each terminating in a pair of bright red beads. As he walked, the beads swayed charmingly. At that tender age, Empress Ji was unaware that this was a royal prince. Upon seeing a child brought home by her father, she joyfully approached, circling around him. Captivated by the beautiful beads atop his head, she tiptoed and reached out to grasp and play with them. The soft and adorable little prince found her meddling bothersome and retreated, yet the young girl, oblivious to his discomfort, chased after him in pursuit of the beads. His vexation grew. However, as the master's daughter, he could not express his frustration openly. He merely bit his lip and hoped for his master's intervention to rescue him from this annoying girl. Unfortunately, his master was too engrossed in conversation with his wife to notice his plight. Exasperated, he yanked the golden crown from his head and thrust it into the little girl's arms. Then, he dashed to his master, burying himself in his embrace, feeling wronged. Ji Wuhuan couldn't help but laugh heartily at the memory of the little tyrant's first appearance, looking so aggrieved. "Oh my system, look at this! Was the little tyrant truly this adorable in his youth? A dignified prince, reduced to seeking comfort in his master's arms. How amusing!" Just as Feng Chanya was on the verge of slumber, his eyes snapped open. What? He was bullied into seeking his master's embrace out of grievance? When did that ever happen? Absolutely not. Unaware that the tyrant was eavesdropping, Ji Wuhuan continued to watch scenes related to the little prince, skipping over those that failed to pique her interest until she arrived at a particularly amusing moment. By then, the little tyrant had grown familiar with Zhu Xianyuan and Zhu Lonyuan, accompanying his master's two young prodigies on various escapades. Bored, Empress Ji followed suit. That day, a group of children ended up in the back kitchen. General Ji had a penchant for iron pot stewed goose, often preparing this dish. On that day, the kitchen procured two plump, fluffy geese, allowing them to roam the yard and graze, with plans to prepare them for a sumptuous feast later. The little tyrant, a naive golden child raised in the confines of the palace, was utterly unacquainted with the world. Upon spotting the geese frolicking in the yard, he excitedly bounded forward, exclaiming, "Swans! Swans!" His eagerness to embrace the geese was palpable, oblivious to the formidable nature of these village bullies. Zhu Xianyuan and Zhu Lonyuan, with mischievous intent, chose to remain silent, stifling their laughter as they observed the unfolding scene. Indeed, the little tyrant, gleefully approaching the geese with outstretched arms, startled them. Mistaking his approach for an attack, the geese's instinct to defend themselves was awakened. They extended their necks and flapped their wings, charging towards him. Taken aback, the little tyrant was pecked on the arm, leaving him dazed. This was not the swan he had envisioned. These creatures could peck. Momentarily stunned, he saw the fierce geese advancing and let out a terrified wail, fleeing towards Zhu Xianyuan for refuge. "Brother, the swans are attacking me. I am scared. Brother, save me." Listening to his pitiful cries while watching him scurry across the yard, pursued by the two geese, Zhu Xianyuan and Zhu Lonyuan could barely contain their laughter. Queen Zhu found the entire situation amusing, joining in with clapping and laughter. The yard echoed with the little tyrant's desperate pleas and the laughter of the other children. Just as the little tyrant was about to be pecked again, Zhu Lonyuan, possessing great strength even as a child, dashed forward and seized one of the geese by its neck, tossing it aside to a safe distance. Having narrowly escaped, the little tyrant hid behind Zhu Lonyuan, glaring defiantly at the cornered goose, his eyes reddened with indignation. Zhu Lonyuan, still chuckling, held the little tyrant's hand and began instructing him on how to deal with the geese, demonstrating how to grasp and twist their necks. The little tyrant, teary-eyed and shaking his head, was resolutely unwilling to confront the geese's might again. When dinner time arrived, Zhu Xianyuan playfully teased him, inquiring, "What is the most fearsome creature in the world?" Still shaken, the little tyrant answered without hesitation, "The swan." Just then, a servant brought in a pot of stewed goose. Zhu Xianyuan placed the goose's head into the little tyrant's bowl, urging him, "Eat it. Repay it for how it pecked you this afternoon." The little tyrant nodded earnestly. That evening, as they feasted on goose, he devoured his portion with fervor, each bite infused with a sense of vengeance. Chapter 73. Zhu Wuhuan healed the tyrant, then drove him mad. Zhu Wuhuan, reflecting on this memory, was nearly in stitches from laughter. "Oh my, I can't take it. The little tyrant is absolutely hilarious. He can't tell the difference between flying swans and pecking geese, yet he dares to rush in for a hug." She laughed heartily and asked the system, "Do you know what I want to do right now?" The system speculated, "Perhaps you wish to turn and poke the tyrant's back, asking him what the most fearsome animal in the world is. When he claims there is none, you whisper in his ear, 'Fool, the most fearsome creature is the swan.'" Zhu Wuhuan burst into laughter again at the system's suggestion. Indeed, that was precisely her intention. Had he not been a tyrant, but rather an ordinary husband, she would undoubtedly have acted differently. With his back turned to her, Feng Changye scoffed. He should be grateful for his tyrannical status, for it spared him from a moment of embarrassment. Listening to the woman mock him incessantly in her mind, she conversed with the system. "Tomorrow we shall leave the palace. And when I return, how about I bring him a swan?" Ha ha ha. His teeth clenched in frustration. He struggled to maintain a stoic expression, suppressing the indignation that threatened to surface. This woman, how outrageous! If she dared to bring back a swan to vex him, he would command the imperial kitchen to prepare the swan into a dish, ensuring she alone consumed it all. Even if it made her sick, she would be compelled to finish it. After mocking the tyrant, Zhu Wuhuan continued to peruse her memories. Interesting recollections were few and far between. The little tyrant did not come to the Grand General's residence for leisure. He was there to learn archery and horsemanship, often training with the old general. As a delicate young lady, Empress Zhu could not be expected to visit the training grounds daily. Thus, her memories related to the little tyrant were quite scarce. In the blink of an eye, she recalled her last encounter with him. It was 3 months later. On that day, the old general returned not with the 4-year-old little tyrant, but with a 6-year-old boy who was said to be the third prince. Empress Zhu, curious about the newcomer, perched herself on a loft beside the training grounds, peering down to watch the old general instruct the third prince in riding. Just as she was about to doze off, she noticed movement in the rockery pavilion of the Chun Grand Scholar's residence across the way. Her eyes widened in surprise. The loft was elevated, and the distance to the rockery was not far, allowing her to see clearly that it was the little tyrant accompanied by a young and beautiful woman. Wishing to greet them, she raised her hand, only to notice the faint handprint on the little tyrant's face. Had he been struck? Who had done this? Silently retracting her hand, she leaned closer to the window, curiosity piqued. She saw the little tyrant standing in the pavilion, gazing intently towards the training grounds of the general's residence. Turning her head, she spotted the old general cradling the third prince, securely helping him mount horse. She observed as the old general sat behind the third prince, guiding his hand as he taught him to shoot arrows. She noted the gentle pat on the third prince's head, accompanied by praise for his intelligence and good behavior. When she glanced back at the little tyrant, her heart ached at the sight of his tear-streaked face. She then overheard the woman beside him whispering to the little tyrant. Though the words were indistinct, she caught snippets. "There is no difference between you and the third prince. They only cherish your princely status. They have never truly valued you as a person." After delivering these words, the woman cast a resentful glance towards the training grounds and pulled the little tyrant away. As he stumbled after her, he turned back to gaze longingly at the training grounds, tears streaming down his cheeks, silently crying with his mouth agape, revealing a small, toothless gap. The queen silently watched as the two figures receded into the distance, before hastening down the staircase to seek out the old general. Grasping his hand, she hurried to a secluded corner, murmuring about the little tyrant weeping within the artificial hills pavilion. The old general cast a sidelong glance at the empty pavilion next door, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "The bond between us, ultimately, is but a fleeting teacher-student connection. I have failed him." As Zhu Wuhuan observed this final scene concerning the little tyrant, a profound silence enveloped her. Though she was unaware of the full circumstances, she could surmise much. It was merely the cruel machinations of the Empress Dowager that had shattered the bond between the old general and the little tyrant. The red marks upon the little tyrant's face and the lost tooth were undoubtedly the handiwork of the Empress Dowager. As the little tyrant gazed upon his former master within the pavilion, the sorrow and melancholy he exuded were palpable, evoking a deep sense of grief within her as an outsider. How could the Empress Dowager be so heartless towards him? He was her own son, a mere 4-year-old child. All he desired was a mentor and a semblance of joy. Was that truly too much to ask? Zhu Wuhuan touched her aching heart, turning gently to observe the tyrant's silhouette. She inquired of the system. He must be asleep now, correct? The system, lacking any detection capabilities, could only rely on conjecture. His breathing is steady. He should be asleep. Zhu Wuhuan felt a wave of relief. She propped herself up slightly, extending her hand to tenderly ruffle his hair. A gentle pat from your master. You, at 4 years old, have longed for such a gesture, haven't you? Alas, I regret not being able to traverse back to your 4th year. To heal and warm your heart. Lying with his back to her, Feng Changya kept his eyes tightly shut. As her fingers rested upon his head, his eyelashes fluttered slightly. At that moment, upon hearing her unspoken thoughts, he abruptly opened his eyes. Though still shrouded in darkness, a glimmer of warmth flickered within, as if the icy barriers of his heart were gradually melting. He lay there motionless, allowing the woman behind him to gently soothe him. This was precisely the comforting touch he had needed at the tender age of 4. Yet, astonishingly, even at the age of 23, it brought him solace. The emotions swelling within him resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to burst forth, when suddenly he caught the next of Zhu Wuhuan's unvoiced thoughts. All of this is the fault of the divine hand of fate. Had it granted me passage 2 decades ago to become your mother, I would have cherished you dearly, showering you with affection and nurturing this little wretch. In an instant, Feng Changye's feelings of warmth and healing shattered into 1,000 pieces. The intertwining of warmth and healing emotions with those of indignation transformed his gaze into one of fierce intensity. That wretched woman, I regard you as my consort, yet you dare to aspire to be my mother. How infuriating! If I do not discipline you properly, you will run amok. He swiftly reached out like a flash of lightning, seizing the small hand that was playfully touching his head. Then, with a deft motion, he turned over and yanked the woman, who was nonchalantly causing a ruckus beside him, into his embrace. Chapter 74. Your Majesty, are you pleading for my favor? Zhu Wuhuan was caught off guard as her hand was grasped, and before she could react, she was pulled against his chest. Startled, she looked up to meet his profound gaze. A wave of panic washed over her. Hadn't Ti fallen asleep? Oh no, she had been caught in the act of surreptitiously touching his head. Would he think she was trying to seduce him for his affection? This was truly a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, she longed to explain herself, but before she could utter a word, he encircled her waist, flipping her beneath him. Desperation welled within her. The tyrant, looming over her, fixed her with a penetrating gaze and audaciously inquired, "Are you trying to entice me?" She hastily shook her head. "Your Majesty, I am not." Yet, she had no opportunity to finish her sentence, for the handsome visage of the tyrant descended, his lips crashing onto hers with a fervor that was anything but gentle. He had kissed her twice before, but those had been soft, perfunctory gestures. In this moment, however, he was ferocious. His intensity rivaled the descriptions she had read in novels, as though he wished to devour her whole. She gazed helplessly at the man before her, his lips fervently claiming hers, and felt tears of frustration welling up. Today, she was truly wronged. In her defiance, she attempted to push him away, but as her hand rose, he seized her wrist, pinning it to the mattress. She contemplated using her newfound strength to overturn him, but just then his grip on her wrist slackened, and his fingers glided across her palm, weaving through her fingers until they were tightly intertwined. The intimacy of their entwined digits sent a jolt through her heart, forced to endure his passionate kiss. She gazed at his striking face, so close yet so far. Suddenly, she recalled the skull she had touched before her journey through time, and a shiver ran down her spine. No, this cannot be. I must not succumb. System, quickly send me the antidote, she cried inwardly. The system, equally exasperated, retorted, how can I deliver the antidote when both your hands are entwined with the tyrantess? Zhu Wuhuan gritted her teeth. Then just exchange for the desire-suppressing powder that costs 10 points and sprinkle it over him. Feng Changye, overhearing their exchange, felt an urge to curse. Was he truly being coerced into relinquishing his desires? His expression twisted in a moment of rage, but before the system could cast the powder, he struggled to halt himself. Will you dare to touch my head again, Empress? He challenged, lifting his gaze and striving to steady his breath as he glared at Zhu Wuhuan. Upon witnessing his pause, Zhu Wuhuan exhaled a sigh of relief. As she urged the system to cease its purchasing, a wave of regret washed over her as she gazed at Feng Changye. Your Majesty, I shall never dare again. Feng Changye regarded her pitiable demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Well, I understand that you have just concluded your affair with Prince Jean and are not yet prepared. Thus, I shall refrain from taking action tonight. However, I shall not remain passive indefinitely. Lowering his voice, he added, my Empress, whom I have formally wed, is not merely an ornament for display, is she? Zhu Wuhuan averted her gaze, focusing instead on the flickering candlelight in the distance, unwilling to speak. Observing her reticence, Feng Changye found it amusing. Aren't you usually quite spirited in your internal monologues? Have you been frightened? Has your inner voice fallen silent? How utterly unendurable. Allow me another kiss, he said, lightly tapping her forehead with his finger before gently pressing his lips against it. The kiss was tender, devoid of any carnal desire, a response to her previous gentle caress. After the kiss, he lowered his gaze, his eyes soft as they lingered on her trembling eyelashes. A voice within him whispered, Zhu Wuhuan, do not lament not being able to traverse back 20 years to warm and heal me. If you genuinely wish to warm and heal me, you can do so now. You have been sent to my side by the heavens. Whatever you desire to do, there is still time. Furthermore, you need not secretly aspire to be my mother. Rather, you may openly assume the role of the mother of my crown prince. He turned to lie beside her. Sleep now, and do not touch me furtively again unless you wish to. Zhu Wuhuan immediately shook her head. No, I do not wish to. His expression bore no trace of anger. Instead, he chuckled lightly. You will eventually come to desire it. With that, he turned away, feigning sleep. Were he not to pretend, this woman would be anxious throughout the night. Indeed, upon seeing him turn away and no longer facing his gaze, Zhu Wuhuan's tense body finally relaxed. She stared at the flickering candlelight, lost in thought. The system detected her unusual state and inquired, Host, what troubles you? You have been through worse. Why now this abnormality? Zhu Wuhuan felt as though she were a desiccated salted fish. She numbly replied in her heart, You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't want to know. The system, intrigued, responded, Host, if you share, the system will understand. Perhaps Zhu Wuhuan desperately needed to confide in someone. Her expression twisted for a moment before she spoke with palpable indignation. He was not in the right state during our previous encounters, so I could treat it as a mere formality. If he was not sincere, I naturally need not be sincere either. Do you understand? But just now, her face flushed to the roots of her ears. Just now, he actually... The naive system remained oblivious, bewildered. What exactly happened? Zhu Wuhuan thought. Why does my lamentation only deepen my frustration? This system is truly not a suitable confidant. She retorted bitterly, whatever it was, I am too embarrassed to voice it. The system, even more confused, pondered, what should I do if I cannot comprehend? Zhu Wuhuan cast a fierce glare at Feng Changye's retreating figure before turning away from him, her heart brimming with indignation and shame. This scoundrel! How could she ever relish the thought of cherishing him in grand eunuch Yuan again? A dual betrayal. How could he so ruthlessly disregard a woman? It was utterly outrageous. Listening to Zhu Wuhuan's heartache, Feng Changye could only muster a resigned smile at the flickering candlelight. Was she the one entitled to such sorrow? He was the one who should be aggrieved, for his own physical discomfort was becoming unbearable. He contemplated a cold shower, yet found himself too lethargic to move. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to breathe deeply and regain his composure. As he heard her continuing to wrestle with her feelings, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. Go on, indulge in your fantasies about me and Grand Eunuch Yuan. One day, your vexation will drive me to act on my impulses. Tomorrow, Chu Yujian shall make an appearance. Chapter 75. Trapping the Tyrant Without Facing Consequences. What is there to fear? The following day, before dawn, the diligent Feng Changye rose. As he donned his garments, Zhu Wuhuan also opened her eyes. Observing his silhouette, she recalled his words from the previous night, urging her to reflect on what she had promised him during their childhood. She rummaged through all her memories of Empress Zhu, but found no evidence of any such promise. Had he perhaps lost his mind and mistaken her for another girl? Feng Changye, with his back to her as he fastened his belt, couldn't help but smirk. There was indeed no agreement between him and Empress Zhu. He had merely sought an excuse to prompt her to delve into those memories, to witness how charming he had been as a child. Last night's intent had clearly been achieved, even surpassing his own expectations. The memory of her tender touch still filled him with an inexplicable joy. Your Majesty, Zhu Wuhuan called softly. Feng Changye turned to face her, his expression gentle. You're awake? Zhu Wuhuan gazed at him earnestly, declaring, Your Majesty, last night you asked me to think about what I promised you in our youth. And I have recalled something. Feng Changye paused, perplexed. What promise could she be referring to? Was she fabricating something entirely? A sudden dread welled up within him at the thought of her unpredictable nature. With a radiant smile, Zhu Wuhuan continued, I remembered that when I was young, I promised to give you a gift, but regrettably I never had the chance to present it. Please wait for me. I shall bring it to you when I return from outside the palace. Her enigmatic gaze lingered on him. Just wait for the surprise I have in store for you. Upon meeting her cheerful countenance, Feng Changye felt a tightening sensation on his scalp. He suddenly recalled her mention of wanting to present him with a grand swan the previous night. This insufferable woman. Surely she wouldn't dare to audaciously bring back a massive goose to confront him? At that moment, Zhu Wuhuan was in high spirits, oblivious to the internal dialogue she had with the system, leaving him entirely unaware of whether his suspicions were correct. The last thing he desired was a grand swan. That was a part of his dark past. However, upon envisioning the scene of this woman, particularly pleased, approaching him with a large goose in her arms, eager to witness his dismay, he could not help but find it rather endearing. He gazed at her for 3 moments, captivated by her pair of remarkably expressive and beautiful eyes. With a resigned gesture, he raised his hand to his forehead and chuckled softly. Very well. I shall await the Queen's delightful surprise. He decided to acquiesce to her whims. After all, she was the one who, in the quiet of night, had tenderly caressed his head. Now at the age of 23, he was no longer the frightened child who cowered at the thought of a swan's peck. Even if she approached him with the large goose, he would not shed tears of fear. Instead, he would transform the goose she had carried all the way into a sumptuous soup, inviting her to partake. Ideally, he would relish the moment when she would gaze at him with tear-filled eyes, reproaching him with, How could you eat such a lovely goose? You are so cruel, so heartless, so cold. Where's my dear goose? The mere thought of this scenario filled him with immense joy. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, he planned to leave the palace, knowing that Ji Yunchang would arrive shortly. He offered a few instructions before departing from the sleeping quarters. Observing that the time was still early, Zhu Wuhuan closed her eyes, intending to steal a few more moments of rest. Upon exiting the sleeping quarters, Feng Changye signaled for the waiting Xiaoyu to follow. Lowering his voice, he instructed that Ji Yunchang should ensure that the queen was not to be obstructed in her movements, allowing her the freedom to visit any place she desired. Is she not seeking out Chu Yujian? He mused. I shall permit her. I am curious to see what is so remarkable about that Chu Yujian. Furthermore, he insisted that Ji Yunchang meticulously record whom the queen encountered and what was discussed, paying particular attention to where these individuals resided. Xiaoyu nodded, diligently taking note. He cast a furtive glance at the emperor. Who could the queen possibly be meeting today? Why did the emperor seem so apprehensive? Could it be that she was fixated on that individual she had long admired after merely glancing at his portrait? Xiaoyu, feeling a surge of urgency, embellished the tale when he approached Ji Yunchang. Today, should the queen encounter any man, You must keep a vigilant watch. If there is anyone who appears familiar to her, ensure they are discreetly followed and their residence thoroughly investigated. Even if the queen merely gazes at someone a tad too long, you must be on high alert, tracking their every move. We would rather mistakenly follow 1,000 innocuous individuals than let a single suspicious man jeopardize our queen's relationship with the emperor. He emphasized, remember, we must not allow any dubious man to disrupt the bond between our queen and the emperor. Upon hearing that the queen might be creating a rival for the emperor's affections, Ji Yunchang felt a swell of anxiety. What if the emperor, consumed by jealousy, unleashed his wrath upon the Zhu family? They were the very family he held in the highest regard. Instantly, he too felt the weight of impending conflict. He would scrutinize the queen and every man in her vicinity with unwavering intensity. No, even if a mere mosquito dared to linger too long near the queen, he would remain vigilant. Zhu Wuhuan remained blissfully unaware of Feng Changye's clandestine machinations. Upon waking from her slumber, she had breakfast and prepared herself before departing the palace. The carriage departed from the palace, heading towards the residence of General Zhu. After traveling some distance from the palace gates, Zhu Wuhuan called out to the mounted Ji Yunzhang, who was riding alongside. "Madam, your subordinate is here," Ji Yunzhang replied from outside the carriage. Zhu Wuhuan lifted the curtain and whispered, "You and the others proceed to the general's residence first. I shall be away for a while." Yi Yunzak sighed involubly, realizing that the madam was about to meet someone she ought not to see. Maintaining a facade of indifference, he cupped his hands in salute, acknowledging her command. He halted the carriage and respectfully assisted Zhu Wuhuan in disembarking. As he watched her don a black sheer cloak that concealed her figure alongside a palace maid, he gestured for the carriage to continue on. Once the two women turned the corner, he nimbly ascended the rooftop, stealthily following them. When departing the imperial palace, Su Qiu had been instructed by Zhu Wuhuan to accompany her without asking questions. She complied dutifully, remaining silent throughout their journey. Soon, they arrived at a tailor shop, where Zhu Wuhuan selected 2 sets of men's attire and beckoned Su Qiu to change with her. Su Qiu was utterly bewildered. Why must they change into men's clothing? What on earth was the madam planning to do? A sense of trepidation washed over her. With agility, Zhu Wuhuan donned the men's outfit and produced a beautiful folding fan from her sleeve, opening it with a flourish and gazing at Su Qiu with a smile. "What do you think of this ensemble?" Just as Su Qiu was about to compliment her, her eyes fell upon the fan, and she gasped, "Madam, you've secretly taken the emperor's fan. What if you were discovered?" Zhu Wuhuan glanced at the fan with a sense of pride. If discovered? Oh, it would merely imply that the emperor of Daming is secretly visiting a brothel with his fan. What concern is that of mine? Chapter 76. Wuhuan visits the brothel to rescue the male deity, Chu Yujian. "Do not fret, we shall not be discovered. Now quickly style my hair." Zhu Wuhuan set down the fan, gesturing for Su Qiu to attend to her hair. Su Qiu felt an ominous premonition that the madam was embarking on a momentous and potentially disastrous undertaking, yet she could not deter Zhu Wuhuan's increasingly audacious plans. She silently prayed for divine protection, hoping that nothing would go awry, before mustering her courage to approach and style the madam's hair. Zhu Wuhuan playfully twirled the fan, her heart buoyed by the anticipation of soon meeting Chu Yujian. Her spirits soared. The system, observing her carefree demeanor, silently lit a candle for the tyrant, or perhaps a whole row of them. It increasingly suspected that the tyrant would not meet his end at the hands of the host, but rather would be ensnared by her schemes. 15 minutes later, Zhu Wuhuan, clad in male attire, along with Su Qiu, arrived at the most renowned brothel in the capital. Upon beholding the unsavory establishment, Su Qiu felt her legs weaken. "Madam," she tugged at Zhu Wuhuan's arm. Zhu Wuhuan turned to her, who quickly altered her address. "Young master, let us return. If the lady of the house discovers us, we shall surely face dire consequences." Zhu Wuhuan was amused by Su Qiu's sudden formality, chuckling, "The tyrant's wife will not find out." She lightly tapped Su Qiu's head with her fan, assuring her, "Rest easy. I am not here for amusement. I am merely searching for someone. Once I have brought them along, we shall depart." With this, Su Qiu felt slightly more at ease. She glanced at how the attendants from other households moved, then straightened her posture and followed closely behind Zhu Wuhuan as they entered the brothel together, the master and servant. Not far down the alley, Ji Yanchang was nearly petrified with shock. He believed he had stumbled upon a momentous secret. Was it true that their emperor was not quite up to par? Otherwise, why would the empress conceal her whereabouts and secretly visit a brothel to seek out young male courtesans? Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hurried to follow. Inside the brothel, the air was thick with the scent of cosmetics, and the sounds of laughter and song filled the atmosphere. Zhu Wuhuan stepped into the main hall and surveyed the guests, who were seated with young women and drinking, a hint of disdain appearing on her face. Dressed in finery that signaled wealth, it was not long before she attracted the attention of an eager attendant. "Welcome, young master. Do you have any familiar ladies here? If so, I can summon them for you immediately," he offered with a beaming smile. Zhu Wuhuan raised her chin slightly, feigning the demeanor of a nouveau riche. "I do not know any of the ladies. This is my first visit. My family is affluent. We are certainly not lacking in silver." Upon finishing her statement, Su Qiu promptly produced a stack of banknotes. The duo's appearance as particularly plump prey indeed caught the attendant's eye. He quickly led Zhu Wuhuan upstairs. With a grin, he inquired, "Young master, what type do you prefer? I can arrange for a selection of 10, or so that meet your criteria, allowing you to choose." Zhu Wuhuan waved her fan, feigning a look of reluctance. The attendant instantly understood. There was something unspeakable involved. He ceased his chatter and guided Zhu Wuhuan into a private room upstairs. Once they were alone, he lowered his voice and asked, "Young master, do you perhaps have a peculiar preference? Do you enjoy the thrill of dominance? Or do you lean toward something else?" Zhu Wuhuan shook her head. "Neither. I prefer youthful, delicate boys who possess an androgynous charm, and they must be untouched. You understand?" The attendant's eyes widened in realization. So, it turned out she had a taste for handsome young men. He had hosted many such clients before and was familiar with the nuances. Adopting a troubled expression, he replied, "Most of our courtesans here are women, and the men are quite rare. Moreover, you seek someone young and attractive. The price may be a bit steep." Zhu Wuhuan smirked. "Do I lack silver? As long as the person you bring satisfies me, I would not hesitate to spend 10,000 taels to secure their freedom and take them home for my enjoyment." She turned to look at Su Qiu. Immediately, Su Qiu laid the banknotes on the table, fanned out. Each note was 1,000 taels, lined up across the surface. The attendant's eyes widened. This 10,000 taels was no mere boast. His heart raced with excitement. They had certainly secured their earnings for the day. He bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Please wait a moment. Young master, I will fetch suitable candidates for you to choose from." Zhu Wuhuan, with an air of arrogance, waved his fan and proclaimed, "If one possesses only an average appearance, they need not present themselves before me. I seek only the finest, as long as they are pleasing to the eye. Their temperament is of little concern. I have my ways to ensure their obedience." Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My lord, you are indeed fortunate. Recently, we have had the arrival of an exquisite beauty, whose allure transcends gender, though she may be somewhat difficult to manage. Please, have some tea and snacks while I fetch her for you." He bowed and hurriedly dashed away. The proprietor, troubled by his inability to handle the young woman, felt a sense of relief at the prospect of selling this proverbial hot potato to the wealthy young master. Watching the attendant rush off, Zhu Wuhuan sighed. That captivating beauty must surely be Chu Yujian. Alas, how pitiful it is that her celebrated male counterpart, revered through the ages, is now but a wretched soul subject to the whims of others. Reflecting on the hardships endured by the male deity in his early years, Zhu Wuhuan's heart ached. Chu Yujian's origins remained shrouded in mystery, leaving him unaware of his parentage throughout his life. From the earliest memories, he existed as a mere street urchin, relying on the kindness of an elderly beggar who took him under his wing, allowing him to survive until the age of 4. That winter, a heavy snowfall blanketed their town, and the benevolent old beggar succumbed to illness, leaving Chu Yujian gravely ill with a high fever. In desperation, he crawled with his hands and feet from their dilapidated shrine to the streets, seeking salvation. His hands, Knees and toes were battered and bloodied upon the frozen, muddy ground. Once on the main road, he positioned himself in the path of passing opulent carriages, pleading tearfully for the noble women within to grant him a chance at life. Despite being repeatedly shooed away by the rough servants, he persisted. If one carriage refused to help, he would retreat and implore the next. He held onto the belief that somewhere in this world, there existed a compassionate soul unwilling to witness his demise. After unyieldingly beseeching 11 carriages, fortune finally smiled upon him. Within one carriage sat an elderly matron surnamed Kai, who, moved by his plight, instructed her servants to bring him into her home for care and healing. Once recovered, he began to work for the Kai family. Though still a child, he was diligent and took on every task he could manage, never allowing himself a moment of idleness. 2 years later, having enjoyed ample food and warmth at the Kai residence, he shed the appearance of a gaunt and frail child, transforming into a charming and lovely young boy. Seeing his endearing demeanor, Madame Kai decided against having him perform menial tasks and instead appointed him as a young scholar's assistant in the study, where he was to serve as a scribe. It was then that he first encountered the world of books and ink, discovering the intoxicating vastness of literature. Each day, he accompanied the young master to the academy, where the teacher instructed the students in their studies, while the scribes awaited outside. Unlike the other scribes, he did not indulge in idle play. Instead, he sat on the ground, attentively listening to the lessons imparted by the teacher. Upon returning to the residence, the young master immersed himself in his studies. While he obediently stood behind him, stealthily glancing at the books, methodically comparing the content he had memorized during the day with the texts. Both the venerable matriarch and the young master of the Kai family were commendable individuals. Upon discovering his clandestine learning, they chose to remain silent, tacitly approving of his ambition. However, when he was 7, a cousin visited the Kai household, bringing along a 9-year-old young lady. Everyone was extolling the beauty of this cousin, while the young master of the Kai family found himself at odds with her, pointing at Chu Yujian and declaring that she was not as pleasing to the eye as his attendant. The young lady turned to look, feeling envious that she was outshone by a boy. 2 days later, he was deceitfully lured to the back entrance of the Kai residence, where he was knocked unconscious and taken away. When he awoke, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, with half of his face severely burned and blistered by boiling water. It was in that moment that he comprehended the terrifying nature of power. Merely due to the disdain of a 9-year-old young lady, numerous individuals rallied to her aid, subjecting him to tremendous suffering. After regaining consciousness, he did not return to the Kai family, fully aware that they would never confront the young lady for the sake of a mere servant. At best, they would scold her lightly and offer him a small sum of silver as consolation. But what would follow such consolation? Would the young lady, having received a reprimand because of him, allow him to live in peace? He feared he might not even comprehend how to meet his end. With his face festering from the blisters, he inquired in a nearby town and learned of a compassionate doctor at a certain clinic. Thus, he knelt outside the clinic, pleading for the doctor to save him. Once he recovered, he offered his assistance to the clinic in gratitude. He knelt from dawn until dusk outside the clinic, until the doctor, with a heavy sigh, finally took him in. The doctor treated his wounds, and after he healed, he worked in the clinic. Time flew by, and 2 years passed. He was now 9 years old. Throughout these 2 years, he had not relinquished his pursuit of education. Unable to attend school, he utilized the old Dr. S medical texts to learn by discerning medicinal herbs and the characters within the books. This year, however, calamity struck the old Dr. S household. While attending to a patient, he unfortunately became embroiled in a case of manslaughter. A husband, discontented with his wife, resorted to poisoning her, and somehow the blame fell upon the old doctor, deemed incompetent for having prescribed the wrong medicine that led to her demise. The official, lacking discernment, failed to investigate thoroughly, and despite their cries of innocence, the old doctor was sentenced to confiscation of property and exile. The old Dr. S. wife and son had long since passed. His daughter-in-law remarried, leaving behind only a 4-year-old granddaughter. With the old Dr. S. departure, the little girl was left without protection. When Chu Yujin bid farewell to the old doctor, he vowed to take the little granddaughter to find her mother. After parting with the old doctor, 9-year-old Chu Yujian embarked on a long journey with a 4-year-old child in search of her mother. After 3 arduous months, he finally located the girl's mother, only for them to be sold to a human trafficker by the girl's unscrupulous stepfather that very night. The heartless stepfather, unwilling to bear the burden of 2 dependents, thus deprived them of their freedom. At the tender age of 9, Chu Yujian possessed an extraordinary beauty that caught the eye of a wealthy middle-aged merchant with an inclination for young men. The merchant acquired him, intending to keep him in the rear courtyard until he matured enough to bring him into his household. The merchant already had a wife and concubines, who were well aware of his proclivities and dared not oppose him. Whenever he ventured out for business, his wife and concubines would vent their frustrations on the handsome boys in the courtyard, including Chu Yujian, who, being the most exquisite among them, endured the harshest torment. Over the subsequent 5 years, Chu Yujian found himself ensnared in a veritable hell. He was frequently lashed by the wives and concubines, his body marred by countless scars. Punished by kneeling on shards of broken teacups, his knees became a gruesome sight. Deprived of meals, he would go days without sustenance, only to be tossed scraps of food, akin to feeding a dog. Injured and starved, he was also forced to undertake the most arduous and unsavory tasks. Before the merchant's return, the wives and concubines would make him sleep in the stables, leaving him reeking of filth. Thus, when the merchant visited the courtyard to admire the beautiful boys, while others had the opportunity to express their grievances, only Chu Yujian increasingly drew his disdain. By the time Chu Yujian reached the age of 14, even the stench of the stables could not conceal his breathtaking beauty. The merchant's gaze toward him grew increasingly unsettling. The wives and concubines, sensing the danger posed by Chu Yujian's allure, realized that if he were to gain the merchant's favor, they would be powerless to displace him. One fateful night, Chu Yujian fell victim to a scheme devised by the merchant's wife. Caught in a compromising position with an overlooked concubine, unable to endure the humiliation of being cuckolded by both a male lover and a concubine, the merchant sold Chu Yujian to a brothel. Now, we arrive at the moment when Chu Yujian was sold to the brothel. With a sigh, Zhu Wuhuan took a sip of tea. According to her recollection, Chu Yujian did not resign himself to despair upon entering the brothel. After enduring relentless torment and beatings for several days, he opted for a different strategy to safeguard himself. He boldly showcased his stunning beauty to the matron, arguing that if he were to masquerade as a woman, he would be far more captivating. He diligently promoted the idea of becoming a courtesan who sold her talents rather than her body, asserting it would prove far more lucrative than being a mere male courtesan. The matron, captivated by his feminine guise, was ultimately swayed by his persuasion. Thus, from that day forth, an unparalleled beauty emerged, enchanting the entire capital and driving men of all ages into a frenzy, showering him with silver notes, oblivious to the fact that he was, in fact, a man. Becoming a courtesan was merely the first step in Chu Yujian's quest for self-preservation. After attaining fame, he attracted numerous affluent patrons to the brothel. With careful maneuvering and feigned politeness, he eventually ensnared Prince Jin, Feng Changjin, demonstrating his remarkable ability to memorize vast amounts of information. He successfully extricated himself from the brothel's inferno and secured a position as a staff member in the prince's household. He dedicated the next 4 years to scholarly pursuits, ultimately achieving a dazzling success by passing the imperial examination as the 3rd-place candidate. Regrettably, just as he was on the cusp of a transformative moment in his life, the scandal of his masquerade as a courtesan in a brothel was unveiled by those who envied him. His reputation tarnished. Even the ascended Prince Jin could not shield him, and he fell from the status of a celebrated scholar to a mere commoner. Enduring such a blow, he remained undaunted. A sullied reputation may bar him from the civil service, but that mattered little. He could still abandon the pen for the sword. Alone, with only a horse for company, he bravely ventured to the frontier. He ingeniously befriended a junior officer in the army, starting as a military strategist. From one victory to hundreds, he ultimately garnered renown throughout the realm, standing as a martial general in the court. At this very moment, the future illustrious ghost-faced General Chu Yujian was still a wretched soul, battered and scarred, languishing in a hell of his own. The acerbic madam regarded him with disdain. A servant reported that a lavish young gentleman sought someone to attend to him. The madam demanded he tidy himself and greet the guest with a smile. The madam brandished her whip, threatening dire consequences should he refuse. Chapter 78. The courtesan in disguise. On an exquisitely embroidered bed lay a slender youth, injured and vulnerable. He possessed an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of the full moon in autumn or the blossoms of spring dawn, standing out among the crowd like a precious gem amidst mere rubble. His gaze exuded a solitary, aloof indifference, radiating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, much like a dying wolf. Even in this infernal place, he remained unperturbed, as if nothing but death could frighten him. Despite his battered state, where only his flawless face remained unscathed, his body bore the marks of torment, his white garments stained and sullied with blood. Yet, even in such agony, he regarded the madam with serene composure. He had long grown accustomed to such suffering and abuse over the past 5 years. This pain was insufficient to compel him to succumb to a life of degradation. The madam, incensed by his demeanor and gaze, spat venomously. "Little Chu, do not test my patience. You cannot outmatch me. Do you think our establishment relies solely on whips and torture for disobedient patrons?" She lifted his chin with her whip, sneering, "It's a pity you are so strikingly beautiful. I have refrained from employing more sordid methods on you. Yet, your lack of cooperation leaves me little choice. A wealthy young lord has offered a fortune to have you, and you still refuse to comply. If you obstruct my means of earning, I shall no longer extend you my courtesy." She turned to the enforcer stationed at the door. "Go, fetch our finest specimen for little Chu to behold." The enforcer nodded and swiftly departed. Within moments, he returned, carrying a long, exquisite wooden box. He entered the room and opened it before the youth. The madam raised her hand, her vermilion-stained fingers gliding over the meticulously crafted jade objects within. With a sly smile, she inquired, "Which model do you fancy? I can arrange for you to experience it." The perpetually indifferent youth lifted his gaze and beheld a box brimming with meticulously arranged jade artifacts, causing his pupils to constrict. He had thought that the methods of torment were merely limited to beatings and scoldings. Little did he expect that the brothel would resort to such base tactics to inflict suffering. Should such objects be employed upon him, how would it differ from being forcibly taken by a man? Both are lifeless, yet one is alive. The essence of humiliation remains unchanged. The madam, noticing his fear, burst into laughter. She commanded her henchmen to procure ropes, instructing them to bind him and remain in the room, ensuring that these exquisite items would serve him well, compelling him to comfortably acquiesce to the demands of clientele. The henchmen, eagerly rubbing their hands in anticipation, set off to find the ropes, reveling in the prospect of tormenting a new subject. The youth, witnessing their departure, realized that if he did not yield today, he could not escape this humiliation. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before reopening them, now imbued with a cold, resolute determination. "Kindly summon a maid skilled in cosmetics," he requested of the madam, "for I cannot possibly present myself to the noble guests in this state. Surely, I must be properly adorned. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing his concession, the madam laughed heartily. If you had been so agreeable earlier, I need not have sullied your beauty with these vile trinkets." She turned towards the door, signaling for the henchman to summon a maid. Before long, a middle-aged woman adept in the art of beautification entered. After shutting the door, the youth laboriously rose from the bed. Standing before her, he lowered his gaze and asked, "Might you assist me in applying a feminine visage?" The woman raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What do you intend to do?" He lifted his gaze, a hint of mirth glimmering in his dark eyes. "I wish for my mother to recognize the immense value I possess." The middle-aged woman's gaze lingered on his androgynous features for several seconds before she replied with interest, "Very well. Though I dwell in this mire, I admire those who refuse to sink into despair. Today, I shall grant you this opportunity." She gestured for him to sit before the vanity and began to work with the embellishments intended for women. After shaping his thick, dark brows into elegant willow-like arches, she accentuated his slender eyes with a delicate flick, imbuing them with an irresistible allure. The application of rosy powder and vibrant lip color gradually obscured his masculine traits, revealing a visage that was delicately enchanting. Once the woman had meticulously refined his appearance, the youth's beauty surpassed that of the current star of the brothel by threefold. The middle-aged woman trembled with excitement, hastily arranging his hair into an exquisite updo adorned with pearls and gold pins. Lo and behold, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden emerged. "Wait," she said, pressing down on his shoulders. "Let me fetch you an elegant outfit to complete your transformation." The youth shook his head, expressing gratitude yet declining the offer. He lowered his gaze to the bloodstains adorning his attire, a smirk gracing his lips. Such a sight would surely evoke sympathy and tenderness, would it not? The middle-aged woman chuckled. "Indeed, you are already quite beautiful and no longer require extravagant garments." With a smile, she approached the door and swung it open. The madam, seated outside with her fan, had grown somewhat impatient. Upon seeing the door open, her spirits lifted instantly. At last, the transformation was complete. It was time to entertain guests. She rose joyfully, about to call out, when a stunning young girl gracefully emerged from the room. The exquisite beauty and the lofty, aloof demeanor were a rarity she had not encountered in years. She raised her hand, pointing at the figure. "You this. The boy, disguised as a girl, smiled enchantingly. "Pray, take a good look at my appearance in this guise. Tell me, should I pursue the path of a renowned courtesan in the capital, or degrade myself to serve only a handful of patrons with peculiar tastes?" The madam, captivated by the youth's attire, noticed the several attendants behind her, all transfixed by the boy's allure. A decision was made. Such a promising prospect must not be squandered. She envisioned using this gem to attract all the male patrons in the capital to her establishment. Thus, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, Zhu Wuhuan found herself facing a timid attendant who approached with an apology. "Young master, I sincerely apologize. Our esteemed beauty has encountered a minor issue and is unable to meet with you." He furtively glanced at Zhu Wuhuan's expression. "Shall I summon a few others?" "There's no need," she interjected, snapping her fan shut, feigning an air of arrogance through her remarkable acting skills. "A breathtaking beauty denies my presence, offering me mere substitutes? Is this a slight upon me?" Rising to her feet, she embodied the demeanor of a spoiled young master. "Where's that beauty? Take me to see her. I shall resolve any issues myself." She understood well that the male deity, in a bid for self-preservation, had donned female attire. The madam's eyes gleamed with determination. She was not about to let this opportunity slip away. Even if the beauty were to be withheld, she could simply shower the madam with silver to secure her freedom. "My lord, I'm afraid that won't be possible," the attendant replied, a look of distress etched on his face. Zhu Wuhuan scoffed lightly. "Not possible? There is no such thing as impossible in this world. You doubt my wealth, do you?" As she spoke, she retrieved a banknote of 1,000 taels from Su Qiu's hands. "Here, my lord is not lacking in silver. Tell me, is 1,000 taels sufficient for a mere glimpse?" The attendant was left astounded, his mouth agape. Such extravagance! He had never encountered a young master so affluent. Noticing his astonishment, Zhu Wuhuan brandished another banknote, swaying it gently. 2,000 taels, is that enough?" The ostentatious display of wealth by this nouveau riche gentleman left the young attendant utterly astounded. He struggled to swallow a lump in his throat before bowing and saying, "Esteemed sir, please wait a moment while I consult my mother." He hastily turned and dashed away. Zhu Wuhuan, growing impatient, exited the room. Her gaze fixed on the direction the attendant had taken, determination etched across her face. Her male idol must be taken away by her. No one was permitted to tarnish the dignity of her illustrious sovereign. What she failed to notice was that, while she leaned against the railing awaiting the attendant's return, several elegantly dressed young gentlemen entered the hall below. These gentlemen were frequent patrons of the brothel, coming by during the day to enjoy the melodies and witness the dances, wary of returning at night for fear of parental retribution. Upon entering, they intended to find a table from which to enjoy the performances. However, as they casually surveyed their surroundings, they spotted the gentleman on the upper floor, fanning himself. What astonished them was the fan he held. The design depicted on its surface was none other than the renowned map of unified lands, which hung in their father's study. They recalled their father mentioning that only the emperor could bestow such a fan upon his ministers. If they ever encountered a gentleman bearing the map of unified lands, it could only mean the emperor was incognito, wandering among them. Moreover, their father had warned them not to approach and expose the emperor's identity, for to interrupt the emperor's private visit would be a grave mistake. It was best to maintain a respectful distance and avoid drawing attention. The young gentlemen exchanged glances, recognizing the fear reflected in each other's eyes. Goodness, they never anticipated that a mere visit to a brothel would lead to an encounter with the emperor. Who could have imagined that the sovereign, with a harem of 3,000 beauties, would also indulge in such escapades? They quickly nestled into a corner table, too intimidated to disturb the emperor, yet eager to observe what brought him to such a place. Unbeknownst to Ji Wuhuan, several young gentlemen were secretly watching her, just as she was oblivious to the presence of Ji Yunchong, a spy sent by Feng Changya, lurking in the shadows, keeping a close watch on her. Leaning leisurely against the railing, she waited patiently for 2 minutes before the flamboyant matron, adorned in vibrant reds and greens, resembling a coxcomb flower, approached her. "My dear sir, you seek a youthful and handsome lad, do you not?" The matron inquired with a smile. If the attendant had not deceived her, this gentleman was a veritable treasure. Ji Wuhuan cast a casual glance at her, wondering, is this what this gentleman desires? The matron, still beaming, continued, "Do not be anxious, sir. I heard from the attendant that if you fancy this young lad, you are willing to pay a sum of 10,000 taels to redeem him, correct?" Ji Wuhuan nodded, affirming her wealth. The matron's delight grew. Lowering her voice, she added, "This young man is exceptionally handsome. If you are willing to pay 10,000 taels for his freedom, would you consider increasing your offer if his feminine form proves even more exquisite, thus enabling me to earn even greater profits?" Zhu Wuhuan silently lamented the greed that pervaded the realm of brothels. Yet, how many proprietors of such establishments are devoid of avarice? A sly smile graced her lips as she mused, "Bring the individual before me. Should their beauty be as exquisite as claimed, I shall gladly offer a greater sum." The madam, elated by the prospect, gestured for her attendants to fetch the young beauty. Although she had initially intended to keep the enchanting youth as a courtesan to attract patrons, the sudden arrival of a wealthy benefactor changed her calculations. If she could secure a one-time sale worth several thousand taels of silver, why bother with the complexities of grooming a flower? Each time a courtesan was selected, considerable resources were expended. Thus, selling directly to the benefactor proved far more lucrative. Before long, a vision clad in white emerged from the corridor's end. A delicate veil obscured her features, yet the exposed forehead and eyes were sufficient to declare her an unparalleled beauty. As she glided into view, the raucous revelry of the patrons hushed momentarily. All eyes turned, entranced by the graceful figure approaching. She was breathtaking, a rare gem amidst the ordinary. Compared to her, the other women in their arms appeared merely as commonplace. While others in the establishment stared in astonishment, Zhu Wuhuan too was captivated, her gaze fixed upon the advancing maiden, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "Ah, look," she exclaimed internally. "My idol, at last. I have transcended time to behold my deity. Can you feel my heartbeat? It's racing. He is truly stunning, surpassing everyone I have ever seen. A celestial being descended to earth." The system, privy to Zhu Wuhuan's fervent thoughts, found itself at a loss for words. Through her perspective, it beheld the approaching beauty. Indeed, she was lovely, but to claim that she eclipsed everyone Zhu had encountered was somewhat exaggerated. What was this phenomenon? A fan's filter? It spoke with impartiality. "Host, the tyrant's looks are not inferior to his." Zhu Wuhuan dismissed this notion. How can a tyrant even be compared to my idol? The only thing he has in common is his skull. The system interjected, "Please, host, remove your fan filter and speak with sincerity." As a side note, for those questioning where the female lead acquires her wealth to indulge in extravagance, there is no need for confusion. She is not only the Empress, but also a scion of the Zhu family. Her father, a general, reaps 1/10 of the spoils from conquests, a privilege granted by the emperor. With her grandfather and father both celebrated generals, it is implausible that she would lack funds. Especially after her lavish wedding to the emperor, she is exceedingly affluent. Chapter 80, Trouble Afoot. Wu Huan mistaken for the Emperor Zhu Wu Huan. Feeling somewhat guilty after the system's remarks, she awkwardly conceded, all right, the tyrant's looks are indeed comparable, but they embody different kinds of beauty. The tyrant possesses a strikingly defined visage, exuding the authority of one accustomed to power, a rugged allure. Yet my idol is different altogether. He is now merely 14 years old, a delicate and graceful young lad. Strikingly beautiful to the point that one cannot discern his gender, truly incomparable and uniquely distinct. She pondered for a moment, articulating with precision. He resembles the boy band of the 21st century, and in comparison to my idol, the charming Jiao Shu Quan, these two types cannot be juxtaposed. Each possesses its own merits. Do you understand? The system, having absorbed her elaborate description, encapsulated her sentiment with a modern lexicon. So, it is akin to the distinction between a little puppy and a fierce wolf. Zhu Wuhuan felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks. Oh dear, let us not speak of such comparisons. It is rather embarrassing, generally employed to describe harem members. She certainly did not wish to include her idol and the tyrant in such a category. As Zhu Wuhuan conversed with the system, the young lad had already approached her. His indifferent gaze swept over Zhu Wuhuan, the epitome of nobility, before quickly averting his eyes. Esteemed sir, this is the individual you seek. Pray, consider whether he is worth several times his price, the madam urged, presenting him before Zhu Wuhuan with a smile. In her heart, Zhu Wuhuan mused, to me, my idol is an invaluable treasure. Yet, she could not divulge this, lest he extort her. Feigning a critical demeanor, she scrutinized the boy disguised as a girl, gently lifting his chin with her fan, examining him from side to side before nodding in approval. 15,000 taels, a firm price. Should you be willing to sell, I shall immediately pay in silver and take him away. Zhu Wuhuan cast a sidelong glance at the madam. She frowned, dissatisfied with such an offer, believing that he could fetch no less than 30,000 taels. Wasn't he a golden goose? 15,000 was too low. She could keep the boy in the brothel for a few years as a courtesan and still earn that amount. She shook her head, stating, esteemed sir, I shall be candid with you. My bottom line is 30,000 taels. If you can meet this price, I shall allow you to take him without further ado. Zhu Wuhuan chuckled softly. I possess but 15,000 taels today, and I absolutely must take this individual. The madam laughed in response. Are you attempting to engage in coercive bargaining, sir? Our Tianxiang pavilion is not one to be trifled with. You must consider your position carefully. Just as Zhu Wuhuan was about to speak again, a group of raucous young men at a nearby corner table suddenly rose and began shouting, We have silver. We have it. They were exuberant, eager to seize the opportunity to present themselves before the emperor, who was in need of funds. They envisioned offering the emperor an exquisite beauty, hoping for a reward, perhaps even a military title. Excitedly, they rushed upstairs, pulling out silver notes from their pockets, amounting to about 5,000 taels when combined. Still feeling insufficient, they hastily removed various jade pendants and rings, presenting them before Zhu Wuhuan. Sir, do you think this is enough? They asked, bowing and flattering her. Observing their servile demeanor and unfamiliar faces, an ominous premonition surged within Zhu Wuhuan. She instinctively glanced at the folding fan in her hand. Oh no, will I be recognized? She exchanged a glance with Su Qiu, who was equally startled. Zhu Wuhuan took a deep breath and slowly waved the folding fan in front of several young nobles. They mistakenly believed she was revealing her identity and nodded respectfully, indicating their awareness that she was the emperor. Zhu Wuhuan pressed the fan against her forehead. Ah, how unfortunate! She had secretly taken the emperor's fan with the intention of intimidating the people in the brothel if her own money could not secure her male idol's freedom. She had meticulously prepared for this day, determined to rescue her beloved from the depths of despair. Little did she know that before she could use the fan to scare off the brothel patrons, the young nobles had already recognized her. Frustrated, she cast a glance at them and ordered them to withdraw. The young nobles were bewildered by the emperor's sudden displeasure. Yet they dared not disobey her command and quickly bowed, retreating behind her, standing as still as quails. Their arrival and reaction did not escape the notice of the brothel madam, who narrowed her eyes and scrutinized Zhu Wuhuan. Who exactly was this young noble? She was aware of the identities of the young nobles. They were the offspring of third and fourth rank officials, a group that could act with impunity in the capital. Yet, their obsequiousness towards this young noble was puzzling. When ordered to step back, they complied without protest, swiftly retreating. This young noble's status was evidently extraordinary. Could he be the son of a first-rank minister, or a noble lord, or perhaps even of royal lineage? The madam felt a twinge of fear. She swallowed hard and voluntarily lowered her asking price by 10,000 taels. Young noble, truly, 15,000 taels is far too low. 20,000 would be acceptable. Zhu Wuhuan regarded her with disdain. Is 15,000 too low? I beg to differ, for I shall now offer you merely 10,000. Should you utter another word, it will be reduced to 5,000. Unfazed by the madam's displeasure, she cast a glance at her male idol, who remained quietly composed, and lowered her voice to threaten the madam. If you do not allow me to take him today, I shall reveal his true identity tomorrow. You wish to use him disguised as a woman to entice the gentlemen of the capital? Once his true nature is known, you won't earn even 1,500 taels. The madam's expression darkened considerably. She wanted to curse her for being so unscrupulous, yet the fear of Zhu Wuhuan's status kept her in check. Her gaze flicked between the obedient young nobles and Zhu Wuhuan, finally settling on the quietly standing Xiao Chuzi behind her. She felt a pang of regret. 30,000 taels had dwindled to 15, and now to 10. Yet, witnessing the determined demeanor of the young noble opposite her, she realized she could not retain Xiao Chuzi today. Thus, before offending this young noble further, she reluctantly decided to release him. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed Xiao Chuzi toward Zhu Wuhuan. Young noble, he is yours now. She then retrieved a yellowed piece of paper from her sleeve. This is his contract. Please keep it safe. Zhu Wuhuan expressed her satisfaction with Su Qiu's perceptiveness, signaling her to present a banknote of 10,000 taels of silver to her. Casting a sidelong glance at the silent young man beside her, who appeared to be resigned to his fate, she felt a pang of sympathy. Chapter 81, Wuhuan's Fury. I do not have a little prince. Not giving birth to a little prince, being treated like a commodity, must be deeply distressing for him. Could he possibly feel as if he had leaped from one hell into another, enveloped in utter helplessness and despair? Unable to restrain herself, she leaned closer and whispered, "Do not fear. You are disguised as a woman, and I as a man. Therefore, do not worry that I will mistreat you. Come with me." Upon hearing her words, the boy, who had been looking down, suddenly lifted his gaze to meet hers. As his eyes clashed with her bright ones, his fingertips trembled slightly. Only someone who truly cared for him would take the time to explain before taking him away. She feared he might contemplate ending his life and did not wish for him to leave with reluctance or even a trace of despair and unhappiness. But who was she? A stranger they had just met. Why should she exert herself to save him? Upon seeing the boy finally look at her, her heart raced, nearly bursting from her chest. How exhilarating! A gaze that transcended millennia. Her dream had been realized. The young man had seen her. Suppressing her excitement, she asked softly, "What is your name?" His eyes flickered momentarily. "Xiao Chuzi." Zhu Wuhuan longed to say, "Your name is not Xiao Chuzi. You are Chu Yujian, the illustrious Chu Yujian." Yet she refrained. Naming someone bears profound significance. Her purpose was to rescue the young man, not to win his heart. She must not bestow a name upon him, lest he remember her for a lifetime. Although, he might not remember her at all, yet she must uphold her principles. She handed him the deed of servitude that the brothel keeper had given her, saying, "Xiao Chuzi, keep your own contract. From this day forth, you are free." Xiao Chuzi gazed at the contract presented before him, his fingertips digging into his palm. The shackles that had confined him for 5 long years now lay within reach of liberation. He could soon break free and reclaim control over his own life. However, he looked up, fixing his gaze on Zhu Wuhuan. "May I ask, having spent 10,000 taels of silver to rescue me, what do you wish for me to do?" Zhu Wuhuan smiled warmly at him. I wish for your freedom, your happiness, and for you to spread your wings and soar freely in the vast skies. Her words floated lightly, yet they struck Xiao Chuzi's heart like a heavy hammer. He stared at Zhu Wuhuan, his eyes misty. He had endured much suffering since childhood, and never had anyone uttered such words to him. I wish for your freedom, your happiness. I wish for you to soar freely in the skies. Freedom, happiness, soaring in the heavens. These were the very desires he had long yearned for, yet felt forever out of reach. She might never realize how profoundly warm her seemingly light words were to him, enough to warm his entire life. Observing that Su Qiu had concluded her transaction with the brothel keeper, Zhu Wuhuan gestured for Xiao Chuzi to follow her. Let us depart from this place you have long wished to escape. As she turned, Xiao Chuzi instinctively followed her, his gaze fervently fixed upon her retreating figure. He was unaware of her identity, yet she was the first to warm his heart, inspire his will, and grant him a sense of true freedom. As they passed by a few ruffians, Zhu Wuhuan narrowed her eyes, warning them that today's events must remain a secret. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. The ruffians, frightened, nodded vigorously in agreement. Only then did Zhu Wuhuan lead Xiao Chuzi and Su Qiu away. Upon exiting the brothel, Su Qiu took the lead, intending to take a shortcut back to General Zhu's residence through a narrow alley. As they entered the alley, Xiao Chuzi noticed the surroundings were deserted and quietly inquired, Miss, may I ask who you are? Zhu Wuhuan halted her steps, turned to gaze at him, and with a playful smile replied, I am the one who can cradle your wings and elevate you to the heavens. With a swift motion, she unfurled her fan, revealing the side adorned with a map of a unified realm. Introducing herself, she declared, I am the Empress of Daming, Zhu Wuhuan. Xiao Chuzi, astonished by the map of the unified realm, looked up at Zhu Wuhuan with wide eyes. Though of humble origins and unfamiliar with the significance of the map, he recognized it as an emblem of the Empress's identity, for she would not have shown it to him otherwise. He stared in her eyes for a few moments before lifting his skirt and kneeling in reverence. Commoner pays homage to Her Majesty the Empress. May she live 1,000 years. Rise, Zhu Wuhuan gestured, indicating he should stand. He did not immediately rise, instead lifting his gaze to her beautiful face and breaking into a sudden smile. I am most grateful for your rescue, Your Majesty. Along the way, I pondered why you would save a commoner like me. I possess no remarkable qualities, only this exterior that might catch the eye. He blushed, adding, I initially thought you favored my appearance and wished to bestow kindness upon me. At this, he bowed his head in shame. I have overthought this. If you truly admired my looks, you would not have so openly revealed your identity as the Empress of Daming. Your candor effectively severs any potential for ambiguity between us. For he could harbor feelings for his savior or his confidant, but he would not develop affections for a woman who, upon their first meeting, openly declared her status as a married woman. He understood that her immediate introduction was a clear indication of her intent to avoid any romantic entanglements. Likewise, he would not allow himself to fall for such a virtuous woman and invite his own demise. Bowing deeply, he declared, Your Majesty is of such high virtue. It is I who am base, and I hope for your forgiveness. Zhu Wuhuan, enchanted by his clarity of thought, found herself utterly smitten with him. This was the man she admired. She had not erred in her judgment. In a particularly good mood, she playfully beckoned him to rise with her fan. I saved you today by mere chance, having learned of your remarkable memory. She smiled at her handsome savior and asked, I cherish talent and wish to elevate you to great heights. Would you be willing to serve me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuzi's heart ignited with fervor. The one who came to his rescue valued him for his intellect, which for man aspiring to the heavens is the most exalted and glorious praise. With reddened eyes, he knelt deeply, expressing his gratitude to the Empress. He pledged to devote himself wholeheartedly to achieving greatness in order to repay her immense kindness and grace. Little did he realize that the Empress before him harbored ambitions to overthrow the tyrant and ascend as Empress herself. He believed that she was secretly recruiting talent to pave the way for her future heir. Thus, he raised his hand and swore with utmost loyalty that should he ever rise to prominence and grace the court, he He would fervently protect the young prince beneath her knee and remain eternally loyal to both the empress and the young prince, until death. Zhu Wuhuan's smile froze in disbelief. By the heavens, young prince, you need only utter the first two sentences. Who cares to hear the latter? Your loyalty is what I seek. Not your allegiance to a prince I do not possess. I am destined to be empress. Chapter 82. Even if my empress is flawed, she is the most endearing. However, her pent-up frustration was inexpressible. She could not, in front of Su Qiu, approach this godlike figure she met for the first time and say, "Come, let us embark on a grand venture together and overthrow the tyrant." Surely, that would be courting death. She could only silently grit her teeth and accept his declaration. Very well, very well. With a forced smile, she gestured for the godlike figure to rise, while inwardly consulting the system. Does this count as loyalty to me? Is the mission considered complete? The system reviewed the task panel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited the legendary General Chu Yujian. Please continue your efforts. There are more heroic figures awaiting your recruitment. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wuhuan's spirits finally lifted. The mission was accomplished. She had saved her beloved idol and fulfilled her task. Today was indeed a cause for celebration. The only source of discontent stemmed from the few rascals she encountered in the brothel. She hoped they could keep their lips sealed. However, even if they spoke out, she had little to fear should the news reach the tyrant. After all, it was merely a stolen fan, not his imperial jade seal. Furthermore, she had not wielded any power with that fan. Those rascals mistaking her for the emperor was their folly, not hers. She had never uttered a word linking herself to her identity. She was just an innocent, clueless empress. As Zhu Wuhuan returned to the general's residence with Su Qiu and the young Chu, Ji Yunchang, who had been trailing her, sensed that matters were more complex than they appeared. He hastened back to the palace on horseback. He needed to urgently inform the emperor. In the Tai Chi Hall, after concluding discussions with several ministers, Feng Changye instructed the Ministry of Justice to expedite the trial of the eunuch Si Quan, who held sway over the Internal Affairs Court, and then dismissed the ministers to attend to their own affairs. He leaned over his desk to review the memorials. Whenever the contents of the memorials incensed him, just before he was about to erupt, he would touch the back of his head, gradually regaining his composure. Whenever he felt fatigued and drowsy, he would lift his hand to gently caress the back of his head, followed by a sip of cool tea, before diligently returning to his tasks. Xiao Yuanzai stood nearby, her eyes wide with astonishment as she observed the emperor. Had a bump formed on the back of his head today? Why did he feel the need to touch it repeatedly? However, if it were indeed painful, he wouldn't be smiling each time he touched that spot, which left her utterly perplexed. As Feng Changye stretched lazily, he turned to find Xiao Yuanzai's bewildered expression. He raised an eyebrow, curious about her confusion. Slowly, she approached him from behind, pointing to the spot he had just touched, hesitantly inquiring, "Your Majesty, does it hurt? If it does, I shall summon the imperial physician at once." Feng Changye, akin to a child eager to boast, felt he had finally found an opportunity to share his joy. It is human nature to wish to share moments of happiness with those closest to us, and Xiao Yuanzai was his most trusted confidant. He simply had to express his delight. Otherwise, it would surely stifle him. With a bright smile, he looked up at Xiao Yuanzai and declared, "No, this is the spot where the Empress secretly touched last night. I find great joy in it." For him, it was more than a mere touch. It was a connection transcending time, a gentle caress from the Empress that reached back to the tender age of 4, when little Changye had lost his teeth. It was the warmth he had longed for. Xiao Yuanzai gazed at Feng Changye, bewildered, struggling to comprehend the source of his excitement. The emperor had already shared an intimate moment with the Empress. During such closeness, she must have touched far more than just the back of his head. Why then was he particularly fixated on that spot? Meeting Xiao Yuanzai's puzzled gaze, Feng Changye withdrew his own with a hint of disappointment. His attempt to boast had failed. How could he explain to her that he had not yet consummated his union with the Empress, and that her touch had only graced his skull and the back of his head? Such a humiliating revelation was best left unspoken. He resumed reviewing memorials. occasionally calling in ministers to discuss various issues concerning banditry and excessive taxation across the regions. After about half an hour, a young eunuch reported that Deputy Commander Ji Yunchang had arrived. Feng Changye paused, his fingers halting on the red brush. The Empress had yet to return. What business did Ji Yunchang have here? Could it be that he had apprehended the Empress during a clandestine meeting with Chu Yujia? Or perhaps the Empress had engaged in some unusual interaction with Chu Yujia, prompting Ji Yunchang to return post-haste with alarming news? With this thought, Feng Changye's spirits surged to an extraordinary high. Let him in. He placed the brush down, sitting up straight, ready to discern what his Empress had been up to today. If she dared to engage in mischief, he would surely have her flayed. Ji Yunchang entered the main hall briskly and bowed respectfully from a distance of several paces. Your Majesty, the Empress has gone to a brothel. His directness left Feng Changye in shock. The Emperor's eyes widened. His Empress had actually ventured to a brothel. Surely, before her time travel, she had identified as female. But if she were indeed female, what business did she have in such a sordid establishment? He slightly narrowed his eyes, straightened his posture, and recounted the Empress's escapade to the brothel with utmost honesty. Indeed, Ji Yunchang rose to his feet, as was customary. Extracting a small notebook from his bosom, he meticulously relayed to Feng Changye the details recorded within, how the Empress had ordered the carriage to halt midway, accompanied solely by a palace maid to the tailor's shop to don male attire, and subsequently her venture into the brothel, detailing the individuals she encountered there, narrating every aspect with precision. At this juncture, Ji Yunchang began to embellish the tale with his characteristic flair. Your Majesty, I believe it prudent to investigate the two brothers of the Empress. Surely, they have led her astray. You must have noticed a solitary woman, after entering the brothel, displayed a demeanor of frivolous extravagance that could rival even your own finesse, Your Majesty, especially when she brazenly flaunted her wealth before the courtesans. Demanding to purchase a lady with such audacity, she embodied a masculinity surpassing that of many men. Remarkably, amidst the throng of patrons, not a single soul suspected her true identity. Her guise as a seasoned client was alarmingly convincing. Regarding Zhu Wuhuan's foray into the brothel, Feng Changye remained remarkably composed. His expectations of that audacious woman had dwindled, as long as she refrained from seeking male companionship at the Nanfeng Pavilion. He felt a sense of relief at her apparent honesty. However, upon hearing Ji Yunchang's embellishments, his expression subtly shifted. This was not truly the fault of Zhu Xianyuan and Zhu Longyuan. After all, the Empress was a woman from another time. The Zhu brothers lacked the capacity to corrupt her. Perhaps, at her core, she was simply mischievous, reflecting on her various capers. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Feng Changye's lips. Yet, her mischief was endearingly charming, more so than that of others. Chapter 83. The Tyrant, infuriated to the point of fury, contemplates the demise of Chu Yujianji, Yunzhang, and Xiao Yuanzai had braced themselves for the Emperor's explosive rage, yet to their astonishment, he remained astonishingly tranquil. They exchanged cautious glances, only to discover a hint of a smile at the Emperor's lips. They could not help but exclaim in awe indeed. The bond forged through intimacy is unbreakable. If it were any other concubine parading about the brothel, as the Empress had, the Emperor would have drawn his sword without hesitation. After their moment of astonishment, Ji Yunchang cast a sympathetic glance at the Emperor, silently wishing that he might retain his composure upon hearing the subsequent revelations. Your Majesty, I must regretfully inform you of some disconcerting news, he ventured carefully. The Empress, while in the brothel, was discovered in her true identity when she departed with that stunning beauty. Feng Changye's brow furrowed slightly. Discovered in her status as Empress? How careless. Very well. It is of no consequence. He resolved to have matters addressed shortly. Although the notion of the Empress visiting a brothel was rather unsavory, with a suitable excuse, he believed the incident could be concealed. Observing the Emperor's unperturbed demeanor, Ji Yunchang grew increasingly cautious. He gestured towards the fan resting upon the Emperor's desk and brutally conveyed the remaining details of the situation. Your Majesty, today, when the Empress left the palace, She took with her a fan of yours. Coincidentally, several young rascals were also wandering about the pleasure quarters. Upon seeing the grand map of a unified kingdom depicted on the fan, Feng Changya's expression shifted abruptly. He suddenly rose, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixating on Ji Yunzhang. Furious, he exclaimed, "They mistook the Empress for me?" Ji Yunzhang, bracing himself, replied, "Your Majesty, it seems to be the case." He recounted the behavior of those young rascals in detail. Feng Changya's anger flared. He slammed his palm on the table. This audacious woman, he seethed. How dare she be so brazen? I shall not let her off easily. It is one thing for her to frolic in the pleasure quarters, but to secretly take my fan is utterly unacceptable. Now, she has cleverly protected herself while exposing my identity. Those rascals, being reckless, would surely boast about the emperor visiting the pleasure quarters after a few drinks, sharing it with their companions at the table. Consequently, the matter of the great Ning emperor sneaking into a brothel and bringing a beauty back to the palace would, within half a day, become the talk of the town. At that point, what face would he have left as the emperor? What authority would remain in the eyes of his ministers? He paced behind the table, hands clasped behind his back, and declared furiously, "Summon someone, immediately apprehend those young rascals and bring them before their fathers, so that they may discipline them properly. Whoever dares to spread even a word that tarnishes my reputation shall face dire consequences." Xiao Yuzi promptly bowed and exited to carry out his orders. By inquiring with the brothel's madam or servants, they would soon ascertain which young masters were involved. Feng Changya returned to the table, took a sip of his cool tea, and then turned to Ji Yunzhang. "Is there more?" Ji Yunzhang knelt, bracing himself, and said, "Yes, there is something even more grave." Feng Changya's anger threatened to erupt. "Is this not serious enough? There is something even more alarming?" He sat down with a heavy demeanor, his face stern. Ji Yunzhang lowered his head, afraid to meet the emperor's gaze, fearing what expression he would bear. The beauty the empress brought from the pleasure quarters is not a woman, but a young boy disguised as one. Due to his youth and the absence of an Adam's apple, I initially did not discern his true identity. It was only when the empress led him out and they returned to the general's residence through a narrow alley that the boy spoke in his natural voice, revealing his true nature. Upon hearing this, Feng Changya's countenance grew even darker, exponentially worse than before. A boy disguised as a girl. This must be the wretched Chu Yujian that Zhu Wuhuan had sought. He had never imagined this person would be hidden in a brothel, which is why he hadn't thought of Chu Yujian when hearing about Zhu Wuhuan's escapades. Yet, she had indeed given him a shocking surprise. Zhu Wuhuan. He ground his teeth, icy light flashing in his eyes. You truly are something else. Magnificent. You eagerly rushed to rescue your ideal man, Chu Yujia, only to ultimately betray me, your devoted husband, selling me out completely with a mere fan. You left joyfully with your wild hero, abandoning me to be regarded as a shameless wretch by that group of debauched science. How clearly you delineate affection. Chu Yujia is dear, while I am but an afterthought. Is it not? Drawing a deep breath, he sought to absolve Zhu Wuhuan of any wrongdoing. Thus inquired, "What is the name of that youth?" Yi Yunfang replied, "He calls himself Xiao Chuzi." Feng Changya slammed the table with fervor. This confirmed it. It was indeed Chu Yujia. He had not unjustly accused Zhu Wuhuan, this audacious woman. What else? Speak all at once. He suppressed his fury, fixating his gaze on Ji Yunchang. Under immense pressure, Ji Yunchang recounted every word exchanged between the queen and that Xiao Chuzi in the alley. When Xiao Chuzi inquired about the queen's identity, she proclaimed, "I am the one who can bear your wings, sending you soaring to the heavens." Upon hearing this, Feng Changya was consumed by rage. Did she wish to elevate that wild man to the skies? Very well. He will be the first to clip that wild man's wings, leaving him unable to ascend. Would he even dare to claim a life beyond? Then, the queen proceeded to introduce herself as Zhu Wuhuan, the Empress of Daming. The instant Xiao Chuzi learned of her status, he knelt in reverence. Hearing Ji Yunchang recount Zhu Wuhuan's self-introduction, Feng Changya's anger suddenly dissipated. She claims to be the Empress of Daming, Zhu Wuhuan? This cannot be right. If she harbored intentions to seduce her ideal man and take a lover, she would not so openly declare her title, thereby revealing her marital status. If she truly intended such, she would have concealed her identity, merely introducing herself as a miss from the Zhu family, thus allowing for continued flirtation with that man. Once her ideal man fell deeply under her spell, she could later reveal her identity, and at that point, no matter his struggles, he would ultimately capitulate to love, agreeing to be her lover. Yet she did not. She boldly introduced herself as the wife of Feng Changye to that wild man. She concealed nothing regarding our marital bond. Realizing this, Feng Changye felt the weight of his frustrations lift entirely. A slight smile graced his lips, and the anger etched on his handsome face melted away in an instant. It seemed this woman who had traversed a millennium was not as unrestrained as he had imagined. Indeed, when she shook his fan and proclaimed her identity as the Empress of Daming, she must have appeared exceedingly charming. In light of this, he could temporarily forgive her for borrowing his fan. After all, she was his queen. Should he not cherish his own queen rather than allow her ideal man the opportunity to pamper her? Chapter 84. The Machiavellian tyrant teaches Wuan a lesson. Feng Changye had calmed his ire towards his queen, and as he listened to Ji Yunchang recount the dialogue between the queen and Chu Yujie, he began to focus intently on finding faults in Chu Yujie. Upon hearing Ji Yunchang state that the Empress commanded Xiao Chuzi to rise, Xiao Chuzi knelt there, gazing at the Empress, expressing that he possessed nothing of value, only a pleasing exterior. Throughout his journey, he had been plagued by doubts about whether the Empress had taken a liking to him, prompting her to save him. Feng Changye let out a cold scoff. Ah, you possess nothing but a handsome facade. I, however, possess more than mere looks. I hold a vast and splendid kingdom, a wealth of literary and martial prowess, and I share a legitimate marital bond with the Empress. She has yet to eliminate me, and my possessions remain intact. How could she possibly favor you? Ji Yunchang continued to elaborate. Xiao Chuzi confessed he had misunderstood the Empress. She had stated, through serendipity, that she recognized Xiao Chuzi's remarkable memory and admired his talents, inquiring whether he would pledge his allegiance to her. Immediately, Xiao Chuzi knelt, vowing his loyalty, declaring that should he rise to prominence, he would repay her kindness and fiercely protect her young prince, remaining eternally devoted to both the Empress and the child, even unto death. Feng Changye, leisurely sipping his cool tea, found himself unable to contain his amusement upon hearing this, and he unexpectedly spat out his drink. He gazed incredulously at Ji Yunchang. What is this? Wasn't he my Empress who was covertly recruiting talents behind my back? How could this legendary figure suddenly shift his allegiance to the young prince? He paused momentarily, then set down his cup and erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Just imagining how bewildered and incredulous my Empress must have been fills me with delight. She went to great lengths to rescue her idol from the brothel, clearly intending for him to pledge his loyalty and assist her in grand ambitions of rebellion. Yet, here he is, blissfully unaware of her aspirations, believing she was merely paving the way for a future son. This loyalty, instead of being directed towards her, has been transferred to her yet unseen child. She must be furious. Ironically, despite her anger, she cannot openly express her desire for rebellion and must begrudgingly accept it. This is truly amusing. It brings me great joy. In this light, Xiao Yujin doesn't seem so detestable after all. With a heart devoted to king and country, he is a talent worth cultivating. What does it matter if the Empress painstakingly gathers him? As long as Xiao Yujin constantly thinks of serving the young prince, that is sufficient. After all, the young prince of the Empress is also my young prince. Xiao Yujin's loyalty to her son is no different from loyalty to me. Thus, with everything in place, only the young prince remains, correct? The more Feng Changye pondered, the more delighted he became, his brows dancing with joy, leaving Ji Yunchang kneeling before him in bewilderment. He gazed at the emperor, perplexed. Was the emperor truly not angry? The empress had been covertly attracting talent, aiming to position her allies within the court, a transgression intolerable in any emperor's eyes. The formation of factions among the concubines is a grave crime. He had understood the seriousness of the situation, which is why he had hastened back to report to the emperor. Yet, the emperor not only remained unperturbed, but was instead bursting with laughter. Today, he truly found it difficult to comprehend the emperor's disposition. Even with the utmost affection for the empress, the emperor should not indulge her in matters of state, particularly concerning the future succession of the crown prince. Feng Changye observed Ji Yunchang's bewilderment with a slight smirk. Ah, you mortals cannot comprehend the delightful rapport between me and the empress. He rose to his feet and instructed Ji Yunchang to prepare for a visit to General Zhu's residence. Surely, his empress would not allow Chu Yujian to disguise herself as a woman and risk her life within the palace. Most likely, she would keep Chu Yujian at General Zhu's home for proper cultivation. Thus, if he did not venture out of the palace, he would likely miss the chance to meet this remarkable individual who, like him, would be immortalized in history. A fiercely loyal patriot with a particularly intriguing personality. Furthermore, he intended to seize this opportune moment to instill a sense of trepidation in his audacious empress. So she seeks to find beauty in the brothel under the auspices of the Daning emperor? Very well. He would bring the beauty back to the palace to lavish her with affection, allowing the empress to witness her beloved entering the palace as her companion. What a fright that would be! He would see whether she would learn her lesson and dare to act recklessly again. A quarter of an hour later, the spirited Daning emperor departed the palace, accompanied by the imperial guard, resolute in his intention to teach his empress a lesson. At General Zhu's residence, Zhu Wuhuan, along with Su Qiu and Xiao Chuzi, returned home on foot. Upon her entrance into the hall, the matriarch and the couple, Zhu Xianyuan and his wife, looked upon her male attire with a sense of helplessness. How could one, even as the empress, still engage in such frivolity? What mischief had she embarked upon this time? Mother, elder brother and sister-in-law, fourth brother and younger brother, please refrain from any formalities. Bowing is merely for outsiders. There is no need for such niceties amongst family, Zhu Wuhuan said with a smile as she walked in. The Zhu family turned their gaze towards the beauty, Xiao Chuzi, standing behind her. Was this not an outsider? Zhu Wuhuan beamed and approached Xiao Chuzi, intending to properly introduce him to her family. She had always intended for Xiao Chuzi to remain at the Zhu household, never intending to take him back to the palace. A man, even if he could flawlessly disguise himself as a woman within the palace, would be risking both their lives. Should it be discovered that the empress harbored a man within her chambers, both would face dire consequences. Staying with the Zhu family was an entirely different matter. He would be safe there, and as the person she entrusted to their care, the Zhu family would treat him well. Moreover, the Zhu household boasted a library where he could immerse himself in the sea of knowledge he had long desired. Should he encounter any perplexing questions, he could utilize the Zhu family's connections to consult the esteemed scholarchen next door. Mother, elder brother, and sister-in-law, this is Xiao Chuzi, Zhu Wuhuan began her introduction. But at that moment, a young servant rushed into the courtyard. Your Majesty, old madam, Miss Song Anxiao has arrived. The servant bowed and awaited instructions from the masters. Zhu Wuhuan had not anticipated Song Anxiao's swift arrival. She swallowed the remainder of her words, a playful smile gracing her lips. Su Qiu, where's the physician I brought? Su Qiu bowed respectfully and reported to the empress. Dr. Zhang is waiting just outside the courtyard, in a small theater. After the tyrant brought Chu Marin back to the palace, he began his daily teasing of the empress. The tyrant leisurely remarked, tonight I am in good spirits. I wish to indulge in Chu Marin's company. Wu Huan's expression changed drastically. Your Majesty, Chu Marin is still very young. She is merely 14. The tyrant turned, appraising her from head to toe. Ah, the empress has tried to prevent me from visiting Chu Marin again. TSK, are you jealous? If you are, just say so. I will dote on you. Wu Huan gritted her teeth, enduring the situation. Yes, I am indeed jealous to death. Chu Marin is merely a divine catalyst. After all, Chapter 85. The tyrant jealously questions the empress. Is that wild man nobler than I? Wu Huan smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Let that woman, Song Anxiao, commence her performance. Then, let us deliver a resounding slap to her face. Wu Huan turned to observe Lady Zhu and her son, Zhu Xianyuan. Mother, brother, a sister-in-law. I previously stated that regardless of whether you recognize Song Anxiao as a daughter-in-law, should she dare to return, I will have the physician expose her false pregnancy. She chuckled lightly. Now, do you wish for me to confront her at the gate, or shall you bring her to the hall for me to reveal the truth? Lady Zhu exhibited a hint of embarrassment. Her daughter had made her stance clear. She held no affection for Song Anxiao. Yet, after discussions over the past few days, they had decided to grant Song Anxiao another chance. After all, she was already a member of the Zhu family and had borne a child for them. They could not simply dismiss her without allowing her the opportunity to amend her mistakes. Everyone makes foolish errors at times. As long as the transgressions are not grave and one is willing to repent and reform, the Zhu family was open to acceptance. Lady Zhu stepped forward, grasping her daughter's hand, and apologetically said, "Wait here. I, along with your brother and sister-in-law, will go retrieve her." Wu Huan nodded, watching as Lady Zhu exited with her son and daughter-in-law. She sighed softly, realizing they had chosen to forgive Song Anxiao. So be it, she respected their decision. Should they have chosen to sever ties with Song Anxiao so callously, they would not be the illustrious Zhu family known throughout history. Wu Huan settled into her seat, glancing at the somewhat timid Xiao Chuzi beside her. "Are you not accustomed to this? There is a small pavilion at the back with a lovely view. If you wish to avoid the crowd, you may sit there for a while." She noted his attire, smiling. "Once we resolve the matters here, I shall have my fourth brother take you to change into a different outfit. He is of a similar age and slightly sturdier than you. His clothes should fit you well." Xiao Chuzi stood behind her, adhering to a stance akin to that of a guard. In this residence, Xiao Chuzi recognizes only the Empress. As long as you are present, Xiao Chuzi shall remain here. Wu Huan reflected on this and realized that sending him alone to the back might make him even more uncomfortable. "Then let us remain here." However, as Xiao Chuzi stood behind her, Wu Huan suddenly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, she turned to gaze at Xiao Chuzi. Eureka blood. Previously, as they made their way back to the general's residence, Xiao Chuzi had walked decorously behind her. Even the gusts of wind could not carry the scent of blood to her nostrils. Yet now, standing in the breezy corridor, the soft wind brought with it the unmistakable odor of blood. Rising to her feet, she furrowed her brow at him. "You are injured. Why did you not inform me sooner?" She signaled to Su Qiu to summon the physician. Su Qiu hurried away to fetch the doctor. Before Xiao Chuzi could utter a word, the princess had already decisively sent for medical assistance, leaving him both helpless and touched. The princess truly cared for him. He spoke softly. "It's just a minor injury. There is no need for concern, Your Highness." Zhu Wuhuan shot him a glance. A minor injury cannot emit such a strong scent of blood. Is it that the beauty's blood has a different intensity than that of mere mortals? Xiao Chuzi replied, "Your Highness, your words are rather sharp. It makes for a difficult retort." Soon, the esteemed physician Zhang was summoned by Su Qiu and entered the courtyard. The elderly doctor gazed in surprise at the striking beauty behind the princess. Where did the princess find such a captivating individual? Is she not concerned that His Majesty might be captivated? With a sigh, Zhu Wuhuan urged Physician Zhang, "Please take his pulse and examine his injuries." The physician bowed respectfully before stepping forward to check Xiao Chuzi's pulse. As his fingers made contact, he sensed something was amiss. Being the palace's senior physician, discerning the gender of a patient from their pulse was a trivial task for him. He looked up in astonishment at Xiao Chuzi, then instinctively glanced at Zhu Wuhuan. What intentions might the queen harbor by keeping a man disguised as a woman close? Just moments ago, he had worried that the emperor might be smitten by this beauty. Now, he feared it was the queen herself who might be enamored. Could it be that she intended to disguise this handsome man as a maid and take him into the palace? Such a scandal would warrant the gravest of penalties. Zhu Wuhuan, sensing his apprehension regarding Xiao Chuzi's identity, raised her hand to her forehead, urging, "Please focus on his pulse and refrain from indulging in wild imaginings." "Yes, Your Highness," the physician replied, casting a complex glance her way before returning his attention to the pulse. Moments later, he withdrew his hand and, with a solemn expression, reported to Zhu Wuhuan, "Your Highness, this beauty appears to have endured considerable hardship, resulting in severe bodily depletion. His internal organs show varying degrees of damage. Most notably, the spleen seems gravely affected, likely from prolonged hunger, which could lead to blood seepage. At this rate, without proper nourishment and care over the next 3 to 5 years, it may affect his lifespan. He may not live past 30. With a gentle sigh, he added, as for the external injuries you mentioned, he must remove his garments for a thorough examination. Zhu Wuhuan felt a pang in her heart. So at this moment, the body of her idol was already bearing such an unbearable burden. The idol who had passed away at the young age of 39, who had witnessed the fall of the Damon Kingdom, the slaughter of its people, and had led the last remnants of his troops to annihilate the enemy with a resolve to die, only to collapse from exhaustion. Save him. Zhu Wuhuan felt her eyes welling with tears at the mere thought of the historical accounts. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, she grasped the wrist of her beloved with trembling hands, as if that touch could somehow tether his fading life to her. She turned to the physician, demanding, "I implore you, exert every effort to save him, be it ginseng, reishi, or the snow lotus of Tianshan. I shall procure any precious herb necessary to ensure his health and longevity." Lil Chuzi felt a pang in his heart. No one had ever shown him such kindness. No one had ever cared for his life as fiercely as the Empress, willing to do anything to see him survive. This maternal instinct, this profound concern that treated him as kin, brought tears to the eyes of the orphaned little Chuzi. He choked back his emotion and said, "Your Highness, my life is of little worth. I do not deserve such sacrifice." Zhu Wuhuan fiercely interrupted him. "You are worthy. Your life is not insignificant. You are more noble and pure than anyone else. For you are a hero, revered and admired by countless souls in the ages to come." As Zhu Wuhuan's emotions surged, a deep voice resonated from the courtyard. "Oh, is that so? I am curious to see who is worthy of my Empress's willingness to expend ginseng, reishi, and Tianshan's snow lotus to save him, more noble than anyone, even more so than I." Chapter 86. The Tyrant's Fury. Anger fuels his decision to teach the Empress a lesson. It was the Emperor. Upon hearing the voice in the courtyard, Su Qiu trembled. She disregarded rank and hurriedly tugged at Zhu Wuhuan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you must release your grip. Do not hold on to Lord Chu any longer. It is perilous." Zhu Wuhuan wished to let go and feign nonchalance, but as she glanced at the tall figure of the man leisurely crossing the threshold, Tom was no longer on her side. His hawk-like gaze was fixed intently on her hand, clasping little Chuzi's wrist. She cursed her misfortune inwardly and took a deep breath, striving for composure. "It's nothing. Little Chuzi is merely disguised as a woman. What is the harm in holding a lady's wrist?" With this thought, she exchanged a glance with little Chuzi, who, perceptive as ever, understood her intent and nodded slightly, preparing to maintain his charming facade before the Emperor. Zhu Wuhuan shot a warning glance at Physician Zhang before casually curtsying to Feng Changye. "I was unaware of your arrival, Your Majesty, and beg your pardon for not greeting you appropriately." Feng Changye acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum, not concerned with her kneeling. After all, her posture resembled that of a mourner at a funeral, rendering it inconsequential. It was better to graciously excuse her from such a gesture, which could still be viewed as a sign of his affection for her as his Empress. "Your Majesty, are you not swamped with state affairs today? What brings you to the Zhu residence?" Zhu Wuhuan rose, anxiety flickering in her gaze as she regarded Feng Changye. Had the debauched youths she encountered in the brothel revealed the matter to him? Had her indiscretions been uncovered so swiftly? How vexing, considering she had warned that group before leaving, only to have them betray her trust. Feng Changye cast a fleeting glance at her. "She is nothing but a hopeless case. And what are you? Are you the one who, clutching your husband as fan, merrily ventures out to sell your husband?" He approached Zhu Wuhuan with a calm demeanor. "Today, my affairs of state are quite pressing," he remarked, lifting her chin with his slender fingers. "But who could have anticipated that my Empress would be so restless? I ordered you to return to the Zhu family, and yet you slipped away, donning male attire to seek beauty in the brothel." Zhu Wuhuan lowered her eyelids, silently acknowledging the revelation of her escapade in the brothel. Fortunately, when Xiao Chuzi had appeared in disguise otherwise. The notion of the Empress seeking men would have been far more scandalous and would surely have enraged the tyrant further. I am perplexed, Empress. As a woman, what business do you have in a brothel seeking beauty? He feigned anger, his voice heavy. Is it that you no longer wish to serve me, and instead seek to find me a stunning beauty to attend to my needs? Before Zhu Wuhuan could respond, he released her chin. Very well, let me see the beauty you have procured for me. Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback by his peculiar thought process. Wait, how has my male idol become your beauty? Just because I visit a brothel, must it be to find you a concubine? How conceited can you be? Feng Changye pretended not to hear her thoughts and strode toward the kneeling Xiao Chuzi. Is this the beauty that the Empress spent 10,000 taels to bring from the brothel? He looked down upon Xiao Chuzi, commanding him to raise his head. Let me see what kind of exquisite beauty could possibly be worth 10,000 taels, a sum that could buy 1,000 pigs, with a complex array of emotions. Xiao Chuzi slowly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing this extraordinary sovereign. This emperor, who had carelessly mentioned a sum equivalent to 1,000 pigs, was someone he was equally curious to behold. He was anything but aloof and mysterious. Rather, he exuded a rather pedestrian and mundane aura. Feng Changye, brimming with a sense of superiority, regarded Xiao Chuzi with disdain. However, the moment Xiao Chuzi raised his head, that sense of superiority shattered into fragments. His pupils dilated. It was indeed a breathtaking beauty. He could assure himself that if he were to don female attire now, he would pale in comparison to the enchanting Xiao Chuzi before him. The beauty was truly androgynous. If he looked splendid in female garb, he would undoubtedly excel in male attire as well. In contrast, the emperor, who was only handsome in male attire, felt decidedly inferior. He glanced at Zhu Wuhuan, a twinge of jealousy creeping in. No wonder she had cherished this individual for so many years and was willing to spend 10,000 taels to redeem him. She had never lavished such a sum on him, not even 1,000. She knew of Xiao Chuzi's frail health and had readily promised to procure ginseng, lingji, and Tianshan snow lotus for him. Why had she not shown even a fraction of that affection toward him? Last night, when he had shown her the memory of his childhood, when he lost a tooth, she had merely patted his head, and by the next day, she had forgotten his pain, only wanting to embrace the swan and chatter away. The treatment he received compared to Xiao Chuzi's was worlds apart. Feng Changye felt increasingly despondent and infuriated. The more he pondered, the more resolute he became in his intention to teach Zhu Wuhuan a lesson for her betrayal. She was protecting Xiao Chuzi, was she? Then he would utilize this Xiao Chuzi to properly reprimand her. Indeed, her beauty was exquisite, not failing to justify the queen's lavish expenditure of 10,000 taels of silver. With a cold smirk, Feng Changye turned his gaze toward Zhu Wuhuan. Since the queen was willing to lower herself to visit a brothel to find him a woman rather than serve him, how could he possibly disregard her kind intentions? He would soon bring this beauty, procured by the queen, back with him. Queen, are you satisfied now? Zhu Wuhuan met Feng Shiji's gaze, utterly bewildered. What on earth was this peculiar thought process of his? How could the situation have escalated to this point? Any rational individual would not behave in such a manner. Moreover, how could his queen actually procure another woman for him? His anger was palpable. He was determined to bring back this woman out of spite, as if she were merely an object to incite her wrath. Did he not realize that to others, it appeared as though she was the one causing chaos? She glanced around at the onlookers, and indeed, everyone was casting disapproving looks in her direction, particularly the matriarch of the Zhu family and Zhu Xinyuan. It seemed as if she was truly a woman who, in her refusal to serve the emperor, resorted to seeking women in a brothel to torment him. But she was entirely innocent. Before her stood Feng Changye, struggling to contain his laughter at her bewildered expression. For all the time she had vexed him, he now intended not only to take away her beloved idol, but also to ensure that everyone knew this stunning beauty was chosen by her and gifted to him. It was not he, the emperor, who was lecherous, snatching a beauty from the brothel to bring into the palace. He was not lecherous. Chapter 87. The Tragic Tyrant. Outwitted by Wuhuan, he was furious. Zhu Wuhuan surveyed her surroundings, feeling drained by the scornful gazes of those around her, to the point where she was tempted to publicly expose Xiao Chuzi's true identity. Fortunately, she retained some semblance of rationality. The fact that she had procured a man from the brothel at great expense was not something she could reveal before the tyrant, lest Xiao Chuzi suffer the consequences. However, could she truly allow Xiao Chuzi to be taken into the palace as a consort by the tyrant? That was absolutely unacceptable. She glanced at Feng Changya, then at the kneeling Xiao Chuzi. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. What could be wrong with entering the palace? Being summoned to serve in the palace was, in fact, splendid. Her eyes sparkled as she bowed to Feng Changya and said, "Your Majesty, I wish for Miss Chuzi to enter the palace to serve you. But I've yet to ask her if she is willing." She approached Xiao Chuzi, requesting the emperor to grant her a moment to inquire of her. The smile on Feng Changya's face momentarily froze. He had anticipated her flustered demeanor, so why was she handling this situation with such composure? A sense of foreboding began to stir within him. He had aimed to teach her a lesson. Yet could it be that he was about to be outmaneuvered by her instead? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Zhu Wuhuan stepped forward to face Xiao Chuzi. She leaned closer to Xiao Chuzi and whispered, "The emperor wishes to take you into the palace. Would you accompany me there?" Xiao Chuzi looked up in astonishment. She gestured for him to remain silent and continued, "Do you not recall what the physician just said? Your constitution is already under great strain and requires an abundance of precious tonics for proper recuperation. Each of these supplements, such as ginseng, Ganoderma, and snow lotus, demands a considerable sum of silver. After 3 to 5 years of such expenses, you would incur at least tens of thousands of taels. I understand that with your disposition, relying on me to fund your medicinal needs for several years would be a source of unease for you. Therefore, the emperor's desire to take you into the palace as a consort presents a splendid opportunity. As the empress, I can ensure that the Imperial Medical Bureau delivers the finest tonics to you daily. We can indulge in them without concern. Moreover, no library can rival the collection within the royal archives. Though you possess a remarkable memory and intelligence, your studies have been limited over the years. You must devote several more years to your education to truly excel. In the palace, with maids and eunuchs attending to your needs, you could immerse yourself in literature without the burden of mundane affairs. Years later, once you have completed your studies, I could allow your identity as a consort to fade, and you could emerge from the palace as a man, ready to seize your destiny. Would that not be splendid? Xiao Chuzi's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Outside the palace, he was merely a guest in another's home. While the Zhu family might not treat him poorly, he would always feel out of place. However, entering the palace as a woman changed everything. The emperor himself wished to bring him in, allowing him to enjoy the comforts of the palace guilt-free. There, he could be an inconspicuous scholar, free from labor, with regular meals and countless books at his disposal. He would even have access to free tonics. The physician warned that neglecting his health could shorten his lifespan. With free medicine available, he could nurture his body and extend his years. Why would he refuse such an offer? He could thrive under the Empress's protection, quietly biding his time until he completed his studies. When the day for the imperial examinations arrived, he could leverage the Empress's influence to feign death and emerge from the palace with a new identity, soaring to success. During his years as a minor scholar in the palace, he would hardly encounter any men, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discover his past as a consort. It was indeed a flawless plan. Thus, Zhu Wuhuan and Xiao Chuzi exchanged knowing glances, both subtly nodding in agreement. Yes, let's proceed. Into the palace we go, feasting on the emperor's delicacies of bird's nest and shark fin, indulging in the emperor's finest tonics. After all, one should seize the emperor's resources without reservation. There is no need to worry about exhausting his bounty. At that moment, the system in Zhu Wuhuan's mind inquired, "While it is permissible to take advantage of the tyrant's resources, what will you do if, once Xiao Chuzi enters the palace, the tyrant becomes enamored with him?" Zhu Wuhuan cast a fleeting glance at Feng Changya, mentally communicating with the system, "Ah, this is truly the least of my concerns. This tyrant has been married for 5 years, yet remains untouched, surrounded by numerous exquisite concubines, merely for display. He would never indulge in someone like Xiao Chuzi, although I am uncertain why he is so intent on bringing Xiao Chuzi into the palace. It is likely not because he is enamored with her beauty. Once Xiao Chuzi is brought into the palace, he will probably treat her as he does with the other concubines, casually assigning her a palace to reside in, allowing her to live freely and happily as a rice weevil. To take it a step further, even if the tyrant truly has taken a liking to Xiao Chuzi and wishes to favor her upon returning to the palace, it matters little. Have you forgotten, dear system, that I possess a poison pill that can quell his desires? Once that pill is crushed and applied, he will lose all inclination to dote on Xiao Chuzi. We will thus relieve all the inhabitants of the harem, making this a most profitable transaction. Upon hearing her declarations, the system once again felt a pang of sympathy for the tyrant. Indeed, it was quite a tragic fate for a man. Zhu Wuhuan's exchange with the system was but a fleeting moment. She swiftly concealed the malicious glimmer in her eyes and straightened to face Feng Changya. Your Majesty, I have inquired, and Miss Chu is willing to enter the palace to serve you. Feng Changya's countenance darkened, his gaze fierce enough to kill. Although he could not overhear Zhu Wuhuan's conversation with Xiao Chuzi, he had certainly perceived the jubilant glances exchanged between them, filled with unspoken excitement. What did it mean to dine daily on the emperor's delicacies, to drink the essence of Tianshan snow lotus? What did it mean to not seize the emperor's resources while the opportunity presented itself? These musings were sufficient for him to deduce that this wretched woman intended to bring her beloved into the palace to feast and indulge at his expense. What infuriated him most were her subsequent dialogues with the system. It was utterly outrageous. She had the audacity to declare that should he dare to favor Xiao Chuzi, she would administer the poison pill. Truly, she was remarkable. Previously, in her quest to rescue her beloved Chu Yujing from a brothel, she had completely sold him out. Now, to preserve her beloved's purity, she would resort to a pill that would condemn him to a life of celibacy. Splendid. Upon returning to the palace, with no one around, he would be certain to teach this insufferable woman a lesson. Chapter 88. Divorce her. Let Zhu's second son marry a princess. Your Majesty. Upon reading this, Madame Zhu could no longer remain outside in the courtyard, observing the emperor's face dark as a pot's bottom. How could her daughter still be contemplating sending beauties into the palace? In her anxiety, she immediately pushed through the guards blocking her path and rushed inside. She hurried to Zhu Wuhuan's side, grasping her arm. Ignoring the hierarchy of sovereign and subject, she whispered urgently, "My lady, I know not what discord exists between you and the emperor, but how can you personally venture to a brothel to present a woman to him? Never in history has there been such an outrageous empress." Observing the emperor's countenance, it is evident that he wears a troubled expression, indicating his disinterest in the beauty you have offered him. He is merely indulging in a petty quarrel with you. If you were to soften your stance and declare your willingness to return this beauty to the brothel, the emperor would surely cease his ire. Zhu Wuhuan gazed helplessly at the matriarch of the Zhu family, contemplating mother. How could you be unaware that this wretched emperor is merely putting on a show for your benefit? From the very beginning, I never claimed that this beauty was my selection. He, with his ulterior motives, has orchestrated this situation. Zhu Wuhuan refrained from voicing the peculiar matters between herself and the emperor, opting instead to bow her head in silence. Seeing that her attempts at persuasion were futile, the matriarch turned her attention to Feng Changya. Your Majesty, how could a courtesan possibly serve in the palace? Such a scenario would tarnish your esteemed name. The Empress merely struggles to comprehend the situation, which is why she is cross with you. Allow me, as her humble servant, to counsel her further. There is no need for you to continue your entreaties, replied Feng Changya, suppressing his anger with a measured tone. He cast a glance at Xiao Chuzi. This beauty, in accordance with the Empress's wishes, shall be brought back to the palace. Could he really refrain from taking her back? If he denied Xiao Chuzi entry into the palace, would the Empress not see to her care? She would undoubtedly spend her own fortune to procure precious medicinal herbs for the girl-esque treatment. Furthermore, purchasing herbs in the marketplace would expose her to unscrupulous vendors who would charge exorbitant prices, resulting in her squandering a considerable sum. As his wife, What difference does it make whether she spent her coin or his? It would be wiser for him to endure this inconvenience and bring Xiao Chuzi back to the palace. After all, he has an entire nation to support his expenditures. Those precious herbs would merely gather dust in the imperial pharmacy. He might as well feed them to the pigs, all for Xiao Chuzi's benefit. Let her consume them until she is satiated. As Feng Changya pondered this, he cast a lingering gaze upon Zhu Wuhuan, that infuriating woman, always covertly cursing him as a tyrant. Is there any tyrant in this world who treats her with such kindness? She wishes to rescue her beloved idol, fully aware that he intends to indulge in a lavish feast at her expense. Yet, to prevent her from depleting her modest savings, he reluctantly tolerates her schemes. No matter how unwilling he may be, he accepts this for her sake. What more does she desire from him? Zhu Wuhuan sensed the weight of his gaze upon her, and without needing to think, she recognized it belonged to the tyrant. She feigned ignorance, lowering her head to leisurely examine her toes, fearing that if she met his gaze, this peculiar man would stir up trouble on a whim. Upon catching wind of Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts, Feng Changya felt a surge of frustration. Does he strike his wife in public like a common brute? He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. It would not do to chastise her in front of others. Yet he felt an undeniable need to vent his pent-up anger. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling upon Song Anxiao in the courtyard. She would do nicely. Is she not the very girl from the Song family who, upon the Zhu family's misfortune, abandoned her husband and weaned child to return to her parental home? He turned around, casting a cold gaze upon Song Anxiao. So, you returned all by yourself after ensuring the safety of the Zhu family? The sarcasm in his words made Zhu Wuhuan lift her head in shock. Is even the tyrant going to teach Song Anxiao a lesson? TSK. She must witness the spectacle of Song Anxiao's downfall. The tyrant's methods would undoubtedly be far more ruthless than those of a mere Zhu family daughter. While she had to consider the feelings of her mother and elder brother, showing mercy to Song Anxiao, the tyrant would grant no quarter to anyone. In the courtyard, Song Anxiao, frightened, turned pale and fell to her knees with a thud. She had returned today, mentally prepared to endure ridicule from the Zhu family and reprimands from the Empress. In this regard, she felt no great fear. After all, no matter how formidable the Empress might be, she was merely a married daughter, an outsider who could not meddle in the affairs of the Zhu family. As long as the matriarch of the Zhu family was willing to accept her, and as long as Zhu Longyuan still desired her as his wife, the Empress, no matter how fierce, could not compel her biological mother and blood-related brother to sever ties with her. She had even contemplated that if the Empress pressed too hard, she would simply hold her half-year-old son, weeping as she declared her intent to perish alongside her pitiful child. What could the Zhu family do then? If she could withstand this ordeal, she could live quietly in the Zhu family for a few years, and with time, the matter would fade away. Who could have anticipated that the emperor would arrive? Even more surprising was the fact that the emperor, who was preoccupied with state affairs, would take notice of a mere insignificant figure like her and seek to thwart her. The scornful words she had just heard felt as if they had stripped her of her dignity and thrown it to the ground. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, "Your Majesty, this humble servant." Feng Changya coldly interrupted, "You have already divorced Zhu Longyuan, yet still refer to yourself as a humble servant, the daughter of the Song minister, and this is your upbringing?" Upon hearing this admonition, Song Anxiao's heart sank. The emperor forbade her from identifying as Zhu Longyuan's wife. He was indeed forcing her to sever ties with the Zhu family. If the emperor did not permit her to return, even if the Zhu family offered her a chance, she would have nowhere to go. With tears streaming down her face, she turned to the matriarch of the Zhu family, pleading for help. "Mother," the matriarch sighed, with such a daughter-in-law, and a pitiful grandson still in need of his mother. What else could she do but plead for mercy? She approached Feng Changya and knelt in supplication. "Your Majesty, it was I and my son Longyuan who permitted her to return to her family, not that she abandoned her husband and child. Now, under your gracious favor that spares the Zhu family from calamity, I have sent for her to come back." She bowed her head in earnest, beseeching the emperor for forgiveness. Feng Changya gestured for Ji Yunchang to assist the matriarch in rising. He glanced at her and remarked with a smile, "The matriarch is truly magnanimous, willing to take back a daughter-in-law who abandoned the Zhu family in their time of peril, even willing to kneel before me to plead on her behalf." He then shifted his tone, saying, "However, Zhu Longyuan is a man of remarkable talent, the esteemed son of a great general and the Empress's own brother. Why should the matriarch subject him to a life with such a woman?" He curled his lips, stating that all the princesses of the current dynasty are already married, yet there are still countesses available. How about I designate a countess as a legitimate wife for Zhu Longyuan? Chapter 89. The tyrant couple competes to slap each other's faces. The proposal? Both Lady Zhu and Zhu Xianyuan gazed at Feng Changye in utter astonishment. Could it be that the emperor, feeling remorse for nearly executing the Zhu family, intended to make amends? Just after promoting Longyuan and elevating his position, he now wishes to grant him marriage. Moreover, it is not merely an ordinary noblewoman, but a royal countess. This honor left the Zhu family utterly flabbergasted. Alas, what a pity that this honor came too late. Longyuan already has a wife and children. Your Majesty, while the Zhu family perceives this as a privilege for Song Anxiao, it was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. She looked at Feng Changye in disbelief. Why does the emperor harbor such disdain for her? To ensure her severance from Zhu Longyuan, he would bestow the precious title of countess upon a man who is already married with children. Does he not consider a waste to the countess's virtue? She knelt, weeping and pleading for mercy, beseeching the emperor for another chance, imploring him not to separate her from her husband, and begging for his grace. After her plea to Feng Changye, she frantically turned her gaze toward Lady Zhu and Zhu Xianyuan. If the Zhu family can marry a countess, would they still want her? "Mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, I implore you to help me." She knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Lady Zhu. "Please, I beg you." Lady Zhu, observing her terrified daughter-in-law, felt a twinge of compassion. After all, this was the person who had served her tea and water for 2 years. Even a small animal forms attachments. How much more so for a living person? Lady Zhu thought that the emperor's frightening words should be enough to teach her a lesson. If she recognizes her mistakes and behaves herself, she should be able to live harmoniously with Longyuan. Let it be. There is no need to have Longyuan change wives. Who knows what the character of the bestowed countess might be? What if she turns out to be arrogant and willful, even inferior to the current Song Anxiao? That would only bring suffering to Longyuan. Contemplating this, Lady Zhu spoke once more in defense of Song Anxiao. "The emperor's favor, I, as a humble servant, thank your Majesty on behalf of my son Longyuan for your heavenly grace." However, she raised her eyes to Feng Changye. Song Anxiao has a child with Longyuan, and children ought to be cared for by their biological mothers. If she were to be dismissed, how pitiful and innocent would the child be? Pausing for a moment, she added, "Moreover, Longyuan is already a man with a wife and a legitimate son. To have a noble countess serve as his second wife and help raise his child would surely be a disservice to the countess." Upon hearing Lady Zhu's words, Feng Changye's expression softened slightly. What moved him were the words about the child's innocence. He recalled his own past. When his biological mother departed from the Empress's body, he was raised by a stepmother, and he knew all too well the hardships he endured from a young age. Although he now harbors a deep-seated aversion towards Song Anxiao, how could he bear to see a mere child of 18 months lose her biological mother, subjected to the cruelty of a stepmother, enduring the same harrowing days he once faced in his own childhood? Zhu Wuhuan, who had been silently observing the tyrant's intentions towards Song Anxiao, raised an eyebrow as she noted his change of demeanor, seemingly reconsidering his plans for torment. If he would not proceed with his cruelty, then she would take her leave and step forward. Was her physician merely an ornament? She had come today to expose Song Anxiao's feigned pregnancy, and she would not leave without fulfilling her purpose. "Indeed, your Majesty, you must not allow Song Anxiao to part ways with my second brother in this manner," Zhu Wuhuan said with a bright smile as she approached. Standing beside Feng Changye, she gazed at Song Anxiao in the courtyard. In the midst of Song Anxiao's tearful gratitude, Zhu Wuhuan smiled, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. After all, Song Anxiao left the Zhu household in a state of pregnancy. If you were to separate her from my second brother, What would become of the child she carries? The expression of overwhelming gratitude on Song Anxiao's face abruptly shifted. She had initially believed that the Empress Dowager was interceding for her out of past affections, only to realize that she intended to cast her into the depths of despair. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her abdomen, anxiety blossoming from that very spot and gradually enveloping her heart, leaving her breathless with fear. Zhang Tai, Zhu Wuhuan called out, her gaze fixed on Song Anxiao. I am here. The timid Zhang Tai, who had been lurking in the shadows, trembled as he stepped forward. Zhu Wuhuan lifted her chin slightly, commanding, go and check Miss Song's pulse, ascertain how far along she is. Zhang Tai bowed and complied, exiting the hall towards Song Anxiao in the courtyard. Upon realizing that the Empress truly intended for the physician to examine her, Song Anxiao felt a surge of panic. She knew better than anyone whether she was pregnant or not, and a diagnosis would unveil her deceit. Her eyes darted in frantic desperation as she sought a way out. Just as the physician approached her, a brilliant idea struck her. Your Highness, may I speak? She exclaimed, prostrating herself in supplication. When I departed the Zhu household, my monthly cycle was delayed by 5 or 6 days, and I genuinely believed I was with child. However, upon returning to the Song family, I joyfully summoned a doctor, only to be informed that my condition was due to poor health, resulting in a delayed cycle, and not a pregnancy. Therefore, Your Highness, there is no need to trouble the physician with my pulse. I'm not pregnant. With that, she pressed her forehead against the cool stone tiles. Too fearful to raise her head, she thought to herself that by voluntarily admitting her previous misunderstanding and now confessing her lack of pregnancy, the Empress would surely be unable to accuse her of lying. After all, it is quite normal for a woman to misjudge her condition. What crime could that possibly constitute? Surely, she would evade scrutiny now. However, Zhu Wuhuan, intent on teaching her a lesson, would not let her off so easily. Oh, is that so? Zhu Wuhuan's expression darkened. When a Zhu family is in distress, you just happen to be pregnant, conveniently using this circumstance as justification to leave the Zhu household. As I wish for the safety of my family, you have returned, only to be diagnosed with no pregnancy. She let out a cold scoff. Song Anxiao, do you truly believe everyone here is a fool? Without waiting for Song Anxiao to respond, she turned her gaze to Feng Changye. She bowed deeply. Your Majesty, I beseech you to dispatch a few individuals to the Song residence to investigate whether Song Anxiao has sought a physician for her ailment in recent days. After a brief pause, she continued, I further implore you to gather the maids from the Zhu family who have been attending to Song Anxiao and inquire whether her monthly cycle has truly been, as she claims, delayed by several days when it should have arrived days ago. With that, she cast a sidelong glance back at Song Anxiao. All of this is merely Song Anxiao's ramblings. I refuse to believe that everything is so conveniently timed. Chapter 90. The Empress Who Dares to Resent Me. I shall depose her. Feng Changye cast a glance at Zhu Wuhuan. Although he was still irked by this woman, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of respect in front of others, for she was indeed his Empress, was she not? He summoned the Imperial Guards and commanded, go. Do as the Empress has instructed and ascertain the truth for me. Upon hearing Feng Changye's order to investigate, Song Anxiao's complexion turned ashen. She fixed her gaze on Zhu Wuhuan, taken aback by the fact that the Empress would show her such little mercy. All she wished for was to survive. She had merely told a small lie. What crime had she committed? Why was the Empress so intent on clinging to this matter? The matriarch of the Zhu family and her husband had already accepted her. Why must Zhu Wuhuan, an outsider, meddle in this affair? Why did she have to make things difficult for her? Rage consumed her. Anxiao, the previously silent Xin Yuan, wife of Zhu Xianyuan, sighed and approached Song Anxiao. She spoke in a low voice, speak the truth. If you do not confess, you will be lying before the emperor, and the consequences will be dire once the truth is uncovered. Song Anxiao closed her eyes, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Indeed, her deception was not particularly clever. Any maidservant attending to her could easily uncover the truth that she had already experienced her monthly cycle just days prior. With the emperor and empress intent on pursuing the matter, she could not hope to conceal it. If discovered, she would be guilty of lying before the emperor, a grave offense. Which was more important, her dignity or her life? How could she not discern the difference? Lowering herself, she prostrated on the ground, exhibiting a posture of contrition. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am deserving of death. The matter of my supposed pregnancy was a falsehood on my part, and I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I implore Your Majesty and Your Highness to consider that even the most insignificant of creatures strive to survive, and to spare me from the death penalty. I merely wish to live. I have committed no heinous act. Listening to her defense, Zhu Wuhuan felt a wave of disgust. She let out a cold laugh. Indeed, it is not a sin to desire life, but your deceit regarding a false pregnancy, aimed at the Zhu family, is utterly despicable. What is even more contemptible is that you showed no remorse until I ordered the royal physician to expose your deceit. You have returned to the Zhu household under the pretense of pregnancy, yet you refuse to clarify this matter to the family. Pray tell, how long do you intend to cling to this falsehood? Do you intend to feign a miscarriage in the coming days, attempting to bury this incident entirely? Why did you not choose to experience your miscarriage at the Song family before your return? You are merely afraid that the Zhu family will blame the Song family for failing to care for you, allowing you to lose your child despite being in good health. Yet, you miscarry immediately upon returning to the Zhu family. Do you truly believe your difficult parents would spare the Zhu family from their wrath? Have you forgotten that 4 months after marrying into the Zhu family, you were unaware of your pregnancy and insisted that second brother accompany you for a ride, resulting in a miscarriage due to the jostling? That time, your family came to the Zhu household, and your father pointed an accusatory finger at second brother, berating him mercilessly. Your brother even struck second brother several times, leaving his face bruised for days. Your mother, with a scowling visage, loudly admonished my mother, blaming her for not being a diligent mother-in-law, which led to your miscarriage. Zhu Wuhuan slightly bent forward, lifting Song Anxiao's chin. She scoffed, remarking that such an event had already transpired once. If you were to miscarry again, do you truly think your troublesome parents would easily forgive my second brother and mother? You see, by fabricating a pregnancy and feigning a miscarriage, in the end, your parents would still come to blame my mother for not caring for you properly and accuse my second brother of being an inadequate husband. Why should my mother and brother bear the consequences for the lies and mistakes you, Song Anxiao, have committed? You could have allowed that fictitious child to disappear in the Song family, yet you insisted on returning to the Zhu family with your deceit, choosing to experience a miscarriage here, which only indicates you value the Song family more than the Zhu family. Deep down, you wish to protect your kin at the Song family. Since you regard your family as more important than the Zhu family, why return to us? Zhu Wuhuan forcefully flung Song Anxiao aside, leaving her to collapse awkwardly on the ground. With a cold expression, she gazed at Song Anxiao, declaring that a woman like you, who clings to lies and refuses to repent as long as no one exposes you, is not fit to be my sister-in-law, were it not for my mother's kindness in granting you another chance. And if my second brother had not believed you to be a good wife and still desired you, I would have long since deposed you as the Empress. Song Anxiao's fingers dug tightly into the bluish stone bricks, her gaze lowered, desperately concealing the seething hatred within her eyes. She dared not raise her head, fearing that doing so would reveal the animosity boiling within her. She understood that she ought to suppress her hatred and immediately rise to weep, confessing her wrongs sincerely to all, yet she could not contain the hatred in her eyes. At this moment, she was nearly consumed by her loathing for Zhu Wuhuan. That vile woman! Why must fate be so blind as to allow this sister-in-law to ascend as empress? If this sister-in-law were not an empress, she would not have the audacity to humiliate me, the sister-in-law, in this manner. The emperor nearly deposed her. Why has he not done so with this wretched woman? How can this outsider dare to wield power within the Zhu family? The resentment is unbearable. In the hall, Feng Changye observed the empress chastising someone from a distance, finding the scene particularly pleasing to the eye. However, upon witnessing Song Anxiao being unceremoniously thrown to the ground, his fingers dug fiercely into the bluestone bricks, and his gaze transformed into one of unrestrained ferocity. It was evident that he harbored deep-seated resentment towards the Empress, which he expressed by vehemently clawing at the crevices of the bricks. He cast a sidelong glance at Ji Yunchang and coldly commanded, "Go, render her hand useless." Ji Yunchang, accepting the order, strode purposefully towards Song Anxiao and mercilessly crushed her fingers underfoot. Caught off guard, Song Anxiao let out a piercing scream as she raised her head. The hatred in her eyes was unmistakable. Ji Yunchang regarded her with a frigid glare, his own eyes ablaze with animosity. Was it directed at the Empress? With that, he struck her face with a resounding slap, declaring, "Disrespect towards the Empress is punishable." He delivered another blow, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth, before withdrawing his hand in satisfaction. From a moment, this woman had forsaken her kin and the Ji family in a desperate bid for self-preservation, unhesitatingly drafting a severance letter. He had yearned to retaliate on behalf of the venerable general he admired. Now, that wish had been realized. He concealed his personal motives entirely, maintaining a stern demeanor as he bowed to Zhu Wuhuan, stating, "Your Majesty, I have avenged the disrespectful sinner on your behalf." Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. She glanced at Ji Yunchang, instinctively turning her head towards Feng Changya. Did Ji Yunchang dare to act independently? Was it he who commanded Ji Yunchang's presence here? Was he protecting her from Song Anxiao's insolence? Chapter 91. Zhu Wuhuan. Do you truly wish for me to end your life? Feng Changya scoffed at her unvoiced thoughts. Have I not shielded you enough? If I had not protected you, you would have perished countless times over. He stepped out of the hall and onto the steps, surveying the crowd with a detached demeanor. He remarked, "The old matriarch of the Zhu family was right. The innocent child suffers. If I were to insist on separating Zhu Longyuan from Song Anxiao, the half-year-old infant would be deprived of maternal care. However, given Song Anxiao's actions and her character, she is unworthy of being Zhu Longyuan's legitimate wife. Thus, since Song Anxiao has already taken the divorce decree from the Zhu family, she is now entirely unassociated with Zhu Longyuan. Should she wish to return to the Zhu family, let Zhu Longyuan take her as a concubine. The child she bore, a mere half-year-old, shall henceforth be recorded under the name of Zhu Longyuan's legitimate wife, retaining his status as a legitimate heir. Yet if the child desires maternal care, let Song Anxiao tend to him." As Feng Changya's decree echoed, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. The matriarch and the couple, Zhu Xianyuan and his wife, gazed in astonishment at Feng Changya. They had not anticipated that the emperor would personally decree Song Anxiao's status as a concubine. Yet, there was nothing inherently inappropriate about this arrangement. It did not even constitute a demotion from wife to concubine, for Song Anxiao was no longer a daughter-in-law of the Zhu family. She was no longer Zhu Longyuan's wife. As a woman now entirely disconnected from Zhu Longyuan, he was indeed entitled to take her as a concubine. Once this matter became public, no one would dare claim that the Zhu family acted unjustly in demoting a wife to a concubine. As soon as outsiders learned the reason behind Song Anxiao's departure from the Zhu family, no one would deem it unjust for her to become a concubine. A woman who can only share in prosperity but not in adversity, to elevate her to the status of a legitimate wife would be a disgrace to Zhu Longyuan. Becoming a concubine is indeed her rightful place. In contrast to the shock of others in the Zhu family, Zhu Wuhuan found it utterly amusing. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Feng Changya. What a tyrant he is, truly. His actions served not only to punish Song Anxiao, but also to preserve the bond between her and Zhu Longyuan, allowing her to remain in the Zhu household to care for the son she bore. How brilliant this mind is. Feng Changya, having heard Zhu Wuhuan's thoughts, let out a smug snort. Now she realizes his brilliance? When she was chasing after her idol and scheming alongside him, how could she not have seen it then? Thus, flattery is of no use. As for her previous reckless behavior, she would still face the consequences upon her return. "Your Majesty," in the quiet courtyard, the anguished cries of Song Anxiao pierced the air. She was oblivious to the pain in her fingers and cheeks, weeping as she crawled to the steps before Feng Changya, bowing her head fervently. "I beseech your Majesty to show mercy. I implore you to retract your decree." The commoner acknowledges her wrongs and vows never to lie again. Your Majesty, I beg you, do not force me into concubinage. As the daughter of a minister, how could I ever accept such a fate? Your Majesty, I plead with you, grant me this one reprieve. Her cries were heart-wrenching, yet most present showed her no sympathy. Feng Changya harbored no compassion for her either. He had heard Zhu Wuhuan's sentiments. This woman had committed even more despicable acts throughout history. With his fiery temperament, he felt inclined to cast her into a convent for life. He looked down at her coldly. Oh, so the daughter of a minister cannot be a concubine? Do you believe your father's high position protects him from disgrace? He sneered. Very well. I shall consider stripping him of his ministerial title. At that moment, Song Anqiao's mournful cries suddenly halted. She gazed up at Feng Changya in disbelief. She had never anticipated such an unusual response from the emperor. Not only did he not relent in the face of her pleas, but he also sought to remove her father's position. How could that be permissible? Feng Changya paid her no further heed. He was genuinely contemplating the revocation of Minister Song's title. A man who raised his daughter to be such a creature. Can he truly manage the Ministry of War? A man who, upon the misfortune of his kin, hastily came to retrieve his daughter, severing ties with the family. Does he possess any integrity? I suspect that if rebellion were to arise one day, and the enemy were at the gates, he would be the first to distance himself and seek glory by betraying me. The more he pondered, the less trust he had in Minister Song. A man who could so easily sever ties with a 2-year-long alliance could certainly do the same with a sovereign he could replace at any moment. To place such a person in charge of such a vital department as the Ministry of War was a source of great unease. He harbored a desire to rid himself of that wretched old man. Having made up his mind, he cast a sideways glance at Zhu Wuhuan. He cautiously probed, Your Majesty, do you not think that Minister Song may be somewhat undeserving of his position? Zhu Wuhuan gently blinked. Ah, indeed. She recalled that this Minister Song was, without a doubt, a fickle character. After the tyrant's demise 3 years hence, Prince Jin, Feng Changjin, ascended the throne, and Minister Song garnered considerable favor from him, even taking his youngest daughter as a consort. She surmised that prior to the tyrantess' end, Minister Song had likely already established ties with Prince Jin. Thus, after careful consideration of her words, she cautiously replied, While the harem ought not to meddle in politics, if your Majesty insists on my opinion, I share your sentiments. This Minister Song is indeed unworthy of his position. Upon hearing her thoughts, Feng Changya's resolve to dispose of Minister Song grew ever more steadfast. His spirits lifted at her words. He laughed heartily. You and I, dear Empress, are truly of one mind. Zhu Wuhuan looked at him in silence. Huh? Are we truly of one mind now? When you were being sarcastic about my beloved entering the palace, did you not consider our unity then? Feng Changya, upon hearing her thoughts, could only chuckle. It seemed that when she sought to bring her beloved into the palace for free meals and to exploit his resources, she had forgotten their marital bond, had she not? While they reveled in their unity, Song Anqiao found herself in a chilling predicament. Overcome by weakness, she collapsed onto the ground. In a state of utter panic, she became engulfed in confusion. How had it come to this? She had transformed from the rightful wife to a concubine, and her father's ministerial position was on the verge of being revoked. All due to a mere trivial lie? No, this cannot be right. Heaven had turned a blind eye. A quarter of an hour later, having dealt with Song Anqiao, Zhu Wuhuan joyfully accompanied her beloved back to the palace alongside Feng Changya. As their carriage passed through the bustling streets, Zhu Wuhuan suddenly spotted an elderly man by the roadside. He was crouched in front of 2 baskets filled with fluffy chicks and ducklings, playfully teasing a chirping little yellow chick. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, she had almost forgotten about her swan. Feng Changya's expression darkened. Still yearning for that swan? Was she? Zhu Wuhuan, do you wish for me to eliminate you? Chapter 92. The Emperor and Empress inflict mutual harm, testing each other's might. Your Majesty. Zhu Wuhuan nonchalantly lifted the carriage curtain, pointing at the basket of little yellow chicks outside. Look, they're so adorable and fluffy. They must be delightful to raise. I truly wish to buy one. May I? She glanced at him with a smile, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. Feng Changya fixed his gaze upon her, restraining himself from the urge to eliminate her. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, "Very well, go and purchase one." "Thank you, your majesty." Zhu Wuhuan, with the assistance of Su Qiu, swiftly dismounted the carriage. Approaching the elderly vendor, she bent down to inspect the baskets of chicks and ducklings, inquiring, "Good sir, do you happen to have any goslings?" The old man, placing the chick he had been holding down, looked up at the elegantly dressed young lady with a hint of shyness. He remarked, "Indeed, here are the little geese." He pointed to the slightly larger yellow chicks among the ducklings. With their fluffy yellow feathers, small brown beaks, rounded little heads, and glistening black eyes, the little creatures flapped their tiny wings adorably, making the entire scene remarkably charming. In her heart, Zhu Wuhuan inquired of the system, "Which goose possesses the highest intelligence?" The system responded, "It has already stated its limitations as a mere subpar system, capable only of issuing tasks and exchanging items in the marketplace, devoid of any detection capabilities." Since the master required it to make a choice, it decided to blindly select one with eyes closed. The third one, even if the choice was mistaken, there was no cause for concern. After all, it was merely a goose. If it turned out to be foolish, it could simply be stewed into a hearty pot of soup. Delighted by this reasoning, Zhu Wuhuan requested the third little goose. The elderly vendor, filled with joy, seized the goose and handed it to the young attendant, Su Qiu. Su Qiu paid with a piece of silver, indicating to the elderly man that no change was necessary, and proceeded to accompany Zhu Wuhuan toward the carriage. The old man was nearly ecstatic. These young masters were indeed affluent. Such a piece of silver could purchase 4 large geese weighing 7 or 8 pounds. When Zhu Wuhuan climbed into the carriage, Su Qiu had already cleaned the little goose with a handkerchief until it gleamed. Thus, Zhu Wuhuan cradled the fluffy yellow goose and settled beside Feng Changye. She presented the little goose to him, asking, "Your Majesty, does it not look delightful?" Feng Changye cast a glance at the tender yellow creature, hardly larger than his palm, easily crushable in his grip, and his mood lightened somewhat. This woman displayed a modicum of understanding. She opted for a small one, avoiding the purchase of a hefty goose to pester him. Just as he felt a sense of relief, he heard the elderly man outside exclaim, "Young master, you have given too much silver. Allow me to present you with a large goose. This one weighs 8 pounds, raised for 3 years, the leader of our flock. It is the most assertive among them, the swiftest in grazing, robust and plump, and its meat is sure to be the finest." Upon hearing this, Feng Changye's expression darkened abruptly, akin to a storm cloud engulfing the city. The most assertive, the swiftest, and with particularly strong wings. One could only wonder if it would be able to pursue him. Ha ha! Zhu Wuhuan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, but once she